What's up, y'all? It is time for the second day of the Road to the International and the North American Closed Qualifiers. We're going to kick off a full day of a lot of DOTs and a lot of NA DOTs, especially here, because the upper bracket is what's the name of the game, and at the end of the day, two of these teams are going to be out of the qualifier. Here with T-Panda, here with Trent. We saw some spicy games yesterday. Unfortunately, also one def loss with the lack of a roster for La Correntada. But still, some pretty competitive games in the end, especially with that 3-game series, which Nouns was able to take over versus 4 Amigos. So, spicy day. What about day 2? Do you think things are going to change a lot with everybody getting familiar with the feel of how the other teams are playing?
Yeah, I think we already had some pretty interesting hero picks as well. I'll be curious to see how that sort of bleeds over across everyone else. And what kind of, especially this series in particular that we're starting with here, Grin. I like some of their heroes that they've seen. So we can show you guys what it's going to look like here, actually. We have a bracket.
Let's take a look at that bracket indeed and take a bit of a deep dive. We see a lot of 2-0s out there, but also, as mentioned, that 3-game series at the last series of the day. We had Shopify, Grin, Apex, Genesis, and Nouns move over to the second round of the upper bracket. And the long haul for the Champion Leagues, the HUD, the La Correntada, and 4 Amigos. They're going to have to play out quite a ton of series if they want to make it all the way to that best of 5 grand final. The name of the game, basically, if we kind of discuss the schedule a bit as well, we're going to kick off with a banger. Shopify Rebellion versus Grin is going to be our first series.
Yeah, we got NA legend Moo, joined by Kits, Melky, Sneaky, and Pingus. They had a great series yesterday. Very enjoyable to watch. Had a position 1 Mirana from Melky that was fun. Sneaky was crushing on the Hoodwink, as we discussed prior to this. I'm not really expecting to see it, but it's hard right now. Like, you see someone own on a Hoodwink like that, and then you're just like, but there's the other heroes. Like, I don't want to give away TA. I don't want to give away Storm Spirit. I don't know how good Bat Rider is right now. Everyone's a little scared of that guy. So there's still some question marks here as to what we need to ensure is gone in that first phase.
Yeah, and also the same thing with Shopify. Saw some Witchblade, Shadow Fiend builds coming out from Artesia. I mean, the boys were having a bit of fun versus the Champion Leagues there. Both games lasting under 30 minutes. And the other series as well with Apex Genesis, of course, not getting to play versus La Correntada and Nouns. I mean, all of those games were 30 minutes in that final series. We're going to watch how Nouns are going to adjust for today with Apex actually playing their first series of the tournament. But, talking about drafts, I think we also have a Game 1 draft looming in the air as well, so we could dive straight into the Dota action with Shopify and Grin. Hoodwink, a staple for Sneaky. Is it going to go through? Is it not? And, of course, for Shopify, what are they cooking today? Do they have something completely different in mind compared to yesterday?
Yesterday definitely felt like they were just playing really aggressive, kind of getting under the towers, and just going all out, leaving lots of space for Arteezy, especially to just farm it up. So he seemed super comfortable yesterday, of course, as over the past couple of years, that's been sort of the Arteezy go-to. And, Grin, they're just like, well, let's see something else here from old Artor. Let's get rid of that Shadow Fiend.
Also with Mind Control, if I remember correct, he had like something like 44, 45 KDA, 0 deaths throughout that series. Yeah. So got to find some kind of poison to strike onto Mind Control in his lane or outside of the lane. So we'll see how they address that as well. But it's going to be interesting to watch that mid matchup as well between Kits and Yopaj. are we first phasing mids? Are we second phasing mids? Or are we leaving it all the way to the end? Because I know that RTZ likes to see his matchups, but if he's really certain about a hero, that he's just gonna lock it in pretty early.
Yeah, I think, I mean, main benefit of that Xiaofeng was definitely a little bit of that flexibility, too, between him and Yopaj. So it's a good choice there from Grin in terms of things you want to remove. When we saw them playing up against the Chapulines, they weren't, like, super focused. I mean, they were banning out the Veno both times. The Witch Doctor also looked incredible. Yeah, I'm down to get rid of that. That certainly carried pretty hard. We haven't mentioned really much about Skem. Skem absolutely crushed it. Played extremely well in their series yesterday. So big hero still in the Clockwork with first pick here. I don't think that would be the worst opener for them.
And we're considering that. They also brought out the Willows and the Snapfires also yesterday. So Shopify going to open it up. Well, let's bring out Dark Willow to start things off with. And Grin, well, you see a support. Might as well do the same thing as well. Let's see what they have on their mind. Still full reserve time, too.
Yeah, Willow's a little bit nicer because she can technically go 5 and 4. I mean, I guess Clock can too, but Clock tends to just want to be a 5 because he doesn't really need much more. But it's all about just the lanes and the synergy. I mean, the Amigos got their win with the first overall Clockwork, so it's good enough to take down Nouns. I guess it's good enough to take down anyone in NA right now. But Grid, they're going to grab up the Zeus. They did this in their series versus the Hut. They traded the Zeus back and forth, and Zeus looked great. In that game, that was a core Zeus, right? Yes, because we also had a support Zeus. But yeah, that was a core Zeus that we witnessed there, and your usual stuff in the mid.
Yeah, that was the Hut who flexed that Zeus all the way to the end, and then they picked the OD, and they never really hit a good timing. That was the game where the troll never ulted, or once. Maybe.
Right? Yeah, he ulted once. Yeah.
They ban out the Enigma. I'm a bit sad about that. I would have loved to see some Enigma gameplay.
Yeah, not today, huh? The Earth Spirit, I guess, it might be something that Shopify's looking for. It's been a go to Earth Spirit or Ember, perhaps, as these heroes that can just try and get on top of the Zeus. Yopaj got solo killed twice by Zeus yesterday, but didn't really end up mattering because then his whole team just rotates mid at around level 6, 7 or whatever. They just storm, take the tower, go all over the Zeus. That's the plan.
Also with Grin, like, what do they want to target on the side of Shopify? Probably maybe links to this second ban that's coming out from Shopify. Well, it's the Clockwork, so maybe there's a couple options now sliding through that they could consider. You can look at, like, Primal Beasts, Earth Shakers. Like, Shaker 3 is a thing in the meta, apparently, these days, but I'm not sure if I'm still ready to see it on the competitive level.
Yeah, it definitely depends on your matchups and stuff, too. I mean, I assume Sneaky's just getting his Hoodwink now, so I'd be really happy with this opener. Zeus Hoodwink. Heroes that I wouldn't want to face, I guess. Last time when they had this very same opener, they ended up banning a Weaver. They'll get rid of the Ember, so they're preparing more for the Earth Spirit, I guess. And, yeah, I mean, no shock here. So Shopify, knowing that this is what they're going to pick, I'm sure, and just saying, hey, it's Hoodwink, we've all played against Hoodwinks a billion times. It's a good hero, but maybe she can't win the game on her own. But maybe Sneaky can. I don't know. They're going to answer with the DK. So open up a little bit of flex, as we've seen this guy go all over the place in the core roles, but they don't immediately jump on the Earth Spirit like I thought they might.
Yeah, they also, like, on the side of Grin, like, this kind of locks in the Zeus here for our mid position, because we do see Hoodwink 5s from time to time, but how we saw Sneaky play it yesterday, obviously we'd like to see a 4 Hoodwink, putting the Zeus in mid. He knows maybe his matchup. Is it the DK? Is it going to be something else? But what do you think about this Crystal Maiden? Because it's not really targeting any straight up right clicker. Usually the attack speed slow on this hero is a good answer to physical damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's just like kind of busted. Like, I think that like she's got a ton of nuke damage. Her aura feels incredible, not just for your allies, but like for yourself. It feels unreal right now. Losing the armor on the ulti certainly hurt a little bit because that was kind of fun. But I think the other thing is that any matchup versus summons now is crazy good because it was already really good, but now they just die immediately. Like you see an Eidolon or something, you just frostbite an Eidolon, they don't even have time to deny it as an Enigma. Like it just dies because it just ticks down twice as fast as before. So there's a lot of interesting things that have come out from there. But she's just very well balanced right now, and with 2 more picks coming out here, like you're always gonna have a root, which is really nice because even though it's Zeus, they might end up picking up something a little bit more mobile in that off lane. that you can try and lock down for your team.
And Skem has been playing pretty aggressively on his supports. Like we saw that Voodoo Festoration, Witch Doctor going all over the place, rotating from top to bottom to top and just trying to look for kills of his own with that big heal damage. So maybe that Crystal Maiden also fits into that slot. There's the Venomancer that I've actually, for some weird reason, been begging for.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to see it being picked here. However, how does it sit into this game? It's a good answer to the DK. You got percentage-based damage. You got some nice slows. And vision, basically, for Hoodwink and the Zeus, too. But if this is a support Veno, does it feel a bit weak? Can it feel weak?
No. It rules. Crushes. I think it's probably one of, if not the best fives, especially in competitive Dota. Downsides, you don't have many like defensive capabilities. Sure, you don't, and you don't have like good stuns or anything like that. So there are issues, but controlling the map with the wards, pretty crazy. Your ability to farm the jungle, absolutely insane. At level 1, you can actually kill like mud golems in like 2 seconds. It's
and
pretty
you can
wild.
also solo Roshan on this hero, by the way, if that was
I think
new.
that's been patched.
Aw.
Yeah, sorry. Roche does now aggro to plague wards sitting on your head, it turns out.
Goddamn.
My
I was
condolences.
was looking forward to that level 8 Veno going into the Roche pit with 1 clarity and soloing Roche.
I haven't tested it. I saw someone trying to test it. I didn't see if they did the aggro properly this morning. I just happened to be watching someone who was like, does this still work? And they didn't get it going. So I think it's been patched.
Yeah, I tried it at the start of the patch and it worked, but it took me like almost 2 minutes. But I got it done. I got the job done.
Yeah, so basically, in short, the little plague words you could attach people, they weren't aggroing Roche for some reason. So Roche just would not hit you, and you could just solo him, and it was pretty funny. But probably gone. I guess we'll find out maybe. This guy's back. The Moose
Pretty
Inc.
strong lane. You got most likely the Hoodwink and the Sand King pairing up in the off lane. That's a lot of damage to deal with. Crystal Maiden already feeling a bit threatened there.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, at least you can keep your distance a little bit and help secure range creeps. But curious what they want to do in terms of a safe laner at this point. Like, are they just going to send the DK mid for Yopaj and just try and get Arteezy something like a life sealer? But I don't even know if you want that versus the Stinger and everything.
Yeah, that can end up hurting a lot. Also, can you trade back? I mean, with a Crystal Maiden, you'd look at maybe even a Juggernaut or something like that. Like old school, basic lane-winning combinations. If RTZ really wants that, you could bring a Juggernaut into this pair-up. Frostbite and Spin.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad.
You also got the extra armor versus the Stinger. But we'll see. We'll see what he opts to go for. I mean, technically with the new Sand King, you could even consider Terrorblade, even though Zeus is a counter, sure. But with all the extra magic damage Sand King used to be, it was like one of the worst matchups for TB to play against was like Rubik Sand King, because they just blow you up. They do only magical damage. But now with Stinger being physical could work. But they decided to bring out the mind-controlled Darkseer. I actually looked that he was playing a couple of these Darkseers in his pubs not too long ago. Triple Bracer buildups. Very tanky.
Yeah, just showing the value of this hero because his stocks are way up. It's really rare that we're seeing, like we just saw it again yesterday with the Darkseer, where he's being picked in games where he doesn't see the enemy carry, which was previously like a complete prerequisite for this hero to be picked up. And he generally wanted one of these really good pairing heroes, like one of these melee heroes that could really abuse the Iron Shell, help you get a kill when you hit level 3. But again, we're having another team just grab it when that's not really the case. Now, there is a big benefit here. Greaves Pipe looks insane versus this Grin lineup, and I think that's the main reason they're opting for it. Plus, it's a huge comfort hero for mind control, so it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, Darkseer in a very good spot right now, it looks like.
Also, like the damage combination coming from this triple D lineup from Shopify with Dark Willow, Dragon Knight, and Darkseer is actually the Bedlam Iron Shell combo on a hero. Yeah. Imagine if Arteezy picked like a Pudge now and bring in the Rot as well. Like, triple damage in AoE.
Yeah, now you're talking. I also saw that if the Pudge eats a Pugna, you can use all your spells when you're in the Dismember. So we could just get that there as well. We could just have like a Pudge who's consumed a Pugna running around Iron Shells and dropping out some Nether Blast. That sounds pretty good.
That sounds pretty sick. Actually, I didn't know it works that way, but yeah. That's pretty wild.
Good old innates, you know? Well, it'll be Shopify the ones who are banning it. And, so, I mean,
actually, I mean, honestly, I was not expecting this to come into fruition, but I'm happy.
you'll be happy to know that he is one of the best matchups so far in pubs for this the offlane tanking. He has been getting messed up by these Pudges, which makes sense because Pudge, not someone who you can like easily burst down. You're going to be in his face all the time. It's just a trading battle at that point, and they're going to just try and out-resource you. So, yeah, we are probably getting the RTZ Pudge here, folks.
Grin with their final seconds. They're going to bring out Milky's Marana. Yep. They're going to bring in the big guns.
Damn, the R-Tor Pudge. Okay.
Yeah.
Milky Marana. So, yeah, we hit this yesterday. If you guys didn't get to witness it, it is the solar flare, getting the damage, getting the attack speed. It works really well. He was out DPSing a position 1 Tiny, and it was terrifying. The Tiny was just on the run, couldn't handle it. And once more, it's going to be some pretty big cores he's going to have to tango with.
You sure are. And you know, you gotta try and burst out as much damage as you can. At least Hoodwink benefits from that a bit as well, getting that extra DPS. Zeus Lightning Hands, I get at some point, should also maybe benefit a bit from that solar flare. But still, it's all about Milky, right? Like, it's all about his Marana, his damage, his stats. Like, he had like what 3k HP with a Scotty, basic right clicks at like 250, and then all the bonus on top. So that Marana was really a force to be reckoned with. But then again, Frostbite. And you can't right-click. Dismember, the same issue. Willow has nice amounts of control. I'm not sure if a Manta is gonna do it for Milky. Like, he went with this very defensive build, right, where he had like Manta. I think he even went with BKB at some point. It's like, where are your damage items? But I don't need any damage items. Hopefully, Milky also finds a way to hit this game too.
And it looks like this will be his. I mean, technically, it's his 10th recorded Pudge game ever for RTZ, but a bunch of these are in-houses and broken lobbies. So, in reality, it's his, like, 9th Pudge game professionally ever. So, there you go. You guys are witnessing a little bit of history here.
Very, very special place for this one. I'm happy with both teams' drafts. I mean, I got heroes that I wanted. I got heroes that I was dreaming about and thinking about. So, I don't even care who wins this one. I'm just happy about the drafts. What do you think?
I think the AoE damage is pretty disgusting. Like you were theory crafting, it is comical.
I love reaching out.
It's paying off. It's going to be a lot. I'm very happy to see Grin get sneaky on this Hoodwink if they have any chance. I think it's that. I'll be really curious to see how the Marana does again because I thought it looked a little bit better in the last one. I think this one looks a little bit more difficult. And if it can do it here, then I feel like it can kind of do it anywhere. So. Plus, they picked the Venom, which I also think is really strong right now.
Posh is very risky walking up all the way there. He's down to half HP. Arteezy is going to catch the arrow and hook the DK away. Scam, however, on the other direction, throwing in a big nuke onto 3. Everyone's taken damage so far. Maybe Grin even more than this DK has. We're going to reset things for a bit. Still have to remind that hook is still available. It is the fresh meat facet instead of the Flayer's hook, which would have made things even more spicier if he decided to bring in that extra damage on the hook. But I think Dismember as a core, fresh meat as a core, much better.
Yeah, it feels that way. Arrow going to sail on by there. Is that 3, I believe? For Shopify. Yes, it is indeed. Just a single one there for Grin, so not the best start. They will, however, get a D ward unless... Oh, wait, sorry. Nope, that was the Radiant Sentry, my bad. It's going to be Mind Control gets the D ward. So, yeah, everything going pretty poorly right now for Grin.
Not the start that they were probably hoping for. Kicking off into this game, you know, Yopaj and Kits. Yopaj is already back to full HP, despite being at 25-30% in that early brawl. Thankfully, it happened so long ago that he's already brought in a new set of tangos for his laning stage. He'll be quite all right with this Zeus, just nuking away with the Arc Lightning.
Yeah, final time.
Securing the first wave on the Darkseer. Arrow being thrown towards Kitra. Kitra catches it and actually is pretty low, but Venno just doesn't have the right-click damage to finish off the Willow. The dot damage is pretty scary. Okay, that's it. That's a deny. Mind Control will prevent that first blood from happening.
Oh, it's Courier, though.
Oh, Pingus. Pingus, Bingus.
Not quite able to get it.
What kind of item build would you like to see on this Pudge this game? Is there's a couple routes. You've got your traditional Aghanims rushes through Veil. If you take a lot of physical damage, Veil is pretty good. If you don't take a lot of physical damage, you can consider like the Blink Eternal Shroud route as well, trying to like maneuver around your item builds. But is this a Aghs game or not? And what do you think?
I like the Blade Mail Eternal Shroud build before Aghs. I thought that one's been pretty good lately. I don't really like Aghs Rush that much, but it depends. Like, you gotta get like a feel for how much damage output they have. If you can just get away with the raw Aghs, and if it's worth it or not. But considering the allies and like the damage that is already being provided, I feel like as long as you're just living, it's gonna be okay. Plus, the Aghs benefit of like the heal minus isn't really gonna benefit them that much right now. So, yeah, to me, Blade Mail Eternal Shroud just looks really good. Or just Eternal Shroud into Aghs even. Like, the Blade Mail may even be a little bit overkill. Like, there's a lot of uncontrollable damage, but there's not, like, a pure right-clicker, so you don't really have to go that way if you don't want to. I mean, there's Mirana, but I feel like she's not as committed when she goes for the damage because she's going to be pretty mobile.
Yeah, and I think there's other targets you also want to focus instead of right-clicking the Pudge, because if you just pop your meat shield, that's going to soak up a lot of damage. But I like the idea of the Blade Mail. I haven't tried it myself. I played, like, what, 30 games of Pudge in, like, the last few weeks. I had a 91% win rate on the hero, both 3 and 1, and never did actually make a Blade Mail. So it could be interesting to see if he does go that route.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. Analog did it in one of their matches, and I thought it was really impressive. Oh, Scam getting tied up here. And probably dead. That's the first one. Sneaky.
Sneaky, sneaky indeed. The man on the board again. We warned them. We warned them about this hoodwink.
It's pretty good, man. You see that Grandmaster, and you're like, uh-oh. It's one of those heroes you don't want to see it on. It's like Phoenix.
There's a lot of stuff being thrown at Kittrack and trying to turn things around in the top lane. MC with a 2 points Iron Shell. Vax in the Venomancer. The Venomous Scale still on cooldown for a couple seconds. They will not go for the chase. Just trays all over. Everyone's doing good on the CS thing.
Oh, man. Just knows Darkseer's hitting for like 86 already with these like double bracers and stuff. It's wild.
Ugh.
88, sorry. What are we doing with this hero?
Yeah, and they thought Sand King was the issue, and they nerfed him instead. We kind of saw some of the weakness from Sand King yesterday, getting zoned out of the lane and had like 5 CS in a couple minutes. It was pretty rough. Arteezy getting sneakied.
Well, turns out still low armor. And that's one of those things where the Stinger, yeah, that's pretty solid. Hard to really deal with as the Pudge too, right? Like, how are you gonna improve that in the laning stage? Like, are you gonna invest in a ring? Like, just feel like, I mean, his last are still pretty damn good, so it's not the worst situation, but you really don't want the sinking getting out of control.
And it is the bracer on the courier to start things off with. Still yet to reveal what's the rest of the stuff that Arteezy wants to bring up. No, double bracer, actually. Sorry, I'll correct myself there. Face boots, Aghs. All right, so Aghs rush it is. So that's what he's lining up. It is very timing dependent, though. If you don't get your Aghs on time, you start to feel a bit weak. You can still participate in fights, sure. As long as you have face boots, you're good. But if you start to lack on face boots timings, that's when Pudge is kind of like demoted to support.
Yeah, it's gonna feel really bad if the Aghs isn't good. It's like, yeah, he's very dependent on his teammates to get him there. So we're nice.
It was a close call. Man, heavenly jump. There's just something about that 100 attack speed slow that just saved his life. Like, come on. I mean, I was ranting about this yesterday to you. I feel a bit upset, but. Sand King also dealing a bit of damage onto RT. He still has the hook. Yoink! He catches a sneaky hoodwink. Gets a bit of vengeance here. Frostbite in. That's going to be a kill. Wow. And that will be Flesh Heap stack number 1. Maybe even the Sand King as well. RTC's very lit. He's kind of pulling his limits here, but he's going to get the win in the end.
All right, that was sick. I did not think it was going to work. I thought he was dead. I thought he'd gone too far. Oh, man. That's so good, actually, because that's like phase boots. Yeah, fully complete now. They're going to fly right out. That's going to drastically improve the lane. That's going to get him that armor that he needs. Life just got a lot better for Arteezy, and even grab some Lotuses to put himself right back up there. So, yeah, much better situation. The Tread's blink timing for Yopaj is going to be really important to give him even more space for the eggs, too.
They read this situation. Sandking going to TP in straight to the lane, and they're going to look for an instant kill, so he has to walk back to the lane, but they won't get to punish Moo. A lot of damage being dealt, a bit of a warning sign for him. Like, stay out of this lane. And there's a Zeus ulti to take down KitTrack.
And also see what Arteezy was doing. They do hit the bushwhack.
Ooh, Pudge, he gets the meat shield off. Oh, so close, but Sneaky's got the kill in the end. Skem is going to get that vengeance kill. And still trading off with Sneaky. Sneaky does have another bushwhack, and I think CM's done for here pretty much. Good Frostbite coming out there. 2 seconds for Acorn shot. Just a couple connections needed for the damage. And with the Zeus. Yopaj also takes down Pingas, but man, that lightning bolt. The raindrops soaked that one up, but another arc lightning is a bit too much to take.
I mean, Skem was almost level 6. That it's getting a little bit crazy here on this Crystal Maiden. Managed to survive that, and then got 2 problems down this lane. But Arteezy still top of the board even after that death, and immediately back to clearing out the whole wave that was left behind. So that Ag's still gonna have a nice timing here. I wouldn't worry too much about it if I was them. Dire side, I mean, we talk a lot about what the rating need to do. Yeah. In terms of how the Dire want to play this game, like, it's mostly off the back of just like Hoodwink having to make plays across the map and rotate to these cores, because they all want to farm for quite a while.
Yeah, they definitely need a bit of time here in this game. Nice bushwhack there from Sneaky, catches Skem. Crystal Maiden gonna get hit by the Gale as well. Pixel perfect there from Pingus, and CM looking for the deny from Yopaj, and Pingus gets the damage tick just as Yopaj's attack animation was almost fully complete. So a kill for Grin there, and also the AD rune secured for KitTrack.
I need to switch to this facet on Hoodwink. The tree bounce trick shot, I think it is just better. But, I mean, the other one's tempting because of the cast range, but I think if you just play it like, hey, I'm good enough to just do it with, like, a point and scurry and just being in the right spot, it's just so much more damage. Especially solo targets.
Yeah, like, I think we did bring it up yesterday with his second point on Hoodwink, or he does a lot of damage. Now he has 3. KitTrack and MC gonna fight versus Milky. Milky on the run away. Doesn't quite pop his solar flare yet, but Sneaky shows up. Arteezy shows up too. He's got the target on the Hoodwink. Sneaky's Hoodwink gonna be dropping here to the rot damage from Arteezy. He's gonna take the portal straight back to the bottom lane while Milky is chasing KitTrack and looking for that kill. He does a lot of damage. Zeus gonna squeeze in that arc lightning for the kill. Also, mid is being pressured at the same time, with Moo protecting it with that 1-point sandstorm.
Bit of a save there from Sneaky, kind of tanked the hook there to make sure Mirana would survive. And she needs it because she's not doing that great. Mirana and Moo's Sand King at the bottom of the cores right now. Feels like Shopify just going to start getting aggressive here. Try and shut down some of this farming, especially once that Blink Dagger comes out here on Yopaj. That'll be the real go call.
10-minute smoke. The rune, if it spawns top, they could get a kill there. They're just waiting for somebody to show up, but Shopify, they're bringing in the numbers. Pingas and Kits right there, Moo, no epicenter. It doesn't even spawn there, so that's a bit of a bummer. Yopaj will just pick up the illusion and go straight back to the jungle. It was a good setup, though.
Yeah, he walked next to one of the smoked allies, and they had the ward that was spotting them. So the fact that he immediately went smoked with no smoke effect going off meant that he just immediately backed. He's like, oh, there's like more smoked heroes right there. Thanks for the heads up. Another really deep ward on the bottom lane too. Very, very good wards planted by Scam. Yeah. Sneaking them in back there, especially for a Crystal Maiden with just brown boots. You know, it's not easy to get those back there.
You haven't really been watching Skem, but he's been all over the place really with this Crystal Maiden, and he's still been getting all that experience. He mentioned like he was almost level 6 when he was fighting in the bottom lane. He's almost level 7 now. Of course, like having freezing field is really the big impact here. By the way, why? I mean, of course, Crystal Maiden does have that AoE bonus, but the numbers are so weird on freezing fields. Like radius is 858.6.
Oh well, of course, yeah. I mean, what do you expect?
Absurd numbers.
Well, with the Frozen Expanse facet too, you know, you get the passive increase on the cast range. Pretty cool.
That's the one.
That's the one that messes up your numbers.
Yeah, all those point something, no even numbers. Then again, I do not miss the patch when we had like flat HP. It was like always 20. Like what happened to all the individual numbers you get per point from strength? We did revert from that. Shopify also.
Yeah, they're pressuring this tower while RTZ just farms in the jungle, doing his thing. Kind of maybe hoping for a fight with, since they do have the solar flare back up. And that is the really awkward part of this, is the early parts of the game when it's, 2 minutes and 20 seconds between solar flares. It's kind of weird.
They're going to be fighting in bottom, though. They're going to bring in the numbers. Veno about to be killed, but now Arteezy's the one to fall first. He just wanted himself a flesh heap stack, but that's something he's not going to get this time. Moo, though, that is an absolutely huge Crystal Maiden ultimate and does so much damage. They're going to take 3 for this one, and maybe even 4 with the stun connected onto Sneaky. This Hoodwink has nowhere to go. And oh my goodness, Scam. That was a big ulti.
Well, I guess it doesn't help when the solar flare is canceled out by the slow, does it? From the Crystal Maiden. That was very disappointing. Like, he just started right-clicking CM, trying to kill her. And even though she doesn't get 20 armor anymore, she didn't die. I mean, that was your hard carry, leaping in and committing fully with solar flare to try and kill CM, and it wasn't even that close.
They used the arrow for killing Arteezy when he initially went for the hook on the Venomancer and didn't have an interrupt remaining against the Crystal Maiden.
Oh, they gotta go for this kill. Scam got so greedy. I don't know what he was doing at D-Ward. That was insanity. Dude, you're valuable. Don't give it away that easy.
Yeah, but a bit of a no man's land right there for the CM. They will take that. Sneaky for the kill. And also a replay from that last fight.
Yeah,
Arteezy just takes
Veno,
the
but
full
it's just,
interest there.
Yeah, exactly. And then, so there's the leap in from Mirana. Right click, right click, right click, right click. Like, there's nothing. The heals, the team helping out there. Very nicely done from MC. Keep her alive.
And the Verdurous Dale. The extra HP regen there from the Seeds of Serenity.
Little giggle from Kitrack. He liked it. Yopaj smoking up. Wants to pop this blink. In he goes.
Boy, let's see what they can get done here. Kits is a big kill. Maybe another one as well. That Noxious Plague is going to also infect the Dark Willow, but Pinga's going to get caught by the wall from MC. Make that another kill. Scam. Okay, we get it. We know you got a big ulti there, but it was a bit unnecessary. Okay, he cleans the creep wave. They take the tower and instantly invade the triangle.
Yeah, got to farm up a little bit, right?
Arteezy, though, going to get caught by the arrow from Milky into the bushwhack, and there we go. Solar Flare on a singular target. Very handy.
Pretty crazy place to be farming right now, but he really wants that Ags, and wasn't expecting there to be some vision left over there from Pingu.
Focus onto the DK under the tower. That's quite a lot of damage dealt by Moo and Kits, but they run out of it. Now loading up the epicenter, but knows that he's going to be stuck inside that Willow stun. Scam. All right, 1 versus 4. There's not a lot that this Crystal Maiden can do over here. Everybody else is already backed out. Looking to invade a bit further. Yopaj is half HP. Does have the blink and a casual cloak on the DK. Do they have the numbers? Do they have the numbers to fight this one? Arteezy has just respawned. He's instantly TPing in. Kits might just get hooked here. Gonna get hit by the stun. Arteezy, though, he's just gonna march straight to the Sanking. Take down Moo. Surging him in. He doesn't have the Iron Shell, though, so it's just the rot damage, but it is the fresh Aghanims on him. Kingus, he's gonna melt in that. Now also the big Zeus ulti from Kits. They're dropping quite low here. Arteezy also surged away to safety. Arrow does connect onto Mind Control, and there's gonna be a kill for Grin. They do get something out of this trade. Kitrack getting slowed up by the Acorn shot. Another setup there from Kits. Slowly burning the Willow away and get themselves a kill. Yopaj with the stun onto the Hoodwink and Arteezy. He misses the hook on a stationary target because of the creep standing in the way. Now Scam is going to throw in the Frostbite onto the Mirana. There's the CM ulti, but that's cancelled by Kits. So no big ulti for you this time. But still, they're going to clean everybody up, and Yopaj will take the triple. Arteezy, that's a lot of flesh heap stacks he's going to claim from that fight.
That was such a nice stand on the high ground there from Yopaj and Arteezy. Just knowing the allies were coming back through. Respawn timer's pretty short at this point. And yeah, despite the overwhelming damage of that Dire team, the heals coming up from the Radiant just over and over again. Like, we got the mech, we got people dropping Seeds of Serenity on 2 heroes. Everyone's, like, you look at Shopify, all 5 heroes used 1. You know what I mean? Like, they're just, they're popping wands. Life's good. Unfortunately, Miranda's unable to be used there. 19 charges. That one hurts. It's just sustained. Like, that's how they played their first series as well, where they're really willing to risk it, dive in a little bit. I'd like to see them scoop up some more Lotuses with how they're playing too. Every time I keep checking the pools, we got a few in there.
Yeah. Well,
of course, really it's the Dire who needs them because of Miranda's innate.
Sneaky gonna keep Yopaj at bay. Epicenter baits here from Moo. Not really gonna load it up here. No target in sight right now. Nice Radiant scan though. It's gonna catch Sneaky. Sneaky jumps to the high ground, but Arteezy with a hook. He knows exactly where to throw this one in, and he'll catch himself a nice little squirrel for dinner.
It's really the pace at which they go in that's impressive in these games. Like, they just don't relax at all. Like, they win that fight down bottom, and they're immediately running up top. Like, they're doing their best to just stay out of the fountain as much as possible, bring out the consumables that they need to stay on the map. And they are going to see Arteezy go by this Watcher. Now he pings it. He's like, I'm in trouble. So he's going to need some friends to come down here.
Pulling up those Lotuses there. There's a nice hook onto Moo. He misses the Burrow Strike as well. It doesn't really stun the Pudge. And he doesn't actually get away with it either. But unlucky there. Yopaj on the chase right now with Pingus on their sights. They do have Sneaky loading up the Sharpshooter for some extra slows. And Skem drops the ulti. No response coming in from Grin. Mind Control, however, dies elsewhere. They found Kit's Milky next to the triangle area, finishing off a Darkseer. Looked like MC was maybe trying to do a bit of a wraparound and come from behind, but Grin, they were also delayed with their cores, and they found themselves a kill instead. Zeus ulti to take down Skem. Arteezy barely gets away from that bushwhack from Sneaky, takes the portal back to top. Gets still on the hunt, misses the lightning bolt by just a bit.
That would have been absolutely huge. With the follow-up there, I mean, he's probably dead. Yeah, it looks like he just got hit by a pretty long duration arrow near the secret shop. I don't know, probably from some of the wards that they had nearby on the side of Grin, but yeah, he kind of got sniped.
Yeah. Talking about snipes, they found Kits.
Dead too.
4 points, Worm's Wrath. This DK already level 16. Man, that is a really high level for a DK at 19 minutes compared to the rest of the pack. Like, he's got all of his spells pretty much maxed out. He applies a lot of minus armor too. Well, it's 4, but still, like, DK's damage output starts to hurt.
Yeah, plus this Mage Slayer as well to try and reduce a lot of the damage coming in from Grin. Vastly a magical lineup here until there's, I mean, there are now 2 points in the Solar Flare. And with this Gleipnir now, you're hoping to actually lock them down for a little bit longer, but still a decent chunk of magical damage coming out there. This could be a good fight. Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, it could be good for one side.
About it.
Not as good for the other side. Moo is going to have to try and hide in the trees here. Does have the Aghanims. He's stunning them up here. Can't get his epicenter off, though, as he's constantly interrupted. And I don't think he even has the damage either with the Mage Slayer debuff on him now. So they'll take down Moo. They interrupt Skem's ulti. He's been using this freezing field off cooldown non-stop. And they find themselves a hoodwink as Yopaj returning to the fray. Get himself a double kill there. Beyond godlike. 10:06 DK now.
Yeah, Sneaky was trying to be helpful by just getting in there and throwing out a bushwhack, but just ends up getting himself killed.
There's the carries.
Okay.
Carry versus carry. Pops the solar flare. No blink on the Pudge. Okay, he leaps out and leaps in. And now Pudge is in huge trouble. Damn.
If you can't connect the ulti, it is quite a bit. I mean, doesn't really have the best answers to physical damage, though, of course.
Yeah. Just the Bedlam jump in. Quick cleanup on Pingus. Arrow will miss. Well, it misses Yopaj. Okay, track professional arrow catcher.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So where do we go from here on the side of Grin? You know, like Shopify, they just want to keep up that tempo as they have throughout this entire game. Does Grin just continue to answer that, or do they have to try to maneuver away from it?
I think they try and hope for a good Roche fight. That's probably where they're going to be best. Between the Mirana leaps and the right click, the Zeus vision, the Hoodwink bushwhacks, the Venomancer, like Roche fight's kind of the dream. Sanking eggs, it all adds up there. And you know, Shopify also have good team fight. They have a Greaves pipe Darkseer. It's not going to be easy, but it's probably one of your better opportunities because if they come to your high ground with an Aegis, I feel like you're going to have a very bad time as Grin.
I also think so. Like the big play they were able to make yesterday was that early Aegis pickup for their Mirana. Of course, then we did see some signs of life on the side of the hut because they took it away from them. Sneaky. It's a bit deep in. All right, well, it's a Hoodwink in the trees. And he's like, yep, they have a ward here. Nope, they don't.
Yeah, just unlucky, really. He just walked into him.
Also, everyone stacked up the river. Yopaj really packing a punch there. 2 shots, Pingus in the river. We'll see. Kit's teleporting away. He's got Blink in 6 seconds, trying to keep up the chase on Moo. Moo's just going to burrow strike to the low ground. Yopaj, does he read correctly? Is he going to go all the way for it? He sees Milky too. We'll keep applying the pressure. And look at the damage he's dealing. This is pretty insane. And he's got it as well. They're going to go for the next one with Moo. Does have the Epi still ready, but still cannot intervene. Yopaj just keeps on going for more. Somebody stop this man. Kits is going to die to the dot damage, and MC with the Iron Shell gets the final tick. Now they're quite deep in the base, though. Yules comes out. Will miss the hook. That was actually the Willow Yules, but still doesn't matter. They're going to hunt Sneaky down. Grief by his teammate, Arteezy, you know. In a bit of rage.
Actually insane. Just dishing out these Iron Shells from MC onto the DK and the Pudge. There was the play, though. Bedlam plus Iron Shell blinking. And even without that help, the damage that you could see there on that Mirana, just ridiculous.
Yeah. Not a lot of hope. Very difficult for Grin to get back in this one as the map is slowly but surely shrinking away. With these tier 2 towers falling, there's the last one in bottom, and that's also going to be taken.
They still have a lot of Dragon Form left here.
Go high ground.
Have to leave.
Looks like they're just going to go for it. Arteezy does have 3k HP, misses the hook on Kits with a Heavenly Jump dodge. Sneaky, setting up with a Bushwhack, doesn't quite connect. Yopaj is going to continue hammering away. They force at the cliff. They're going to jump on Kits. Move will interrupt the ultimate there from the Pudge. They're going to lose the first one here. Epicenter never goes off. He never got it, but they're still doing a lot of damage. And Arteezy's about to fall. He's still surviving with 20 HP. How does he still keep himself alive? I don't know, but he's finally fallen. And Sneaky and Pingus are the final ones remaining. Yopaj, he's got the stun connection. He'll take another kill. Kits is buying back into this as well. There's just no mercy inside your own base. Hits with the ulti. It's not enough to finish off Yopaj. He's regenerating, but Sneaky with a Maelstrom proc will get it. And now Skem, his ulti is interrupted. And the Crystal Maiden's finally going to get dropped as well. But that did come through 2 buybacks in 24 minutes to hold their base. Like, this is relentless.
You know, guys, the next time the Pudge in your game blinks past the tier 3 tower and misses a hook by the tier 4s, just remember, Arteezy did it too, okay? Don't hate your Pudge too much, all right? Like, you end up losing 3 heroes. You force some buybacks, sure, but you don't even get the tier 3. That's just some classic good old Dota stuff right there. We're all the same, everyone. All right, it never ends. The trench never ends. This is, I mean, to be fair, it's North America, but, you know,
we're only human after all.
Qualifiers. Yeah, that's right.
MC still being chased here. He still gets the blink off here despite all the dot damage on him. Still has the pipe unused as well. Radiant scan into the triangle. They know they're there. MC just came away from there. Arteezy, nice hook.
Doesn't miss that one. Come to me, MC, he says.
If only you could, like, taunt your opponents with your voice to try and walk into a Pudge hook. He just jumps straight on top of Milky into the back from MC. And the hook connects onto Kits as well. Make it another set of kills. And MC actually is the one taking in the front. Very nice turnaround from Moo. Finally got the epicenter off. And then we'll get a couple kills. Kitrak coming with the buyback as well. Arteezy still going to look for the hook, but it actually hits onto a illusion. And Sneaky will die. Yopaj doing a bit too much damage to deal with. It's not just the carry Pudge, it's really this DK that packs a really mean punch. They're surging their way in. Looking for another target to focus on. Go straight for the tower. Pingus hides and Moo. No epi for 90 seconds. Also, no buybacks as well, because this was a dieback on the Hoodwink and the Zeus. They're gone for a long time.
Yeah, and they have the damage for these buildings. I mean, they are melting.
Dire's bottom barracks is falling.
Easily clear up 2 lanes.
Radiant's top tower is under
I don't think the glyph is going to be enough to save it either. And if it is refreshed now. Nice blink attempt there from Yopaj. He's very tanky. Nice hook. Goes right past the DK and catches Moose Sand King, and he's gone for 50 seconds as well. Shopify looking to close this one out.
Yeah, I think my main problem is it's a couple things with the carry Mirana. Number one, it takes a while to come online. Like, you're seeing these 2 talents. Now that these are online, you're like, oh, nice. Like, leap distance and just got the leap attack speed. That's cool. And then the level 20 when we saw the critical strike, that was also really cool. But then it's just the timing that kills me. Like, your buff only lasts, right, for 18 seconds.
It does feel like
I mean, this is what we get, though. Because this is why they do it. Because look at it.
Milky hammering away. He'll take 2. He's going to look for the triple here on RTZ's punch. He misses the hook. That will be a triple for Milky. And how's that work?
Too little, too late.
RTZ also asking the same question Trent is. How does that work?
It is absurd. Like, we can see why it's absurd, but it only perpetuates the bad pick because it tricks you. It makes you think that you can do this. You can't do this, Nemo.
Oh, and this is how easy it is to catch a Mirana. It doesn't take you that long to kill her either. They are so far behind. Sneaky Moon Kits with Pingus. They're going to look for this DK. That's a lot of money riding on Yopaj. Not a streak, but still plenty of gold. A total of 1,500 split with all these heroes.
This is actually winnable. And I'm not joking. This is actually winnable. Because of these deaths they're throwing away at the towers, and they never won got the Roche. Like, if Mirana gets back up and they go take Aegis, DK's dead for 60 seconds. I think it's theirs. Like, Mirana is getting to the scary point. If she gets, like, one more decent kill, she'll be level 20. And then it's not as bad with the Solar Flare cooldown, because at that point she'll have the 3rd point. So that's 20 seconds off. And then, of course, we'll have that critical strike, so even without the Solar Flare, she actually does some decent damage. Maybe she'll even buy another damage item.
I got one word, Trent. Copium.
Winnable. Dude, it's not. I don't want this is hate-filled copium. I do not want them to have a chance to win this game because it doesn't feel like it should work with this Mirana because of the tiny sliver of a window. Like, it's solar flare. It's less of a solar flare and more of like when you crack the curtains a little bit in the morning and there's like one ray of light that comes through, but the rest is darkness. That's how I feel about this carry Mirana. Okay, it's a tiny little glimmer of cool little light stuff, but the rest is trash. But now the curtains are opening wider and wider the later this game goes.
Yeah, there's a very valid point to look at. I mean, Milky, he's going to have to repeat these performances to actually make this one work out. At least he's got the Gleipnir and the BKB, so he does have that 9-second defensive item in his inventory now, which he has lacked all game because he didn't go for the Manta route, which we saw yesterday, I believe, where he needed some kind of dispel. And that BKB could do some wonders. There's a couple mean roots and stuns to work against the Frostbites, the Dark Willow's Bramble Maze. Maybe dodge a casual Dragon Tail stun. Can't break the Dismember, though. That's Moo's job. It feels like Moo has always been the one to interrupt the Pudge if he casts his R.
Moo continues his hatred of Blink Daggers, though, so it is still hard to actually start a good fight for them. And they're not going to end up getting this Roche. So, step 1 on the path to Copium going to be taken away here. Scam has an
when does it turn to Hopium?
Right, if they wipe them at the base, even if they just get, like, a good trade at their base, you know?
Right.
Like, if Mirana survives and is level 20, then game is winnable.
All right. I'll take your word for it. There have been, like, these very... I mean, as a player, you'd be, like, super disappointed when you see, like, RTZ at 100 HP just running around and disappears, and then you're going to get hit by another stun. It's like, oh, well, that's the big guy we were supposed to kill, which we couldn't quite finish off. And all that money writing, especially when they caught Yopaj by himself there. Big 1,500 gold swing. They're going to have to get a lot more of those. Pingus dying first is not the great start that they were looking for. And they're going to go straight for the tier 4 towers. At least force them back into the base, if nothing else. Moo on the side. Kitrek, good position. Benno coming in with the buyback. They're going to lose Kitrek right away. Moo's going to get caught by the stun. Yopaj, quick 2-meter hook there from Pudge. I don't know how many inches that is.
Solar Flare!
Oh, there we go. Soul Flare into the dismember. There's the interruption from Moo. He'll get that one. But the BKB is just not enough to hold Milky alive. They tried to force staff him. He tried to leap away. But that projectile, it's still going to hit. And Morana's gone for 60 seconds. And that's going to leave your tier 4 towers defenseless. Arteezy with another hook connecting onto Pingus. Still has that Aegis as well. Nice vacuum there from Mind Control, and I think that seals the deal. With Kits being taken down and the GG tap out. Shopify for the lead.
Good. I don't want to see the Morana. It's, I don't know. They have no way to do stuff in these games where they don't buy the blink on the Sand King. Like, I get it. I understand why he doesn't want to buy the blink, but I think when you have the Zeus as well, like, we talked about, like, all these ways where Shopify can make moves on the map and how the game is just tied together by this blink on the Dragon Knight. On Grin, it's like, okay, Hoodwink, go hit some bushwhacks, friend. Like, I don't know how else you actually start a fight. So you're just guaranteed to be on the back foot pretty much the entire game.
Yeah, and also the damage that Milky dealt wasn't really that commendable in the end as well. 22k when Sneaky did more with 23 and Kits. Of course, the Zeus always does damage to everybody. But, like, there was some close call fights here. Like, we saw this Skem beautiful freezing field at the start. It's like, yeah, he's so low, doesn't die to this Morana. Then we had another fight. I think that was also at the tier 1 tower later on where Arteezy got blown up right away. And then there's just more and more issues all over the place to deal with. And Yopaj's DK started looking scarier with every passing minute of the game.
This play was insane. Like, that really helped them. It put them into the high ground situation that they kind of threw a few things away after that. But just this whole movement here from Yopaj, like getting another blink off and just essentially soloing down the Morana, and then with a little bit of help from the Iron Shell to take down the Zeus, like, neither of them can buy back. Just the defense is over at that point.
Yeah. Pretty big spell combinations too, with not only just the Iron Shell but the Bedlam. Plus, we did see, I think, only once where Pudge had all 3 spells combined with the Rod, the Bedlam, and the Iron Shell. But it was a bit too much damage for Grin to deal with. Just the overall sustain when you're reliant on a, sustain from Morana, which still needs a lot of items. So it needs time. And then it's still not a hero that scales that well that you can scale the late game with it. So I think you're right about that. The Morana definitely has a lot of flaws, and you need too many things to succeed and go your way to make it work.
It's a bit tricky. Maybe they'll try it again, but maybe just we'll find something that's a little bit more reliable. We'll have to see. I mean, scoreboard, as you can see here, very impressive stuff here from the Arteezy Pudge. I thought that was played pretty well. The build was good. Just got the Ags up, helped with a couple of those kills in the laning stage, kind of boosted after those phase boots, and then immediately into the Eternal Shroud because they do kind of have a single damage inside of Grin Esports, again, because the way the Solar Flare works. Like 90% of the time, they have only physical damage coming up from Morana and Hoodwink, like right clicks plus Acorn. It just wasn't that great because obviously there wasn't that much damage actually being popped out by those like stingers in the late game, really.
Yeah. And of course, our standout player for this first game is going to be Yopaj with this DK. He made quite a lot of moves, not only just by himself, but then coordinated with the rest of the team to follow up on those. Skem, I think he had quite a lot of MVPs yesterday, so it's time to pass over the torch to the next player. I'm really excited to see the form Yopaj has. This is an early morning series for these players, but Yopaj really wide awake and ready for this one.
Yeah, he looked fantastic. I think the DK was, relatively early too, but they knew that it's a good option for them for the Zeus. They didn't like overcommit for the Earth Spirit like they did before in terms of just like knowing that you're going to have to get super aggressive early, that you can kind of bide your time a bit for the Blink Dagger. So we'll see what changes when it comes to the draft moving the next game, what heroes are going to be left in, what heroes might just be abandoned off to the side. You guys are going to have to stick around and find out.
Yep, you heard the man. Let's take an ad break and be back for game number 2.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Well, heading over to the second game of Shopify Rebellion versus Green Esports here at the upper bracket rounds. It is Shopify taking the lead for now, but can Grin still find an answer against them is the big question looming in the air. Still something about that first game and Sneaky and his Hoodwink, which is probably, I think this time going to be targeted a bit because I did look up some of those damage numbers and his Acorn Shot was the second highest damage dealing ability in this game right after Pudge Rot by 400 damage. So I think that facet is kind of busted.
Yeah, it is wild. I mean, it's just a guarantee that you're gonna get the double tap right on a lot of these heroes when you're rotating around, and then of course just in the late game when it's bouncing onto multiple targets. Yeah, pretty damn good. So again, though, it comes down to the question of like, can you afford to ban it? Because there's other heroes that, in theory, are more frightening, like the Spirit Breaker, who I think has been banned in every one of our games so far.
Yep, absolutely crisp. Every single game so far with the Spirit Breaker. But still a bit of variation here and there. I think TA and Storm Spirit, of course, have been following the same trend so far. And also, as we're heading over into the draft of game number 2, I believe we have the same storyline happening here as well. Yes, sir. This is Spirit Breaker, TA, and the Storm Spirit continuing to be here in the bans. But like you said, Hoodwink probably, it is ban worthy, but not sure if you can afford it. That's the big poison that Shopify has to consider. Is it worth taking or not?
So far, I just thought I'd check really quickly. All the games we've cast, I believe, have had Spirit Breaker banned, if I'm not mistaken. That this is number 6 now. But the only hero who is banned in every single game has been Templar Assassin, which I don't think is that surprising. Witch Doctor and Storm both slipped through just once. Both won their games. Same thing with Shadow Fiend. Also only slipped through twice. Won both games. And the only other hero that's been featured in every single game was Clockwork, who's got 3 picks and 5 bans. So it's only 8 games in so far, but we're not all over the hero pool quite yet.
Yeah, there's still a plenty to go with.
Whoa.
I think we have
like these new faces.
seen these two guys before. Dark Willow and Dragon Knight going to continue. This time, the DKs on Grin Esports side. I mean, if there's been a lot of talk where DK feels like a kind of a rubbish hero, especially maybe when he's being played from the offlane, it's like, yeah, he doesn't do any damage anymore. But Yopaj really set everybody else straight. Like in the DK, in the mid lane, this hero definitely hurts a lot and can still dish out very nice amounts of damage. And with the good old Mage Slayer build, too.
Yeah, plus you don't really have to worry about your lane is also another big part of it. Try and just make sure that you're going to get through it, and you can pair nicely with plenty of heroes, so it's a safe opener. Weaver getting banned out again here, but yeah, no Hoodwinks.
No
Not
Hoodwink.
today, indeed, so can't be having that one again here, Sneaky. Have to see what other hero Sneaky likes to play.
Does he play any other heroes?
The real question.
10 seconds remaining.
Still a whole ton of uncontested heroes in the pool. Looked at heroes that have not been picked or banned so far. 62. So still a plenty as we're in the early phases of this qualifier. What's a hero you would like to see from that pool? Are you a Morita enjoyer? Would you like to see the Shadow Shaman post nerf still show up?
I think Dazzle, maybe. Arc Warden, I think, has looked like a potential hero for people might be. I saw a lot of pro players were practicing it leading into the qualifiers, so I thought maybe we might see that. I think anyone else really jumping at me here of our unpicked heroes? Not really. I mean, Primal Beast. I don't know. I didn't know that his life was that bad now. Because I mean, coming into 7.36, he was like one of the best heroes. Like super necessary and to be picked or banned in so many games. But
yeah,
it looks like he's not doing too hot right now in the pubs.
Yeah, the Primal Beast has been waning and kind of being on a very what's it called? Narrow plank, basically, at the moment. And of course, that is the first Abaddon ban of this qualifier as they pick up the Marana into an axe.
Okay.
Control axe.
they're going to continue to believe in the Mirana. This might be sneaky related because they have 10th pick, so this could just end up being a position for Mirana. And it's easy setup for the DK. They can lane well together, so they'll probably try and keep their position 1 open as we continue through. And yet, this was the other hero I almost mentioned because Wyvern talked about how it is crazy annoying to play against the Splinter Blast in the laning stage now because if the creeps are coming at you under the tower, then the Wyvern could just Splinter Blast off their own creeps. Really strong. But this will be the first Wyvern game
Seconds remaining.
of
Certainly
NA,
is.
that is.
Of NA at least, yeah. Like the you've been talking to me quite a lot about this Winter Wyvern during the course of, I mean, at least yesterday. I think this year was brought up multiple times, but pretty much ignored, or at least hasn't actually even been banned either. So now going for the first pick as well. Support or core though? Would you like to see a core Wyvern maybe?
No, I'm good.
I'm good.
Yeah, just support's fine. It's okay. I'm a bit of a Wyvern expert. I'm trying to find my stats. I know I have really bad Wyvern stats. Yeah, I'm 2-12 lifetime apparently on Wyvern. So, yeah, not really one of my go-to heroes, but clearly I know what I'm talking about when it comes to Wyvern. I love when you find a hero in your stats, you're just like, oh my god, like I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah, I also looked at my Wyvern stats. I'm 13-12, so still on the positive.
Nice. That's pretty good.
Not a go-to hero for me though, but I've been looking at the core Wyvern even before 7.36, and I was like, I see why people are playing this, and you know, still the classic support that is so good versus physical damage. So Mirana's gonna have to at least bring that Gleipnir into play this game if you want to deal damage versus Cold Embrace. So otherwise, you're doing nada.
It's true. Axe Wyvern's also a pretty funny combo. Back in my day, it was used for Axe when they didn't buy Vanguard. You could just stack Ancients, Cold Embrace the Axe, and then spin them down. That was always a cheeky combo.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to go for the Medusa here from Grin. So we did see a Medusa yesterday, and that was in combination with a Slardar, and it was really nice. So was that Grin who did that?
It was, because they swapped out the Mirana into the Medusa for Milky in the final phase, and they had the starter picked up. Yeah, the single target Medusa doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, it was
Remember
really
correct.
good. It also would give you Crush versus the Dark Willow, which can be pretty useful, but you don't offer anything versus Wyverns, so
Ooh.
could be a bit scary. And yeah, they're going to grab that Tree and Protector. This was a hero we were talking about yesterday, where I thought that that hero also looked pretty good. Benefits being that you can use that the tree facet to always get damage on your Nature's Grasp, and he's been doing pretty well stats wise in the top tier pubs.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep, 89% have been picking up the Sapling facet over the Primeval Power, which would have otherwise been the +5 damage per hero level. Not as great compared to the Leech Seed Tree. And, you know, we are, I mean, it's not exactly the TB versus PL, but it is the Medusa versus PL. So a bunch of illusions and a bunch of copies running all over the place, bunch of AoE damage.
Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, this is not here we get to see too often. Again, another new one for the NA qualifiers. First PL mention that we're going to see, I believe.
Yeah, boys are cooking.
I actually don't even know what his facets are. What are his facets?
He's got the uncontrollable illusions, and I don't remember the other one.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He got one of those. Yeah, he got one of the dummy mode facets.
Yep. Can work in low MMR pubs, as I've heard, because they're still illusions, but still uncontrollable. So
10 seconds.
I guess when you climb up the ranks, it becomes a bit harder to consider picking up that facet. I actually need to look up what the heck is that other
Apparently,
one.
more people are still taking it anyway.
Really? Okay.
That's interesting. I guess it's just that much better because they do more damage. Plus, like, controlling your illusions as PL isn't like that necessary, I think, compared to other heroes, you know, because they don't last that long. It's not like you're like sending them in multiple lanes. I don't think it's too crazy.
Still, I mean, yeah, it's 26% increased illusion damage at the last rank of Juxtapose, and then the other one is spawning an additional illusion per 25% of PL's health missing. So 26% over 4 illusions from Doppelganger. Yeah, I'll take the uncontrollable illusions for that one. That's a lot of damage.
Okay, yeah, we gotta up that convergence numbers. We gotta do something better with that facet.
Let's start spamming it in our pubs.
Yeah, get that win
No,
rate down.
I'm not playing that hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Invoker and Windranger are taken away, so some of those Yopaj heroes being targeted as well. Moo will not get his Darkseer. Smart ban when you have the PL on the field. All these illusion-based heroes, Manta Carriers, don't like Darkseer.
Yeah.
You
Is
don't
it
classic.
worth banning the Slardar just because they could get, like, I mean, you have to get mega late game for that to really matter with, like, the Undispellable Crows of Haze, so probably not.
Shopify Rebellions.
Let's get rid of the Tide instead. That's good. Get rid of a leash. That could have been pretty useful there.
Radiant team pick.
There's your Earth Spirit.
Okay.
Straight for Yopaj. Most likely up against the DK in the mid lane, so melee to melee.
So here's what I don't like. They have all this flex possible, and they have 22 seconds total to use it.
10 seconds.
I really hate it when that happens on a last pick team. Because, like, they have Mirana could be core or support, DK could be mid, safe lane, whatever, off lane. Medusa's, yeah, she's locked in place, but, like, it doesn't matter how much flexibility is in your draft. You only have 20 seconds to use it. And so they're just going to grab the Timber Saw. That's pretty good, considering the limited time they had. Earth Spirit, Phantom Lancer, Axe. Yeah, this is pretty solid for a mid Timber.
Yeah, it's a pretty
And
solid pickup.
Now, is there any value going for the Moonlight Shadow? I think when you have a Medusa on your team, you're probably looking for the Solar Flare to just keep it, right? With the DK too. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, it definitely works out. Also, big question. Moo's playing DK. Will he build a Blink Dagger? you
Surely.
kinda need someone to initiate in these fights. It can't just be Timbersaw chaining around, Mirana leaping in. Treant needs a blink at least to initiate. Maybe it's just one of those games where Moo's just gonna walk his way to the fight. Can he break his habits?
RTZ was looking. He did have Convergence selected for a second there, but I think it's just the default one. So he swaps over quickly to Divergence. So, and it's only the juxtaposed illusions that are uncontrollable, right?
Yes.
So that makes sense why it's actually totally fine.
Yeah, definitely make it work.
Oh, interesting. So they can perform Phantom Rush and change targets once the original one is dead. If there are no valid targets in range, illusions disappear. Okay.
It could
Weird.
could be easy to find the right PL if there's non-combat action going on. Say you're smoking up, there's probably not any illusions around. You'll maybe find it a bit easier to find the right PL, but outside of that, I really can't think of another way it could be that bad. Like uncontrollable illusions doesn't matter. If they're still doing damage to the targets, it makes your Ags build still just as viable as it has been before, which is pretty much been the way to go with these PLs. They just rush Aghanims and start building into stats after.
Yes, indeed. It's been that way for a while. Yeah, the Ags has really become kind of the whole deal with this hero with that double lance. Off they
And
go.
of course, with Yopaj with that Earth Spirit too. I mean, not the biggest highlight as well with his facets have always been kind of like, well, we always go for Resonance. The other one, the dummy down mode one as well. I don't think we need two of those facets in our team. Let's just stick to one.
Yeah, that's right.
We got a tournament going on.
It looks like that ward was spotted here. So, Yopaj may be thinking about denying it. But he's going to let it rock.
Also, I'm really happy. For once, I cast a game where they were playing against Treant Protector and they didn't cut down his trees. And Mind Control cutting these trees down, it gives me zen. I feel happy.
Seconds to
Yeah, my hot take on that is that you should do this versus all melee supports. Because all melee supports rely on these trees almost as much as Train Protector. Like Ogres, Clockworks, you take care of these trees, yeah, guess what? They also suck. Like,
Yeah.
It's funny how dedicated everyone is to get rid of him when it's Train Protector. And yes, obviously he uses them more, but like, it's just as bad for those other guys, man. Like, they
Yep.
also have a very hard time.
It's a very valid point.
the battle
Kits,
begins.
I don't think he wants to stick around for too long here as that bounty room spawns and he's going to tank some early damage. Gets caught by the root. And it's not just damage. It looks like he might actually just kill Kits right away. 40 HP. The Blood Grenade is not going to do enough damage to finish him off. But a lot of... I mean, he's going to have to go into the lane by burning all his tangos, pretty much.
Yeah, that is not how you want to start things. It's okay, though, because he did get 3 mana back for using it. So,
Oh, hell yeah.
Think about that. who else gets 3 mana when they tango?
But you know what? It's a repeat. It's a 3-1 bounty split. Again for Shopify.
Sounds good.
So 2 times. Yeah, at least last time they also got the D ward, which made things even worse. I think this is slightly better. Copium.
That's a good point. Yep. It's going to be a very annoying lane, I think, down bottom. There's a Medusa trying to deal with an Axe and a Dark Willow with a melee support on your side. It's going to be pretty hard to zone out Kitrak. And then it's interesting how they're just constantly bullying Pingus too, right? They're not doing the constant DOTs on the Medusa. They're just going to try and ruin the Treant's time. So he has even less space that he can provide for the Deuce in the first place.
Yeah, and Milky is also already out of mana completely, despite them only focusing on the Treant pretty much. It's also a bit worrying. Medusa's going to have to bring in a lot of extra regen. We've got the Basilius flying out on the Courier. Does hold on to that extra Mango. And a Stick, which of course is going to get a plenty of stacks with Battle Hunger. And the, Bramble Maze, 22 seconds. Not bad of a cooldown. Meanwhile, on the other lane, Artur, our boy, trying to hide in the trees, but Sneaky's a bit sneakier than he is.
Okay, I was just watching bottom for most of that, and yeah, PL, that's a bad time. It is a Phantom Lancer, of course, not really known for being a very strong hero during the laning stage. Immediately bullied down to half HP. Welcome back to the lane there, dude.
Rough.
What the hell? Give me that Tango Scam, his last bit of regen on the Wyvern.
I just like to see like DK starting off with Q and W and just ignoring that passive completely, only playing active on this lane. They might actually even get to trade on Moo. Just a couple hits remaining and Skem's gonna get this one, and maybe there's the turn too, as Sneaky has to jump away with this final leap charge. It looked so good for a second there with RTZ TPs to the lane. He's already down to like 40% HP. It's like he shouldn't be able to come back into this lane anymore, but they somehow find a way to kill Moo.
I feel like that was directed at me. I'm also the such simple minds. I totally underestimated that level 1 heal on Wyvern being so insane now. Another reason why this hero is really good. Just slowly buffed over time. That was crazy. That was so much HP, actually. And when you have a lot of physical damage and you got like a decent armor hero, you know, he's already up to 6, especially because I think he was still like in the tower AoE even.
Yeah. Also with the Arctic Burn, Skem does a lot of damage onto Moo's DK. Also have to soak up quite a bit. Artur just not quite picking up with the CS yet, so they're going to have to really manhandle this DK out of the lane. Same thing with Marana being a nuisance. No Starstorm points yet, though.
Yeah, that part's a little bit annoying. But, I mean, hey, no kills onto Melky's Medusa. The last hits are pretty okay considering. I don't think you can expect anything to be too perfect down here. And up top now, they're going to get us into the tower as well for Moo. So as long as he doesn't die here on DK, then they're also pretty pleased because they've got the camp blocked off. Small camp will spawn, though, so there's at least an option for Skem.
Quick Dragon Tail turnaround. Nice burst there onto the PL. RTZ already down to half. Skem continuing to apply the pressure onto the DK. Both cores suffering quite a lot. No kills being scored yet.
He's gonna try the arrow. Okay. Oh, sorry. I thought you guys were watching that. He called Embrace him, and he went for a really late arrow, but it was just a little bit too late. Doppelganger comes out, so he's gonna use a lot of their resources up top there.
Pretty hefty cooldown, too. Look at that amount of regen that Skem just got on his Courier. He's got his full backpack now as well. Bunch of wards, extra tangos, 3 mangoes. He's really gonna enjoy all that extra mana in that lane.
It's because Arteezy keeps taking all his tangos, so
Yeah.
he needs the mangoes for his own HP regen. That's how it's going right now. Yeah. Well, despite coming to the lane with no HP, Kits has managed to survive here. And there's the bottle. Looks like Yopaj does with this urn. Trying to come up top.
Yeah, earned rotation, pre-6, no magnetize.
Kick is hefty, though, at this point.
Let's see what they can do here. Sneaky, 2 leap charges. The stun out from the DK. The Roland comes out and surprises Moo off guard. He's going to go for the straight teleport out, and he's gone. So they will skip out on a kill, but at the same time, it opens up the lane for Arteezy.
He did go to the tower, though. I actually thought he went home.
Oh, he went. Oh, yeah. True, true.
But he was very low ending that TP. Only double digits HP, but survives. And with the double bracers and the tangos. Get back
That
up
also
here.
means the supports have both rotated to mid. Pingus and Sneaky to cover up the rune for Kits. They're rolling in
but
bottom,
Kirak.
and it is bottom as well. He's going to get the arcane rune for himself. He's going to pop it right away. Spell's still on cooldown for a bit. He needs to survive Kits for a little bit longer. Arrow misses, goes straight under his staff, or whatever mace that he is holding on to. Pingus will drop to Kitrak. Sneaky and Kit still trying to chase the Willow. Sneaky's courier is going to get killed.
He's out of there.
All right, damage being dealt. And an empty bottle for Mr. Timber, but at least Pingus respawns, gets that casual bottle refill for the Timber.
Oh, despite all this action, they still have some ancient stacks already set up there. Probably going to get a few more going, I'm sure, soon for MC.
Ooh, and they're also contesting the Radiant Triangle at the same time. Sneaky spotted here, going to get hit by the stun, kicked into the root. That always works. You're not going to leap out of that one.
Kicked into Skem for the kill steal.
Yep. Yeah, that too. I think Skem's earned it. Wisdom
by
Rune
Pingo,
almost
though.
stolen.
Radiant
Yeah.
are scanned.
Saved.
Quick, yeah, they're drawing some lines here. Like this is the escape route he's taken. Oh, and Moo actually could have connected, but then again, no mana really. I would have had to burn the Lotus for a Dragon Tail.
Moo's level 4. It's not good.
A bit of a struggle.
It's been a busy off lane up here. I mean, even Arteezy is only like level 5 and a quarter. So it's not like Moo's necessarily that far behind even. It's just been really busy with a lot of heroes, and we just sort of devolved into a 1v1 on the bottom lane. With MC just being able to cut waves, and then Melky catching waves under tower, and then going to farm jungle. So Mind Control's happy. He's going to have a great axe start, especially with these stacks being made by Kitrak in the jungle.
Radiant's bottom tower
Bunch of activity there in the lane.
Missed the double, though.
Pingus is also here. There's a Watcher plus a Ward. I'll see all these movements happening towards the top lane. Moo and Mirana, they would like to fight. They spot Arteezy. There's the arrow from the Dragon Tail. Is it enough damage, though? The Doppelganger's available. He's just going to stand there in the cold embrace. Going to get some heals up. Mirana leaped already once. Arteezy really drawing the limits here, looking for that kills. He knows exactly how far he can extend, and Moo does have the stun available, but the PL's a bit too far away now. So no kill either side, just a lot of damage being traded.
Yeah, nice play from Arteezy, because and as well from Skem, because he knows there's no more nukes at that point. So he knows that the heal's going to get a lot of value.
Yeah, and here's the reinforcements. MC is also trapped between a smoke gang, so two separate fights about to happen. The DK already getting focused down. He is going to go down there, and MC to fall in the bottom lane. So both offlaners going to bite the bullet.
Technically, I think it's going to be a win for Grin, simply because the axe is quite a bit more farmed by like 1,000 gold. So, yeah, you'll definitely take that. Pingu getting the last hit isn't the best. You'd love to get this Medusa a little bit further up on the old chart, but she's got 2 nulls and arcanes, you know, like Medusas do. And we'll soon start farming her way through the neutrals. Going to see more and more stacks. And maybe we'll even get to see MC farm up some of these here soon. But again, no Vanguard build means he's going to need the Blade Mail.
Yeah.
You need some defensive item before you can do it, unless you're actually going to bring the Wyvern over. But Skem's still too busy giving Arteezy a good time, so we don't get our cheeky little combo.
Also, one big thing that's going to dictate a lot this game is actually the physical damage versus mind control stacks from his init, the Code of Blood. How good of a start will this axe get in terms of kills or being around kills? And how many stacks does he get? Because if you get to that point early where you have like, oh, I've got like 3 stacks, that's good. But when you get to like 9, soon you're going to have a bunch more after that and just snowball out of hands, while Yopaj gonna get surrounded by Kits and Sneaky, and now chasing Skem as well. Moo is not interested. Wyvern taking a bit of a detour. He'll get burnt down by the Timber Saw. But I think, yeah, like, if he can get, like, a lot of kills for mind control, his game just gets easier and easier because of all the physical that Grin has.
Yeah, he took one swing at this camp. He's now just considering, doing a little bit of math here. There we go.
Calculations going in his mind.
Need the Serenity back up here just to make sure. I've seen a lot of axes dying lately, including in like qualifiers for Riyadh and stuff. There were some bad times at the Ancients for the axes who were trying to rush this on the earlier end.
He doesn't want to join that bunch. It feels weird, like the amount of armor this hero gets with just call and dunk. Like, already getting 14 currently, and on the last point is 15. You get a kill, you get 20 armor, and then you have all the armor on top of that. Then you have armor from Code of Blood, and you got armor from your items. It's like, man, when does it end? Never. Eternally scaling.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. He needs it though. You know, Axe, he's like a staple hero in Dota. He's like Jug. He's one of those heroes you think of when you think of Dota. So we gotta make sure that he's pretty good. Jug's
Can we just rename the
back.
hero?
No. Why would we do that? His name's Axe.
I don't know. Maybe
Actually,
he's
his
a tank.
Axe's name is Axe. No one's quite sure who Axe really is.
I don't know. Maybe we could make like a petition so that he's called Tank. Like that. Oh, if that's gonna work. Moo though. Burning down to the Magnetize and rolled in by Yopaj. Game gonna get taken down by Kits. Does have another chain available. Nice dodge there. The Terrorize as well, forcing away the Timber Saw. And Sneaky will take down Yopaj. And the Solar Flare doing a lot of work. Kit track surrounded by a bunch of hostiles here from Grin. Still being chased here. Sneaky 10 seconds for another arrow.
Hey,
Won't
don't bring
be
him
able
over
to
here.
get
I'm
that.
farming. What are you doing? I'm your carry.
Team. Well,
escape there.
Bottom tower is under attack.
He's at least making stable progress towards the Aghanims on the PL. Just one more piece pretty much and a couple hundred on top.
Yeah, it'd be nice if a DK could take a PL's tower before 13 minutes, but this is the life that they're in. I mean, they have the net worth lead, so life's okay. But the big goal right now is still on mind control for Shopify.
Yes.
And they're just going to hop down. They're going to take that tower, give the gold to RTZ, and mind control will be entering the game once he's this Blink Dagger. And it won't take too long here as he does a round of jungle farming.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
Just a hop, skip, and a jump, and you've got Axe on top of you.
Radiant are scanning.
Plenty of camps being stacked this game, especially the number 14 on the side of Grin. Been building up this Medusa.
She's probably
those
going to get the
jungle
wisdom,
camps.
too.
Yeah.
Get the Ancient, give her the Wisdom Rune.
Radiant's bottom tower
Get her
is
into a fighting shape right now as Grin sort of take over this dire jungle. Shopify were in the Radiant side as well. Yopaj was farming through some camps and stuff before he got himself stuck. And out he goes. Man, Move really hates Blink Dagger, huh?
Yeah.
Bro, just
Me
don't
and
believe in
Fear,
it.
we've been laughing about it for you know, almost the entire last DPC, but that's his way. He has his item builds. He sticks to his item builds. He plays his game. And we were really happy, like when he was playing with Lelis, because he had a dedicated 4 who builds a Blink. Now we have to suffice with Sneaky Leap and Solar Flare, but hey, that can
Surely
still work.
he gets Blink after this, though, right? Like it does.
Yeah,
It does come eventually.
Maybe. I'm not too comfortable to say, to say it for sure yet.
That's insane.
Maybe we'll have to give it some time. You know, maybe like depends how their initiation works out. Because obviously the game is screaming for a Blink on the DK, but we'll have to wait and see.
You should
Treant at least. I like his quick buy, but in all honesty, I'd like to see that shard come out first before anything else. Just my personal preference. So spot Yopaj TPing in.
Yeah, lets him go.
Does that also mean they're trying to wrap around behind Skem through the portal? Because that's what it's looking like right now. Wyvern has shown himself in the lane with the Splinter Blast, and here comes the reinforcements.
Radiant are
There's a
They're
kobold
trying
there
to
as
find
well.
someone better. They're like, is there anyone more valuable behind this wyvern? And there's like, oh no.
Yeah,
wyvern,
we'll just take
whatever.
this one instead. The kobold gonna get killed by Skim. 6 gold. Woohoo! And a big curse, but it's not really gonna kill Sneaky. Well,
Why
the
you
enemy's
drop
been found,
curse?
and Shopify can take over the map again.
All right. Scam really wanted to live, huh?
Not sure if he got the whole team of the curse, he could just portal away, make the great
Yeah.
escape happen. Off lane, they're gonna jump the DK. Here comes mind control and slap. Coat of blood stacks. Here
just
we
like,
go.
how-
This is the start
Where
of
did he
something
come
beautiful.
from? How did he just get on top of me like that? It's like he blinked from out of nowhere. What strange item is this?
I don't know. Muse queued it up as soon as he saw the power that Axe has
It's
with
like,
his
"Oh, well,
blink.
hold
He's
on.
like, what is this item? I need this.
Pretty good. All right. So, I mean, his team's ready to fight now. He's probably just waiting for his Deucer to come online. You know how it goes. Hopefully that Blink Dagger comes out at a quick timing, because Arteezy, he's going to be looking to take over this net worth chart here with his Aghanim Scepter if he gets the space for it. But Melky is out. The snake is loose. She's roaming around the map. Got the 2 points of the Stone Gaze now, so it feels like you can be a little bit more brave out here.
Brave the wilds on the dire side of the map. They're also stacking ancients for the Medusa on the dire side of the map for Milky to farm. Efficiency.
Top tower is under attack.
So the top tier 2 on the Radiant side also taking a bit of damage here now and then with the creep waves pushing in and Arteezy sending in some more illusions. It's going to take some time, but it's honest work.
Certainly is.
It does feel like a bit of a waiting game with only 14 kills in the game so far, Trent. Nobody's in a
Yeah,
rush.
I think that's kind of good for Grim, because Shopify has looked really strong when they play this upbeat, fast tempo. And this game is sort of forcing them to slow down a little bit because they want to respect the Medusa, counter pick in the PL, and that takes time to get online because he wants to get this defusal eventually for the actual counter pick logic. But first he needs this Ags, and then he's probably going to want a Manta to make that all
Ruh-roh.
even better.
Ruh-roh. That's a place for a good call. MC only catches the DK, though. Timber, he's like 1 meter away from the haste room, but he won't be able to take it up. And Moo is already down to mind control. That's another Code of Blood harvested. The curse will be popped as well, so the Timber will not finish off a kill there. Oh, MC with a call connecting onto 2 this time with Kits in it as well. And there goes Sneaky's Marana. Milky dropping the Stone Gaze actually prevents Yopash from rolling in, but he's got another roll-in available right now. And straight to the Medusa they go. Kick back into Arteezy's hands. And he's got that defusal with the Aghanim, so that's going to burn Medusa's mana pool very efficiently. Yopash with another roll-in. Pinga's trying to drop in a heal with the Leech Seed. And the Axe call from Mind Control. They're close to getting Milky done. Moo's also come back to action. Pingus with the root onto the Earth Spirit. Yopash is going to have to pig-pole his way out of this one, but looks like he's got no escape. As I say that, he rolls out one more time. Moo does not have the blink, so he's just going to have to say bye-bye to his friend Earth Spirit rolling away. So he lives.
I mean, good news. They managed to keep Melky alive, but that does take the lead away from Grin that they'd slowly been gaining over time. Shopify finding a great play there. MC, good call. Didn't catch Timber, but perhaps the worst thing out of all that is that Kits went for BKB first and then dies. That's a sad time. If you're buying a BKB pre 20 minutes as like one of your first big items and you lose the first BKB fight, not a good indicator for how the rest of your game's gonna go.
It's also going to speed up the item progress a lot on the side of Shopify with the BKB almost ready on the Axe. We've got a Mage Slayer Winter Wyvern coming up soon. Another BKB up on the Earth Spirit, just a recipe away. Bunch of big items from all these kills that they're getting, and feels like Grin, they're kind of stuck on their spot right now with Timber also literally stuck in the root. Pops his BKB. Axe totally dropping though. They turn around for a kill. That's a lot of money from Moo towards his blink. Only 100 gold short. Skim. Nice curse. Might just take down Sneaky from the right clicks off the DK, and Sneaky will live. Kinga's dropping in the heal as well. Yopash trying to go for the roll-in, but the Dragon Tail Stun will follow him all the way through. are a bit split right now with Shopify taking over a larger area, but it's still 4v5 without the axe. So that will just be the only casualty. They are drawing a line towards the triangle, though. They might catch Milky here.
Yeah, this is quite different from how they played before. They're actually getting a little bit aggressive here from Grin. It's nice to see.
Yeah, not getting in.
Yeah, it'd be a lot easier once this Blink's done for Moo. It's coming right now, so could even give them an opportunity to perhaps pick off Arteezy as he's trying to farm up towards this Manta. There's a great ward from the Dire inside that Radiant Triangle. It spotted the maneuver over here to the Wisdom Rune by Moo and Milky, so possibly why they're not trying to contest. No Dragon Form, but just going to use Medusa's right clicks and the Mana Shield to tank their way through this.
It just works. Easy to take it with 2. And Moo gets himself a reward with that shard as well, because we saw Treant already bought his. That means that Sneaky is going to have to wait a bit longer for the leap shard.
Another BK picked up here. It's time for Yopaj.
Yeah.
First item in a long time for him. Classic Earth Spirit. Like, they didn't have that many fights as well after he got the Spirit Vessels, so he doesn't have that, like, oh, we're fighting all the time acceleration, and he has 2 cores that are just vacuuming up everything on the map and the Axe and the PL, so you're bound to fall behind a little bit on this hero.
Yeah, it tends to happen. Got an Arcane Rune, so he's rolling about every 3 seconds. And it's pretty handy, so Moo doesn't have the opportunity to catch him. Still recalibrating or calibrating his Blink Dagger. All he has now. 9-9, only 18 kills. We're less than a kill per minute pace. Will this ramp up at some point? You got like big constant brawling like we've seen from Shopify and Grin in game 1.
I could see it ramping up for Shopify. Like, they could be the ones who are just hunting constantly because, like, PL just has no cooldowns. He's just ready to fight nonstop. And same thing with most of their heroes. Like, you don't need Magnetize for the fights. Axe, no cooldowns. So the Radiant side, it's a little bit trickier because the DK and the Medusa can be spooky to fight without the Stone Gaze. Can't really fight without Dragon Form. So it'll be Shopify Rebellion who are dictating the pace. And although they've been slower than previous games, now they're just going to crank it and turn it up. Yeah, I don't think they're going back across that river for a while now.
It's going to take a bit. All of Grin pretty much just playing the south side of the map here. The extended frontiers. Well, on Shopify hoping to get a quick close-up on any hero moving around the mid or bottom area, but nobody's showing up, and so they are going to smoke and still remain here. There's a Dire scan now. Finally locate where Grin are, and Grin walking into the pit at the same time. We might see our first full-on 5v5 team fight.
Now, they thought about smoking up top of Shopify to maybe go back and defend their tier 2 tower. The fact that that tower is still pretty pressured, it's probably why Grin are still a little bit wary. You know, you got Tree on the outside, Sneaky sitting up on the twin gate. Their courier's going to go through, unharassed.
Yep. More and more info. Yopaj with the Roland. Catches Sneaky. Sneaky quickly leaps, though. No connection there from the Earth Spirit, but 1,300 HP remaining on Roshan. Roshan going to be very low. Who's going to be taking that Aegis for themselves? Milky is still inside the pit. He's going to be feared out. Yopaj rolling in. Yopaj! He's going to take the Aegis. He's going to take that for himself. There's a big call from Mind Control as well. Onto Moo, onto Timber. There's the curse fall off as well. But Axe is actually dying inside that while that curse is rolling in because they are not falling to him. And now Moot and MC both out for the count. There goes Milky. And looking onto Kits' Timber Saw. He burns out the Aegis from Yopaj, but Skem continues to harass. Can he take the Timber out? No, he cannot. And now Sneaky in the pit. Okay, he literally just started channeling his teleport. Gets hit by the rolling boulder there from Yopaj. There's no way out really for this Mirana. There goes your last leap charge. And the man of the hour there. Just in time into the Roche pit. It was a very cautious, slow approach, but got the job done.
I don't know how he didn't get the last hit. Because he rolled in, he ended up snatching the Aegis. The Radiant still got credit, despite him kicking out the Dusa. So I'm not sure what it was. Like, was it one of her just like last stray projectiles? Maybe just a random spell that flew in, I guess. I'm not sure.
And also, and if I'm not sure, I might have seen an illusion in the pit. So if a Medusa illusion got the last hit, which doesn't do that much single target damage, so still be quite a... Well, let's just look at the replay and see.
Maybe we can see here. he rolls in, kicks out, right clicks. I don't know.
Curious. I don't know either.
It is hard to tell. I wonder if it was like, yeah, actually, I just don't know. I have to check that one out later, perhaps. But it looked kind of good too because the Atos from Sneaky, right? He catches the axe, and I was like, oh wow, like that's the jump you're expecting is MC. Like you're worried about the axe follow-up, getting in there, disabling, and being able to just like perhaps take that for yourself. Because another thing we haven't mentioned was this whole idea of the axe versus Medusa. Like he didn't get any cheeky dunks.
Nope.
In this matchup, which is, I mean, credit to Melky, just keeping an eye on the old HP pools and make sure there wasn't anything dumb there as the levels progressed, but that's always a funny one.
Yeah. Yeah, there was two things. Our observer on the live picture as the replay was rolling in was highlighting the chakrams there, which might most likely got the last hit there for Grin.
Oh, yeah.
And
right.
secondly, the curse overlapping the axe call, so MC was actually doing 0 damage at that point. It was like, guys, they're so low, I just want to dunk them, but they're not close enough to dying. And I think he might have actually been hit by the heal from the Wyvern at the same time, so he was unable to cast the Culling Blade, which was a bit of a slight hiccup there. Shot of Shopify Rebellion, but still got the job done in the end.
Yeah, I think that fight probably should have gone quite a bit better, honestly. Kits as well, getting the Aegis too was nice, so that they can't immediately just keep pressuring his Shopify and feel like Yopaj can just roll in like crazy.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower
Yeah, Moo's gonna get that tower knocked down, so doing his DK thing now.
is under attack.
Took a while to feel super strong, but it's a little bit better. I mean, this Medusa as well, still very powerful at the moment, has her own diffusal blade now, heading into that disperser.
Dire's top tower is under
So,
attack.
it's winnable fights right now for Grin.
Keyword. Winnable.
Yeah. I do think it's still pretty hard, especially when the Eternal Shroud comes out here for RTG, which is done now.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
Some deep wards placed down by Grin and all the way to the top lane, right in front of the tier 3, so can always move themselves around this area now. They would like to pressure this tier 3 as they do with Milky right-clicking it right away. Does have that butterfly. And the diffusal into the disperser soon, but they spot Kits first, quite separated from the rest of the team. Arrow flies in. There is the taunt, though, and look at that. They got the curse to set up, and Arteezy and the boys are just sticking to the back lines for now. Sneaky trying to right-click down the Wyvern, while at the same time the DK dropping very low on HP, and looks like he's going to be done for. Yes, he is. Yopaj rolling in, going to miss on Sneaky at the same time as the fight is spreading towards the right with
Arteezy?
Kit Track just losing his a lot of HP. Arteezy in trouble, trying to dodge, but nice call from Mind Control. Does hold Medusa. Medusa's mana pool down to 500. There goes Pingus, and Milky out of mana at the moment. Takes a bit of HP damage there as well for a moment. There's Scam going to be nuked down by Kits potentially, but the Cold Embrace is right there, but the Chakram's too much to deal with. And Kits is going to be taking himself a double kill and forcing the rest of Shopify back to their base. Yopaj also splitting all the way south. Time to go cut some waves by the looks of it. 2-for-2 trade. The DK treant for the PL Wyvern.
That's huge. I mean, unfortunately, Medusa not getting all the gold there, as most of them went to the Timbra, but who cares? Medusa's still pretty neck and neck there with the PL, but you can see that Berserker's Call coming in with the split shot. It didn't have the impact you would hope for, as Melky still just right-click down this PL. And big hits there as well from the Timber Solid. Did 1,000 pure damage with both of the 2 chakrams, so really necessary stuff there. And I mean, you know, maybe Pingu, perhaps a Blink, has been using the Ogre Steel Totem and trading in his Philosopher's Stone when he's dead. Goated stuff there from Pingu. Well played.
Solid.
Always keep your Philosopher's Stone there, folks. You can trade it in when you're dead and get the bonus gold. Crazy stuff.
Super value.
Nope.
Keep rocking in that money. Elven Tunic for Skem. There wasn't any other tier 3 option for him? Curious. I mean, the evasion is actually pretty nice to have on the movement speed to get there fast. I guess with
Yeah,
Mage
but
Slayer
you're not
also
wrong.
attack speed.
Like, there's, I mean, like, Dandelion Amulet maybe wasn't there. That one's always pretty solid, especially if you plan on getting a Blink Dagger at some point, which you probably will. But yeah, probably just didn't have any good choices, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm guessing it was something like you got Defiant Shell, Paladin Sword, Vindicator's Axe, Nemesis Curse, and then Elven Tunic.
Hey, well,
All right.
healing.
are scanning. I'll put that
That is a dream when you get all these physical damage upgrades on yourself and you're a caster. Bit of a bruh moment. Disperser now ready on the Medusa. and an illusion rune. So that's going to be a bunch of Medusas waltzing around. But at the same time, who's waltzing around is Shopify Rebellion nearby this mid lane. The Medusa instantly backing away. That tier 3 tower has already taken 1,000 damage in the top lane just from creeps and a couple hits from Milky over the course of time.
It really feels like Kits' damage is the big difference maker in this one. Because I look at how we stack up. Like, Medusa and PL kind of doing the same thing, right? Where they're like the big blob. I mean, PL's a bit of a blob. Medusa's just a single target, but it's very similar to where, like, they're just trying to, like, focus down single targets, essentially, and burst them down. They're the big damage dealers. And then you got all this control from the Earth Sphere and the Axe, but Kits, like, he does have some more damage. Like, he's the other core that's actually doing a lot of DPS in this game, as to all the other cores who are mostly just controlling. And yeah, the Veil, moving towards the Shivas. Now we get that Gleipnir too. That's a huge upgrade for Sneaky. Trying to get multiple targets now, caught up, and just handed over to Kits and Milky. Because these fights have been very clumpy.
Certainly have. Bunch of AoE on both sides, and clustering up is the worst thing that could happen right now. Nice blinking from Moo will catch Yopaj, and a good curse there from Skem to reset. BKB pop with the Earth Spirit. MC with a call right after. Moo's going to be in trouble, and he might just drop first. He will. That's 4 versus 5 now, with Kits' BKB already down a half, and now chasing to mind control. Skem will blow up there from the whirling death from the Timber Saw, and still continues to hunt for more. Mind control gets the call, and also looking for the teleport out, but not going to be as lucky as he gets caught by an arrow. And now Arteezy with his illusions trying to burn for Milky, but it's just not going to do enough damage fast enough for Rebellion to actually stick around.
This last pick Timbersaw is going crazy. He did the most damage that fight. Actually, Mirana too. Just
Solar Flare.
It's Solar Flare plus some Star Storms being pumped out there. 6 leaps somehow. Man, that is crazy. Wait, without the shard? Is that real? Is that number right? I don't know.
That's a solid amount, yeah. Medusa doesn't get to hit a lot of targets because of all these PL illusions, those pesky illusions just constantly hindering the Medusa. Has to focus split shot, try and clean them out of the way. But that also gives a bit of freedom for Kits. Like you said, he feels like he's the real carry now.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job of clearing the illusions. I think if you don't have this Medusa, though, it would be so miserable for them. And because that's what Kits would have to do, is be more focused on that. And Milky, just knowing how important it is going to go for a later Maelstrom, just because of how valued it is versus the Phantom Lancer.
We got our next set of items showing up. Treant Protector with Blink. That is huge. If he gets to that, still 700 gold short from that item. Big overgrowths or Southeast early BKBs. For example, if you catch an axe, that's a wonder.
It is crazy how they don't win that fight when you see how it starts. Like a stun in from the Radiant is countered by a curse into a well set up axe call, but unfortunately the heroes that are in there, the DK and the Timber, it's a little like meh, you know, at that point in terms of damage, because like Kits don't care. He's going to be fine.
I can also understand why Skem is bringing in a bit of extra damage with not only just the Mage Slayer, but potentially later on we could see some more damage items coming up from this Winter Wyvern. Usually it's like, maybe the Ags at some point can be a realistic item choice for him to consider. Because there are some pretty beefy boys. It's a 3k DK, it's a 3.5k Timber Saw. Every little bit helps.
Yeah, that Mage Slayer also just insane versus Timbersaw. Because his BKB is pretty low at this point, obviously, because you got it so early. It's only on the 6 seconds. So whenever you're tagging Timbersaw, reducing all that spell damage is super helpful.
Bit of a smoke up there from Grin. On their own side of the map, crossing and waltzing through their own triangle. Kittrack might be the one to be caught first by Kits. Instant Shadow Realm. It's thrown into the air by the Yules. Going to be followed up by the stun. Kittrack just TPs in the cover of those trees.
No Gleipnir in time. Can't find him. Roche back up, though. Coming through the portal. So Cheese available up top, and they're just going to back for it. Mjolnir, yeah, I don't think the Dire are going to be contesting this one.
Probably just happy with playing the map, trying to pressure those tier 2 towers. They've both been taking damage. Bottom is actually only 400 HP, so that will drop really quickly.
We'll get that as a trade, but
Roche is roaring, so that's all the info that they need. Tier 2 for Roshan, dropping an Aegis and a cheese.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Grin totally not out of this one yet. It's not like it's a one-sided game for Shopify. I think this has been out of all the games Grin has actually played. This is their 4th game now in this qualifier. I think this has to be the best. This is also a really big challenge.
yeah, they did very well this game. I think like their map movements
Oh,
are
MC.
pretty good. That's
Aggressive blinking all the way to the tier 3 tower. Can he get the dunk out? Oh, just short by 200 damage. That Battle Hunger might still do it.
Oh,
and
he's
his
dead.
BKB runs out, so that arrow will interrupt his escape. So it just doesn't pay off in the end. That's a bit of a bummer. He's gone for 60 seconds, and that's a goal sign for Grin. They have to force Axis
He hit him
buyback.
with the
They'll feel
"What are
miserable.
you doing?" Kind of deserved. That was crazy.
Different type of a tip.
Middle tower is under attack.
It's like ceremonial robe. That's gonna make all the difference. That 10% status resistance. I'm gonna get this guy, but
Dyer's middle tower
unfortunately, not the answer for old MC.
is under attack.
Yeah, that was 2,000 damage that he dealt without a proper creep wave next to the Mirana. And just 200 damage was all he needed. That's all
His
he
tower,
needed.
though.
They feel very bad if they have to force Axis buyback, but looks like they don't have to yet. Glyph at the very last moment, they're 19 HP on the tower. Will remain alive for now. They are stacking up. Potentially for a... Do they have a smoke? They have one on Kit Track. Have to deal with these Medusa illusions cutting your waves. One in bottom, one in mid. Still smoking out of their base. That tower is pretty much gone. I mean, the backdoor protection is still fighting back. Illusion doing 2 damage to it. Not enough.
More
Milky, that's
evasion
the
here,
real one.
though.
That's the real one. Do they realize this one? Milky. Mood does come into the rescue as well. Solar Flare is popped very early here. And Shopify, they could just kite this one out for now. Yopaj trying to get
He's gonna
Kits'
want hit.
attention on the other side of the fight, but Kits is, I mean, Yopaj is all the way back. He's cutting the wave now.
Okay. Half mana. He really wanted to hit the tower because the solar flare was going, but his teammates were yelling at him to get back. Certainly what it looked like, at least. Yeah, another big neutral item here, the Aviana's Feather for Moo. Really nice to get more evasion in this game. Just versus this PL, trying to help you out.
You know, Solar's going to be up in a minute again for this Mirana. Milky continuing to pressure with the team on another tier 2 tower. Open up every lane pretty much at that point.
Dyer's bottom
Top's
tower
taking damage. Mid's technically already dead.
Dyer's cover.
Pushing with the Aegis, 2 minutes on the timer. Yopaj will get a tier 2 tower. RTZ close to 25. And Axe going in for the call. Trying to draw Milky a bit deeper into the base, but not successful in doing so. Medusa with a lot of attack range as well. There's that tier 3 tower. Already taken out of play. Rangedrax is focused there. Another call potentially coming out from Mind Control to draw in the Medusa. There we go. Here comes Moo to interrupt it with the Blink Stun as well. They're going to have to force Staff MC to safety. Milky low, good curse onto Moo. This is a big one if they can get it, but seems like the damage just comes to a complete halt. And this DK is taking nothing.
Oh, the
Jump
heal.
pops the heal. And there's the overgrowth coming in from the side as well. Moo going to be fighting still all the way to the end, but that DK is finally history. But that Meliarex is continuing to take damage. Milky might have to give away that first life on the Aegis. He's still got a bit of mana to go with, but he's now going to drop. Will they get her a second time?
Yeah, nice play for Figures with the Lotus here.
There's the
but-
call.
Oh, I don't know.
Drawing in the
RTZ?
Medusa, going to get stunned again. RTZ actually getting caught in the back line by Sneaky. Has to reset for a second. Schem can't do enough to the Medusa, the Manta, and the Ogre Seal Totem to jump away to safety. They've got the job done. The cost of an Aegis and Moo's life. But the lane of Rack secured for Grin Esports.
So valuable here. I can't
they
stick
got the
around
temper.
for anything else, though. Oh, that's bad.
They'll get something for their efforts here. That is Kits. That is Arteezy getting a kill, and that's his 25 talent.
Yeah, he got rolled out. I was curious what he was going to do. And he does want the doppelganger cooldown. Okay. We're making plenty of doppelgangers. All right.
Illusion time.
Very annoying to deal with, of course.
Yep.
That's a big kill to give away, though, that Timbersaw.
Gotta be a bit of a shock factor for Shopify, who waltzed their way in their first series yesterday, and also game one was pretty convenient for them. And now this game too, they're the first time that they have really been, you know, fought back, punched back. Getting a feel of it. How does it feel when your opponent really bites back? Not
So
out
much
of it,
this
though.
game, it's going to be riding on this scythe, right? Like, Melky just has so much potential to catch these blink-ins like that.
Does. MC misses out on the call opportunity. Gonna get stoned or stunned on the spot. Mirana gonna get caught by the stun as well. Yopash with a roll in. Look at the Mirana. Mirana's gonna be dropping low and does have a buyback. And I instantly use that. The curse again. Can they this time take down Moo? Looks like it's gonna happen. MC with a call fall off as well. They're gonna take down Pinkus. Pinkus coming in with a buyback as well. MC gonna be surviving for the time being. Yopash with a kickback onto Sneaky, who just fought back into the arms of Arteezy. And Skim is gonna get a triple kill and a gem. And that's 3 heroes gone without buybacks.
That's
Suddenly
so
Rebellion
game losing.
is on top of them. They could just end this game in a way. As soon as
He
they
didn't
realize.
want to stone gaze because Timber's not up, and he's like, "It's fine, just get back. It's fine, just get back." I can hear it. I can hear it in my head of exactly what's happening. And
Oh dear me.
and that's it. Like you lost the full advantage that you had. You have been working on this advantage for so damn long, and you lose it for nothing. Like there was just nothing there. Axe blinks in, you take a little bit too long getting away. Some people are trying to like kind of poke and prod a little bit, and then you just all get caught. Beautiful play there from Shopify to get in there and find that finish on them, but that has just annihilated their lead.
All came apart in a matter of moments. Like that is a really brutal graph as well. If you look at the net worth graph, how this game has felt like it's been even for eternity, and now it's just a down slide. All towards Shopify Rebellion, and yeah, I got a feeling I kind of cast or cursed myself there for a moment. Like, yeah, they got a feel of how they get punched, and now they suddenly just strike back when Grin was sleeping a bit.
This went from a we're controlling the map and have the economy advantage because we actually took a full lane of Rax game into a like, all right, well, let's see if we can get Rapier on Medusa game in the
Yeah.
span of about 10 seconds. Oh, that's insane. All because you didn't want, basically just didn't want Stone Gaze. I mean, that's my assumption at least. Is that you're like, I don't want to do it. Like, Timber's not up. I want to save for a fight.
Well, that is the reality we live in right now. It is a whole different Dota game right now. Narrative has completely changed for Shopify. Well, actually, let's say more for Grin. He said, mistakes at a crucial moment. Mind Control also has the full-on build now on this axe. All he needs is the 25 AoE and Berserker's Call, but having that Bloodstone, yummy. He feels like a very happy boy. Also 4,000 gold running on Arteezy. What does he want to get here? Is there still an item he could build?
Dire's middle tower.
Well, I mean, on top
I mean,
of
he
the
could
Scepter Blessing.
replace, like, Eternal Shroud for Heart or something, maybe. It's a bit expensive, though. But yeah, probably just sin into something else.
Milky teleports back to the tier 3 tower that falls. Everybody else is also TPing into the tree. Skem is on that same side as well. Meanwhile, the call onto the Timbersaw. Moo trying to focus Mind Control down. He's holding onto his BKB for his dear life. Now Yopaj rolling in. He's got Kits already taking a beating here from Skem. Meanwhile, Arteezy's focusing down the buildings and almost finishing off that lane of Rax. It's not going to be Megas because there's still a range Rax in the mid lane up. Now Yopaj's going to get stunned by Moo at the same time. Air Spirit able to walk away. Skem, look at Skem's position as well. He's hiding in the trees. He's waiting for his time. And there we go. There's the curse. And that's the signal to go in. Milky's Monopole evaporated. And so are Grin's hopes of the upper bracket run as well, because they don't have the manpower or the firepower against Shopify. Kit's gonna get dunked in the face, and Moo's the one to tap out. It's a 2-0 for Shopify 2 days in a row.
Painful stuff there from Grin. Nice game. Like, that's gotta hurt. It is upper bracket, of course, and you know they came very close to taking game off Shopify Rebellion, one of the top teams in this qualifier. So hopefully, heading to the lower bracket, this will give them a little bit of confidence. But the separation there, I think you're seeing it again between Shopify Rebellion and some of these other teams where they pounce on mistakes and they will just end the game. They have such fast decision making, like. It's really impressive how quickly they just decide what's going to happen. Like, it sounds like there's a very strong voice in the team right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, just so many quick moves from Shopify, and we did see a couple of those from Grin as well, but just not in the multitude of like Shopify making their moves one after the other. They take a team fight, and when they respawn, they're already going in again, and sometimes catching their opponents off guard. And when there's a calm, cool moment, that kind of tempo shift also leaves your entire team in shock of like, okay, are they coming at us again or not? And then you get these kind of halts happening in the game where Shopify is just fully enjoying, and they know they're in control, and they're the ones setting up the tempo. They had to defend for quite a long time though, and this was Grin's game to win. Let's be completely honest. That was really their game to win. They were on top of Shopify, but it took one team fight. It literally took one team fight to change the narrative.
All you need. Skem, I think, played fantastic this game too. Like the combo of the Winter Wyvern and the Axe, just really, really good. All his curses were on point. I mean, this one here basically ended the game. They constantly set up for MC to make his life super easy. I thought his game was extremely good. He actually ended up healing for 23,400 by the end of that game on the Wyvern. That's a lot of damage that you're just taking away from the enemy team.
Solid amount of numbers on the board. Even Treant like racking up a nice 11k, but still no match to Skem. There was in that Roche fight in the bottom lane, that Roche fight in the bottom half of the map where they did kind of overlap a curse and a call, but those things are like half a second away, and the human brain can only function so fast. But outside of that, I agree. Beautiful game from Skem on this Winter Wyvern, and has been looking so good these last 2 days. I think we're highlighting Skem maybe a bit too much and taking it away from like Kit Track's small plays here and there. Mike Controls, who's been looking great as well. But I honestly think Skem has even overperformed from my expectation of him, and I'm really in awe of how well he's actually been playing these last 2 days. He really wants to win this qualifier.
Yeah, no, he's definitely to me been the best player on this team. Like, I actually think he's playing extremely well, and they're all playing well. But like, I don't know, every game it feels like I look at Skem and I just go, damn, he did it again. Like, it's not just what I expect. He's just outplaying in so many tiny situations just over and over again. For Grin, though, definitely some good stuff. Like, I think Kit's, this Timbersaw was a really good performance. Like, definitely someone who overperformed if you look over on Grin's side. He really had to pick up the slack in terms of the damage in this game, and he was very much on point with a lot of his skill shots. So you have to definitely congratulate him a little bit there. But hell yeah.
Clap.
Put Skem on the board for another MVP. I think 3 out of the 4 games, did we give it to him?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
It was just the Yopaj DK in between, but Skem has been definitely on point and deserves yet again another standout player performance there from Shopify Rebellion. And they will march onward in this bracket towards the upper bracket final, which means they're guaranteed top 3. But honestly, who thinks about top 3 when there's only one slot? They're in it to win the whole thing. We have another series happening very soon because we're in a follow-by schedule, and we're going to get to see the 2nd seed go up against the 5th, which is going to be Nouns versus Apex Genesis. So Trent, a good time for us and all of you people out there to get your refreshments, get yourselves ready for the next NA Brawl. We'll see you guys after the break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Setting our sights ahead for the next series here at the North American Close Qualifier on the road to the Internationals. We just saw Shopify take a 2-0 versus Grin. It's time for Apex, Genesis, and Nouns to take the stage. And of course, Nouns, they had a 3-game series, but Apex, this is their first Dota game of the qualifier because they got a default win yesterday with La Correntada not having a full roster available at the time of the series starting. So let's see how they fare. We don't really have any data about these guys.
Yes, we are somehow averaging 1.5 games per series with these two teams. So very impressive in best of threes. And we're going to have to see how they do. I mean, we got some big names here. I mean, we were kind of excited talking about this before to see how this team will do. So it'll be interesting to see them actually get a chance to play outside of just the opens.
Yeah, we had a bunch of drafts from Nouns yesterday. We had a double Meepo show up from them with 1 win and 1 loss. Also got to see some Pudge action in the final game, which brought them a victory. But a bunch of heroes all over the place. What do you think Nouns is going to be prepping for today? We know Gunnar in the off lane, Copy in the mid lane. So something different from the Nouns that we're usually expecting to see Gunnar in the mid lane, but in a different role. But his hero pool also applies to that 3 role pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's been on that grind for a pretty long time at this point too. So it's good. Like he seems to be enjoying it. And the heroes, I guess some of those heroes have been nerfed a little bit that can be flexed around, but we also have some new possibilities. Like the Death Prophet has been mentioned a few times. I know that's something that Wish was playing a little bit. I was looking through his games. He's been practicing a lot of Pango this morning. He already played 3 games of Pango. That's in fact all he's played today. So good chance that maybe Apex have some ideas there. That's generally a good thing to take a look at when it comes to pro players. You could often just look, hey, what did they play this morning, right?
Yeah. I think a good example of my fellow countryman Thompson was like, oh, he played a Hoodwink mid today. And it's like, yeah, he's going to pick Hoodwink this next game. And he does. And it's like, sure, that's a fair enough statistic to see that players definitely what they practice on the day will be coming up as well. I mean, most of these are friends with each other's, right? Like on Steam and all, they're probably looking at what hero are they playing in Demo Hero, if there's something that they want to look at, or are they just doing their usual reps, like offlaners practicing the Magnus Horn tosses combos and all that?
I remember, I want to say it was like TI7 era, or maybe it was TI8. There was a TI where all pro players like unfriended themselves. They all unfriended each other because of that. Because people were like watching demos and stuff, and a ton of them just like removed each other. So I don't know if that's still the case now. It feels like we're a little more open with the information these days than previous, especially now that all matches are like forced open to be seen, which is good. And of course, we're getting rid of those Smurfs as well. So
yeah,
everything's in the open. Time to play some honest Dota.
That's exactly the case, as the draft is now available for Nouns versus Apex. Genesis Nouns on the Radiant side and Apex on the Dire side of the map, with them also having the first pick of the draft. Something to highlight as well about Wish, a bit of a story about this guy. Like when I was first seeing Wish in competitive tournaments, because this is the road to the international, I think it's good to also talk about some historics about some players. Wish, who about 6 years ago, when he was at the age of around 20, like I think he was still maybe 19 at the time, some teams were not quite ready to pick him up as their mid player because they were like, he needs a bit of time. I think he's still a bit too young. Like he was a Tinker spammer at the time. He played a lot of cheese heroes. Even one of his favorites, the TA, which is constantly going to be banned in this current meta at least. Now, a couple years after, it feels like he could still give so much to any team that he gets picked up on, and he's gone past from that point where he wasn't ready to he's now fully ready. But in the roster of Nouns, he is put in a very difficult position as well, because it's not just Shopify Rebellion that they're going to have to potentially face at some point of this tournament. Is that Nouns fans got a taste of that actual TI last year, so there's a lot of hopes riding on this roster and this organization. The fans, they've built a hunger, and that cannot be stopped.
10 seconds.
Yeah, definitely getting some momentum too. Of course, some of the recent performances. So to really top it off with a performance in this qualifier would be huge for them. Storm Spirit's in the pool, and I'm losing my mind over here. This is crazy. We might have our second Storm Spirit here. The only recorded game in the North American qualifier so far was for Nouns, and it was a first phase pick, unsurprisingly, because that's generally the only time you're gonna get it. And Apex Genesis apparently just saying we're not scared. Like, we don't want to deal with this Meepo because obviously they're kind of trying to force it down there. They did it game 1, then game 2 in their other series. I would not leave in the Storm, though. I can't see it. Like, here's the thing. Storm is beatable. Oh, my God, they're doing it. They're leaving it in. It's beatable, but you have to commit your entire draft to it. So Apex are basically saying, we are just going to stop the snowballing Storm Spirit, and that's how we're going to win this game. If that's what Nouns want to do, we are ready for it.
All right, let's see if that indeed is the case. I mean, of course, Storm Spirit being banned almost the whole time, and like you said, that one singular pick on a team that could just pick it for themselves right away. But let's see if Apex has a trick up their sleeves, or unless Wish wants to play it out and Nouns has an answer for it. So both teams are definitely thinking about it. It's on their minds, but how much are they actually actively talking about Storm Spirit right now? I'm pretty sure the word has come up like maybe 5 times now during this draft.
I'm sure it has. Like, the whole thing is just like, are we about to pick Storm Spirit? That's the only decision here. Because if we're not picking Storm Spirit, then they are definitely going to pick Storm Spirit. You have 10th overall pick here on Nouns. They're banning the Enigma. I mean, I think they're taking Storm Spirit. And if they are taking Storm Spirit, then you need to dedicate your whole draft to having options to just kill this hero. Because that's why the hero has gotten out of control. The games where I've seen it actually lose in competitive Dota is because every single hero that's picked after on the enemy team has some way of dealing with Storm Spirit. Because getting galvanized and giving him those charges, he just gets out of control. And it's so frustrating. But on the flip side, if you kill him a few times, you can ruin his game.
Some of that old Bloodstone mechanic right there built into the hero. Just for free. Just doesn't it doesn't cost you anything to it. Just pick the hero. That's it. We got ourselves a Muerta coming up from Nouns. Ofrenda was also given a tiny buff there as well, which I was hoping they'd do something about it. That maybe invulnerability or something like that for like a second. Because I mean,
You
come
get
on,
the bottle. Yeah.
Yeah, we had like Cluster Cluck. Being basically like this invulnerability period, and you start with Pierce the Veil when you spawn. And I was like, that's one way to do it. You know, you got to put yourself a bit of immunity going your way. And we're not getting the hero, Trent. We're not getting it.
She was also the most fitting thing here as well, because we're in a standoff right now. This is a Storm Spirit standoff.
A Mexican standoff with Muerta?
That's what we're at. And they're going for the DK, so still thinking about it. Still considering. I think he might fall into those last bans. I think there's a chance at this point that neither wants to pull the trigger on it, and they'll just let it go. They're going to grab the Wyvern. Ooh,
They're really pulling your strings.
I'm feeling the Storm now. Now I see the Wyvern, I'm like, I'm not that scared of Wyvern. I'm going for it if I'm Nouns. Like, let's go.
So somebody save my co-caster. He's going insane here.
Dude, this is it. This is the patch. It's like, you have to be thinking about this or you're crazy. Like, or you just haven't watched, like, pro matches. Because this is everyone.
Yeah.
Unless I'm out to lunch and all the other qualifiers have abandoned this hero, this hero is just stupid. Like, I just would not want to be putting my TI hopes on giving another team Storm Spirit.
Well, Nouns are taking their time thinking here. They do have the dual picks, so potentially one hero is already thought throughout, and the other is probably some talk still going between maybe 2 players, considering, okay, we've got this option and that. Which one do you really want here? Because if we got the Tiny and the Muerta, let's think about, like, these are, like, Tiny is your carry mid, not that much your support anymore. Of course, it can be. And then Muerta is flexed in a pretty similar way, except Muerta doesn't really fit into the mid lane role, so it's your 1-4 flex. So you got 2 flex picks here. And Nouns are going to keep things open for now with the Venomancer pick into the Wyvern. That's a pretty decent one. I actually like the Veno into the Wyvern.
And the Brew. Okay, so probably the one Tiny, like you said, could be flex for sure. It is nice to have a hero that can flex between mid and safe lane when you're 10th pick. Very few heroes that are able to do that super well, but Tiny's one of them. Brew also just a really strong hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Their disables, not that great. I mean, if I were a Storm Spear on Apex Genesis, I feel like I could maybe get away with some stuff.
Team back.
I'm gonna grab the Lifestealer though.
All right.
It's a standoff indeed. No one's blinking.
Well, he's got a good lane against the Brew. Lifesteal is really good in this matchup here. Of course, if it is paired up with the Wyvern, can they just harass the Brew completely out of the lane and just leave him without CS? I'm pretty sure Gunner's not welcoming that with open arms. Like he wants to stick in this lane. He wants his farm. Seen too many Brewmasters just kind of fall a bit short and fall behind in CS. I would not hope to see Gunnar suffer that fate in the first game of this series.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to come down to the Muerta.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, she's a scary hero. She's really fun to play, I got to say. But I think support players are drawn to her because of the dead shot and how sick it is when you hit them. But man, missing a dead shot and her mana pool is also pretty rough in the early game.
Yeah. There are
Like
definitely
it's
some downsides.
miserable.
But it is a really good game for the Muerta as well, considering calling is the one big tool versus a life stealer without having Manta or BKB. He's getting that insta silence. And it also does hurt the Wyvern and the DK too, because if you're trying to fight in a specific area and the Muerta is still alive, you are bound to get silenced multiple times and also start to take damage. Venno bringing the slows, and you have tiny AoE as well, which is going to nicely synchronize together with the Muerta. Sounds of a very whole draft in a way when you think about engagements.
Got Coach Milan up there in the top right, sitting in Gunner's seat, doing the drafting here.
Good old Milan. He's so good with drafts as well. Like, I remember we were, I wasn't casting in that particular time, but there was a series where he just called 4 straight up picks. He called them, they're going to pick this and this. They did. And then these 2 follow-ups on the second the second phase, and he just called them right away. Like, he's very knowledgeable.
Yeah, he's always on the draft grind. So I think been wanting to get back into coaching tier 1 teams. So for now, I'll have to deal with nouns, but I'm just kidding. Got him. No, it's. I mean, obviously, it's been extremely successful for them, right? They are tier 1. They're going through these qualifiers and trying to win another one here. So they're gonna go for a double spirit ban here, get rid of the storm and the ember. Apex. But this last, I mean, the void spirit's still in. I saw Wish had also been playing that hero recently. That could be pretty solid. If they wanted to do a DK3, because they have a pretty good pairing there with this Dark Willow, you just get the blink, and we're going to see a similar situation where you can still get this damage off. But is there a 3 that's more valuable with what we see here? I think Darkseer's banned by themselves. Darkseer might have been it, because a pipe hero would be pretty sweet right now. Wouldn't mind it, and it would have given them more to this like DK jumping in, because like the mid DK opens up some of your picks in the off lane because he's gonna buy this blink dagger and initiate for you, and we have these big off laners still in the pool like the Axe and the Legion Commander if they wanted to try and go for this assassination style versus the Brewmaster. Those are all decent options.
Yeah, I was thinking about like if there is any room to maneuver towards a hero that hasn't been banned this entire draft, which is the Spirit Breaker. But probably not. Night Stalker, that's another good option. I actually like the Night Stalker a bit more. The idea is, like, the heroes I had in mind was, like, you thought about pipe carriers. I was like, I don't think they necessarily want a Tide Hunter. I still think Visage is a bit iffy right now. Probably not that. Of course, the Primal Beast, you could always try to squeeze into the draft, but Night Stalker, this hero checks all the boxes.
Yeah, it's interesting. I saw the bans of the Ursa and the Razor, and I thought maybe they were trying to set up for the offlane DK. But instead, they're just saying, you know, we want someone who is pretty strong in the lane, but definitely has some heroes that can give him a hard time, like an Ursa and Razor. So remove those, go for this nighttime facet that everyone's playing, and try and do really well in the opening of that lane.
Yeah. And it's your boy Speed playing in a different role this time, but I wonder what he considers the most broken thing in this patch.
Oh, I'll have to check YouTube.
Yep.
Shortly we'll find out, you know? He's got no secrets now.
Yep. All that data is available. 20 seconds for the last pick. We need a carry here. What do we want? What do we want for Yuma?
Either that or, I mean, you can just do carry Tiny as well and just go for a mid hero.
What about Slardar?
It's fine. It's decent. But it'll be the Chaos Knight instead.
Yep. Gallop.
Okay. Any cheeky combos? Not really. Just good stuff.
I mean, I don't really know the interaction, but if you get Ags on CK when everybody else is cursed by the Winter Wyvern, does it just reset the curse and just make it disappear? Obviously, not your first item of choice, but could be one way.
No, I don't think so. But actually, I don't remember.
Because it makes everybody phase out, so it's kind of like a dispel.
Yeah.
I have no idea what happens to the curse at that point. So
For some reason, I think it stays, but I'm not actually sure. Taunts always have some funny capabilities. You know, they're always a little bit weird. They got their priorities and stuff.
yeah, it's definitely a bit of a mix. But hey, both drafts are available on the board. This is the first one for Apex Genesis. What do you think about their draft as a whole? Is this easy to execute or hard to execute?
Overall, I would say that mid DK tends to lend itself to relatively easy execution. It's just about getting the Blink Dagger and having heroes that are going to want to play the same game plan as you, and that's what they have. They have a Night Stalker, they have a Lifestealer who can go for the infest plays, and they have this Bedlam, which we saw earlier, which was pretty key to getting this DK online. Focusing down towers would be good. They're pretty fast-paced, and versus the Brewmaster, I always like that. Is he going Drunken Master? Is that the play? I actually didn't realize people are going that now. I thought everyone went the Barrel.
Yeah, I've been seeing the barrel all over the place, but I guess Gunnar is up to something here with this one. I mean, obviously evasion is really important here versus the Lifestealer, and can be a like super crucial as well to keeping you alive in that lane. Like when you pick up that Radiance buildup, which is what we're seeing from Brewmasters these days, going for the early Talisman, pairing it up with your was it the Brood up, or anyway your stances, you got a lot of evasion versus this Lifestealer. It can help you in the lane.
Looks like new JT and Mind Control have tried it a couple times, but for the most part, everyone's been opting for the other facet with the barrel. So, Drunken Master, when you're brewed up, you move with a varying amount of speed, alternating between 20% slower and 50% faster for the duration. It's very. This used to be how it did it all the time.
Yes.
For a very brief time in the patch. Like, I don't think that was really long, if I recall correctly. It got changed back pretty fast.
It feels like the original Brewmaster in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, weird. Okay.
Also, we do get the since the CKs carry the mid tiny, you've got a couple heroes to focus this game. So with potential phylactery blink build up here on the tiny that you get to see on your mid tiny more often compared to
And
your
the Night
carry
Stalker.
build up and the
Same
Night
build.
Stalker.
Yeah,
So
both
you're doing
flattering.
the same thing.
Yeah.
You got some heroes to focus down.
To battle.
Try to quickly delete the Winter Wyvern if you can spot him. Or same thing with the Willow. But Yuma leading the charge straight to Bignum's Dark Willow, and could be a first blood here. With that Shadow Realm running out, it's just seconds counted away from Bignum's life, and Yuma CK for the first blood.
Doesn't instantly queue up Midas. Not a CK player, clearly. Gets a full bracer sent out there, and then easy treads Armlet. Such as live. Armlet got nerfed, right? It's kind of random, yeah.
The slow resistance.
No slow resistance. Okay.
That's
oh, that would
the
have been nice this game, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Jeez,
Versus,
it would have actually insane. It's so much slow.
yeah, and especially like so many things linked into that. But then again, like the CK, I'm more of an old school CK player. I prefer the Echo Heart Blink build above all these 2k HP CKs with like Orchids and potentially Armlets and trying to blow people up. I've always been a Heart enjoyer on this hero. It's slightly different to the meta, but there are games where it feels like, yeah, we can't deal with this CK anymore. Like he's just too tanky, and he still crits very mean amounts of damage.
Sure does. Well, despite that buff as well to the friend, Lela's still going for the Calling. So if someone dies inside the Calling, it's going to refresh its duration, create another Revenant, and expand the Radiance by 100. So that's going to be very impactful versus that Lifestealer, like you were mentioning before. Very good spell versus the hero, and maybe you happen to get a kill inside of it, and suddenly it's even harder for him to get out. Could really chain together a couple of kills, but say not the best facet, I gotta say.
Starting off with a pretty calm start for now, minus that first blood initiation or engagement. Just gonna have to wait a bit until we see some openings happening. We've got Lelis with the Huerta, and of course in the bottom lane, Fade trying to keep that pressure up with the Night Rain facet, where you really gotta try to make the most happen in the early 5 minutes. Then chill for a bit and open up your Dark Ascension as soon as you have the opportunity for it. Get to that fast Phylactery, and like you said, Phylactery Blink. Got a couple of those heroes on this server.
definitely going to be the ones who are dictating things in this one. DK and Tiny, a true mid laner game here.
You talked about Midas on the CK after that first blood. You know, I thought about a hero for Wish and an item build he could have potentially gone for. I don't think I'm crazy here, but Midas Tinker.
Dude, I do think you're crazy.
It can work.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
I mean, the cooldown reduction and all on the hero.
Was it worth it though?
Oh, you get your... I mean, the farming speed with just the March is kind of... Well, it's kind of meh in a way. With the cooldown reduction on the Midas, you kind of... I think it pays back even better, or even faster. Just regular farm. Might be wrong here.
Well, I mean, you're good company. I see ZingQ tried it 3 days ago, so there you go. You must be right then.
I'm onto something. I'm not
Yeah,
going to
you're onto
prove myself completely right, but I love reaching out. That's my thing. That's my jam.
Nothing too risky in these lanes. Everyone just happy to hit some creeps right now after our initial first blood before the horn.
And even Gunnar on the Brew, who was a bit worried, I was worried about the most, is the Sand Kings and the Brewmasters in the early minutes in the laning stage. Just do they fall behind like really badly, or can they keep up? And Gunnar's off to a good start so far.
Bottom lane, they do get a lot of damage here on the fly. Let's go for a turnaround Gale.
Gale on
but
2.
They don't have enough though to keep this up. Like you're just losing out on these trades. It looks like.
Bunch of mana being burnt on the Night Stalker too with those void hits. Also right clicks for 82. Something the Veno doesn't really want to face.
And trading him is just bad because he has this innate, right? The 40% health regen at nighttime. So it just always feels bad.
Yeah, it's kind of like playing against the Bloodseeker, right? You either go full commit or you don't do it at all. Meanwhile, Speed rotated to the bottom lane. They're going to find Fly. Get the Apex Genesis team on the board as well with their first kill. Good move there for the Wyvern.
When you pick these Lifestealers and Juggernauts, I think it's so important as a support to make moves like this. It's like, you have the possibility for this kind of stuff, right? Because you have such a sustainable carry, so you need to actually take advantage of that.
Yeah. You absolutely have to. And it is really nice to see that the supports are actually doing it. It's like, why aren't you moving out? You start to feel like, hey, they're missing on something here. They're definitely utilizing their moves here. And, you know, Speed as well, who's super familiar with playing in the off lane too. He knows all the ins and outs of it too.
Wyvern's just such a good hero for it now too, like even better than before. Again, because the Splinter Blast under the tower just makes it a lot easier to dive. You have Arctic Burn to come directly out of the Twin Gate to attack your enemies. It's
Yeah.
I think we'll see this hero more and more.
A bit of a missed dead shot there. Let us. So mind too much about it though. Nobody really in the threat of danger right now. Wish and Copy also tying up in CS in the mid lane. So we're just waiting for our sixes to show up. Either hero leaves this lane is going to start pummeling that tower. But I do want to see both of these mid laners actually rotate at the same time, if that were to happen. Oh, Tiny misses the toss there. Tosses a creep instead of Wish. Bit of movement here, though.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Bunch of people showing up for that 6-minute rune. It is going to go in the bottom half. So Big Num's just going to slap it on him.
Copy just dancing. Even he gets out of the brambles and he has to make his way back through them again after to get a last hit. So give him some credit there for the fancy footwork.
Yeah, probably played a couple of bullet hell games in his life.
Yep.
I can't stand those. I would just rage quit right away.
Sometimes that's what it feels like. Versus a couple Dota heroes. I mean, he's still just sitting here, if you want to talk about raging, because like this is just obnoxious as all hell. Hits him with the brambles.
Wish and Big Num applying pressure on the tower, which is going to drop very soon. Tiny doesn't get to do the same thing as DK can at level 6. He'll need a bit of time. Get some extra points on the tree grab too. Maybe even all the way up to the shard until he starts to be a threat for all these objectives. The Corrosive Dragon against the hero that only just hit level 6 to get that plus 10 armor really soaks up all the right-click damage from a DK. And they kind of counteract each other's, right? Because you have the craggy exterior, which reduces damage dealt to the tiny with like multiple stacks, but at the same time, DK has also taken away your armor.
Yeah. They're just looking at each other, throwing spells, hitting each other, not really expecting any kills.
Staring contest.
Pretty much. And Bignum just constantly being a nuisance, but
Yeah,
gets
they're diving
frequently on
bottom.
both sides. Yeah, they're taking advantage of the support being gone.
See if they can get Fade out of this one. They got the dead shot to connect onto Fade, but Yuma also needs a bit of backup here. He's low on HP. The deny from Bignum. As the Venomancer ticks are still on him. Can prevent them from getting a kill. CK drops super low too, farming under the tower. There goes Willow's Courier. Good night. A Sentry, Blood Grenade, and a Smoke gone. And here comes the backup. Wish with a haste rune. Speed also making his way as fast as possible. And if they can get Yuma here, that's the one that they want. Wish charging
stun,
forward. Yeah, he's got no stun. Looks like he's going to have to pass out on this kill, but he'll take everything else. He'll take Fly. Speed will get this one. Lela still being ticked down by the DK. That's a bunch of spirits walking in that calling. Yuma losing vision. Can't reality rift. He'll have to pass out on this kill. So Copy also TP's just as backup, but not as a threat, because he's out of mana. So we did get to see both of our mid laners rotate it almost at the same time to the same lane.
I just had to double check, but an ally dying doesn't refresh it, right? Because it didn't look like it did. But just don't triple check him there. Because it is ambiguous the way it's described. I never realized that before. My assumption was always it's enemies, but technically, like, it's that his ally hero was killed during the calling inside of it. But yeah, it looks like it was not refreshed. So there you go.
There we go. And Gunner making his move as well with the Primal Split. They're going to go straight for Fade. Also the slow one Speed by Fly on the side of the fight. They're going to ignore the Night Stalker for now, but they will take down Speed. There's the Remnant pull, the Astral pull coming out there as well. But Wish does have a point in his stun. He's going to get stunned back by Yuma. Fly will drop to Wish, though. Overwhelming amounts of damage and Fade. They're all Cinder Brewed up, but with the Dark Ascension, there's not a lot of places for Gunner to run. He's got no TP either, so his fate is pretty much sealed. Nobody to help him out here.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of time. Can try and walk his way to the Roach Pit, maybe, but the Brambles, the Stuns, it's all there.
Wish will get this one. 200 gold from his Blink.
That's a 2K lead here at 10 minutes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, his Blink's going to open things up. Fade is almost in the factory as well. This tower, probably not going to last much longer. They're going to have to commit quite a bit of resources on the side of Nouns to defend this. Like the next DK ulti, they could just push it. Wish is just already coming down here. Yeah, they just want to eliminate this right now.
How many towers they can pressure down? Of course, Radiance on Radiance, as expected, with the Brew versus the Lifestealer. That's going to take some time. Of course, we are going the Armlet Orchid route on Yuma. I might be mildly disappointed, but it's the meta. I can't go up against that.
It's pretty good versus Lifestealer too. Puts pressure on certain item choices, makes him buy a Manta, and then might just ruin his game if you just happen to get the right combination off.
Yeah, you need some kind of a defensive item this game on the Lifestealer if that Orchid does show up. But a very cautious game at the same time. Wish has actually lined up, since he's finished his Blink, a BKB into an AC. So they really want to start to ramp up that pressure early on side of Apex Genesis.
That's a sick item choice, honestly.
Yeah.
Versus the CK with a Night Stalker and a Lifestealer on your team. Like, Night Stalker, all attack speed just goes crazy on this hero because he gets this big flat damage bonus on his ulti. You know, you get an Ogre or something on your team. That's always pretty cool. And then just, obviously, minus armor. Also huge to help him out.
You get a glimpse of a Fade on the Radiant side jungle. Nouns know that he's looming about. Also with that second night of the game and has Dark Ascension available. There's also a scan for the 12-minute rune. It's again on the bottom half. It's another, this time it's an arcane. But another miss for the Tiny. Copy hasn't picked up a single action rune this game, which does hurt this Tiny a bit. It really takes away his playmaking capability too. All those small plays you could potentially make this game, those are also kind of taken away from him.
Yeah.
He's just opted to farming.
Blink is
Always
up.
got a way out.
Radiant are scanning.
They are really hoping that they are coming to kill Samson right now. I mean, they have this war planet. Bignum's just going to do a little bit of scouting. Puts a sentry first, but doesn't have an obs to check, so he's not going to see Gunner, but he's almost going to walk out. All right, now they see him.
And he's revealed. Samson in the front. There comes your full-on combo. 4 heroes on top of a Brewmaster. Taking some time, but it will get the kill. Copy does get the avalanche on all of them. He blinks out. Dark Ascension popped by Fate. But there's nobody around. They have all moved away from this from the crime scene.
Yeah, Venno Ward's holding back the Wyvern, who was off to the east as well there, so...
Still hunting. Finds the Venno. Big burst.
That's a good catch.
1, 2, 3, 4 hits.
That's too bad. I mean, that's just like a free value out of a Dark Ascension that was kind of going to be wasted.
Radiant's courier has been
Okay.
Nice courier
Gunner's
chase there
courier.
from Fade. Yeah. No
Truly
hero
the
to
hunter
kill,
in
so
the
I'll
night.
just I'll just follow this courier instead if there's nobody else to grab. 4K lead already. Bringing in the economy. We're just gonna have to wait for Nouns to bite back. When do they though? It's all down to that Orchid on the CK, or is it something else?
Kind. I mean, Kabi has his blink, but he hasn't really got a chance to use it. It just defensively to hopefully save Gunner, but that didn't work out.
Spotted
So,
Fade.
There's also so much empty gold.
Oh, that's gonna cost a lot if they lose the Tiny here. Tossing in Wish on top of Lelis. He'll pop the Pierce to Veil for some damage, but the Tiny is dying and goes down. Bignum secures this kill. Wish has another Blink stun available, and Night Stalker also with the Invis rune. He's on the hunt. The Hunter. They're gonna get
coming in
information
here,
with
but-
that massive night vision as well. This is scary for Nouns. How do they turn this one around? Gunner with this primal split. They're trying to focus Wish down. He's down to 600 HP. Slowly falling, but just not dying enough, fast enough, that is. Also the Remnant throwing in a Fade. There's going to be the calming down from that moment. So it is just a tiny kill. It is a big kill, but it could have been a whole lot more.
Yeah, and then immediately, like, Sammy comes mid, but the second that he infests, make sure there's a save there on the DK, Wyvern heal, and now he's back just hitting creeps up top. He's a little worried, thinking like, hey, I think I'm trying to like move this CK, but now he's gonna see him bottom. He's gonna lose his Night Stalker, but honestly, like, no cares, because this is gonna give me my Radiance.
Yeah,
Oh,
and they're
and-
going on Gunner. So they're looking for an instant trade, 1 for 1. Another kill for Wish, 4-0 right now. Sammy boy giving him the tip.
Yeah, and that's Radiance. Just going to be done here in 100 gold, so a very happy Life Stealer. Wish, no real pressure, as he had earlier, to go like Mage Slayer this game either, so he just gets to get these bigger items, and he's already on his way to that BKB before the AC. And if you're trying to... Oh, man, playing support in this game is just rough right now, because... Like, Venno's kind of happy because it's a defensive game in a sense. Like, the enemies are coming to you, so
Yep.
your vision is really useful and stuff. That's nice, but it's also the early part of the game. There's lots of smokes available. And your cores, unfortunately, are farming the jungle that you would also like to be benefiting from, but you can't.
Dire's courier has been
It is definitely a rough game for Blinks, unless they're always coming out. I mean, at least this is where I think the Night Stalker shines a lot. They do find themselves the Venno with a Blink from Wish, so take that. But yeah, it's basically like when you have night vision, like such huge night vision in your team, doesn't even mind that much that they have a Venno against them with these Blink daggers on their team. While Copy,
Oh, maybe?
oh no. Everybody else bailed the situation, but Wish and the boys will just be happy to take down Copy. It's not the first time that's happened.
No, he just wanted that toss kill. He's like, oh, maybe, you know? Needed the other facet for that one. Maybe you have a chance. Lela's hitting some nice dead shots, I gotta say. But it's still not enough. Now we're gonna smoke up here. They're getting aggressive. Tiny will be back up in a moment. They're going for this fight in here. They have the Bruce split. This is it. I mean, they're down
the Orchid.
6K. They have to win this.
Lifestealer going to get saved by the Cold Embrace. That will take some time off of the Orchid. Winter Wyvern dropping low on HP speed. Will drop the Curse on top of the Wards. And Gunner also with the Primal Split. And here comes Fade, popping the Dark Ascension as well. They're retreating into the river. Sammy Boy down to 1,000 HP, thrown into the air, into the Avalanche as well. He should die now. And there's a response coming out from Nouns. Might have been on the receiving end for quite some time, but this is where they finally start to fight back. Stacked up as a bunch. Headshot connecting onto the Night Stalker one more time, but Gunner, no way to close up that gap to the Night Stalker. So Nouns, they'll be happy to take 2 and not lose a single member of their team this time.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Not just for the goal, but just for the momentum and the feel of this game. Like, your Tiny was dead at the moment, and we have to go for something right now because we are losing space on the map. Our Brewmaster has not gained anything in 15 minutes since he bought Brown Boots. Finally, all that gold becomes something. Now you have this Radiance tool.
Yeah, the one Gunner was missing out on. When the Lifestealer finished his, that was when they killed the Brew, and he was still 1 item short of finishing his. But now he has it. And an 80 rune as well on this DK. Gunner, he's going to have to TP out, and he is. That's a long teleport, though, but they do not actually see him out there.
That's going to help put the pressure on that bottom.
They found Fade. He tossed into the air. It's Lelis and Copy doing all the work, and Gunner showing up here to bring in the extra damage. They've got the kill. Here comes Samson, though. Big numbers as well in the area. Pretty difficult for those two to approach against 3. You don't have the damage required to kill any heroes here, so they'll just bail out. They do have speed, dropping in some wards, and instantly just takes the Twin Gate out. And he actually dodges the Radiant Scan there. Just barely.
Boom.
So the triangle is the target. Right on the edge of that scan. Maybe saw a quick glimpse of the Lifestealer activating it. Blink on blink, both dodging, but the stun comes out from the DK. Orchid it up. He does get this Venomancer out of the way, but he's also tanking a lot of damage, and he might just spread that poison onto everybody around him. At the same time, he's just being feared and pushed around. That BKB will keep him alive. Now comes Fade from behind of Lelis. There's the pull-in from Yuma. Nice play from Copy to jump onto Big Gnome, trying to take down the Dark Willow. Just needs a couple more hits to finish him off. The Curse prevents him, but he's still going to just corrode away from the poison from Fly. And now chasing speed as well, and the Winter Wyvern will drop too. And now Nouns are finally showing those signs of life, which we've been hoping and waiting. When is the time that Nouns is going to start fighting back? And now definitely a couple successes in a row.
I can confirm that it does refresh when an ally dies. I didn't think it did earlier in this game, but it definitely did that time. When Veno went down, it refreshed. It got another ghost. That's pretty cool. Was not aware.
Solid.
So as per usual, the wording is correct. It's just when heroes die. So I'm way more on board with this Facet now, especially when you have a feeding hero like a Veno. I mean, if Veno's in the calling, Veno's dead. So that thing's definitely coming back up.
Like the good old saying goes, when heroes are killed when they die.
So true. Well, Tormentor time here. Gold back, evened up here for now. It's a great play, because consider they had 0 tier 1 towers down.
Yeah.
I mean, they still don't. And really, the only place on the map that was going to feel good to go into was going to be the Ancients there. And Fly, he takes one for the team and passes that shard off to Lelis.
Oh, the surprise attack. Fade. Oh, he thinks that's the right CK. No, that is not. Illusion bait. Pulls off right after they finish the Tormentor, but Copy is still in the area. Fade, and his blink is actually broken there. He was still on cooldown. Never mind. Wasn't quite able to jump onto the Tiny there. They were still hunting for the actual CK to be still in the area. And you got CK Illusions cutting your waves in top, so they will be happy to get some damage with that catapult onto the top tier 1 tower, and Illusions cutting waves out, so no objectives going for Apex.
Yeah, now they have to figure stuff out here for now as to how they want to progress from here, and you still have to be careful. That was a really nice fight that they got at the Ancients. I don't know if you can count on that every time. Yuma's also farming up very, very nicely on this.
Yeah,
CK.
still topping.
Yeah, he's been out farming Samson pretty well here, considering how much time he's had to spend fighting too.
He just queued up the heart. Oh, that makes me a happy boy.
Damn good item.
Heart and Bloodthorn. It's on the list for this guy. He is already really, really strong. That BKB on its way, but the recipe now received. 9-second BKB available. Focusing the tier 1 tower. Sammy Boy he will deny it, but it comes at a cost of him being initiated on. Tiny does get the stun on the backline. At the same time, Samson does get to reset and they focus on the Tiny, and Tiny will fall. Copy a bit out of range of his teammates to actually help him out, and now Yuma has to pop that fresh 9-second BKB to run away. Deadshot doesn't quite connect on Fade as he dodges it. There's a stun on the Veno with an infested Lifestealer inside Wish, and they will take down Fly. Fade still going again for Yuma, giving him a quick reminder with that phylactery. He's out of mana though, so he'll just keep a presence.
Oh, speed. Big save there. I mean, the CK just cannot do anything about that play, right? If he gets the Cold Embrace off, nothing is happening to that Lifestealer. So, really good job there. Because they fully committed on the fact that CK was going to blow up that Lifestealer. That's how that fight was supposed to go down, but unable to do it thanks to the heal that was there from speed. And even though he got jumped right after, like, he couldn't even get a curse off. I'm not sure if it was up. I don't think it was, but there wasn't really a good opportunity for it because they attempted to just kill him right after, but he still survives. They get a big win.
Big win indeed. We've seen some clutch plays. We saw it from Skem in the previous series, and Speed living up to the Winter Wyverns. Well, I wouldn't say Hall of Famers, but at least the top plays for Wyverns, especially. It makes it look so easy too with CK, Tiny, right-click heavy. Well, Embrace is just so good against that. Setting up on top, they found Lelis. One has the stronger silence in this case. Crippling Fear versus the Calling.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sanj and Yasha lined up for Samson. Some extra stats. Also versus the all the crowd control. Service assistance is pretty handy here.
Yeah, choosing not to go for the Manta to try and deal with this Orchid, instead just going to rely on his teammates. Make sure that they can either save him with these Wyvern heals or turnaround plays with the Curse, or just like straight up trying to deal with these illusions somehow. But doesn't want to just make it as a one-and-done Dispel situation. Just wants to try and handle a lot of the tools that they have on the side announced.
So a bunch of Force Staffs are now going up for Nouns as well to try to counter this Night Stalker. Makes a lot of sense.
I mean, it's honestly really good versus all three of their cores, like DK, Lifestealer, and Night Stalker. It's that one Force Staff can save you in so many of these situations, so it's a very good item choice here. Fly, after farming up a little bit here, gonna quickly escape as the enemy troops are coming through.
Splitting the map for now. It's going to be daytime in a few seconds. With that prolonged night still happening here, thanks to the Night Stalker facet.
They grab themselves their second tower of the game. They knocked out the top tier 1. Yep. Crushing it.
Always a good day to wake up to when you're making progress.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Amplify damage, leading the charge here. They don't have the best vision. They've got some heading into their own jungle, but none up towards like the Ancients of the Wisdom, so they're not going to know that's where they're actually going. They do now see Sammy on this Lifestealer, but he's TPing out. Wish might not be so lucky. What path does he take?
Just... It's a bit of a roly-poly wraparound, right? He shouldn't get away. BKB teleport out. Well, that looks more like it now. And that's the way it should have gone.
Yeah, they split up a little bit too much there, and it's pretty unlikely. Like unless you can get a couple more chain stuns first, which they don't really have. That BKB is going to be pretty damn safe this game.
All right, Nouns are charging into the Roche pit now. They know they have the daytime advantage. Of course, the Dark Ascension is up, but that's a 30-second window for Apex to make things happen.
They've scanned it already. They're definitely in the know. This is an infested Night Stalker coming in, and they're starting to clear out of the pit. They don't want any of the smoke. All right, went to split. Can they force a bad split?
They both see each other's, well, maybe the Night Stalker, and there we go, he jumps in, and that's a quick deletion of Fly's Venno. Just disappears right away, but the CK still having to deal with Samson at the moment. The Brewlings are spreading all over the place with the Winter Wyvern, trying to keep himself alive in his own cold embrace for the time being. There is the curse.
The Brewlings. Now the Tiny, though, dead.
Yeah, Tiny gone. And Fly's gonna drop again. He just bought back to this as well. Apex Genesis, that 30-second period works out for them. 3 kills. Tiny and a dieback on the Venno, and Roche is theirs for the taking.
Oh, yeah, and that's going to put them into the gold for the AC now. Finish up here for Wish. He's going to send that out on the Courier. So they're going to have Aegis and AC to start attacking these Tier 2 towers. Just great map movement and reads here from Apex Genesis, knowing that they're going to go for that Aegis. And, I mean, now as they come out of the pit, they try and huddle under this ward, thinking it's a good situation. They jump and blow up the Venno, but Venno had buyback, so you know he's going to come back and get his spells off, and it just didn't even matter.
Yeah.
They have to be so well set on the side of Nouns for a good fight, right? Like, you need this, like, we have to get the silence onto the Lifestealer, it feels like, or it's just going to be a bad fight. You have to have the Phantasm out already. You need Split to be doing a lot in this, and Gunnar, he gets the Split off, but he's just, like, he's kind of chasing the back line, and he can't deal with this Night Stalker and Lifestealer combo, and then he just gets cursed. So, you know, Speed just spending it to delay his abilities in the team fight, very frustrating.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, frustration, I think, is the key word to use here, because it's like you're, you know where they are. You've already got like a slight advantage around the Roche pit. You've started it first, and you've gained control of the area with your wards and everything, and it still just falls flat. What happens after the first few seconds of the initiation? And that also was caused by Apex. So it really feels like Nouns has to be the one to start the fight first. They can't allow Apex to be the ones to jump in them.
Part of the problem is that starting the fight first for them has to be Tiny, because like the Brew initiation is too slow, the CK one is too short range, and Tiny's like level 15. It's the burst damage in this day and age is just not what mid Tiny used to be like. Look at these 3 heroes. Well, who's the lowest HP? It's 2600 on the Lifestealer and the Night Stalker. Like you're tickling these guys when you jump in this Tiny. It's nothing. So until he gets like actual consistent damage, he doesn't really feel like much of a threat. And then you have to do an Avatos combo into like a dead shot that you can't miss, and then hopefully that chain stuns into Yuma.
Also, one thing I do have to say, I'm probably not the biggest fan of Copy's item build, because this is the carry Tiny with the Echo Saber and now the Shadow Blade coming up. This is what you build as a pause 1 Tiny. Your pause 2 is slightly different, of course. Yeah, like it takes a lot of time to get this to work out with Echo Saber and Blink both being in your inventory, and they're like, okay, now I can start to make things happen, and I can actually dish out some damage. But you just gotta hope that it's gonna work out for him, right? And yeah, thank you. No Shadow Blade. Let's go for BKB instead. He just changed that in his quick buy. It makes that's a lot better already. I feel more comfortable now.
Yeah, he definitely needs to get his spells off.
Bit of bouncing back and forth. There was a moment of announced lead, but now Apex has kind of crawled it back together once again. 6K a lead at 30 minutes for the team.
I feel like Speed is such a problem for them right now. I mean, he is definitely the best target. Like if Copy could find Speed, these fights would be a lot easier for him, because like he's got Glimmer, he's got Locket, and now he has a Blink Dagger. So I mean, that's part of the problem, is that Speed also recognizes this. It's like, yeah, if I'm caught first, fight might go kind of poorly. I can't just cancel out half of what they want to do. So I'm just going to hide way back. And they don't have the best ways of finding it. There's no Zeus in this game. It would really have to be Plague Wards, but, you know, it's pretty unlikely that they'll spot you as a Wyvern.
Yeah. Sammy Boy decided to pull in all the Nouns heroes back to their own base by sieging the high ground, and they will finish off this tier 3 tower, except it is protected by a glyph for now. The whole team is here. So is Nouns on their high ground. They're going to try and jump with the toss initiation onto the Lifestealer, into the silencing. Blow out that Aegis is what they're looking for. They're going to be successful in doing so. They will lose their Tiny for it, though. So there's an instant trade coming out. Now onto Sammy Boy. A second attempt there with the Phantasm, but it's not going to be enough. And now Gunner's Brewlings also have to back away. Sammy, though, is thrown into the air. He just picked up that fresh Aghanim's from his Courier, so he does have that quick infest. Go straight inside Wish. Wish has a blink stun available. They're just going to wait for this primal split to end. 1 more second. Jump in the back line. Fly. Going to be initiated on and going to get blown up right away. He's not coming back for 40 seconds. He bought back in the previous fight. Wish, though, he's in trouble too by Yuma, but there's the heal, the save. And look at that healing from that. I mean, the cold embrace on Wish, and he just goes all the way back to like almost full HP. After all the hard work from all those Phantasm Illusions, now they're all gone. Garlanorax is gone. Apex, they're basically just cherishing the moment right now. They're almost celebrating, you could say.
Yeah, I mean, they get the Tiny in the trade for the Aegis. They're very happy with that because he didn't immediately buy back. He had it, but didn't feel like it was going to be worth it. It's going to just kill his hero's momentum for sure, and there's no guarantee they even get anything off of it. So the rest have now instead just try and delay the siege. They will eventually get the lane. It was kind of risky, though. I honestly thought they were going to lose another core there, but they just dropped the Veno. That's fine. But Apex, yeah, working on just closing this one out here. His Fade is chasing Gunner.
Bit of a roly-poly around the tree again. Gunner gets out. We went around the same tree line twice. Still couldn't catch each other's. Gunner just wanted to get away. Fade just wanted to catch a friend. Please play with me. Copy BKB getting closer and closer. He'll need that for the next time he does a toss.
I hear something
like
dangerous coming this way.
Uh-oh.
I feel like a Dragonite with a lifestealer inside kind of makes the same sound that like a TIE fighter does, you know? It's like I'm screeching in. Something similar.
Probably gonna ask some of the sound engineers to add that. Is that for every hero or just the dragons? The haste room.
According to the book on the sounds of Star Wars, he created it with the combining an elephant call with a car driving on wet pavement. In case anyone else was wondering, because I just Googled it. Yep.
Okay.
You're welcome.
That is a very interesting way to put it.
That is exactly what a Dragonite brings to my mind. An elephant in wet pavement. Perfect. Well, let's see if they can cause him to come crashing down onto the pit. What? What's pavement?
Yeah.
It's like asphalt. It's like the road.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, what kind of
Oh,
sound
wet
does
pavement.
wet
They said, what's pavement? I was like, oh, we didn't know the English word for pavement. That's what you were saying right now.
I apologize for my crude accent. Oh, boy. Yeah, they're going to take the Tormentor, but there is still a threat looming in the triangle, but they're not going to jump it this time. You know, they did have the Dark Ascension available, but they will not go for it. Maybe could have found a Brew, maybe a Muerta, very low on HP. Going to do it the long route. Go all the way to the Defender's Gate. Checking out for wards. There goes the Watcher. Pretty sure somebody saw that Watcher go offline. Deactivating Watchers in smoke is like one of the things that some players barely notice happen.
Yeah, because sometimes it's hard because it feels like you're like, oh, did it just dissipate, you know? Doesn't it make like an audio cue? I don't know. I need to keep better track of my Watchers, I suppose.
Because if there's like, you know, when IO's in it's basically like increasing the vision and reduces the time taken. It's like you can actually try to smoke up and deactivate Watchers and still your opponent's going to be like, well, what the heck? Instead of like a D-ward, you see them on a glimpse on the map. It's like, oh, they're there. See a smoke pop somewhere. Yep, they just smoked up. Let's back out. But a Watcher being deactivated, it's a pretty hidden thing.
Pretty sneaky. We'll see if they can sneak themselves to the Roche Pit. It's going to spawn daytime, and it's not too far away here.
Yeah. Pretty
Sam's
short timer.
Are they going to back them? I don't know if he noticed, but the Tormentor just popped up right behind him. They're all here. I feel like they might as well just grab it. But no time, he says.
No time indeed. It's just the Lifestealer shard, which is actually pretty good. When you think about this game, it applies it onto all the CK illusions too.
Yeah, it's sick. But maybe we should just get the Dragon Ball. Wow, that was crazy. He actually blinked into the respawn of Roche.
Confidence play. Nouns are going to make their way towards the Roche Pit, but there's quite of a distance to cover. Can they make it in time? Roche is almost down by a third. Closing up to the halfway point. Yep, they're going to make it in time. Just need to make the right plays now. Who jumps on who? This is their one chance to start a fight. They got to do
9
things
seconds.
really well. They got to do everything right
BKB.
now. Primal Split used. Roche is down. HS is secured for Sammy Boy. And they find themselves Bignum. Bignum, he gets a big
Dude,
heal
that's
at the same
crazy.
time. That was a Lotus heal, right? I mean, the Venomancer now getting chased by Fade. Fade should be able to take him while in front of the Roche pit. Battling versus the Brewlings. Sammy Boy running rampant all over the place. Lelis has to pierce the veil away from this one. And this is the 9-second BKB from the Tiny. And he's just taking hits. CK left all by himself. They will curse a CK illusion this time around. And Sammy Boy is eager to kill him. But Yuma still has to deal with the situation all by himself. And he's going to blow up the Aegis. And
That was
teleports
sick.
away. Actually a pretty sick play that he's able to do that all by himself.
Yeah, and he actually kills that damn Dark Willow. Bignum just living for way too long. That was unreal. He healed so much. Oh, just like
Raider
yeah,
healing Lotus.
4,700 damage on the Willow. Somebody kill this
Sheesh.
stupid pixie. The dust is too good.
Yeah, he used 2 Lotuses that fight for a total of 1,025 healing on the Willow.
So annoying. Very well done. But yeah, in the end, Yuma, great play there. Come in and then have the thought to just BKB TP out knowing that the curse had already been used. So
Yeah. It was a hard curse for speed, let's be honest. But it also did serve a purpose for Yuma to turn things around.
well, it is still a bit of a Pyrrhic victory here. Not the best. Pointing out some good stuff when the rest of it is not going too hot here.
Yep.
Good news, you know, Octarine Core, a Aesthetics cap going to be the choice here. I like it from Gunner. That's a 20-second cooldown, 18.8 in fact. So that's kind of handy. And that just means he's pretty much always going to have Split available. I have not noticed until right now that he did not have Clap. That's very funny.
Yeah, I was about to ask you about that, but I was like, Trent is probably going to give me a very self-explanatory answer, so I'll just not ask. It's like zero Qs. Also, we saw a quick glimpse of Speed's healing stats. 21,000 healing so far this game with that Holy Locket Cold Embrace.
It's funny. I've
21K.
seen 1 point, but I don't think I've seen no points.
Yeah, he's put 6 times in his +2 all stats above the Thunderclap.
Fair enough. I feel like most people just like the 1 point for the lane, but I guess because it's a life stealer, it's just not worth it. That's probably the reason.
Gotta see if there's some truth to it. But I mean, yeah, like at least the value point, the classic term, at least get that 1 point is the usual. But he just does not want that either. Prefers the stats above it.
Radiant are
Very-
Well,
I mean,
smoke-
typically, if like you want the 1 point to activate your Cinder Brew, but obviously he just had Lella's doing it, so and with it being a life stealer, yeah, like, it's kind of comical, but it's all good. And I mean, you get a Radiance, so do it my damn self. See,
Yep.
TP's on home.
Yeah, the 40-minute mark, nighttime once again. Apex not gonna be lucky finding anybody outside of the base now. Has already done a full retreat, set up defensive perimeters inside their own high ground. CK already delivering some nasty, almost 900 to 1,000 damage crits. Gotta watch out for.
And this lack of Aegis, too, I mean, that's the kind of thing that maybe Apex decide to go high ground anyway, and they end up regretting it. Like, Lelis is at the point now where he's got quite a bit of damage. You're fighting into his high ground.
Daddy
Should be
chill.
problematic.
Chill, baby.
All right, bit of a headset call there from Yuma. Still 9K lead, 41 minutes in for Apex Genesis. A 91% win probability for now, but that could still change. We've seen changes from the worst situations to an ultimate victory not too long ago.
Nope, that's true. And Grin certainly looked like they had their chance. See if this pause could throw them off their game, you know. I always get lost during a pause. I hate pauses. You got this like running position of where you think every hero is on the mini map, and then the pause happens, and you're just like, oh, I lost it. You know,
Yeah.
just gone.
Moments of relaxation. Nuh-uh.
No, not in a Dota game. Unacceptable.
Got to fully focus during the break every single time. Lifestealer closing up on that level 25 too. Some talents available for Sammy Boy to pick. Which one does he really want here in the Lifestealer? Like, it used to be, wasn't it like 2 seconds rage duration? Never mind, let's get that back to that in a second. Fade was knocking the doors, like we can now get back to it. Wasn't it like 2 seconds on the rage?
Yeah, it definitely was. It was more than one for sure. I forget exactly what it was.
Or 1% feast lifesteal damage. Make a total of 3.75% max health into damage, which is pretty solid versus CK and Brew. Both already racking up a nice amount of HP. There's also an 80 rune sitting in the river, which both teams do not know about. No vision around that area. Bit of backseat gaming. Wish. Wanting to start the high ground push here. The dead shot will miss. Poppy. Oh. Might have actually seen that ward being placed down. There we go.
Trying some sneaky ones. Yep. Who wants to go high ground? I mean, what is there to gain? Damn, Yuma is just trusting to this BKB going out there. Time to start sending these illusions out. Oh, he rolled pretty nicely there. On the old Phantasm. Give himself the bonus.
Yuma.
Oh,
Aggressive positioning here. He will see Fade. And he's...
Whoa!
He does get the BKB off, but still just gets obliterated.
That was a
CK
nice
dealing
BKB.
overwhelming amounts of damage. And yeah, that's his BKB gone. He's gone for 80 seconds now.
And they noticed the gem after, so the courier's not going to get there in time.
And that was a different type of high ground. That was a watcher.
That was sick. I mean, I can't believe he gets BKB off that quick. Honestly, that was impressive. But not enough. So huge pickoff. Great play by Yuma to go out there. I thought he was just going to like set up and thinking, because I think the logic is like I have BKB TP, so I'm safe, right? I'm not going to die.
Yeah.
Unless they curse me, and then if they curse me, my team, maybe we can fight out here. But you have to take risks, or you're just going to lose this game. And look how far they just get out now because he's dead. Like, this is so good. This is the 10%. When you see 10% win probability, it's stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. Absolutely. I think the right thing is to just exit the base. Try to make something happen. And this time, Fortune just kind of walks into your arms. Now everybody gets to exit for a while. Night Stalker's going to be up in 15 seconds once again, and it's going to be daytime in a minute. They need to push this tier 2 tower out of the way. The Brewlings get to do some damage. They're going to glyph it as well. Not sure when's the next time Nouns is going to get to push like this and exit their side of the map. Might as well just glyph it up. By the way, Lifestealer has almost picked up 1,000 extra HP from Corpse Eater.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, gotta be one of my favorite facets. I'm so happy about that. It's just very satisfying, I think. Like, everyone can just agree that you're taking this one. The other one is also very interesting, though. I think it's a cool concept, this idea of changing rage, but, like, I don't know if you're gonna if you're gonna be able to convince people off of this, because people like big number, you know?
Yeah, big number always brings some kind of satisfaction. I mean, there are games, we actually did cast a game last week in a Finnish tournament where we had Bane, and they picked the Lifestealer into the Bane. I was like, all right, this is an Unfettered game. And he didn't. He didn't pick Unfettered. He went for Corpse Eater, and the moment he got gripped, literally our cast was like, pick the wrong facet, boy. Joke's on you. They lost that game, by the way.
Oh, then it couldn't have gone worse. I mean, you lost anyway. Binary results here. Uh-oh. The safety of the CK has been compromised. The Abyssal Blade's out.
Uh-oh.
No longer can be super brave here on Yuma. 54 seconds until the Roche spawn. Oh, but wait. I've got Abyssal of my own.
And it's a daytime Roche as well, so double banner? They already got one on the Life Stealer's backpack.
Oh, Yuma.
Yuma being found this time. Is this vengeance time for Mr. Fade? Yuma does get the BKB off, but he's stunned up right after, and he gets the Phantasm barely off, but it's not going to do anything. He's gone for 90 seconds. And this is where Apex Genesis, they are relishing the moment. There's no big CK to worry about. Fly is able to get out from the clutches of Fade and Wish. But with that, that should be a lane of Rax and maybe even two.
They're not clearing the creeps. They're trying to fight.
Copy. They're going to try and toss back the Life Stealer. He's got a lot of that extra HP, remember. He is Lotused up as well, so none of those debuffs are going to hurt Mr. Sammy Boy. Now Wish. Almost a 6,000 HP DK. So we'll just throw him in the air. Pretend he has none.
Lifestealer had to work for his health, you know, and he just gives over to the DK.
Yep, it sure does. Oh, this is hard to watch if you're a Nouns fan. It's like, well, we lost our CK, and now they're just taking our buildings for free. We can't stop them. That's how important. That was Yuma's first death. He played.
I mean, that was just nice. They recognized how to win this game. Get that kill, immediately run high ground. No way for them to clear the creeps in time. Even though there was only like one swarm coming bottom, it was catapults. It was a lot of units, and they couldn't find a way to actually just get out there and stop it from breaking the back door. And now that Roche is up and available, and this is just the closeout here with that refresher shard.
All right. Do we dare bust out the graph, the win probability graph, one more time? Do we dare look at it?
The old 1%.
The old 1% maybe? Or is it 0 already? It's a 1%. Any 1% believers out there can now still come back from a 1% win probability. It is a mega creep comeback if they're planning on doing one. It's only a 15k lead for Apex Genesis.
Only,
but when you think about 15k, all they needed to do was kill a CK, and the high ground was theirs.
Just one.
Just one.
If you kill Lifestealer, that's 30k. Then you're up 15k, right? That's how it works. So
yeah, simple.
Yeah, perfect math.
Just for our NA audience, you know, it's easy numbers. And for me. Me no good with numbers. I like Yuma's quick buy though with the Arcane Blink. I think that is a really, really important item pickup.
Why do you like it so much? Speak to me on this Arcane Blink.
If you can get benefit from his illusions, it's literally through that and Reality Rift. Quick resets, moment of disappearance if Yuma's not shown. Jump on the next target, bring your illusions with you, smack the hell out of whatever you're hitting. I just think Arcane Blink is my favorite out of all the three. You'd say there are Swift Blink heroes, there are Swift Blink enjoyers. Some of your heroes still like to build the overwhelming Blink, but I am a believer in Arcane Blink these days. And I think every hero that has a Blink initiation should consider Arcane Blink. If their cooldowns align with it.
Especially if you can get an Octarine too. Like, it just feels stupid. It's so funny. And like, if they have, if the disabled that they're relying on is ever projectiles too, it just feels like you can kite so well in the fights with it.
Yeah, and it aligns with his cooldowns really nicely. Like, you think about Arcane Blink cooldown is like, what, 7 seconds? Yuma, 10 seconds in Chaos Bolt, 6 on Reality Rift. It all comes together. Maybe not as good as on well, okay, Enigma's actually a pretty good hero for Arcane Blink, but can I think of another example that's probably not that good with it? Maybe something with like a 20-second cooldown, you use it once, but you don't really go like reinitiate with just your Blink to throw in a other spell.
Yeah, but you live.
But you live.
I like living.
Life is nice. Poppy, gonna get jumped on. Does he get the backup that he needs? He's got his friends around. There's the Force Staff. They will save the Tiny's life. Gunner doesn't also have to burn his Primal Split right away. Sammy Boy Samson inside the base right now. He's tearing these wards apart. Level 26 Life Stealer next to a level 15 Veno. Fly will soon get his XP if they just get a couple kills going. Copy gonna try and initiate on the Willow, but just can't get it. Can't get this kill going. And on the low ground, Yuma being cursed up with Lelis. Oh boy, he's very far away, but they bring in Gunner. They're bringing the numbers. The BKB going to be popped by Yuma, but he won't stand his chance. He won't stand his ground. They will force out the cooldowns off of Fade, off of Sammy Boy, but they need to buy back the CK if Apex overextends. Is there an opening? He's going to come back to the fight. Copy with a toss onto Fade, trying to finish him off. Samson, he's going to get focused on. That is still the Aegis. That's round number 1. That's the first pit wave. They need to do it again. They will lose the Tiny. Tiny going to come with the buyback as well. Now it's fighting for their lives right now in this game 1. They're pushing around Gunner. Gunner down to 1800 HP. There's another jump. Yuma going to be focused on another 4-step save, pushing him a bit further. Samson relentlessly hammering away, taking down the CK. Fade for the triple kill. And Gunner in trouble as well with Copy trying to do something, but his damage is lacking. It's just a Crystallis. It's just a Crystallis he's bringing into that fight. Fade could potentially pull off an Ultra here at the end, but it doesn't matter. It's game over for Nouns in game 1 at least.
Apex Genesis upsetting the current top dogs of NA. I mean, they won the last big qualifier. That puts you on top. Those are the rules in North America. Look at them. They're just chilling. Hello, you won. I mean, I'm not saying don't over-celebrate because it's just game 1, but they're just like, well, yeah, I mean, we knew we were going to win.
Yeah,
You know,
normal day at the office for them. I mean, Wish also getting to play a clean game on that DK to the end. He went 13-0-12 on this Dragon Knight. And it's like, wow, like, how can you stay unkilled in a game like this? And we thought the same from Yuma. He went almost 50 minutes without dying.
Am I correct that Tiny was the first overall pick of this draft?
Tiny, yeah.
That's a big yikes for me, man. Like, that's your number 1 draft pick? Like, that's not good. I mean, that's going to take some serious reevaluation here. You got to figure out something else to this hero because that was not it, 100%. I mean, outside of draft issues, because I don't think you can pin it all on draft. Like, they definitely had some solid heroes, and they played the other parts well. Like, they mostly just got outplayed. Perhaps a bit of the execution issues as well, in the sense that, like, it was kind of just a little bit easier for Apex Genesis. Like, you know, we talk about, like, this idea of just, like, tournament drafts and just, like, consistent. Like, this is just easy to execute in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it sure is. They had the Dark Willow to open up the draft, and then they went for the Tiny after as the 9th, but still just it has a lot of gaps in this draft, right? Like, in the way that they execute, we kind of talked about how hard or easy is it for Apex Genesis to open up fights, and you were highlighting it's very easy for them. They have DK Blink Stunt, they have Winter Wyvern Curse when they cluster up a little bit, which they do because they have a CK. Even the CK illusions are strong if they kill somebody under a curse. Night Stalker constantly giving you vision, night vision, blinking in around, and with the Phylactery, of course, soon becoming a Conda, it just makes it so much easier. Apex have a lot of ways to approach fights, but for now it's just not that simple. It's just not that simple for them to ever freely and happily open up on Apex Genesis unless they're completely out of position, which didn't happen a single time this game pretty much.
No, and there's smaller things too, like never getting a tier 1 tower early on in this game too when you have a mid Tiny. Like, the map felt very closed off. There's no roaming for this Tiny. His Blink Dagger was a bit later than his opponent as well. Like, Wish was the one that was setting the tempo of this game. Copy's first rotation with it was to try and avalanche save Gunner, I believe it was, and then he just had to, like, blink back. And it was all just, like, tiny little plays to, like, oh, let's try this, or let's try that. Like, them smoking aggressively. They had one good fight where they went into the Dire Ancients, right? And it's like, oh, nice. This is this is solid for us. This looks really good, but they couldn't get them consistently.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny to look that this game is literally filled with strength heroes and universal heroes, but the winner out of that contest is Wish with his mid DK, unkilled with a 25 KDA to finish it off. Just a strong damage-dealing hero from the very get-go, and was able to at least get that tempo rolling for the team, which is all they needed. They got their item timings pretty much clicked very early on, and Wish leading the troops onwards. So Apex Genesis, they take the lead in the series 1-0. Nouns, they played a three-game series yesterday as well. Are they going to do it again?
Yeah, they already have experienced that. So, well, we're going to find out. They might not. They might not be able to get another win here because, at least they're prepared for those bounce backs. So we'll see if they can rally like that again. And, I mean, if you're on the other side of Apex Genesis, not much that you really need to change. Really good stuff there. Definitely got some solid heroes. I don't know if they'll get things like the Lifestealer again, or maybe like that DK could be something that gets perhaps maybe let through, but more targeted? We'll find out.
Well, 2 words to throw in. It's either rally or route.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
their first game of this qualifier, Apex Genesis score a W on the board and now setting their sights almost towards the upper bracket final, which would mean going up against the Shopify Rebellion team of NA with their European and rest of the world reinforcements with Wish and Bignum. But they're going to have to do the same thing again. And we got a pretty hungry Nouns coming up against them here in game number 2 with this draft being live and ready to roll, Trent. Drafting-wise, still have to be a couple shifts here and there, but gameplay-wise, you got to make it look a little bit easier in the laning stage to get those towers out of the way and start rolling your own game.
Yeah, already coming in aggressive, though. Speaking of towers, like they really just don't want them to keep it simple. Keep it easy. Get rid of that DK. I didn't expect it in the first phase, but they're willing to spend a ban on it here. In terms of the heroes, you mentioned later in last draft how the Spirit Breaker hadn't been picked up yet. That was something that ended up, I think, being ignored the whole time. So that could be an interesting hero here, maybe, if Nouns are reaching for things that perhaps aren't being picked that often, but might be really strong. Then, of course, there's also just the Storm Spirit that got banned very late in the previous draft. And they also get rid of that Night Stalker, too, and they're going to take the Dark Willow. So 3 of their heroes now gone from the previous draft for Apex.
All right, interesting shift here, bringing out the Dark Willow. This could also be Fly, and it could also be Lelis, so nice little flex going around in their support, still leaving their lanes a bit open here. Apex Genesis still, when they had the Willow, it was Nouns who picked up the Tiny. Does Apex pick up the Tiny?
I'm going to guess no, but that would be pretty wild if they did.
Reverse the drafts and get the same result.
After that game, I would be moving away from the hero. Yeah, I'm more into this guy, the Clockwork, for sure. That was banned out first overall by Apex in the previous game when they had first pick, and it getting through, they're just going to snag it up here. So can be played as a 4, mostly played as a 5. Opens up your carry pool very, very, very nicely. You can get any range hero you want, like your Lunas and stuff, your Shadow Fiends, who's already banned out, but those kind of ideas, or even a melee hero, he can kind of get it done, and theoretically could be positioned for, especially with heroes like Darkseer, but already banned out.
Yeah, there's it does definitely open up a lot of options, and also Nouns keeping an eye open on that too. Already getting that Dark Willow means that potentially no Spirit Breaker around. This time around, because, charging into Roots, not generally a good thing to go up against. You'd still have to kind of pave your way through as a Clockwork versus the Willow, but you can get to the Willow first, which I think is a bit of a perk for this Clockwork pick.
Yeah, it's just good to have tools to deal with her Shadow Realm, too. Like, you have Hook, and you have Cogs and stuff, so you got ways of messing with her. This next ban, though, pretty important here for Nouns. The heroes that are still left in would be the Lifestealer from that previous game, and then that Wyvern. In terms of heroes that pair nicely with Clockwork, the Luna, I think, is a pretty good one, but she's obviously fallen off pretty hard lately, so we're kind of off that train. So I wouldn't be necessarily aiming for the carries here. Maybe if there's something they think Wish is really good at, maybe they want to get rid of that Storm Spirit now. They want to have to worry about it being comboed up with something here in the next phase from Apex. That could be a good ban. Yeah,
they had the Shadow Demon and the Enigma both in this second phase as their bans on both sides. And of course, I'd like to see that Tinker show up, honestly. You have Clockwork, you have a great vision provider. I think Tinker could be very nice for Wish, but I don't think you're going to be picking it up right away. You got to see further into this draft. But they have the 24th. They want to just leave the mid pool open and not just ban anything right now. They can see if it's left open.
He's played 26 games in the last 8 days. He has not touched Tinker. I think Tinker's a support now. I think we're off core Tinker. Like if Tinker's coming back, I think it's going to be defense matrix shenanigans.
Yeah, I think that is what everybody's thinking about right now. I just want to stay hopeful. I'm not a Tinker enjoyer, but knowing that the hero's in the garbage can, it could still make its appearance, right? It's always been around like the OD sector of it's either broken or it's just ignored completely.
That was a good ban. I forgot about the whole Meatbo thing that they banned out in the first phase last time. So yeah, that was kind of one of their go-to heroes. Very good idea to ban that. And yeah, they're just gonna grab that Wyvern. Speed liked it last game. Probably gonna end up playing it again. Theoretically, there is some flex capabilities for sure. Another hero that I noticed Switch was playing a lot was the Death Prophet, and so that this would be a pretty good hero to pair with it as well, right? Like this Winter Wyvern, you're in the middle of the fight, you can kind of have these squishier moments, but perhaps that heal save or a Winter's Curse save could be there. But there it is, the Storm Spirit arrives.
Storm is here. It's all the way to the third phase when it was banned in the previous game, but now early secure coming out from Nouns. Do you think this is Apex now considering the Night Stalker again?
They
Maybe
banned
like
it already.
Oh, yeah, they banned it, actually. Never mind. True. All right, well, that does make the Storm's game a whole lot better, not having to worry about that hero at all. And we've got ourselves a Caudle.
Okay, yeah, so they're not messing around. They are juicing this hero up. I wasn't sure what I thought they might go like a soft helper, like a Crystal Maiden or something. Maybe an IO, but no, they're just getting the Caudle. So that's probably going to be our support Caudle this time, obviously. There is definitely some room for an offlane Caudle, I'm sure, at some point again. But for now, this is likely just a Chakra bot to keep the Storm enabled. And we're going to want aggressive heroes. We want heroes that want to play with the Storm Spirit because you need to galvanize and get him going. They're going to try and slow him down with this Ember Spirit. You definitely are going to want your roots here. They've already revealed the Clockwork and the Wyvern, who aren't the best heroes versus Storm Spirit because they don't have these long time disables. And the Brood comes out. So potential Orchid builder in the field.
Spicy draft in here from Apex. I mean, I already like the Ember a lot, considering it is one of the best mid heroes out there right now. And even in the previous patch, it was kind of like an unbeatable hero. And Caudle was the only really proper answer, because Caudle could just kind of ignore it completely and just farm. Both are going to get farm. And Caudle can bring that instant impact to level 6. Now that you're putting it as a support, I agree. It is a bit of a pocket healer. And with the Solar Bind, it gives a massive amp for the Storm Spirit to deal damage, to get those kills, to get those galvanized stacks. But Broodmother.
Yeah.
I mean, these are 3 heroes that do not like playing versus a Broodmother, but is it still a really good Broodmother game? I can't say for certain, but it is definitely a scary pick.
Feels like they need another jump. Like someone else that catches. Yeah, the Mars. That's good. I was thinking like Legion, Axe, Mars, something like that. Is really necessary. Because again, like we have to play with this Storm, and now you have to deal with this Brood, as you said. Plus, Mars has the added benefit of a little bit of AoE to help out. So can manage spiders a little bit and the split push. So this is pretty good. But Curse also, I mean, I guess the blinding arena gonna be pretty useful here. Oh yeah, how did they changed a bunch of things about shared vision, right?
Yeah.
I needed to retest that stuff. I have not tested all of that.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure with how it's been changed around. I've just seen it in action a couple of times where everybody just kind of disappears. But don't they still pick the HP region on the Mars? Because I've seen that being picked quite frequently too. Right? They go for the HP region above the hiding people in the arena.
I think with how it's changed now, I think it's going to be better. But I think versus Wyvern, it seems like the Bloodsport should be like way better. Like in my opinion, at least. Like, because then you just can't save. Dire Radiant buildings and creeps can now be affected by vision sharing. While their individual vision is unlinked, they do not provide any shared vision. So yeah, so now creeps don't work. And now rules for how player-controlled units share vision is unchanged. Observer and Sentry wards always use the team's vision, regardless of the stats of who placed them. Other controlled units use the vision stats of the player's hero. So what happens for a flare? I assume that means only Clockwork can see inside if he flares. That's my big question. Because if Clockwork can flare, it's bad. But
if he can, yeah.
But I don't think so, because I think that's player-controlled vision. So I think that his own flare would not give Wyvern the vision to actually deal with heroes inside the curse and like heal and actually get off a Winter's Curse. Or, sorry, inside the arena.
Yeah. I'm not sure certain about that. I consider it not being player vision and team vision because you can't block flare vision in any way. But can that override the new mechanic given for the Mars? Oh, well, I guess we'll
one way to find out.
I mean, we have observers for that job. So if we see a flare in a Mars pit, I want to see team vision. See, can they actually see? Well, I don't think we can still see them because we
still
need to
wouldn't
look
know,
up player
we'll
view.
we still
wouldn't know.
Yeah.
We will never know actually here in this casting booth unless we test it out for ourselves. But they banned out the Beastmaster, the Enigma, the TB, the CK, And we're going to bust out the Wind Rangers. So we have some early damage coming out from Nouns. And I think early damage is what they probably need as well in this game. They don't want to let this Brood Mother get out of hand. They don't want to let too many items show up in this Ember's inventory. And also with the curse damage coming out from this Winter Wyvern, I think this is a smart approach for Nouns to try and push the victory fairly early on. Or at least if it's not a 20-minute GG, at least take over the full entire map at like around 15-20 minutes and not let Apex play the map.
This is really interesting, though. Like, this is what I love. They have 2 minutes for this last pick. And look at the final bans here from Nouns, the Beastmaster and the Enigma, because they recognize that Brood, she's a bit weird. She can kind of go anywhere right now. So she could be safe lane or she could be off lane. You're not sure what it's going to be. So you kind of have to pick 2 decent matchups versus it with the Wind Ranger and the Mars. So that's good. But now, what can you lock down on them? Because right now I'm seeing Dispels are really valuable for Apex Genesis, obviously, because of the Wind Run. That could be super solid.
Underlord.
The root could be good. Yeah, the root would be very nice. A hard lockdown could also be really good, like a Legion or something. That would be kind of nice to deal with the Storm Spirit.
Looking at Gunner's picked heroes, I see some Witch Doctors, Underlords, Brewmasters. There's a bunch of heroes that he's been playing around. Of course, a couple mid games. You know, Gunner won't let go of his mid lane that easily. Witch Doctor being banned, so that's not an option. I think Underlord is a decent answer. The root is good. I mean, the minus damage is probably not that hot, but at least you got a bit of mana burn from the creeps if you go for the Necro unit facet. It's not a lot, but something.
And I think they are on the right track there because Sammy's been playing it. So, yeah, they're going to get the hard lockdown. They're going to go for the axe.
All right.
So they are correct that it'll be the grab there for Sammy. So he's got that. And Fade will take his axe. So there
Fly
you go.
Coddle.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense for the lane pairings as well.
Phenomenal.
He's played 3 Coddle games in the last 8 days. One with his, actually one against, sorry, not against, with his teammate Yuma earlier on. 2 losses, 1 win. The casual building into straight up Aghanims as soon as possible. And of course, with the shard, he does have recall this time around instead of the solar bind. I would have liked solar bind just because of how much copy gets benefit from it, but recall, what do you think about that?
I think it's part of the Storm Spirit is that you want the recall.
Okay.
Like that's pretty important, I think. Kind of necessary, in fact, I would say. Because you want to like just constantly just spam recall on him and just bring him over to you, right? All over the map. Do you, I actually can't remember. Do you still get the mana bonus? You don't, right? When cast Hellbor's target moves, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, no, you do get it.
That's
On
his
teleporting,
innate,
Chakra
right?
Magic, and the increased movement speed buff are applied to both Keeper Light and the teleport target. Okay, yeah, so he does still get the Chakra. So yeah, it's still really busted with Storm.
Okay, okay.
Confirmed. So what you'll often see is like we saw people constantly doing when they were mid coddle too, is they would just keep recalling their allies in the middle of engagements just to move them like 3 feet just to keep chakraing each other over and over again. So with Storm, it's mega busted.
Okay, so that definitely sounds a lot better than I was just thinking about the raw damage output of the solar bind, but yeah, that definitely sounds like it can easily work. Apex Genesis, though, they bring up that axe as their final pick and hope that this lockdown is going to be sufficient enough for the damage output. And of course, it is a very good hero versus the Wind Ranger because of Focus Fire and the Blade Mail interactions. So there's a good chance Wind might just kill herself before the axe gets a bunch of spins out. I mean, there's obviously going to spin a lot too with that Focus Fire damage. So probably not the target Yuma wants to focus on. We'll have to see. Samson actually pulling out the Brood Mother, so carry Brood Mother.
Yep. He's on his grind with it. Played 6 matches recently. So, I mean, it's played basically the same, right? Like, you're probably going to just go Phylactery into... you can go Orchid if it's good, but the SNY has been really good lately. The BKB, that kind of a build. We'll see if it's worth it. I think... I mean, probably Orchid this game, right? One would think.
Yeah. It does look like he's locked it in with the Blitz
Oh, yeah,
Knuckles
there
and
you
his quick buy, so very likely it's going to be an Orchid game. It is very good against multiple heroes, trying to catch them. The Coddle, the Wind, the Willow. I think these, most importantly, these 3 heroes can easily get caught off guard. And Storm also needs a BKB or some item versus that Orchid at some point. Let's split the bounties 2 for 2. Bignum gonna have to soak up a couple roots here. The blinding light into another root, into a blood grenade. Oh dear, Bignum.
I see Gunner outclicked Sammy in the bottom lane, 9 ping versus 60, and then Gunner just called him old.
I was wondering about that all chat banter there for a second, but yeah, that fast fingers, faster reactions.
Here, I can confirm that Gunner has 9 ping. Did he actually look it up?
Going anywhere.
Pretty sure he did.
Just had to know. He also has 50 ping, so like, I mean,
Does he?
yeah, he was exaggerating a little bit.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, come on, Sammy.
Yeah, come on, Sammy.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Well, there goes Fate's Courier right away. Sniped away by Fly. Applying the pressure onto Axe with the Wind Ranger. Just the casual poke-a-rooney, like you'd expect. There's going to be a lot of poking on almost every lane here. Sammy Boy, maybe not so much on his level 1. The Necrotic Webs just reduces health
That's
regen.
so funny, by the way. I never thought about this. Placing it in the mid lane when you're playing bottom is hilarious. Like, just to annoy the enemy mid is god tier. That is so good, actually. What a stupid thing. I mean, that's going to get changed, I bet. I mean, maybe it won't, but I feel like they'll change it to be like webs within X, you know, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Maybe like a range or something like that. Honestly,
Yeah.
I think it might just stick like this way because he's still very reliant on the amount of webs that he needs. But again, it is only level 1. I don't think you need that many webs around your lane to start things off with. But that is a very cheeky and interesting little play there. Just put it down into the mid lane, nerf the Storm Spirit a bit, make it a tiny bit easier for Wish. We already saw that 2v1 lane with the Satyr +1.
Yeah.
And now this also feels like a, 1.5 to 1. Maybe not that much, but slightly giving it an advantage for Wish.
It's actually so annoying. I think my problem with it is there's nothing you can do about it. That's like, there's no way to kill the web, so I think the fact that it works globally is kind of creepy. Well, if you are a Brood player, make sure you are doing this to the mid lane, 100% every game. Definitely worth it.
Picking up some ideas. There are some really interesting things still going on in the game. Some are being slowly fixed or changed, but the pros show the way. Also, you will do anything in your power to get to that winner bracket final.
Even
Guarantee
picking
it.
Broodmother.
Even picking Broodmother. We'll do anything for that.
Man, static slide is crazy. I mean, this is another one of the big reasons. We talk a lot about the galvanized, but the static slide is also a big reason why Storm Spirit has looked so good lately, because it really has changed up this mid lane. It's very hard to deal with the static remnant. You just get tagged in it all the time if you're another melee hero.
Yeah. At first, we were, like, when it was released, we were laughing at it a bit. It was like, who wants this? Like, come on. But then, actually, when you think about it, like, when you have some particular range matchups or maybe even some melee matchups where you need to pop the Remnant to do damage to your opponent or to the wave, they always get a hit in. And now that even that tiny little extra movement speed provided on that Remnant makes it a lot difficult for the opponents to actually get to trade with you.
Yep. Yeah, it's very solid. Still 0-0 here. We're hunting for our first blood. Lela's going to be the first rotation mid just to lock down these runes.
Yep. Dry out Wish. Gonna have a bit of a drought moment.
Middle tower is under attack.
No bounty rune nearby either for him to pick up for a bottle refill. Also, talking about heroes in general, it's not in this game, but do you think people have already figured out Morphling?
No. I mean, they figured out that the strength one's bad. If that's what you mean. Although people are going to keep trying it.
Yeah, there's going to be attempts on it. First blood attempt as well. On to Bignum here with Yuma and Fly. And it's a close call. Second level top power shot. There we go. Yuma the sharpshooter. Fly giving him a tip. Like, nice. Good connection.
And I'll finally get one here.
Dire's top tower.
Fade. Essentially, yeah, he's going to watch out. don't want to get hit up again here because the spam is very real with Coddle in your lane.
The never-ending power shots. They're trying to set up on Fade. There's no tree. The tree has been cut down, so that shackle shot will not connect. Power shot will. He's got another one available in 4 seconds. Bignum shows up and he pops the wind run, runs away. Fade's desperately going to need some more extra HP regen in this lane. He just has one bracer. I don't think it's good enough. Does he have anything on the courier? Just another salve. Storm has hit level 6 before the Ember Spirit, so Bignum's rotation to mid might feel like a bit of a waste in a way. Will make his presence known at least. I wish would like to get that 6-2 and make sure he gets that level, 6-minute rune. Since those water runes were completely denied from him. Even bringing in speed and Lelis. Lelis stacking the camps. Top side rune. Nuh-uh. Of course, it's a regen for the Storm.
Okay, time to stack some up here for the axe pretty soon. Them just flagging up into each other. A lot of heroes struggling with this clockwork, obviously, in the patch. He's been a really popular hero. But even with a blinding light, man, you still take a lot of damage.
Oh, you certainly do. All right, Regen Rune is now popped by Copy. He's on his way to steal the stacks or steal a kill. If he can get to Wish. Wish still has a remnant thrown back. And Bignum, he shows up here. It's like, well, the Storm is here.
He's gonna go for the kill? I feel like the stack's worth more.
He should be able to do it. Just a couple more, one more remnant.
I did not believe. I really did not. Very well done. I was in total doubt mode.
It's all about the static slide, baby. He would not have gotten a kill if he didn't get to those remnants on the move.
Not going to take the stack on the way back, though. It does get pinged there. Fly only 1 point in the Illuminate, so he can't really do much about it. And how's this Brood doing? 41-10 to Gunners, 29-7. Okay, I actually like he'd have a little bit more farm down here. But he's been left alone a lot. He's been soloing a ton of the time here. And his net worth is, well, it is the bottom of the course. Okay, I was going to say it's probably not that bad because of neutrals and stuff, but it's not great.
Yeah, and only the net worth difference is really just the first blood pickup on the Wind Ranger from the power shot on Bignum. Wish and Copy both sharing this farm together. It's not your camp, it's our camp. Speed and Fade doing the Cold Embrace spin farming in the jungle. They just cleaned up that stack on the hard camp. Meanwhile, 8-minute rune is an Invis for Wish. That's his first rune.
Not really a great one.
Nope.
In terms of rotations and stuff for an Ember, not really what he's looking for.
Dire's middle tower is under
Bignum is also locating the stacks for Fade. He also pings out Fly's location. Blood Grenade. Just like that, Wish is coming in. Blinding Light is available. He's going to miss a couple of his attacks. Actually does get the connection on both of them, so screw the miss chance. He hits both.
This is such a good time to fight.
Storm's steeping in.
Oh, yeah. This is good for Storm. This is going to be another charge.
Yeah. And it just seems like this X is not going to get anything else except for a couple creeps. Storm also gets a piece of that.
Yeah, but he dunked for the gold, so it's okay. Right? He got that creep. But yeah, that's 7 charges, so it's gonna start pumping up.
Gonna find a way to shut this man down. He's going for the Witchblade first. He does not know about the Orchid looming in the near future for this Broodmother. Still opting to go for the damage route, which is the right call. Speed pops the smoke up of Copy.
So dead. Gets chakra here. Teammates are rotating over.
Bit of a blast on top of him.
I mean, this is just gross, though. Like, this is maxed out chakra right now. 3 points in it. The arena not going to connect here. I believe the
Very
first
close
one.
call. Sammy was on the edge of those trees where Gunnar hoped that he would find him. Sammy's just going to have to spawn more and more webs. Gunner's just going to zone him out. Like, you're not getting any farm as long as you're there. Meanwhile, in mid, rotations coming in. Wish will be initiated on with a 3 versus 1 situation, and he's just getting rooted to root. And this is just so good looking, man.
Oh.
They did this
I
before
applaud
on
that.
Big Num. The blinding light into the roots.
That's so
Simple as that.
sick. I mean, on an Ember of all heroes too, like he's just thinking like, I'll get out. Like I'll be fine after. I got 4 points flame guard. Like no, you're dead, dude.
Yeah, you got Curse Crown, you got Vortex, and then rooted up and blinding light into some more roots, and yeah, you're just done for. Well, these are definitely tools that Nouns are hoping to live off of this entire game. So turned 10 minutes already, ramping up with a couple kills. Hoping to keep up the tempo. That tower in the bottom lane should be done for in a matter of moments with the Storm and Mars and Caudle keeping up the pressure there. And also no response coming out from Apex Genesis to push the top lane in a similar fashion. So it's just going to be a lost tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It is pretty hard as well for Apex to actually make moves yet.
Yeah, they're very dependent on that blink. So I mean, they have hookshot, which that'll be something too once he gets level 6. But yeah, until you have those two things, the moves are not great right now. Copy with the AD rune here. Ooh, get out of there.
Is under attack.
Yeah, not willing to take that challenge. Wish jumping back. Still doing quite fine on this Ember. 5,000 net worth almost accumulated. Has a Cobalt following him around for some extra generated gold. Love to see that. Also, Lelis, your stash is full. You might as well bring all those items on the courier. Tier 1 token, double null talismans, a sentry ward.
That's stacked up. I guess because when you Pixie, like the Pixie just gives you a crazy amount of.
Regen with double null.
Yeah.
Has a Caudle in his team, but Caudle's too busy for him.
All right, zap in from Copy, going straight to Big Num. High amounts of damage with the Bedlam as well, out of all things, making it an even easier kill. Actually, Lelis is the one to score that particular kill.
Copy's doing a good job getting these charges before that control is up. Like, no clockwork, no hook shot, no blink deck on the axe, because he can't make these dives anymore once that's there.
Yeah,
They don't quite have the ability to actually like defend him if he goes like that. So, I mean, the window's closing, but he's gotten a lot out of it. The next big spike will be when he hits level 12, and you get the extra 5 charges. Then if you can start killing him from there, that's when you really try and stall that momentum that he's gaining.
Yeah,
But,
like they say, the early investments pay off.
Yeah, you do also get a permanent one that you can't lose, which is pretty nice. Every time you gain a charge, you get 0.1 permanently on the mana regen, so it's not like worthless to when you've dropped all your charges, but obviously you're still trying to keep them up as much as possible.
Yeah. A lot of benefit behind that Galvanize. Also, Gunner has his fresh blink ready, so moving with a smoke with Lelis. On the hunt for a kill, they spot Fade.
He has his blink.
1700 HP on this axe. There's a Wyvern nearby, but can the Wyvern actually see the axe? Speed is hopeless. Just let me in. Just let me in. And Gunner is the one who's going to end up dying in the end. Big Num able to intervene, and now there's a
how did he
chance
hit
for
that?
Apex Genesis. Actually, axe getting jumped on again, but a shield rune popped by the Storm Spirit. Copy. They're trying to kill off Sammy Boy. Beautiful shackle shot, power shot combination coming out there. Get another kill for Copy.
Can we get a replay of that when we get a second? I'm very curious. I wonder if he pinged, like where to hook.
It could be.
Or I
Very
guess he
much
could have
be.
he probably just flared, actually. Probably just flared. Never mind, 'cause he's 6 now, and he actually took
We
the
need
1 point of
confirmation.
Because, like, I mean, he could see from his own flare, you know what I mean? So we know
Yeah.
that would work. But that makes a lot of sense, because, like, a lot of clockworks don't take the early point in flare. As I'm saying all that, they're going to get speed.
That's going to be the 9th kill, 7 of which have come through the Storm Spirit. And here we have the
thank you.
replay. So let's keep our eyes peeled.
So no one can see anything. We're all blind. No, he didn't even flare.
The
did he?
power shot, does the power shot vision give enough?
Well, no, but they're on the same team. He's on the Mars' team.
True. True, actually. Never mind.
Well, he just hit
Ignore
that.
what I
shot.
said.
I'm not even sure. I have to watch it again. I would check the replay later. It's the only way to truly know the player perspective.
Also on live picture right there, they were smoked up trying to kill the Storm Spirit in the jungle. And the moment he blinks and Storm's already zapped away. So very close call there to get that black blink reveal to credit a kill. Now that blink reveal doesn't give them one, which Fade would have loved to get. He also wants Coat of Blood.
This is one of my favorite parts about Storm Spirit is the Meteor Hammer being the go-to item, just because the item has just been such trash. But the 75 mana regen amplifications, you know, it's all stats. Like there are legitimately games where the Meteor Hammer will never hit an enemy hero.
Yep.
They might never even use the active because frankly, as a Storm Spirit, it's generally not going to be that good. It's just a waste, you know.
It's literally just a stat item. That's all it's about. I was laughing about the same thing about the Storm Spirit when it came out. I was like, yep, Meteor Hammer and, you know, Mono Regen Amp with Galvanized Mana Amp. Yeah, I can see something working that you could start building Meteor Hammer on the Storm Spirit, and that indeed happened.
I mean, it's nice to just get towers too, right? Like, that's fine.
Yeah, that's a bit niche, but it's something.
Ooh, good
Arena
calls.
on Cogs. Well, I have to go to the middle of the arena for this one, and the spear actually connects on the arena that just evaporates at the same time. Still, kill for copy.
Now, it's starting to pull away here. They have failed to get their moves online, right? Like, the hook shot has come up, the blink dagger has come up on Axe, but they have not connected. You know, they missed that one gank already on the Storm. Now they're all up top here trying to just push this tower, but it takes forever because you're an Ember lineup. And there's a Brood somewhere in this game. Yeah, there she is. 0-1-0 for old Sammy. But he's online. All right, Brood has joined the game.
All right, a new challenger arrives. And are they going to go straight
Oh,
for a
what
kill
a start.
on the Storm Spirit? If they can get this one, yes, they can. It's so close to rocket the hook shot, and they got it. It took a while, but 17 minutes in, they found their answer. Now Copy is in for an ill awakening. Fade going in for the next one, calling in the Willow, and smack, that's an axe in your face.
All right, shoutouts to Speed for the wards. Credit where credit is due. That Storm walked right on top of them and made it easy. So great vision laid down there by the supports, and
Well done.
Fade capitalizes on it. So they also don't have an option for the soul burn yet, right? Because that Storm is just yeah, it's gonna be a lot of burst damage.
All right, can help, but it won't dispel it.
Oh, he's still at 16 galvanized charges though. We got to keep beating this guy down.
All to go. Now they found the Mars. Your next target.
Oh
Smack.
baby, they're turning up.
That's Fade Axe. Meanwhile, Big Num and it's your boy Speed taking the portal up top. Hoping to find a farming Wind Ranger around, but there's no one here. Just put down some deep vision. Make a move there if the wind ever shows there. That's a good ward spot. It's the good right time for it too. Haste Rune is secured. They recall in the Storm Spirit. Get himself a haste. By the way, with just a couple kills, honestly, like this is kind of rad. They had a 5K net worth lead. It's down to 1. With just a couple kills, just a couple.
That's very nice. I mean, the couple big ones, like that's part of it.
Certainly were.
Question is, are they just going to immediately get a couple back here? Because now they're getting aggressive. There's a haste rune on the Storm Spirit. There. Ooh, okay. This could be a big fight. Now, do they respect that there could be a lot of allies here for this Storm Spirit? That's the question. Oh, he's too juicy. I can't believe they're not jumping that. Oh, they're so not greedy. Now, will Copy get greedy for this one wave? Oh, spiders. Oh, he's got to be dead. Oh, they think it's a bait. They think they're all right next to him, but they don't know. They're not that close, but guys, they're far away, actually. Not that you could assume that. You'd have to think they're sitting directly next to him. Like, it looks like the world's biggest bait.
They know that we know that, and so on. Oh, boy.
So they're going to go to the Twin Gate. They're smoking on the side of Nouns up to the northern part of the map here. They have some vision down here already from Apex, so they kind of have an idea this is safe. They're going to put Wish on the wave. Now, he's the bait.
Oh, no. And the miss spear, and Wish still gets caught by the vortex, and the hook shot comes out as well from Big Num. Ember's already out, and Clockwork. Nobody can see what's happening to Mr. Big Num. They're probably all staring at his monitor in the boot camp. It's like, what's happening there? What's happening there?
Yes, swivel chairs at an all-time high.
So they have it. They got the kill, but it was an arena used for it. So Apex, they have a slight window to make a play happen somewhere. Oh, Emperor's under a ward. Poppy's just going to straight up jump on top of Wish, but unfortunate for him, he just doesn't have the burst damage to take down an Ember. But a valiant effort, nevertheless.
14.3% accuracy on spears. That's, come on, man. Don't do it like that. Those were farming spears. Surely.
Yeah, leave our boy Gunner alone. It's pretty much just been a Storm Spirit show for now. Let's see if things change from that. Axe is chasing Yuma.
Yeah, it's deep though.
This is very, very deep indeed. The entire team is coming to see what's the ruckus. What the heck's happening here? Oh, there's an Axe chasing our wind. Let's go help the boy. Rounds now up to 3K. And an economy lead versus Apex. We do actually see, you know, the Mars is actually the one on the bottom of net worth so far, but not too far behind. He's got his items that he needs. And actually, straight up Wind Waker lined up. I saw the Yules on him, and I saw the Yules on the Dark Willow, but he's like, I'm going for the Wind Waker. Very early on. First item,
really
pretty much,
good
like
this
after
game.
Blink.
Yeah, it's kind of insanely good this game. It's like you're versus
the
the
lift.
so. Okay, that's a crazy thing to type.
That is the admin just mentioned.
You can't pause as the admin, so it makes sense. But
He's standing on the spear. That spear misses, right? I mean, he's standing on it. Or does he just, you know, like surf the spear to the
I
low
think
ground with it?
that spear is fat enough that he is getting caught by that spear.
I mean, to be accurate, like he's on it, right? He's gonna surf his way to the low ground and not get stunned, right? Right? Let me be right.
To be lore accurate.
Just, I mean, if you were standing on a spear that's in motion, the laws of physics don't always apply to Dota. You're good to go, and whoosh, straight to the tree. There goes Wish.
So in a way, he was riding on it.
Dire's top tower
Might have caught his boot or something, and he just smacked his head on the tree. I guess that's reasonable to get stunned. Yuma, that same ward, which they probably thought, like, why is the Storm Spirit jumping this deep? Big Num was probably de-warding it, or at least was making a motion towards it, but now he is the one to fall. That's well, I was about to say 2 kills, but the Ember did escape, so they do get a kill with this ward. Now that location has been confirmed. They have vision.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sammy deciding if he's going to re-enter the game the next time he gets another key item. He skipped re-entering after BKB. He's going to farm up his Bloodthorn instead, and then perhaps will join his teammates once more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So far, the general game plan, I think, of this Coddle Storm Spirit is working out very nicely.
Yep, certainly has. They've made it work, and they're going to continue to make it work. Moving the storm around the map and bringing all those recalls to make sure that he also gets all the power runes on the map.
Good news is that the BKB is not a free ticket out of this one for the Storm Spirit. There's still the Axe Call, there's still Winter's Curse, there's still Hook Shot, so it's not total freedom, but it will be hard to get the kill finishes on this hero with this. Because, you know, what is their damage when he's BKB, really?
Yeah.
It's not very good.
Yeah, and even if he does BKB
Fade?
himself, Fade? Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Did
he
get
forced out
tagged
his Invis
there.
rune. So there's that. Meanwhile, all the spiders are heading south, so like they say in Harry Potter, you know, follow the spiders.
Where are they going to take
Eventually
you?
find Sammy Boy. Wish. So showing up in the mid lane. Luminate blast. Gunner's already there. I love how he just blinks and kind of just stands still. Like,
Yeah.
he doesn't see I'm here.
All menacingly.
Now the smoke up all the way from the top lane. That is a very... What? Okay.
I mean, this is just... I mean, BKB's done for Storm Spirit. They need to get this Roche before it goes nighttime if they want to grab it now. It definitely looks like a Roche timing for me if I was Nouns. Like, my Storm Spirit has BKB. I just want to get aggressive in the game. So maybe they could just portal and set up
They
for the nighttime one up top.
Could head themselves towards the top lane. I mean, they only got 30 seconds left till Roche is changing. So they won't be able to burst Roche down, at least this early on.
They might be worried that Apex Genesis are camping it. They're going to send back Gunner
Possibility
to
for it.
basically scout.
Find Big Gnome for us. There he is. He's going to be sent up in the air with the Yules, bring him closer to Lelis. Big Gnome's going to drop here with that Bedlam damage and Gunner doing the rest. And also the Heartbeat Scouts wanted a piece of that action, making it a bit easier for the kill. Meanwhile, mid also copy, trying to make a quick jump onto Wish. He's been doing this over and over again. Constant reminders to Wish that I'm still in this game. You might have killed me once, but you're not going to fool me twice.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Parasma's the next item choice for him. Now starting Roche. No contest coming out from Apex Genesis. Announced they're going to get this one.
Yeah, they're slowly losing out on these moments that might get you back in this game. It's Apex Genesis.
Like, you do have BKB Bloodthorn on this Broodmother, like overwhelming amounts of damage, but the defensive items are already there on the side of Nouns, making all these individual item pickups just so much harder to use. You gotta get yourself a really good way to initiate in fights to get the biggest benefit out of this. You did mention all those BKB piercers in the team, but now it's at a point where Nouns also need to like overstep a boundary and misposition them to actually let speed get a good curse out. Otherwise, it's not happening.
Yeah, it's also like they can kill copy. They really, if they fight into the shield rune, I'll feel really bad for them because I think that that could be a really good bait from Nouns right now. Nice find on that Obs ward there. Copy does have the gem, but like if they commit their BKBs and they get an axe call, the Storm can die. And obviously he doesn't have the Aegis. It is on the Wind Ranger, so I don't know. It's possible, but yeah, clearly Nouns feeling like they're very much in control here as they're finally going to go knock down this tier 1 tower up top. The Meteor Hammer! Insane.
Radiant's top tower is
Well, this map just continues to shrink at the same time. You know, these tier 2 towers
middle tower.
are going to be taken away most likely with this Aegis here. 3.5 minutes of time to make Apex just feel a bit more miserable. At least, you know, they're getting a bit of a taste of their own medicine, Apex, that is. It looked really good in game number 1, where Nouns was struggling to gain a foothold. They had to play a lot defensively. At least Apex doesn't have to huddle up inside their high ground. They can still move around the map. They still have that freedom.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're not, like the lead's not growing like crazy or anything right now. So
Yeah.
this is good trades considering your opponents have the Aegis. They're just waiting because they want this wisdom. Gunner's going to come back for it.
Radiant's top
Willing to
tower
drop the arena, I'm sure. I don't think that flare... No, that flare actually doesn't see Gunner.
Radiant's top tower has
So he's going to jump in here at 28. Oh, and they're doing a recall.
They're coming in. Gunner steals the wisdom. Lelis also gets the other wisdom at the same time. Fate coming in with a call onto the Mars. They're going to be focusing on Big Num, and the arena is popped, and nobody's inside it. Fate BKBs teleports away. Big Num going on a good old chase here, but Storm will get what's his. His 26th Galvanized stack.
That's really the giveaway, isn't it? But, I mean, you got Wisdom Runes with Wyvern team. So, or sorry, you took the Wisdom Runes away from the Wyvern team, rather. So that is truly painful, especially considering they're behind it as well. And now they're so
trying to
split
get
up on the side of Apex that they just can't fight. Like, the only way they get a kill is everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you get one or somebody just getting caught, it's just not good enough. Well, at least they burnt off a bit of time from that Aegis.
Dire's top tower is
Still
under attack.
1.5 minutes, a bit above for the Wind Ranger.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A bit of security for him. They did lose the Tormentor and the tier 2 tower in bottom. They are keeping their tier 2s up on the Radiant side of the map. At least the top tier 2 was taken. They did trade the Wisdom Rune there.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They're actually losing a lead during all of this. Like, the gold is trending back towards Apex Genesis.
I'm just looking at CS, like Sammy Boy at 29 minutes, he has 400 last hits already. But he's still 4 levels smaller than the Storm Spirit. He's going to have to use his BKB and teleport home. Meanwhile, top lane Bignum, well, he's found the enemy once again. It's the life of a clockwork now.
And, I mean, Sammy gets there. And we talk about Dispels as, like, these heroes that you wanted. He's just going to straight up buy the Nullifier. Extremely strong versus the Wind Ranger. Also, actually pretty cool versus Storm Spirit because you're constantly just dispelling Overload, which takes away a lot of his damage in a team fight. But that's not really the main use for it, obviously. It's mostly just to stop the big saves. And there is a Force Staff on Fly, so that'll get removed. And, well, he already is a Keeper of the Light, and now he's going to reach it too. So isn't life just grand for old Apex Genesis here? I have to watch this happen.
Okay, yeah, we're going to fight. They've got Sammy Boy. He's going to turn around onto Gunner. Gunner does have a way to dispel himself, at least, with the Nullifier. The Nullifier and the Wind Waker there. He's out of it. Just the silences here. Speed going to be chased by Copy a bit. He's rooted on the stairs of his high ground. And the roots will not connect. We'll get back to safety, but they do lose their carry Brood. 40 seconds, though, he's back up already. This death timer really isn't that long.
Yeah, no respect for not having your BKB. Still goes out there on the map and immediately punished there by now. So good jump to know that he had no defensive option there. Gunner can once again just call him old. Put him in the grave, put him in the bed.
Yeah, put him in his place. Wyvern has the blink now. He just picked up the money for speed. Another tool now available for the team, a bit easier to execute.
Wind Ranger is such an interesting hero versus Wyvern because even though she's a position 1 hero, because she's so devoted to really only having this focus fire, it actually really helps her because the curse just, it's so whatever. Like, if you're like cursed and attacking your teammate's Wind Ranger, you're just like tickling them.
Yeah. What's up with that? Only becoming like a threat. All right, smoke up out of the base. Did they see Sam? No, they didn't see Sammy. They were in fog as they shared the smoke for the Brood Mother.
They're all grouping up
Tower is under attack.
on side now, so they know something's up. Like they're gonna see it. Hey, there's creeps like in their base, guys. New an arcane rune here for downs. Yes, please.
Yeah, Copy happy to pick that one up. Still plenty of time to connect with that smoke. Apex's smoke is running out. They are being revealed on the map. This is so good for now as they see and know everything that they need right now. Fate is going to go for the call onto the Wind Ranger. Bignum is already down. The hook shot does connect onto the Mars, so they get a bit of a stunt going on there. Mars is dropping and dying inside the arena. Yuma trying to take down the Winter Wyvern. Wyvern will go down to Copy. He'll get a kill for himself, but Yuma is dropping low. Sammy, though, he's desperate for the kill, which he will not get in time. Wish is there as well. He's missing his right clicks. They finally get him out of the way, but they've already lost 3. Wish teleporting home, recognizing that this is as much as we can do right now, him being the last damage dealer. So they got a 2 for 3 trade. Sorry, 4 for 2 trade, as that was a buyback off of the clock.
Yeah, still gonna be a gold lead for them. They, oh, sorry, no, it's not actually after the buyback. My bad. So it's still actually is gold and XP going the way announced. Never mind.
Oh, Wish. No BKB.
Oh, buddy.
Throws into Gleipnir onto the Storm, but that runs out at the same time with the Vortex, and he got another chain, but he's got the Remnant jump home.
Yeah, no Mars, no Wind Ranger. Follow-up stuns are gonna be pretty weak. Scary, but not too scary.
Yeah, it was also the Ignis lined up for Keeper next. For some weird reason, it felt like, yeah, this is such a Nouns-dominated game that, yeah, Caudle probably has a Hex by now, but no.
Getting
Still
there.
support.
Getting the eggs, like you said.
Slowly but surely making progress. But is Apex making any progress here, Trent?
No. no, they're not.
Unfortunately, no.
No, it's a tough one. They, I mean, we still haven't really seen the Blink Curse value. We haven't got like the big one, but again, that's kind of hard to do in this lineup. Progress was getting on the map and actually finding some battle. I mean, it didn't favor them, but it also didn't like ruin them or anything. So they might get a free pick on the Levis with this vision. Looks like they're gonna try and no,
Fate call.
Look at that follow.
He still has the Yules, but the donk fails from Fate. Doesn't matter. Kill's a kill. It's just a very long cooldown on the Culling Blade, and maybe Nouns plan on making a move here. They are nearby. 80 rune up on the Storm Spirit too. And they're hoping Roche would be up. 13 seconds, he will be. But do they just back out the moment they realize that he's not there?
I mean, the scan went red and then green, so... Yeah, they're just going to go prep for the other site.
Yeah, and Roche is home now. He's going to be the first one to come through the portal. Is Apex going to be like, guys, they activated the portal.
Fly is trying to bring them in. He's got the storm brought in.
Yeah. There you go. Roche is the one that's coming through this time.
Fly wants to get in there with a ward. Brings up Yuma now next. Zip
They
in.
do
zip
here.
out.
There's the zap through the Roche pit, so a lot of vision being provided. The arena catches no one. They're all out of it. The spear out of the pit. Maybe they can take the Roche for themselves with the cheese and Aegis available, but they got the storm in the call. But do they have the damage onto him? Here comes Yuma as well. Wish is being locked down right now. He gets his BKB up finally, but Roche is down, and the snatch from Gunner. He's got the cheese and the Aegis, and that's 2 down for Apex, maybe a third with Wish being rooted on the spot. Gunner's walking in to get another kill for himself, and they've lost no one on the side of Nouns. And Wish is 70 HP. The sliding remnant! Oh, the sliding remnant
no
is the one that
way.
takes his life away. Come on.
That's wild. What a way to die. All right, nice play there from Nouns. They figured that out. Had a good fight. The zip all the way through from Copy. I mean, again, there is no sight or anything, so it's going to be relatively safe to make that play. And then the teammates there back him up even when he gets caught in behind. So that's going to be another 5K swing for them as they rally onto the high ground. While Copy is still able to just go push out bottom and then just get recalled whenever they need him.
Yeah. They're gonna take a quick pause for cameras. While it is a difficult situation for Apex, still gonna have to wait 40 seconds for the Ember. And here we have a recap of the fight. There's the zip zap through. The arena's a bit off the mark, but at the same time, they do get a bit of security to finish this Roche. Gunner just fully focused on it.
Yeah, I think it was the play. He was just trying to like box them in, I guess. It was a very funny placement. Worked out, obviously. They didn't lose anybody. They got the Aegis. He stole it, so.
Okay. Sometimes the
That's all
zoning
good for
ults
him.
are the better ults.
Exactly.
Copy, finding Axe. Quick hex up, haste runed Axe, can't run away. A lot of gold for the Storm Spirit, who has hit level 25. Has his overload attack bounce talent being picked up. 35 stacks of galvanized, 60.5 mono regen per second.
Cool.
Just think about that number for a second.
Yeah, with Coddle. Level 26, the 21 on Wish. Insane social game here.
Yeah, Brood also locked down. Big heal save from Speed, but still the magical damage might just be too much. So 100 HP, the power shot is the one that takes them away. Bignum about to drop. Storm is out of mana and doesn't really have a way out for the time being, but rather that mono region will just allow more and more ball lightning zaps. There's a nice set of chains from Wish. Oh, the curse! He tried the curse, but he got hexed up. Oh, Speed. Oh, that hurts. He was already casting it, but then he just got stuck on the spot, got hexed, and he dies right after. He has to buy back for this one. Saving the axe again is Speed. And Gunner, well, he's just facing himself in between trouble and his teammates. And that is going to be the tap out for Apex. We are going to a game number 3 with Nouns tying it up.
Bit more of the expected result here, of course. Now it's coming in here pretty heavy favorites, but Apex Genesis, they let the Storm go. They try and beat it. I like the idea
of the Broodmother in a sense of like you get yourself this Orchid, you're immediately going for an item that can probably target him down, but it's also been a classic counter pick, you know,
Yep.
Storm going into the Brood, trying to lock you down. So there is a bit of a duality that's happening there. So now it's looking really good in the draft. Very good combo, obviously. Storm Coddle, we all know Storm's good. Storm win game.
Storm definitely wins games here. 39k damage at the end here for Copy on the Storm Spirit, and just a roll for Nouns here. I think they, like you said, expected result at the start of the series. The Nouns would be the stronger out of the two. You know, the top NA team, the one that went the furthest in TI. And if they went down 2-0, they'd be kicking themselves. So they really brought out the big guns with the Storm Spirit pick. And, well, Apex was in a lot of trouble pretty much since the start to finish.
Yeah, and I mean, you can take it all in here, folks. You know, the Clockwork not able to provide that kind of dominant gameplay that we've seen a lot out of this hero so far in these qualifiers and in this patch, just because the rest of the team wasn't quite ready to go. The Axe a little bit slower to come online with that Blink Dagger, and Nouns really just finding, again, those perfect moments when to enable this Storm Spirit. Copy played really well in going aggressive before those options were available to punish him at all. If Storm is in the game, every single thing has to be focused on this hero. Like, they focus completely on giving him a good game because they have other mobile cores that can keep up, and the Mars going Blink, and the Wind Ranger constantly just wind running all over the place, and then the non-stop chakras and recalls from this this Coddle. Like, this has got to be the best combo with this hero right now. With the way recall now works, like, you can go to the Storm goes to you. It's absolutely ridiculous. And, you know, Apex Genesis, I think, just failed to really respect it. Maybe they just need to ban it after they revealed their two supports that weren't going to be very good versus Storm.
Yeah, and they also made it work nicely in the early game with just the Coddle paired up with the Dark Willow, like the Blinding Light into the roots as well, which Ember is something that he absolutely hates playing against. There's no way out of that one. So not just a duo, but a trio. But now let's tie up the series, and we're heading over to game number 3 here in our second series of the day. What are the things we're expecting in this game 3? Of course, the Storm ban is now something that's signed up for. What do we want to see? I don't think I've actually asked that. What do you want to see here?
I'd like to see I don't know. I think Wish is still on the right path. Like, I like the DK. I like the Ember. Maybe, I mean, the Wyvern was still fine. I don't think their draft was too bad. Maybe the Brood was a little bit out there, but I respect that. You're up a game, and it could have worked. Like, we saw when they got their items where they got those, like, quick couple of kills where, oh, maybe they're coming back. They erased a 5K lead immediately. They just, they just got outplayed, and that's okay. They outplayed them game 1. Now they've been outplayed game 2. So it's just need that motivational speech heading into game 3.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see if the hunger is still there. We're going to take a tiny break and be back for game number 3 of Nouns versus Apex. The winner goes to the winner bracket final. The loser down to the lower half. We'll see you guys in a bit. Witch Doctor sending his regards here over into this final game of this second series here with Apex Genesis announced. We're ready with the draft as well for all of you folks to watch and enjoy. Because, you know, things have to change. Small shifts. We've seen the best of both teams now. And now it's really just, is it an even play field? Nouns tied. They also played a 3-game series yesterday. And Apex Genesis with their first actual series facing against the wall here in the upper bracket too. I mean, both of them technically are, considering it is a tie series. But losing game 2, I think it knocks out the win from you pretty hard.
A little bit, yeah. But at the same time, you know, it's Nouns. You probably just psyched you got game 1. And this draft already quite a bit different. And there he is, the Shadow Fiend, banned in all 4 games so far today. Led through because of the ban on the Dark Willow. As she gets a little bit of upgrade in the priority in this one. She was picked in all 4 games so far. Finally removed. She's also 4-0 on the day. So maybe she's truly the real winner for us. And now the big loser as she gets removed in favor of Shadow Friend. A little bit better than the Storm Spirit because you don't need the combos. Oh, speaking of the combos, the only combo he has, as we did see with Shopify, was the Clockwork Cog killing, like we're back in 2016 or something. But it takes 3 heroes now to do it, but still works. They do still have souls.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll take the Veno Plague Wards to the Roche pit and let Roche punch them once and then deny those. That was another good one when Roche was in the middle of the river.
Oh, yeah, you could do that too. True. But what really leaves me questioning here is why do cogs have souls? And they're just machinery.
It's a little disturbing. It's
it is.
It has some implications. Clockwork might not be the nicest guy.
It could be. Not exactly familiar with the lore of the Clockwork, but if he's a good guy, you thought wrong. Banning out the Darkseer once again here in the second phase. Of course, the SD Enigmas we've seen before, and also in the previous game, we had the Meepo, which was now swapped into the first phase, and the Lifestealer, which is also still up for grabs. They do have an infest combo with the Clockwork, and also does the Shadow Fiend feel threatened about it. He threatens the Night, feels threatened about the Night Stalker more.
Fair enough. I mean, getting on top of the Shadow Fiend generally is what ruins his life. We've seen the Dawnbreaker tried a couple different times. Some to success, some not so much. I think it is decent, but it requires you to be a Dawn player and to have the combos and probably have other global potential as well. Clockwork already one of the better matchups, though, so they've already got that going for them.
Yeah, so far 2-2. 2 wins, 2 losses on the Clockwork. Shadow Fiend, 2 games, 2 wins. Those have been played out by Mr. RTZ.
Well, with the ban to pick here, I mean, Wyvern, I think you could just go for it again. Ban Storm, go Wyvern. I mean, they probably don't go Storm and Shadow Fiend. It's 2 glass cannons, but I'd feel pretty stupid if I lost to Storm again. I mean,
there's truth to that. Storm hasn't lost a game yet. When it has been picked.
I don't want to feel that dumb. I feel like I would just ban it and go Wyvern.
I mean, you said it yourself. The Wyvern was a good pick last game. It was just a really difficult game to actually get a lot out of the Wyvern. It was not his fault. Can't blame Speed. Yeah, boy, Speed. They ban the Storm. They pick the Gyro.
Oh, mix up. All right, cool. I mean, they have 10th pick, so this has a lot of value now. The Wyvern, it's not quite as good on the 10th pick because, yeah, there's potential for maybe offlane Wyvern or mid Wyvern, but it hasn't really shown itself to be quite proven yet. The Gyrocopter, a little bit different. It's extremely good in the support role. We know that it's got the damage. And then we obviously are very aware that it is still very capable as a position 1.
Yes.
And maybe even a mid, honestly. But probably just wonder support.
Also, there's the variation with his item build, too. Depending if the opponents have a lot of armor or illusion-based heroes, swapping the Crystallis for a Maelstrom, which also allows you to farm faster. So the Mael Ags instead of Crystallis Ags, if played as a carry, that is. You are going to bring in some extra heal and armor and a good teamfight ulti with the Shadow Fiend's teamfight ulti. I
Not
think
the best healing game though versus these two heroes. I will say that. I mean,
That is true.
Overgrowth owns, but like bonus armor and a little bit of HP per second versus these two heroes, not gonna help you very much.
hey, it's a bit non-existent. The first Shadow Demon. A hero that has yet to be picked a single time, has been banned once, and that was earlier on in this series. Now goes through to Nouns.
Yeah, we're getting a Chaos Knight pickup here at the end of this phase for Nouns. Oh, I guess you can't because you have the Shadow Fiend. It's probably gonna be position 1. I thought that's what they were setting up for it, but they won't know what the mid matchup is, so they probably can't flex the Shadow Fiend. Never mind. Because I think CK with Shadow Demon will be sick, and then if this gyro is like shown to be support, then it could have been pretty gnarly.
Yeah, I guess you could, but is it too greedy? Yeah. Ooh.
I mean, they got let through. This is hardcore lockdown. This is what Shadow Fiend hates, right? It's anytime that you can just, if he can't BKB and just win the fight, Shadow Fiend has a bad time. That's why Clockwork does well versus him, and that's why Enigma does well versus him. So the cancels are going to have to be found here from Nouns pretty soon because they've already shown the tree and the Shadow Demon. So there's no like Wyvern or something to also be added in here.
Yeah, I think the only really good thing going for the Shadow Fiend versus the Enigma in the particular lane matchup is if you can clean Eidolons with raises without burning too much mana on them. And that's where if you put Treant Shadow Fiend as your safe lane, you can clean them out. That will make Enigma's lane a lot harder. It's also extra farm for the Shadow Fiend, extra souls to be harvested. We're going to bring out the Zeus for Apex Genesis. This is very likely to be a Wish hero, so they're keeping the Gyro 1/4 flex open.
Yeah, this is a hero who we saw in the first game of the day, and then he has not appeared again. He wasn't banned out, and he has not been mentioned at all in this series. There were a couple times where I thought about bringing him up, but every time it didn't quite look right. This time they've shown 2 supports on Nouns that don't really have any gap close, no way to really jump at all. So the Zeus is already protected, the Shadow Fiend as well. We might see that Blink Yasha Kaya build where you get like the really fast ultis off. That could be coming out here eventually, but overall, Zeus has pretty good buffers in the current situation. And they still have flex into this last pick of where this Gyro and Clockwork are going to be going.
Yeah, and even like a caster Zeus where you have Aghanim's Nimbus, if you see the Shadow Fiend loading up Requiem, drop a Nimbus on top and you just can't ult.
Yeah.
Like, definitely one thing to look at. Very good answer to the Shadow Fiend out there. And Livewire is pretty handy this game.
The offlane pool is still pretty big, so they might want to commit for a mid here as Nouns, because anything that's somewhat decent versus Zeus is probably going to get banned out, like these spirits. I'm guessing they would ban Ember at Earth.
You want to hear something really silly, but Magnus reverse polarity is a good answer to the Enigma Black Hole. Because the AoE is so huge, you can actually cast it from a safe distance and stun the Enigma while he's doing Black Hole, if you want to use RP for that.
And
normally
all you have
wouldn't.
to do is reverse polarity.
Yes. But it works. I've seen it work. It is an idea. We're going to go for the Pangolier instead. So we know Gunnar has been a master on this hero, but is this going to be the offlaner? I don't think we're necessarily going to get an offlane Pango. But if that is mid, that means Shadow Fiend is going to be going to the carry position locked in.
Kind of interesting one here from Nouns. We know that, I think it was Wish I was looking at earlier, right? He'd been playing like 3 games of Pango or something today.
Yeah.
So, snagged away. Maybe he'll know what's what not to play in towards this.
Yeah, I don't see Gunnar playing Pango in the last 8 days in his pub, so I'm gonna go with that.
Copy's been in there. He's had 3 games of it, so he's getting his practice in a little bit. He's also played some Shadow Fiend though, to his credit. So he's preparing for the flex. He also played mid Phoenix. All right, that's gnarly. He went Orchid build.
Oh, he did? Ooh.
That's pretty cool. Nicely done. He's played a couple of games of mid Phoenix. Oh, okay. This guy's trying to style a little bit.
Yeah, I did talk to you about the mid Phoenix yesterday,
Yeah,
and
you
I'm
did.
hoping that it could be a meta thing. has the potential. All right, so what do we really want to bring out here? Like Apex, they still have the last pick, so they can decide where this gyro is going to go. Right now, Nouns is at least banning out the Life Stealer, be it carry or not that gyrocopter. The Life Stealer is definitely a very gnarly pickup here. Doesn't really care too much about the Pango. Does a lot of damage to the Shadow Fiend, plus the Rage versus Requiem. We all know how that works, plus the raises. Takes a lot away from the Shadow Fiend if he gets on top of him.
Actually kind of good.
10 seconds.
The Offlane Venge.
Offlane Venge.
Did we bust it out? Gunner's played it a little bit, tried it out some, got the win. All right, then his last 2 matches before that were a loss. But in theory, I mean, Auras with Shadow Fiend, it gives them swap versus the Enigma, gives them a little bit more gap close, Eggs Rush, the burst damage you survive through into your second life to get off more spells. And here it is. They banned out Lifestealer and Ursa, which is like Underlord, or
I mean, that's what I'm looking at right now is Underlord.
Brewmaster, I mean, any offlaner really, I guess. Like, you can kind of just be like, most offlaners just don't want to see those 2 heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, maybe they're just going to be like, all right, let's play Marcy and just combo it up with the Shadow Fiend. And there we have it. Underlord is going to be showing up here. Let's go. Which facet, though? Cleave or units?
Now, you see, this is a trap. You see, for they will pick the Monkey King. Okay? No. They're going to pick Monkey King, and then he's going to gate and kill the monkey
10 seconds.
when he falls off the tree.
Ah.
5 seconds.
Can work, can work.
Oh, so what's going to happen? It's coming out.
I'd like to see a
guaranteed.
Cleave Underlord, and he just out-damages everyone. He's going to be the true carry. Oh, you were right. You're absolutely right. Here's the Monkey King.
Say? I can do it too, Milan. This hero's gnarly. It is very much a go-to hero versus the Underlord for a reason, but there is that counterplay of the fact that if you're in the tree and you know where the monkey is, you can just immediately drop the gate and it just breaks the tree, and then you get like the essentially a Beastmaster roar on the Monkey King, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see what happens. Will he ever use Fly Sapling? That's what I want to know. Will it happen?
Well, will he indeed? I mean, I'm kind of happy with the way that they decided to pick this whole draft, like going with the gyrocopter support. After all, bringing out the Enigma as well for Fade. I remember Fade's Enigma from last year's DPC. It was probably one of his best heroes, to be completely honest. How good does he look right now with the hero? I mean, Enigma didn't really get that much touched with the 7.3.6 patch to be accurate. The hero is still as it is. Everybody getting buffed and Enigma not getting nerfed for like the 6th patch in a row. Like the hero is in a pretty good spot and has some good targets to focus. We talked about the Shadow Fiend. He hates playing against this Enigma, and I feel like I'm going with Apex Genesis' draft here. I feel like they have what it takes to take the series with this particular draft at hand. Wish Zeus as well, which I'm looking forward to, and then he's going to end up dying 10 times. But I still think Apex has a better draft.
There's a lot of pressure on Yuma. Yeah, I kind of agree. I feel like in terms of just ease of execution, it does look like it's in Apex Genesis' favor. I would rather have their lineups. One thing that they do have going through them on Nouns is this Pangolier versus the Zeus matchup. I did get to see this before. I think it was in the South American qualifiers. And it went so much better for the Pangolier than I thought with this double jump facet, because the way that it works, it's like the perfect distance to counter Zeus in the mid lane, where he's trying to play the lane and use the arc lightning and everything. And you really get a lot of damage and harass back onto the Zeus to the point where he can't play it the way that you want to as a Zeus. It's not just like I'm going to bully you this whole time. Like, it goes pretty well for the Pango.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, and Pango, I think with the change from magical to physical on his shield crash overall just made him so much better against a lot of these matchups, because the magical damage felt like, okay, it's cool, it's there. But when it went to physical, even heroes like Puck, which used to counter Pango, it turned upside down. Now it's Pango favored. So I'll take your word for it. I think it is a good matchup for the Pango in this particular setup, but it is my wish from my region. So I hope he delivers here with the Zeus.
Yeah, it's well, only one way to find out, I guess, right? Immediate tip comes out from Yuma to Fade. He's like, I knew you were gonna pick it. I knew you'd bring out the Enigma. Bring it on.
Enigma, that is currently sitting at a 58% win rate in the off lane and in this particular tournament. I didn't actually look up the Enigma stats because he hasn't been played at all. This is the first Enigma of the qualifier. So, Fate, time to set the bench. Or, I mean, the benchmark. You know, whatever the word is.
Last game there, T-Panda. We got this, buddy.
We got this. Closing up on midnight here. Well, good morning to all of you NA folks out there waking up to some NA dotes.
They just woke up now at 6 p.m.
I mean, some players do. Some players do. I mean, we had a whole team miss out yesterday because they didn't wake up early enough.
It's a fair point, actually.
So, fellow night owls. Well, the 10-second. Nope, no fighting.
The battle begins.
Set up the Dolan bodyguards there on the stairs. Like, you ain't taking this bounty from us.
So bored.
Gotta appreciate that Tsunami voice line.
The which one? Oh, the Tsunami one. Yeah, I'm so bored.
Yeah, let's get over with this one already. Any peculiar starting items? I spy some wind laces announced.
It's a value item. The item's just broken right now. Good stuff. Yeah, both supports getting it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, extra mobility for the Treen. He's going at 336 movement speed. Plus the Shadow Demon as well. I'm sure that he can get those bubbles out, the disruptions. Support Gyrocopter having to start with flat cannon actually because of the illusions. I'm curious about that one.
He's also... Oh. That was weird.
Just looking at the map. Do I need to TP rotate already because you guys are in trouble? Because Yuma scores the first blood for Nouns, taking down Fade's Enigma with the long-range raise. And this could be another one, maybe. Okay, Yuma, he's standing there and baiting there a bit for Big Num. Come on, get closer a bit, get closer a bit. I mean, I don't exactly have the mana for my full setup here.
Yeah, that is going to be an issue, though. Like, trying to keep these Eidolons alive and figure out how to play the lane. Like, I assume you just want to, like, not play it straight up for the first while. Maybe get a couple levels in the Eidolons, and then you try and bully the Shadow Fiend. And then it's going to be up to Fly to try and keep the HP up a bit, because... if they manage to connect with like a grasp and a raise, they will go down pretty quick.
Yeah, they certainly will. Like you gotta keep your distance, and also the microing them around, like keeping the pack. Well, you can't really separate the pack, but at least avoid that your hero also doesn't take the damage that the Dolans are going to be taking here.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yuma, of
attack.
course, is focusing heroes for the time being with his raises. Meanwhile, the bottom tier 1 tower is also being sieged a bit by Sammy Boy and Speed, with Gunnar and Lelis having to soak up a bit of damage under the tower. They're going to be fine. Bit of a brawl there. Level 2's coming online.
Keep an eye on this mid lane. Copy's doing great.
Yep.
Staying pretty close to Wish. He keeps hitting these double jumps just like that. And yeah, like it's so nice. And then Zeus tries to fire back. You have the barrier. It's really cool. I think this was a nice find by the Pango players. Because obviously Zeus has just been a very problematic hero for most people. And even the heroes that we're choosing to attack him with in the mid lane, like the Earth Spear, we saw get like solo kill 3 times. Like those aren't even good answers because they're more so designed for after the lane.
Yeah.
And you're hoping Pango can just do both.
Yeah, Zeus has definitely been a problematic hero for quite some time. Pango players have been begging for a buff for like the last 2 years. Please do something to the hero. Maybe this... I mean, the hero's win rate dropped drastically with the 7.36 patch coming out. And people were saying, like, this hero's no longer playable. But they quickly figured it out. Double jump is not actually that bad. There's one little thing about Apex's draft I didn't actually mention during the drafting phase because I only just understood and realized and remembered. But there's a bit of anti-synergy between two particular heroes. Can you guess what they are?
Would it be the Midnight Pulse?
That is one. That is one.
What's the other?
And you can see where I'm going with this.
Breaking some trees?
Breaking some Monkey King trees, yes.
Why? What's the other one?
It was just Enigma and Monkey King. It's just the
Oh,
Midnight
I
Pulse
see.
and the
Okay.
Monkey King interaction.
Oh, I think there was another spell that did it as well.
No, no. It's just
I
an
can't remember
all-time
how big it is. Is it the whole area? I guess it is.
Yes. It's
Yeah.
the entire area that destroys all the trees. So it's a. If you don't have your Monkey King elsewhere, you better just be off with an instant black hole and save your Midnight Pulse. And Malefice is a better combo later on. Now Yuma's going to get his raises off, and Bignum, he's still trying to zone out from Yuma. Kicks in one of those cogs and burns some of his mana, but it's still not going to do the difference. Bignum, one more raise and he's done for. Just a right click is all that Yuma needs. He'll take it. That's his second kill.
This was confusing me when I was first casting Shadow Fiend, but as you can see, he has 22 souls because when you get kills, it increases the max souls by 1 until you die.
Yes.
I thought was pretty cool. Took me a few
You can
games to realize
rack up
that's what
some
was happening.
ridiculous amounts of souls. Like I think I've seen like plus 30. Some Shadow Fiends. I was like, okay, this guy's going places.
Well, I was like we were talking about people counter-picking for the game rather than the lane. That seems to be what's been happening up here for Fade. I mean, I'm sure there's ways to win this lane and make it feel a little bit better, but so far, not so good for the Enigma.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, I think a lot of that is because of the Treant Protector. Like how well he can brawl with this clockwork, and Fade isn't getting the freedom that he wants. And Yuma, of course, Shadow Fiend has overwhelming right-click damage. You think the Eidolons are good with the Enigma, but then you have to worry about the raises. You constantly got to worry about your positioning, and if your clockwork can't open up a play for the Enigma to start harassing, the Treant is always standing in between speed and
so
copy.
awkward. Yeah. I mean, he TP'd up here for this.
Well, there comes Spots Fly, and there's the bait has sprung. Here comes Copy. Jump in onto the clockwork. He will take down Bignum, and they're going to take this level 3 Enigma as well. He's got no chance of standing his ground here. He'll try and do a bit of damage. And here comes Wish. Can Wish clean house? He'll drop the Zeus ulti. He'll take down one. He'll look for Yuma, but he's being slowed up by the Nature's Grasp. The tree drop as well, but no. Yuma, even with raindrops, is not going to be enough, and he also brings Sammy Boy, and eventually the trap that was sprung the other way around, so it backfired a bit, but it did come at the cost of rotations.
I mean, that's fine. They hit him with a big Uno reverse. You know, Enigma will get there eventually. That's okay. He'll find his farm. I'm not too concerned about that. These are big kills to get. We're going to take away those soul bonuses. Shadow Fiend had copies mid. Pango was sitting up there for so damn long. Now he's not in a position to come and contest the 7-minute wisdom either, which we'll often see Pango players do with their first Rolling Thunder. That one's kind of cheeky. Nothing there. The bright side is they do have a lot of stacks because they got a Shadow Fiend. And my goodness, that Shadow Demon Shadow Fiend combo, very nice. Stacks for you, because I'm good at it. Of course, Gunner, I'm sure, is going to clean up a lot of them with the Firestorm because he gets to say, hey, you put me against a Monkey King.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're definitely put themselves in a pretty awkward position for now, but I'm pretty sure they're going to bounce back of what just happened. Fade, of course, starting to consider maybe the Midas route, and we've got more and more Wind Laces actually flowing in. Is he considering Boots of Bearing Path? I mean, looks like he's bringing in Tranquil Boots. I saw correctly on the courier.
Stack those Wind Laces. Nighttime with Tranquil Boots and Wind Lace, you're just zooming.
Yep, it's a fast boy. It's your boy Fade, not Speed. There's your ulti coming out from Yuma. Speed survives, and there's the turnaround. Sammy Boy's coming in as well. The portal is right next to the Monkey King, but he's in there for the kill first, and he's going to take the taxi service to bottom by the looks of it. Yep.
Thanks,
Thank
Gunner.
you for that, Gunner. Gunner's going to take the portal elsewhere. Meanwhile, Wish is being initiated on in mid, and Lelis, he's got the poison damage to take down the Zeus.
They try and dive Gunner, though. I don't know. It seems a little bit risky.
Radiant's middle tower is
It's very tempting. Is the monkey... No, Samson's not coming. He's in the small camp. I think if Samson goes to the Twin Gate, maybe you do this. But otherwise, this doesn't feel great. Now, that being said, they don't know that Yuma's really busy farming stacks right now. He pinged, I'm coming to this camp, and I'm taking it. So he's raising off in the jungle. So if they commit for Gunner, there probably won't be a whole lot of help. And he just bails.
Shadow Fiend, yeah. It's not
Not
not fun. Also, is that an Orb of Corrosion I spy on Gunner? It is. He's got the Gloves of Haste in his quick buy, and he's bought the Orb and the Ring. Is this the way to go? I don't think I've ever seen an Orb of Corrosion on an Underlord.
Some new tech.
This is definitely some new tech. At least he's not skipping Q like he did on Brute.
Yeah, no, definitely can't do that. Orb of Corrosion. That is really interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this. So what are our benefits here? It's the health regen, right? It's pretty cool for versus a Monkey King. That's kind of interesting.
That is strong. Get your extra early game armor item. I mean, he's got Soul Ring for +2, Orb for +3, Face for +4. That's
Gives you
+9
attack
armor,
speed.
pretty much. Yeah,
Attack
the
speed on a hero that
speeds.
gains flat damage.
I mean, if he's a
pretty cool.
part of killing, he gets nice bonuses with the Atrophy Aura. So I guess you can make it work with your right click. But then again, I'd still like to see maybe the cleave facet in that case. Oh, he's doing a solid amount of work here anyway.
Yeah, very interesting.
Zooming through the jungle there.
The lead currently just kind of oscillating back and forth a little bit here. Nothing too crazy. Wish having this Thunder God's Wrath ready to go. As that last kill mid. Going back a little bit. Lelis going to run right into Sammy. Has the cut, but... Or, sorry, does not have a way to cut down, rather.
Nope, Portal coming in. Big Num's also coming in. How many people are they going to bring into this fight? Monkey King Portal's away. And actually, when he ends up on the other side, he's still being chased by Copy. They're fighting at the same time, taking down Lelis and Big Num. They roll in onto the Monkey King, but Sammy is able to be very, very nimble with that tree dance, and Copy still knows exactly where he is.
Oh!
Does not have a Quelling Blade, though, but Monkey King, he's going to be out of this one. Meanwhile, all that space creation needs into a bit of damage onto the mid tower. Quick Glyph coming out, though. Sammy giving him the tip there for Copy.
That was a cool Thunder God's Wrath, because he got the kill on the Shadow Demon, but it also just
Give them some good vision there to maybe help Sammy Boy get out of that one.
Yeah, quick reaction there. Something to react to and live a bit longer.
he's going to get his Maelstrom. He'll be doing the farming Monkey King thing, probably get the Gleipnir. Help him get a little bit aggressive. A lot of this is going to be what can Fade do in this one, though. Like, he's going for the Vlads. Big bonus for a Monkey King. It's certainly an amazing item for the hero. It's going to make his fighting a lot better. But the Black Holes, he's going to have to get in there and walk up and grab that Shadow Fiend.
Yep. Down to the nitty-gritty. Skipping out points on Midnight Pulse completely. Usually you see a value point in it just for, you know, vision. You're trying to siege a tower with, say, Vlads with your Eidolons. You just cut down the trees and make sure nobody's TPing in there. Yeah, he'll do his thing.
Rotations.
Also, Invis pot by Copy now, so he'll make his way somewhere. Looking at bottom. Speed is bodyguarding Sammy Boy here. I love how he's just hitting a creep and jumping into a tree and going back to hit again and then going back to the tree. It's like back and forth, back and forth.
Simeon Stride is something else.
Yeah.
Especially that they made it 90% instead of 100%, so you can clear a camp and then just do it again. Like that was a big buff.
Yeah, the 100% was like, yep, you're a support Monkey King now. Give us all the vision in the world. Copy. Oh, is he under a sentry? Wish is thinking about it. The Lightning Bolt did show enough with the AoE. There's a Pango lurking.
Fresh Sentry might get knocked down if they come over there, but for now, Fade, you can see, just gets the Vlads delivered and has the Blink queued up next because he wants to hit the big black hole. Yeah, take a pick off onto Fly here. Anyone else want to come and help this poor tree?
Looks like Fly's on his own for now. Here comes Speed as well. Just going to, you know, injury to insult with that homing missile. Fade keeping up to Gunner's net worth. Might have 30 CS less, but only a couple hundred behind. Not too bad. Did not opt for the Midas route, which I was considering if you want to be the big threat for the Shadow Fiend, is literally Blink BKB through Midas. But he doesn't have to do that. He will still give a big buff, like you said, the Vlad's kind of counteracts the Orb of Corrosion if the Underlord ever gets to hit the Monkey King.
Yeah, it helps a lot. Man, look how busy the Radiant supports are, right? Like, they are just farming up a lot. Every time I look at Speed, he's using Rocket Barrage in the jungle. He got Big Num going for the battery assault right now. They are not concerned. Sammy is just pushing out bottom whenever it comes in, cleaning up these camps. Nobody feeling really pressured to move. We haven't had many big hook shots yet, as he obviously just got a mid then killed Tree, but maybe a big fish here.
Gunner's under vision, and I think he also knows that he's under vision. Suspecting something's up.
Oh, this
Wish is
looks
here
pretty
too.
tempting.
It's a 3v1. It's a very tanky target though. There's the hook shot. Into the cogs, dropping down the Pit of Malice that will blow him up. Drops the portal there as well to bring in some reinforcements, but Yuma was not interested in taking the portal. He's going to take it the old-fashioned way and just run to them. Meanwhile, Haste up on Wish, and here comes Yuma with Copy. I'll take down Big Num. I'll get a response for it, but losing Gunner. And they're very happy with this trade in the end.
Okay. Take it. They all get out. I mean, Fade is still just farming this whole time. And, yeah, it kind of was the question of, like, if you want to start a fight right now as now, it's how could you? Because you have this Echo Saber Pango, so he's got nothing. He needs to get the Blink Dagger first. Or maybe, like, theoretically, with Diffusal, you can sometimes do something. But not with this build.
Yeah, this seems to be the build to go for right now. Like a lot of right-click damage with that Echo Saber on the line.
It makes sense with how they've reworked it.
Seeming like the most popular items is still the Echo, Diffusal, Basher. Sometimes a Yasha into a Manta. Speed. Get bubbled up by Lelis into Gunner's root. Chain rooted on the spot. Not a lot of chance for Speed to survive here. He'll just stand his ground. Also looked like he did somewhat empty his entire bank. He went to literally zero gold.
Big Num?
Let's pick them up too. Oh, setting up for Gunner. Okay. This is... He just paved the way open for Gunner. Here's an exit route. And into the roots we go. So there goes that. Okay, valiant effort.
Dude, that was like 1,300 damage, though.
Commendable.
That's kind of crazy.
Not expect. I mean, this is the reason they've been farming this much. Is like they wanna take these 1v1s.
Oh, he tried to get Fade in there in time, but oh yeah.
Sammy's in trouble.
All right, Underlord ulti. Oh, he missed it.
Oh,
he missed
no.
it. He tried to knock down the tree. It was
Value
so
effort.
close. All right, the counterplay does not come into effect.
It could have connected, but then again, they're looking to turn here. The call down and the rocket connecting onto the tree and protector, but there's still the Underlord, and Speed's just gone. Sammy boy
Actually
loading up the
using Feast of
Wukongs,
Souls.
waiting to pop it here. Wish is going to be helping him from the backline. The Flare's on top of the Underlord. They're going to take down Gunner. Now they're free for the taking. Fly going to get pushed inside the cog. The black hole from
Whoa!
Fade with a fresh blink. He's got 3, but they needed some damage to follow up on it, but he's going to die to the Requiem instead, and Kopi is going to dive under the tower to take down the Clockwork. Sammy just playing the observer right now, keeping an eye open on the situation, but Wish has no mana. Sammy's low on HP, and they can't do much about it. Beautiful black hole, but nothing to follow up it on.
This is the trench never ends, friends. Okay, when our TZ blinks past a tier 3 this morning and misses hook, when your Fade Enigma blinks in for a 3-hero black hole because they're a god, but there's no damage for the rest of your team. Those are just Dota things. You'll never get away from them, folks. That's the beautiful thing about Dota. Because, damn, it looks sweet. But, yeah, there's just nothing doing on that one.
Yeah, it's just a pure debate right there. Like, yep,
yeah.
he did the right move, but nobody else was willing to follow him.
Thus making it the wrong move. I mean, they don't
Yeah.
use so many of their spells. Like, Yuma actually putting points into Feast of Souls, by the way. So many Shadow Fiends have been ignoring the skill completely. But I saw it just go off in that fight when he got the first kill. It's like, oh, like actually using it.
And Copy actually doesn't get his shield crash to connect because he lands on top of a cog, but doesn't matter. They will clean out Big Num. They can finish off this tower now.
Lead starting to develop here. Getting a good push on the map here with the Shadow Fiend draft.
You can't, like, when you mention Feast of Souls, you can't actually use this ability too many times.
No, it's purely team fights. Because you really want to be ready. I mean, then again, I guess if you actually get your max up enough, maybe it's okay to use it between camps, but it's just not going to increase up your speed that much.
Yeah. Oh, Sammy, but he's in the low ground. Doesn't see Yuma, just walk into him right there. And now there's the backup coming out. The Wukongs is out there as well, but Sammy Boy's dead. That was way too optimistic for the Monkey King to actually think he could stand his ground versus so many heroes, and of course with the Underlord right next to him. Goodbye right-click damage.
He also went like the one way that got him caught too. I feel like if because he's thinking like, to safety, like to where my team can be, to the tower, but
Yeah.
they're all just trailing behind him. So, and the shard not going to save you on that one. So, back and out, a huge kill for them because he is the one who's going to be winning these big team fights. Them, and he wants this Gleipnir into BKB engagement to finally be the thing that kind of evens this one back out. But they lose that, and now this is a Shadow Fiend at level 16. He's going straight in there for that Roche. Easy Aegis, drop that on Yuma. Probably has Blink and a Haste Rune and halfway to his Aghanim Scepter. This is everything going for Nouns. This is exactly what they wanted in this draft. And now we're getting into Blink BKB territory for the Enigma. If you want to win a team fight.
Yeah, they're in a very good position here on the side of Nouns, getting all the items that they need to start to be super active around the map, and their team fight just looks a tad bit stronger. But then again, Fade, like you said, could be the great equalizer. Just need to, get everybody to stack up like that's going to happen. Maybe even Big Num.
Yeah, I mean, the cogs they're a giant vacuum, but it'll definitely help.
Cosplaying a Darkseer in a way.
It's serious. It is though. Like
It is?
It's crazy how much distance you can pull people in from. Ooh, Fly gets the free shard. That feels so good on Tree because that means you actually get Blink at a decent time.
A lot of money
Dream
saved.
case.
Just 200 gold short for that. We're going to see some overgrowths. Potentially even just a Shadow Fiend waltzing in and drop that Requiem on targets that are stationary. That's the dream, right?
Yep.
They don't exactly have BKBs. They have one force step. It's on the clockwork. Can save one hero. Yeah, okay. You can save one hero. Who it is? Who is it, Trent?
Oh wait, what happened? Oh, never. Oh my God, how did Copy get that farmed? Holy, did he get all the gold in that last fight? I didn't even realize.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He must have gotten so much gold. Like
Rich
he was
boys.
halfway to Ags at the Roche, wasn't he? Am I crazy?
Something like that, yeah.
How does he have Ags and? Oh, because he just assembled an Echo Saber.
No, and now they're going to
I was
find
losing my
Sammy
mind.
Boy. Just like in Game 2, when things started to look grim, it started off by finding the Broodmother. Now they find the Monkey King first here. Cutting down the trees. That's the Fiend's Gate play.
There it is. I mean, that's the issue. I said it would happen. I said they would counterpick Monkey King, and I said he would get gated. And thus it is. Yeah, so he disassembled his Echo Saber for the Ags, and then he'll probably just reassemble it in a second. So there you go. Thus why my brain was melting, because it's a Pangolier. Sorry, guys. I don't have Echo Saber Pango quite yet into my brain Rolodex. It takes a while to build up these functions in there.
Big Num trying to go for the escape here. Copy trying to kill him before he teleports out. It's a close call. Just 200 HP remaining on Big Num. Nice 1,300 damage burst there from the Pango. Fade farming on the other side of the map. Black Hole is available. And actually gone for the Eidolon attack speed talent. Above 50 pure damage per second.
Radiant's top tower is under
I'm going to say I don't like this.
I don't know. They're pretty crazy. Yeah, adds up pretty fast. The attack speed for farming and stuff, pushing out waves. How often are you using Black Hole?
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it is the way to go. Like 64% of people are picking up the Eidolon attack speed, but I'm not a fan. That's just my personal opinion.
Oh,
Overgrowth is going to be a miss still.
My God, that was insane.
That was the blink reveal too.
He
Oh,
had
well.
no vision, right? Like that was just pure instinct.
Yep, that was an instinct play. He's around here somewhere, but I'm going to get caught by that.
Gotta be pissed off, yeah. I mean, Gunner, get flared here. He's
Portal
acting
is
brave.
Drop down as well. Get their reinforcements back into this one as well as the gyrocopter down to 700. Melting inside the pit of malice. And a route to another route.
Hyping these creeps, send them to the high ground. Quick, where's the banner? If only we had Roshan's banner.
Just the one thing that we need here. They did drop the Shadow Fiend down to over half. 50 seconds with that Aegis. Will not get to pop it, but I guess they're happy they don't have to use that Aegis for that push. They'll get a chunk of damage to that tier 3. It's a start.
Yuma's BKB will be the deciding factor for sure. Like, does he get it off before the black hole? Does he get targeted during it? And just get nuked down? Obviously, they also just don't want to fight the Aegis purely because their whole fight is based off of black hole. So you really want to avoid the Aegis as much as possible. So it's a good job that they cleared out these waves and will get their fight with no Aegis here.
Yeah.
And then it comes like with the Nimbus from Wish, they can definitely win this fight.
You definitely can. And also, like, with the Ags lined up on the Enigma, that's going to take a while to get there. But all that extra HP built on a lot of heroes, like with the Ags Black Hole, you do a very nice amount of damage. I'll say it nice. I'll make a very nice amount of damage. But it's not necessarily enough to just kill them off right off the bat. Because Shadow Fiends these days, you know, they're not these 2k HP glass cannons. This guy's already got 3k built up here. Oh, Fly going in. Found Big Numb. Fade's also right next to him. The Eidolons are there to help him out with the Nimbus. They got the bubble save, but the Nimbus is probably going to finish him all. The Black Hole's there as well. And it doesn't catch Yuma. And it doesn't catch Gunner either. And now it's gone. Oh, Apex. A bit optimistic there again with trying to kill off the Shadow Fiend there, but no, he's not in it. Now Copy is chasing Wish, and that's good night for Zeus. I think it's all coming apart now.
Yikes! Oh my God! I didn't even realize that's insane on Pango.
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's crazy. Oh, that's so powerful.
80% base damage amp on your Rolling Thunder doing physical damage. Yeah, okay, get out of here.
That's crazy. 711 damage Rolling Thunders.
Sammy
He's
Boy.
got 9 armor.
He's trying to get something done here. He pops his Smoke Wukongs and his BKB, and they just force staff themselves out. That's really looking rough for Apex now.
Oh, guys. Pango's never leaving.
I don't think so either.
We're destined to have Pango forever in the pro scene.
No need to change. I mean, try to repair something that's not broken, right? But they just made him better. They literally just made him better. That's how I feel. Seeing that, like how quickly that Zeus that's a 2k HP Zeus. Usually a Rolling Thunder is there for disruption, and you have to use the full duration to try to get something done. But he killed him during the Rolling Thunder.
Imagine not solo killing with Rolling Thunder. Couldn't be me.
Question is it stronger than the Murata carry?
Yeah, I would say times 100.
definitely is. Oh, Big Num's phone just went off where he had his camera. It's unlucky. Apex trying to, you know, fight for their lives to get to the next round of the upper bracket, but they have been cursed by cameras.
That has been an issue, yeah.
I mean, I was also cursed by my camera when we were starting this whole run. It's a bit unfortunate. Pango going for Radiance. Hell, why not? Do what you want.
Kind of Radiance?
He's got a Radiance lined up on Pango. Is he for real?
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's big damage. It's total attack damage, right? On Rolling Thunder. So there you go. Big damage. A little bit of mischance. Kind of funny versus the Monkey King. Monkey King is having a not so funny time. Oh, wait. The Atlas. He jumped.
King is going down yet again.
Oh, I feel better already.
Gunnar is getting his tips. He's bringing in the troops again with the Fiend's Gate. Everybody get to collide. It's even better than the Recall. Recall was just one hero for the Storm Spirit. Now they're bringing in the whole team.
So I missed it. I assume he got gated again. I think he did.
It was.
It
I think it was
stun.
close enough. Yeah, I think it was close enough. But he died in the Pit of Malice in the end. The Edge almost gets to walk away. Now Yuma's in your base, wreaking havoc. Not even bothered with the melee racks. He's just gonna focus on the next set.
Copy's just killing people, you know, has a mega kill streak now.
Kill the Rolling Thunder. And he's got his money for the Radiance too. He wants to. Pretty
Man, this
rough
Pango went
ending.
crazy. Like, the solo kills onto the Zeus, the good lane versus the Zeus, the early rotations, kind of risky, some of them, like hiding behind that tier 1 tower up top, but they all just wanted to disrupt and make space for Yuma. And I mean, he's 8-2-8. This is the Shadow Fiend draft that they were hoping for. And the Hail Mary play of the Enigma just has not paid off.
It has not.
It is still their one hope. But it's a very, 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 very small one.
Yeah, at least on the positive side, there's less buildings to defend now in the base of Apex Genesis. But you are right, like it really has been absent so far. The defense of Apex, the hunger, the will to win. We've only seen Nouns. For the second game in a row, it feels like there's just one team on the server right now, and it is Nouns. They have rendered Apex Genesis pretty much defenseless.
Yeah, such a good start, too. Coming to game 1, doing so well, but yeah, I think Nouns got their number at this point. Again, I don't know, kind of like Grin in our first series of the day, where they didn't win versus Shopify, but they showed some promise. So I hope that going to lower bracket helps them. And same thing here for Apex if they can't pull this one back. But you know, I might be speaking too soon because they're trying to set up one last ride. Paul Walker on the Enigma, coming in. Vin Diesel on the Monkey King. Can they do it?
Gotta be careful about who they jump on. They found the Shadow Fiend in the front. That's your call, and he dodges the stun. Unbelievable. Yuma's actually gonna get a wave out of that one.
Oh my God! You think he had mischief? He's the sneaky one. Oh, he got it again!
Oh no! Sammy boy, get out of there! Gunnar is really playing mind tricks on him. He's waiting at the other end of the portal. Like, when do I go in? Okay, he's channeling in now. There's Gunnar.
All right,
Right.
come on, Fade.
There we go. Zeus ulti is popped. Copy rolling in. They got Yuma caught. Fade's trying to get there, but Copy's in between. And he's going to kill this Enigma before he gets even close. He drops the Black Hole. It's onto Gunnar. He cannot get to the Shadow Fiend in time. Requiem comes out from Yuma. He's already disengaged with the Ogre Seal Totem, and he's coming in for round number 2 with his BKB up and running. Speed's going to take a bit of a pummeling here. Fade is down. Bignum's down. Speed is gone. And Sammy Boy's just watching from a distance. He'll get a kill. Outcast himself with the shard in, but quickly zaps out with the tree dance. 3 for 1.
Radiant are scared.
not the glorious game winner they are hoping for, unfortunately. But,
All of
hey,
their
Sammy Boy
smokes.
got a lot.
All of their smokes were popping, and Enigma was just scouted, and Copy knew exactly where to go. It's like, I'm following this guy. So with that, well, Sammy Boy just wanted a tier 1 tower. He'll get that tier 1 tower, but now he has to face a 1v2. A lot of shield noise is coming out from Copy. Another bubble there from Lelis with the blink in forward. Catches the Monkey King, and Sammy Boy, he will die to his own illusions.
Yeah, he was like trying to just make space, get something done, try and pull some people around, and then hopefully he can escape on a boundless strike. But like, he knows you have to make some crazy plays right now.
Yeah, you have to. Gotta try and get on the board somehow. All right, one more lane of racks to take for the Mega Creeps, or 2 more tier 4 towers. Just get everything if they want to. They've got the presence of the Dark Lord. He's gonna march in. Holding on to that Aegis too. Push him out from the Nimbus. Here comes Copy. And there's also the Fiend's Gate. Gunner is brought in. He is that Underlord with a Basher, by the way. So it's just going to first hit bash the Gyrocopter right away. While Copy just kills off Wish. Sammy has the buyback. They're having trouble cleaning out the Necronomicon units. He's coming into the buyback as well. Gyro does show up. They're going to give at least an attempt on Gunner. Good hook shot from Bignum. 2 heroes trapped inside. Is the Wukong's going to be enough? Fade needs 25 seconds for a black hole. Yuma stunned up, but that Aegis just doesn't evaporate from Yuma's inventory. And Wish just died back. Pango sniping the back line. Mid traded. Sammy getting a lot of money for that kill. And it's all down to just 1 melee Rax right now. Fade. 6 seconds for the black hole. You can still do it, you know. You can still do it.
So much gold for Monkey King. All right. They do see him.
Is this a setup? They're waiting for it. They're waiting for the call to go in.
I mean, they have to get the Aegis first, like, surely, right? But even then, there's going to be a save, right? Like, there's Tree and there's Shadow Demon here, so...
Too many problems for this Enigma to face. Again, it's the same setup again. Yuma's already regenerated. He's got 4,000 HP. To disseminate, giving him a nice extra. At 600 HP that Lelis can give to Shadow Fiend for free.
Bignum's thinking about it. He's trying to create some sort of a vacuum setup.
SF Daedalus now. There's the portal. Oh, they caught Fade as well. And there's the hook shot. Yuma, nice Manta dodge there at the same time. There's the stun out coming out. Fade. The bubble is there. They're still trying to get through the first life of this Shadow Fiend. Sammy Boy finding all that he has, all the strength that he can muster. And yet it's still not enough. The high ground misses, but Lelis gets the poison to kill off Speed. Speed coming in with the buyback. Still no spot for the black hole. I think at this point it's pretty much just a desperation ulti. Fade wants to go in, but still 1 minute, 40 seconds of Aegis, and Yuma continues to regenerate. Siege has been going on for so long, but that's Mega Creeps. The final big building is out of the way. Nouns, just a couple more steps, and they're through to the winner bracket final to face off against Shopify Rebellion. Their nemesis.
Let me throw a couple tips his way.
Might as well.
He's just playing it like you need to. Go ahead, do what you want. I got backup here. I'm unkillable. Living armor. Shadow Demon back there. Flare does catch them for the blink saves. That might actually get them the Aegis, but no.
Oh, the hook
overseal.
shot misses because of the bubble from Lelis. And there we go. The Aegis is down.
All right, where is he?
The Fiends get at the back. Copy's in it as well. He's looking for the Enigma. Where is Fade? Fade's in front of the fountain right now. He's in the well. There's the chance to maybe jump in. The 3 heroes are out there. The Sammy Boy's stuck in the roots. He's stuck in the roots. It's like, get me out of here. I'm stuck in a pit. This is a bottomless pit as well. And what happens in the end is there's the black hole, there's the bubble save, but what can you do? There's the bash to cancel it out. And that bash also leads Nouns to the winner bracket finals. The Ancient is destroyed and a 2-1 win. Nouns back-to-back victories despite having to play 3-map series yesterday and today.
Yeah, just getting their practice in on the patch. Obviously must be the plan here. So far, so good for them. And with a few hiccups and bumps in the road, we still managed to get what everyone expected. An upper bracket final between Shopify and Nouns.
Yeah, this is the classic at this point, right? I mean, I'd love to talk about that series matchup a lot more, but I think that's a story for another day, probably tomorrow. Apex Genesis started the series off strong, but I feel like you can't really blame fatigue on this either. Like, what? They looked so disarmed, outdrafted even, when you talked about that Monkey King Underlord, and how we saw it actually work out in the game was exactly as you pictured it.
It can obviously do well in the matchup. There's a reason people go for it. It's just it has its own counterplay, and they did a great job of finding it. They put a lot of their hopes on this Monkey King, and they also weren't able to find a lot of successes of this Zeus. I think because of this Pango. Like, you didn't have this beat-up enemy mid-hero who like felt like they had to take some time to get back into the game, like so many heroes have to versus the Zeus, or they feel like, oh, I have to like target this Zeus down. Like, I gotta pick a hero who can jump him the whole time. We're just gonna lose. But this Pango, very good at the matchup, gets out of the lane well, and was really dedicated to making those early game rotations to help out the side lanes. Much like they played a Storm Spirit game before, this was just a Shadow Fiend game. Everything that they did was just based around Yuma.
It pretty much was. It was just a free game for Copy to do whatever he wants. He's surprised, maybe wishes as well, like how strong this Pango actually can be. Because if he's dying in a Rolling Thunder, there's something scary about this hero. Bloody Man went for a Radiance. Like, it doesn't really change the whole picture of this game at all. If you pick up a Radiance, he could have gone for a Nullifier on this Pango if you wanted to. It would have still been the same story in this game. You're absolutely right. But Nouns taking the victory, marching on to the upper bracket finals for Shopify. And, you know, those two teams, they have a lot of history. It's going to be, of course, the highlight of the NA qualifiers. Are we going to see it once or are we going to see it twice? And Apex is going to have to march to the lower bracket. They're going to be facing off the winner of the Chapulines and the Hut, which is going to be played later on today with our first two teams dropping out of the qualifier. Who is your, what was it called? Not the shout-out player, the standout player.
Sorry, my standout player was who? Sorry?
I'm also wondering, like, who is your standout player?
Who's my standout player? I don't even know.
Is it the same with prediction? Is it same
I
with
would just
production?
have to choose Copy, of course.
Let's go with Copy. Let's go with Copy. You know, he gets to play the Pango the way he wanted to.
Yeah, no, I would have picked him anyway, definitely. The way he played in the mid lane, I think it's really important now versus the Zeus. We're finding some answers. And, yeah, it's Pango survives. Endangered species, my ass, because they keep trying to take this thing down. And the Pangolin just keeps on winning. So Pango win once more. And I'm just looking forward to it, right? Shopify Nouns, it's what we wanted to see. It's what we're all here for. Upsets are cool and all, but we can still get our upper bracket final, and then, like you said, see if we get the matchup twice, as we assume we will. But who knows? These other teams, they've shown a little bit of promise. Maybe they can just do something about that.
Well, storylines are still being built here in the TI qualifiers for North America, but it's time to head over to the third series after a break. It's going to be the Chapulines versus the Hut in the lower bracket, and our first team to get knocked out from the road to the International. That after the break, and see you guys in a moment.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American qualifier. Apologies for the delay that we had, but you know, it was for good reason. A player was stuck in traffic, and unfortunately, that does mean that, well, he got here on time. We're going to watch some Dota. That's right. You thought we were going to have a forfeited series, but he got here just in the nick of time, and we're actually going to watch some Dota today. Between the Chapulines and the Hut, a.k.a. the Cut in reverse, a.k.a. Somebody who's not very happy with the name, so they changed the name to the Hut. So, Avery, welcome. We're going to be casting some lower bracket Dota today. So while one of these teams did not forfeit right away, one of these teams is going to be out of the NA qualifier at the end of this series. We can go ahead and take a look at the bracket. We can see where these teams are currently sitting.
Only in North America will you maybe have a team that wishes they had forfeited before the day is over. We'll have to find out. There's been some beatdowns, but there's also been some closer series. I mean, Nouns 2-1 in both their series so far. Maybe they're looking a little shaky. Maybe some of these teams are surprising some people with how good they're able to take some games off. But we are here in the bottom of the lower bracket. This is where the dirt gets riled up. The mud gets flung around. These are some dirty matches right here. See who can scramble their way into some of those higher placements, higher potential. And
some street brawl Dota. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. That's right. You know, there's no illusions down here in the bottom of an NA qualifier lower bracket, right? There's no illusions. There's no mystery. It's just what it is. You're banging it out, trying to get one more round if you can get it, trying to get your boy out of traffic so you can just play the match in the first place. It is what it is. And you got to take what's in front of you. You got to play the next game, and it's an all-out brawl fest. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And fortunately, we are going to be heading into a draft here very shortly with the Chapulines, who were the team that were delayed for so long for. They are going to have a heavy penalty on draft time, but, you know, a little bit longer, and they would have had to forfeit the first game. But so you're going to see they have very little reserve time to be able to work with. But, you know, maybe they already have it all figured out. Hopefully they spin the four-man team that was sitting there waiting for him. Hopefully, you know, they put some of their heads together for a good draft. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. We've all been there. We've all had our logistical difficulties. We've all had a little draft penalties in our time. Nothing Dota's unfamiliar with. So,
yeah, you probably had one of the most infamous draft penalties.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about that one. I still think I'm the only team to ever get one at TI, right? I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably true.
That's tough. That was tough. It is hard to draft with that little time. You definitely feel it. You wish you had another minute to think about something, and you don't, so you just have to kind of jam your picks. So they're going to be picking quick here. I mean, the way to do it is to pick really fast, really early, because you want to save that time for the later on when you have more information to go on, right? Yeah. The worst thing you can do is use up all your time in those early phases, even if you're not sure what you want, and then get to this last pick and have like 15 seconds, right? You're just like, what do we do? And that last pick becomes garbage. So, yeah, in this situation, you just got to save your time, try and manage it. But, I mean, they don't have a lot, so be tough out here.
10 seconds remaining.
All right. We're going to see a lot of familiar faces, Band Away, Chen, Phoenix, Weaver. So the Chapulines take it away. All of the big supports of the patch, and we'll take I think one of the last remaining big supports of the patch. If the Hut takes Dark Willow, then I think that's kind of the top 5 most picked, most played supports. Meanwhile, the Hut take out some pretty integral cores, Templar Assassin, Storm Spirit. Those two have been definitely dominating the patch. They go for something a little different here, the Witch Doctor, which is perhaps a little bit of new meta, as I've seen a lot of people playing around with the Voodoo Festoration. Definitely an NA fixation, I believe.
10 seconds remaining.
It is definitely a cheese hero, though I do think it's kind of just an okay support, too. If you don't want to try and run him like some core Festoration style, which is probably an option. It just seems solid right now. Like, he gets a lot of extra gold off this little, you know, totem, and then it just pumps him to some next item in the mid game, and he just ends up having an extra 1,000 gold randomly, and it's pretty annoying. And at some point, this heal adds up in the fight. If you don't have burst damage or you don't have a good physical damage lineup, this hero kind of ruins certain spellcasters. He's impressed me lately, so I'm not surprised to see this hero first faced here. I'm not sure he's a first pick hero, but can't really go wrong with the Docta. And I mean, those two other supports that were left in the pool, I guess, were the Dark Willow and the Rubik that we've seen, especially as answers to the clock. But opting not to go for the Rubik here, though could still take it out of phase if they really want to. Either team, honestly. Would not be surprised to see Rubik in this game, considering these supports also just lend themselves to that kind of game.
Razor Ursa going to be the last band before we get into our next round of picks. We can actually see some real heroes coming in. Tiny flex pick could be our 4 position, could be a 1. We'll see which one's favorite here. I feel like the Tiny carry has fallen off quite a bit from the start of the patch.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's just like, it's too volatile, I think. People aren't sure of the scaling, I think, is the biggest issue. Like, you kind of have to win with his timings, that 5-slot, 4-slot territory, second, third Roche. If it goes later, it gets kind of weird, but the hero kind of wants to go later too. Like, I feel like teams have a hard time ending the game at that point, so I feel like a lot of teams just aren't really confident with when to win with this hero. And he hasn't looked great on mid, so you can just play him 4. I think that's always fine. Just good spells, good stuns, good damage. I think that's where he's going to end up here. No, they did ban Ursa, which could be like an anti-carry tiny ban. Wouldn't put it past him. Though it is also just a good hero versus the Witch Doctor, but I don't know if you're banning the Witch Doctor. That seems a little greedy.
Hey,
we'll
there
grab
she
the Dark
is.
Willow. Yeah, second. So take that over the Rubik. Looks like a little better of a game for it. I would agree with that. Kind of a nicer combination with Clock too, because you already have a guy who can go in, create some disruption, lock some heroes in an area, and then just throw all your AoE nonsense down. Clock also gives you the BKB Pierce, which is pretty much the only part of Dark Willow's kit you lack. So these heroes have a lot to offer at almost every point in the game. They're pretty fast in the early game. They scale really well. They give you a lot of team fight, vision, BKB stun, initiation. I mean, there's pretty much nothing you're missing outside of maybe sustain or like some buffs for the team.
All right, time for the hut to start revealing some cores here. What do you like against Wind Ranger?
Purges, heroes that buy Yules, just like super high early spell damage to ruin his game.
So
Like, I think like
Mars,
Void Spirit,
Brewmaster.
Leshrac. Yeah, in the offlane, most of these tanky boys do fine.
Oh,
Mirana's
looks like
actually
they're
not bad versus that hero either.
yeah. Well, we have seen one carry Mirana so far in this qualifier. It was not from the hut. So I guess there is still a possibility of flex. Though I think it's more likely it's support. This is another NA fixation that I wonder if will spread to some of the other regions. A lot more people doing this solar flare deal, really valuing it, and I don't know, maybe it makes certain heroes more viable, like the tiny carry in this case.
I mean, the spell's broken on paper for sure. It's just really hard to tell its impact because you just don't see it. It's just so annoying, but
It's also one of those ramp up abilities, like you remember old school
Yeah.
Dazzle Weave, right? That was an ability
it's similar.
that was AoE minus armor, AoE plus armor, but it was only impactful like 10 seconds in, right? And it was really hard to use correctly.
I mean, this thing does have a decent duration on it now. I don't know, man. The invis is just so good too. I almost feel bad that you don't have the invis in some of these games for some of the fight setup, because sometimes just having the guy who can get in a little closer without being seen and get the initiation, or the guy who escapes on the back line, is worth more than all that damage buff.
Yeah.
Because competitive games just come down to like who sees who and who jumps who more than if you have another 40 base damage, most of the time. But obviously it can also be really powerful if you're snowballing, you're ahead, can make those team fights just that much harder. If you have a bunch of like semi carries, I think it's better. Like I think if you're playing these hard carries, it's almost irrelevant because your hard carries either carrying the fight or not. But if you have like 2 or 3 right click semi carries like DK, you know, Marana Core, Wind Ranger, like even some of these mid heroes like Puck or Storm might, you know, if you have like 2 or 3 of those on a team and then you solar flare everybody, I think that's how you get the most out of it. You turn all these semi carries into harder versions of themselves. That's where I like it best. So they could do that here. They could get another semi carry, play Marana carry, DK in one of those other lanes and get another dude. Go the solar flare route. They could also just go the invis route, play carry tiny. I'll have to see what they commit to here. Banning Doom and Timber for this DK. Perhaps for the tiny core as well.
10 seconds.
The Timber ban would indicate that it is a tiny DK dual core here.
5 seconds remaining.
What do you want last to try and deal?
Radiant team
Potential safe lane tiny with an offlaner. Underlord looks juicy, but we've been seeing that hero a bit.
Saw last game
Kinda wanna know
against against a Monkey King for the global ability to cut down trees.
But I think it looks good here just to defend the towers, give you a frontliner. You have a lot of backliners right now and a lot of damage, but you need a frontliner with some aura and some stopping power. Somebody who might not care about the Witch Doctor Maledict if that comes into play as much. So there's like Tide as well, but okay, Dawnbreaker.
Not a frontliner per se.
Yeah, that's the weird part about it. I mean, you can play this hero as a frontliner, but then you just lose all ult value.
Yeah.
It is good with Zeus. Like Zeus can maybe do a little bit more frontlining now if you back up with the ult, but that combo is nice. I don't know. It just feels like they didn't need the Dawnbreaker here, you know, in a way. But I guess if you're feeling that the HUD have to commit in like the DK blink or Tiny going in and then arrow follow up and you Dawnbreaker ult, turn that fight around, what do they have left? Decent argument. Nyx Assassin, holy smokes.
So an attempt to counter the Dawnbreaker and her ultimate with the Spike Carapace, which is very hard counter, and then good against Zeus.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, you do get rid of that global ultimate for sure. Does it fit with their lineup at all though? I don't know, man. It's like a weird last pick because you're really just debilitating this Dawnbreaker ult, but I don't think the Dawnbreaker ult was that big a concern in the first place. Like,
yeah,
was that the spell you needed to get rid of here? You're like, we can't play into, you know, this global save on the Zeus or something. I don't feel like you were too worried about it. You even have some clump punish with like a cask or an avalanche.
Mm-hmm.
You're just gonna push towers too with this Dragon Knight. Curious pick, but B-God's feeling it. He's feeling it. Do get some extra mana burn value here if he's gonna go that, but it looks like he's opting for the Scuttle. It will be Solar Flare, and it is gonna be the Voodoo Festeration.
That's right.
Oh boy,
that's what everybody's doing nowadays. Whether it's support or core, people are choosing to fester.
I mean, it's just core Witch Doctor.
Yep.
So the issue with core Witch Doctor here is you're against, I'm assuming it's a safe lane Wind Ranger, which means you're against like a ranged core. I don't think this hero does as well against ranged cores with the Festeration build. I think ideally you want to make sure you're in a lane with a melee hero and you can just have the capability of like casking him into just running on top of him.
Yeah.
And just killing him outright. I think that's when it looks the best. So I'm curious how this lane's going to go where he doesn't have that straightforward gameplay. Like, how strong is this Festeration at just maybe pushing in the wave or maybe just scaling into the mid-game fights? Maybe you don't care about the lane with this hero, but I have a hard time imagining that's true. I feel like this is one of the heroes you definitely care about how your first 10 minutes goes.
Yes, for sure. But I think it's pretty hard to lose the lane, frankly, with the Voodoo Festeration. I think it's just like way too good of a trading ability. But we'll see what happens as we get into the game one of the Chapelinas versus the Hut. And we are going to start off with some 5-man smokes on both sides. Teams trying to get their wards down, but the Hut is actually not trying to get vision down, and they'll place some wards, but they're seeing if they could do the long wraparound here to catch somebody out in the safe lane. Now, they're not going to run into anybody here. I'm not sure what Dark Willow's up to. Late to the party, I guess. Still in the Radiant base. Taking a little time to join his team.
I mean, he's stuck in traffic, so we'll give him...
That was indeed the
Give him an
player who was
excuse
stuck
here.
in traffic, true. So,
I mean, the Hut have 5 stuns here, so they want to fight on the runes. Like, you got 5 stuns, you're happy to take any sort of engagement, I think. You're pretty much guaranteed to get the first blood if you run into anybody. So this is not really a smoke that you want to run into.
well, it's 4 stuns because they're going to Voodoo Festoration, of course.
Sure. I mean, sure, whatever. I mean, it only really takes 3. If you have 3, it's like guaranteed first blood.
Yeah.
There's not much in the game that out trades it, especially when you have Avalanche potential. But yeah, technically, this Tiny doesn't want to take Avalanche, and this Witch Doctor doesn't want to take Cask. DK doesn't necessarily want to take stuns, so I guess you're not leveling everything here for sure. Probably gonna get a deep ward out. Maybe look for some courier kills as well. No, wait, where did their wards go? There's one on the courier. Okay, so there's this cliff ward, and then the other one's on the DK courier going mid. Kind of interesting. They didn't want to show it, I guess.
Hmm.
So no courier killing. Be happy in this lane, but I feel like that is something you look for with the Nyx, because this hero is just not that good on the lane.
Yeah, I mean, especially now you are even more incentivized to play in the jungle with Mind Flare and just taking a last hit on one of these neutrals every 13 seconds. Heavy cost in mana, though. I haven't gotten a chance to play the new Nyx Assassin yet, but I have to imagine that you do run into some mana issues for sure. I mean, he's already got a clarity.
I mean, it's always worth it if you have nothing better to do, which usually is the case. It's honestly better in like the mid game, because you just run around and you just kill like 2 or 3 creeps, go invis, kill somebody, kill 2 or 3 creeps, right? And you have the mana regen at that point. I feel like it feels better at that point. I think this hero's early game, I think, is just atrocious. Like, if you're a team and you're playing against Nyx, your goal should just be to give him nothing and he will get nothing. And then he'll just be pretty sad because he just doesn't do damage. The hero's like early game just feels so bad right now because his spells don't do nearly as much damage as they used to. His solo kill pickoff isn't nearly as good as it used to be. I almost think this hero's supposed to be played more for his stuns again than for the pickoff. Like
Sure,
we saw
I like
Puppy
that.
played in that EWC qualifier where he went all the stun talents in 4-1-4 or something.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, like maxing his mana flare, especially when that mana burn talent just isn't even that good in a lot of situations. So you're taking the scuttle here, and then it just makes his mind flare even worse. It just feels way worse than the old one. So I don't know. I have big doubts about this hero. I played him a little bit and did not feel good in terms of my intuition read of it. But he still does similar things, past 30 minutes or something.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, apparently we're going to need a little bit more time for Xcarrot to get out of traffic here.
Wait for it.
I do like Satoshi took the Dawnbreaker, the Solar Charge talent, which I think a lot of people try to make a big deal out of the Gleaming Hammer, which she throws the hammer, and then in an AoE around the hammer, it does a Solar Guardian effect and a much smaller AoE, and people got really hyped up about like what you could do with that, with like Aghanim Scepter and stuff like that. But I found just playing Solar Charged and just having my abilities off cooldown more often. I mean, you were talking about like stats yesterday, right? Like the smaller facets, the not as impactful ones on like, oh, this is really cool. Look at all these things you could do. Sometimes it's just like extra stats go a long ways. Well, in this case, this is just extra cooldown reduction, right? So your Solar Guardian is up far more often if you're just banging away at creeps all the time. And I feel like that's pretty impactful.
I mean, cooldown reduction is never bad. Cooldown reduction is one of the most broken stats in Dota. Though this one, I guess, isn't strict cooldown reduction because it's not guaranteed to just be, you know, lowering your spells in a fight if you're not actually hitting anything. But it's definitely pretty good. I am intrigued by this facet. Also, going back to our original discussion, I just want to finish that off. Nyx has to have like the worst innate in the game right now. This is another thing that feels really bad about this. This innate is absolute trash. Like, okay, maybe it comes into play once in like 1,000 games and it just wins you that game. The ceiling is potentially really high. I don't know, but like, come on, dude. Like, you read this innate, give me a break. There's no way this is an actual innate.
I've never seen it actually do anything. Because, like, I mean, like 70% of the games you play, there's just straight up not going to be invis hero or an invis item.
Yes, there's very few instances where you as a Nyx encounter an invis hero, right? And the situations where you do are generally not good for you. So 400 range isn't doing, like, 400 range isn't doing anything to Bounty Hunter who tracks you on a sentry, or Ricky who leaps on you and silences you, right? Like, how is this an 8 in the game, actually? It's pissing me off reading it, but that's my...
do you think it would be broken if Nyx Assassin could see wards, but he had to be, like, right on top of them, so he couldn't, like, see up cliffs?
I mean, yeah, that may be broken, but all I know is this innate is broken bad. So the second they give him anything useful,
I'm just looking for ways to improve it, right? Because part of the problem is it's just not useful in 70% of games at all.
I think I would take literally any other innate in the game or any neutral ability. I would take like prospecting aura over this innate in a heartbeat. It's not even close. So like, I don't know. This is just an embarrassing innate, and I think it's also something that holds him back because in a patch where we're talking about a lot of these facets and innates making these heroes way more viable. If yours is bad, it feels like you're just like losing 4 or 5% win rate, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, well, I'm just missing a skill. Everybody else starts with 2 or 3. I start with 1. Feels bad, man. You know, some of these heroes are literally just starting with extra spells. This guy starts with placeholder X. They forgot to update for the patch. Like
placeholder X.
It's like a placeholder or whatever.
Well, we saw a little bit of the Festoration already come into play. You actually win Maledict, but we see every single time the Clockwork tries to get in here, the Festoration, Voodoo Festoration gets turned on, so he's doing damage over time. He's doing 30 damage over time, like we see there, and he's also healing himself for half that value. So he's getting 15 HP while doing 30 damage over time, and that's just like way too hard for any melee hero to trade off. And the AoE is also big enough that many ranged heroes will end up in the range. You have to like actually keep your full 600 range in order to stay out of it. So it is definitely a lane winning ability, as we see there, getting the first blood for KK.
A lot of extra gold in his pocket, push him towards a fast earn here. So if they can get the next kill with the earn, then they're really rolling in this lane. As Old White is getting beat up mid, man. Should end up surviving here, but Dragon Knight not having a fun time early, and it's the Dawnbreaker who's at the top of the charts, man.
Another kill. Clockwork just cannot make these trades work, man. I'm telling you. Stop trying to fight the Festering. It's not gonna go well, man. They're gonna try and chase down the win ranger. Damage over time by existing. KK gets the double kill.
The Doct is too powerful, man. Gotta ban this hero. Broken. That's what I've learned today. I mean, this spell is ridiculous. Like, there's no way to really trade into it. You have to all in the hero, basically, which few lanes can do. That said, though, I think they could have just farmed on this lane. Like, I don't know if there was that much aggressive potential. Right? What are they going to do? Impale you into Fester you? They're not going to kill you. You just play under your tower and farm it up.
Yep. Well, they certainly could have just farmed away, but now they've lost the lane to a point where you have Earn on Witch Doctor, and you're diving. Level 2 Maledict plus Earn plus Voodoo Festoration. Trapped by the Golems. The Golems betray East, and he's gonna die if he stays in range, and he does. God. Could not get out of the Fester in time. And KK turns that Earn right back around on Hiroko now, so they're gonna try and dive him. They cancel the TP from earlier. B got stuck inside the tower range, but fortunately the creeps come to the rescue, tank the aggro for him as he passes it off. And I mean, this off lane is just absolutely dominating at this point.
I mean, that was the second you gave those earn charges, you're just in so much trouble. Yeah, I just don't think they played that lane well. I think that is a hard lane to dive if you just maintain your resources.
Oh, nice
playing
toss
low
back.
tower.
Satoshi's going to take one tower shot, so unfortunately the melee creeps were a little too fast. Maybe he got it on the range creep. Maybe could have gotten a kill out of the situation, but no.
I mean, this man's he's CS in a storm up here, man. Especially versus Tiny. At 32 and 5. That is near perfect CS for the first 5 minutes. Kind of absurd. Like he's almost on par net worth wise with the Witch Doctor, who is 4-0. So definitely putting in some work up here with this Dawnbreaker. Should have a fast level 6, especially if he gets a little more solo XP because he's strong enough to stay on his own. Though there is some all-in potential. Pretty tanky, we might go for it. Yeah.
One more hit. Oh, wait. Had a little bit more wand charges. So Satoshi gets into the trees. Dora's going to try and chase him down. They're also diving at the bottom lane at the same time. Satoshi, he'll get away, but Hiroku will not. The Witch Doctor strikes again solo. Man, he's just running down these fools. It just doesn't stop. And there he goes.
Damn.
He's like a big wave under tower. It's a level 3 Wind Ranger. She's in range of the Fester.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I mean, the AoE on this is ridiculous.
Yeah,
Say that.
she's in range. She's dead. Maybe this wind run gets her out of range again, but it's going to be close. No, he's still in range. He can't get away. The golems go for the deny. He can't get that
This is
either.
the stupidest death I've ever seen.
He still has mana. He's running out of mana. Okay, he gets cogs burn. He has no more mana to work with. He does still have earn charges. He throws that over to the clockwork. Now he is out of earn charges because of that. But mana boots already achieved, and 1,400 gold. This man is rich.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I hit this far ahead. I feel like you just finished Vessel. Is what he's supposed to. He's thinking about the Veil here. I honestly think when you're having this good a game, you just get early Vessel. It's just mega GG. Spell does that item just does way too much damage.
Isn't Vessel like kind of prohibitively expensive and not that valuable early on? Like the gold investment you put into upgrading the item, it's not as effective early, right?
I mean, that thing does a lot of damage. I feel like if you maledict somebody and you Vessel them, they're just dead. Like, it also makes you tankier. I don't know, he could just go Dagon on us. I actually think he could have gone Dagon. Or like Meteor Hammer or something. Because Hammer is actually quite good on this hero for the regen.
I mean, I don't disagree with Hammer, but I do think I think Veil is the correct build, because you're eventually going to want Shivas, and Veil is also going to make you tankier, right? Gives you decent stats.
Just
Found the
Tower's
clockwork. Dead. Oh my God! Dawnbreaker actually popped the ultimate for that. That is not good. It's a level 6 Nyx assassin. They're going to get hit by the Vendetta. He tries to body block him. Doesn't quite work. Actually dies in the process. Missed out on the Maledict. That's going to make things a little awkward here. But Satoshi... Oh, wait. He's going to go for the Wind Ranger. Instead, he ignores the Dawnbreaker. Is he going to miss out on both kills because of this? The Maledict does not do enough damage. Both heroes survive on like 20 HP. KK gets way too greedy with it. Tries to pick up 2 kills and misses both.
Why didn't he just burn the Dawn?
I don't know.
It just showed mercy. He says, I'm so far ahead, I don't need it. This game is already over. I do not need extra kills. Too powerful.
Look at these 2 supports trying to fight him. You fools! Stop trying to fight the Witch Doctor. How many times must you make this mistake?
I mean, at some point, you gotta kill this guy.
Middle tower is under attack.
This is out of control.
I mean, yeah, but you gotta do it with the Zeus. But the Zeus doesn't have any levels of lightning bolt, so he doesn't really bring any burst damage to the table.
Radiant's middle tower is
I
under
mean, honestly, all 3 of your lanes just like collapsed in the last minute or 2 here, so you're kind of screwed on the map, which means you kind of just have to bring numbers somewhere, kill somebody.
Yep.
Maybe it's not this Witch Doctor, maybe it's this Dragon Knight or whatever, but You don't do it fast, you're just going to have no towers left. Well, Satoshi's dead.
Yep, Satoshi's dead, and this Wind Ranger is currently being stalked by a Nyx assassin. He throws out the power shot. He's gonna get Spike Carapace Vendetta'd. Or maybe it's... Oh, there it is! Oh, there it is! It happens! It happens just as you expected it to. The power shot finally comes out right as he did the Vendetta hit, so it really was the perfect timing.
Yeah, this game just got out of control, man. There's too much tower pressure on all the lanes. Not enough heroes that can stand against it. Lanes went way too poorly. Too many feeds bottom. Witch Doctor's out of control. Dragon Knight has free tower pressure mid because no one can help the Zeus respond to him.
So
Just
one
disaster.
quick thing about this Witch Doctor for those guys who are watching this and like, damn, I'm gonna play this. So if you click on him, notice he's got its fairy trinkets in his backpack. You can actually put the Gree in your regular inventory spot and have the fairy's trinket actually activated. And that applies to any of these facets where you get the extra neutral item. So if you're talking about the Warlock with the Black Grimoire, I don't know who else has one, but you can put it in your inventory, which is very often the best case because you're not going to fill out all your slots early. So, and you want the neutral item. So do that. Don't make this mistake that KK's making, which I'm sure he knows. He just probably had it delivered and forgot about it. Arrow's going to miss. Door going to be a little bit off the mark there. Dawnbreaker's going to come in. Never mind. Dawnbreaker's going to get stunned by Spike Carapace. There's the counter that we were talking about. And these guys are way too deep. This has got to be punished. I mean, this can't be allowed. Another missed stun there. KK being targeted now. Needs some help. Old White's going to come in, try and lend him a hand, but they cannot split the damage enough. Satoshi's going to die, but the Witch Doctor getting traded out is well worth it. As Chavalinas finally able to strike back, might be able to kill Old White here as well, thanks to the Arcane Rune from the Zeus, making it a little bit easier. He does get kills on the way out. That's the disappointing part. The Witch Doctor got a kill, and the Dragon Knight got a kill. Despite them being behind tier 2 and being outnumbered, outgunned every which way, they still managed to get something.
Huge Arcane Rune on the Zeus. No way you get that fight without it. Oh, but he dies.
Oh, he still died! The double Starstorm, one of the hits was blocked by Infused Raindrops. The second one, though, comes in combined with the extra right clicks.
Well, so much for that fight. It was pretty good still, but gave a lot back to this Mirana. He's now almost level 7 himself. And, of course, Tiny was just farming that whole time. But did get the Witch Doctor. How much was that kill worth? That one was worth... only 1,200.
1,200 in 12 minutes. That's something. Dawnbreaker's gonna get caught trying to farm up over here. Terrorize goes out, might just save Satoshi here and put these heroes in a bad spot. Xcaret comes in, manages to kill the Nyx assassin. Looks like there's too much backup. Baruko's here now with the Zeus nearby. If he could just keep these heroes in place, the Zeus can kill him eventually. Wind Ranger coming in for the extra damage as well. The Dragon Knight very dead. So Chapelinas once again just bringing a lot of members to this part of the jungle area and get a lot of kills for it. They get 1 for 3 there. Witch Doctor walking in. Dawnbreaker ultimate going off. He's going to be outside of the zone. Runs into a bramble. He's dead as well. Big throws happening here as the hut cannot just stop feeding.
Not respecting the 5-man at all. Just going in one by one by one. No real concerted effort to fight. I mean, you win those fights if you bring everybody. Maybe not respecting the damage output that Zeus is bringing to the table right now. Doing some work. 2 back-to-back fights with over 2,500 damage each. That's one way to get back in the game. It should get them that other Wisdom Rune as well. Nice sequence. Amp damage rune done for amp damage on the Zeus with Phylactery done. So now he's ready for the next fight too. Gonna pick up a Wisdom Rune on top of it. This Zeus is doing some work right now.
Yeah.
It's gonna be level 12. There's a reason we see this hero first phase. Do not want to fight this hero early if you're not going on him. But is that a Shiva's? What in God's name?
Yeah.
What kind of timing
Shivas.
is that, bro? Yeah, but he's so farmed. Like, how do you have a Shivas at 1430?
Imagine if he didn't feed away 2 deaths.
Yeah, he would have had it at 1230.
Yeah. Now he's going to go back for the Eternal Shroud, which is going to give him a bunch of HP and then obviously a ton of magic resistance. So his effective HP is going to skyrocket once even before he finishes up the Eternal Shroud. Just giving some of those HP items is going to go a long way. As B-God going to be caught here trying to play on the triangle this entire time. It does give the heads up for KK, though, to get out of town.
Is Shiva's that good? That's like a first item on this hero, though? I really feel like he could have just gone some like higher mana region item, more offensive potential, and just snowballed insanely hard. It's not even that good of an armor game, right? Like, you rather have the magic resistance than the armor this game.
Yes, I think the build was Veil into Eternal Shroud, then back into Shiva's, or back into Spirit Vessel, personally. Old White dove under tower. Any response here? KK comes in with the Shivas, immediately activates his ultimate. A lot of damage. Oh, great terrorize. Unfortunately, Nyx Assassin shows up from behind, one-shots the Zeus. And KK's gonna run down this poor Dark Willow. The Shadow Realm is not an escape, as the urn will tick him out. The final tick comes in, and that'll be a killing spree over to the Witch Doctor. So the Shivas works out here, and he's already starting to get some, he can already pick up the Vitality booster if he wants from this secret shop.
I mean, if he gets to Eternal Shroud here, then he's just going to be immortal. But right now, he is still killable. We saw him getting burned down. If that Nyx doesn't come in there and get the backstab on the Zeus, that might not be too bad of a fight. I mean, the Zeus is doing some damage. He was starting to regen up. Gets sniped in the end. Still a third death. Old White here. Mage Slayer DK. Nice arrow. Get him a freebie. This is Tiny starting to get involved now. You forgot about him, but he's still been in this game.
That's
Some
true.
early fighting items.
With a Blink Dagger, Echo Saber, he is a menace to this. I mean, I like the build because we said Chapelinas, they picked a whole bunch of backline heroes, right? So this Tiny can legitimately one-shot most of them right now.
I mean, you can also toss the Zeus back into the team, which would be huge if it ever happens. He can instant follow-up on either of the initiations of the DK or the Nyx, which gives them a lot more confidence to go on a tanky core. We're just going to get a free tower here despite the smoke coming in too late. Still going to go for it.
Dawnbreaker ultimate gonna land on Old White, stunning him up further. KK is in a good position though. They're not targeting him, and he's getting all this damage on them right now. Terrorize goes out, barely hits the Witch Doctor, scaring him back. Satoshi's trying to go for the Witch Doctor kill with Zeus coming in from the side. Maybe they do have the damage to kill him, or maybe not. And Xiao, he comes in to give the helping hand to bring down the Dawnbreaker. KK just mans up on Xerx's Zeus, who is going to be able to get the kill, but he's going to get caught on his way out. Triple kill for the Tiny. They all end once again on the Dragon Knight, and the Witch Doctor was in a great position to dish out the damage. He did 3,300, and the Tiny, cleaning up the fight, did 2,800.
And they went the early Vessel and the Dawnbreaker to try and deal with the healing, which I think is correct here. It does kill him with the last one, but there's not enough burst damage to go through on all these targets, and while you're bringing down one of these tanky boys, the other two are dealing the deeps. It's Tiny who just cleans up all that fight. Level 14 now. He's big, man. Got a lot of experience off that. Still having a free game, and now he's just picking people off. Tiny is out of control right now. Can they bring him down?
Maybe the Nyx Assassin giving a little bit of relief. Oh no, the crit comes out. He just picked up the Chrysalis and immediately got a crit out of it. Paralyzing cast. They did bring down the Tiny, but at such a cost for the Chapelinas.
Damn, that lightning bolt did some damage.
Look at KK go, man. He has to yules him to get him off. Otherwise, the Dark Willow would just get run down. Zeus is kind of in a weird position right now. Yeah, he tried to go for the assassination on a Nyx Assassin.
Ooh,
It doesn't work.
that feels bad, man, right there. Another
True.
buyback for the Dark Ruler as well. This early game was just so disastrous. Despite the double team fight throw. Still having trouble recovering this game. And I think that Eternal Shroud is done for the Doctor, so he's
now
incredibly tanky now.
Yeah. And I think that's the scary part about all of these persistent magic damage cores, right? We saw with the Sand King, Kunkka, Witch Doctor, Leshrac. Like their scaling is pretty crazy. I think like Witch Doctor core does fall off, but all of these heroes have so many items they can continue to build into, right? He can complete the Spirit Vessel, he can get Bloodstone, a Shard. Some of these heroes have an Aghanim Scepter that's good. Not so much for the Witch Doctor, but he can get like Blink Dagger, an upgraded Blink, BKB. There's just like, you can fully 6-slot these heroes and have them scale, keep going for another, 30, 40 minutes.
I mean, sure, you can always scale through items, but I just don't believe Witch Doctor scales.
No. It's definitely the worst of all the heroes that we kind of listed, but
because all of his spells are flat. None of his talents really help them. Like his level 25, I guess, does, but
yeah, I was about to say he does have scaling at some point, but
the thing is, what hurts him is his model and stats and all that are just garbo, right? Like,
yeah,
his attack damage and range and stats stuff are good for like a support. They're not good for a core who's supposed to run it. His stacking is atrocious. His armor is not that great. He doesn't have any extra magic resist or anything. Like, he's not right-clicking anybody in the fight for anything crazy. Like, you can get all these items, you can farm them up, but at the end of the day, he's still gonna kind of be the same squishy hero running in with just flat spells. So I think you can vastly outscale his hero and go to that rate. And despite him maybe being an early game monster, but of course, this is a hero that can just tempo you out because he has sustain, which means he can just force you over high rounds. I think is what he's kind of designed to do, honestly. It's like win the early game and then just go 25 minutes. What are you gonna do about it?
I mean, he does have sustain for himself, right? Does give the heal to his allies, but
I guess it is worse for that. I don't know, what a weird hero, honestly.
it is a weird hero. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like all you have to do is think about Voodoo Restoration as being Radiance, right? It's like Radiance damage over time is really good early on. But at some point in time, it does nothing because heroes have 5,000 HP. So, you have to win early and you have to, really take that advantage. And, hopefully that allows your other heroes to scale up because your Witch Doctor at some point in time is not going to be nearly as effective. Jump in onto old White Dragonite. Once again, the target. As the Dawnbreaker ultimate with all these heroes grouped up is going to be beautiful. Now, they're going to have to fight a second part of this fight, though. That is an Aegis on a Tiny with the Witch Doctor coming in from behind, and he's got his ultimate going with nobody stopping it. That arrow was beautiful. It destroys the Wind Ranger as she just took the full Death Ward duration there.
What a team fight salvaging arrow, honestly. If that doesn't land, that's just kind of a disastrous fight. But then able to clean up on the back of it. We're still seeing the team fight strength as lineup when you can group up the hut and just kind of abuse them with your AoE punish.
Yep.
The rest of that fight is scary. Ooh, that tree does have a Daedalus behind it.
Yeah, fortunately the Yule's dodge on the tree also prevents some incoming Maledict damage. And they'll start backing away.
Yeah, I mean, at some point that you want to bring down the Tiny first. It's not even about this Doctor that has ruined this game for you, but it's going to be this Tiny and Dragon that you can bring them down. Open up the fight that way. It might not look too bad for you in the end, but you are going up against a lot of net worth advantage right here. And of course, this Tiny hits quite hard. There's going to be Solar Flare behind everybody for some extra attack speed. And this Nyx is just building Daggons, man. He is just scaling his own damage up. Create another court threat. Always going to be able to maybe find and solo kill some hero randomly in the fight. The Daggons are also quite good
with
Witch
the
Doctor.
Maledict as well, right?
Yeah, that's why I think the way you actually scale this Witch Doctor, like, I don't know if Bloodstone's actually good because what's going to happen at a certain point is, yeah, you're going to be really annoying and healing, but you're not going to actually be a threat because you don't do damage on your own at a certain point. You need help to do damage for the Maledict.
Right.
I feel like it's some, you actually want things like the Spell Amp or the Dagon 5 E-Blade or like something. I don't know when and where.
I mean, maybe it's like BKB would give you both the survivability right now, and it would also give you the ability to always channel Death Ward, which is where a lot more of your damage comes in later into the game. Right.
I mean, Death Ward is solid. Yeah, Death Ward's solid. Curious here.
Nice little double pick off here in the top lane as the Hut get those kills. Look to take the final tier 2 of Radiant side.
They have Solar Crest mech on the Mirana, so these pushes are faster than you would want them to be, especially with Orb of Destruction Tiny. Just cleaving into your towers here. Or I guess you have Corrosion, your Corrosive Dragon. So you have stacking minus armor, a lot of building damage, some decent sustain here, and a bunch of attack speed buffs. Scary push. You're not ready for it. And those pickoffs are going to give you a little bit of a window to start smacking here. Get a glyph. Could stay around if you really want to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little
Chapelinas
scary.
did just pick up an amp damage rune on the Zeus, so
Nice one.
yeah, they've got a good tool to be able to fight potentially. TP out right at the right time, just literally split second before the Dragon Tail stun lands, and now they're going to initiate on the other side of things with the Zeus coming in soon. Now they already lost Dark Willow, and in Lan Zhao trying to get out, but he is just hunted down by the Wind Ranger, and now the double damage Zeus is joining in. Now, Old White is also going to be hopping back into play and takes out the Wind Ranger, so not as much staying power in this fight as maybe he thought there was going to be. The arrow, not good enough, but KK catches up, hits him with the Yules. He's got a leap, but he will not have a chance to use it.
Man, this Witch Doctor is just running them through, and they do bring down the Tiny, which I think is the most important hero to bring down there, but it takes so damn long. Your BKBs are out, and of course Zeus was not there for most of that fight. I mean, he survives that DK jump, but it's kind of a curse at the same time because he's so much of your damage. Like, if you had Zeus for the first half of that fight, you might be able to clean some more heroes up, maybe push that to be favorable, but without him, it's way too hard.
Well, they are giving away kills at this point in time. You cannot defend with just your 2 supports, so no reason to get close to the enemy at all. But they do, and now they're going to have to wait even longer for everybody to be back up as 5.
There's another DK form available here, so a lot of bonus damage coming out from it. Man, it's just going to work. 20 seconds. I might just get almost megaed in that time with the amount of building damage between these two. Do another glyph. You have a Dawn ult back up. Gotta be wary about using it into this Nyx. Yeah, another lane just gone. Absolutely no reason to stop here.
All right, let's see what Chapelinas. How are they going to set up this fight? The smoke coming across. They've already had it part of it broken by B-God's positioning. They go for the hook shot. They're going to go for the Witch Doctor. That's where the focus fire is going to be. Trying to take out the Doctor first. He still has his duels, though. Coming in, Dawnbreaker ultimate. Doesn't hit for much there. And oh, Jesus, he's going to get torn apart by this Tiny. Hit by 1 crit. Another one's going to come in, and he's gone. The Witch Doctor just doesn't die. Shrugs off the initiation with the Yules. And that'll be Chapelinas getting run down. Don't believe they can hold the game any longer.
From start to finish, this Doctor destroyed them. No answer for him on the lane. No answer for him in the fights, really, once he got his Eternal Shroud up. Just a lane collapse here. No way around it. 3 losing lanes. You lose 3 tier 1 towers by like that 10, 12 minute mark, and your map just collapses. So you go into game 2, there's only one thing here to think about, and that is how do you shore up your lanes versus the Hut here, because they dominated you on all 3. Can't have that happen if you want to play a normal game of Dota. But yeah, that Festeration was strong. Like, I don't think they traded into it well at all.
No.
But it's still a very strong spell, and it can snowball these games really hard. Helps take the early towers. They have 3 cores. You can all just like push these lanes in, take the buildings. So yeah, that game just snowballs really fast.
We're gonna watch the KK highlight reel, as I'm sure most of these highlights are gonna feature the Witch Doctor doing some big damage. They really liked going on the Dragon Knight whenever he would hit the tower, and that just freed up the game for the supports to do what they wanted. The Nyx Assassin, Begot's Nyx Assassin was popping off. KK, of course, was in the mix, delivering lots and lots of damage. Even when he dies, he kind of ensures that the fight is already won. And the result is that you've got a carry Tiny that is super farmed. And they were only able to put a stop to him once or twice. And this was one of those moments here, but they used every bit of damage they have to kill the Tiny. And now they've got nothing left. So everybody else is going to end up dying.
Not enough sustain, not enough farm on these heroes to just tank through the back end of all these spells. There's just so much damage coming out from the supports in these fights, so many buffs, and your clock Willow too far behind to match them really adds up in these games. And especially if the focus fire does not kill the target like in this last fight, I mean, that's just GG. Like, the Greaves comes out, there's a Solar Crest, this Doctor is not dying. That fight's just completely over. Because you have one chance to bring down a core with that spell, and if you don't, you got nothing left in the tank. Sometimes the problem with Zeus, like, he can carry the early game and that mid game, but he can't push you over the edge in a lot of these later fights because of the magic resistant stacking. So not a lineup that functioned too well from that position. Not that a lot do, but sometimes you get the Doctor and sometimes the Doctor gets you. You know how it goes. That's life.
Yeah. 18 to 45, the Hut demolishing the game. You know what what I love about this overlay, Avery, is that it really pulls into focus just how many strength and universal heroes are picked up in these matches. This one is actually we actually have 2 intelligence heroes. No agility heroes. Not seeing a whole lot of agility heroes, but universal and strength heroes. Usually like three strength heroes and 2 universal heroes. That's just where the meta's at right now, you know.
I mean, you say intelligence, but one of those was a Witch Doctor who built Shiva's Eternal Shroud. So was he really an intelligence hero?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. He's basically a tank, right? Another strength to add to the pool. And yeah, he had some decent XPM in this game. Like, you have a early laning phase like that. I don't even think he cashed in the Grigri. I don't think he needed it. There's no point.
He did. He cashed it in after his 2 deaths, but yeah, he only got like 600 or 700 gold out of it, which is still a decent amount.
Every little bit helps. You got Vampire Fangs too. Nice little extra bit of spell lifesteal there. Yeah, that's just a good old lane shellacking. No 2 ways around it. Hopefully we see something a bit closer in game 2.
Yes, it was a lane shellacking. That is something that can be easily fixed, easily repaired. We're going to see whether or not the Chapelinas are able to do that going into game 2 after the break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for game 2. We had a little bit of delay. That's on me. Sorry. Welcome back, everybody, to game 2, Chapelinos versus the Hut. And we are ready to go, finally. We had a little bit of a delay here because one of the players had some issues, and we're going to have a draft penalty once again for the Chapelinos as a result. But we are going to be heading into that draft very shortly. Again, game 1, a lot of it just came down to the draft, right, Avery? And that's very easily fixed.
I actually think it was more just the gameplay. Like, the laning was just so bad. You just can't play the game. Like, I don't know if it would have mattered which heroes you have if you're just dying to the Voodoo Festeration, right? I just don't think you can win a game when it goes that wrong that early on. And they made some comeback moves. Like, they made some fights where they actually came back in the fights and evened it out a bit. But it's just, what do you, like, you know, you win 2 fights and you're still down 6K at like 10 minutes. It's just brutal, dude. It's such a rough position. So they will ban the Witch Doctor, get that lane cheese out of here. And again, I think their biggest focus just has to be getting through that first 10 minutes. If they can do that, then we saw that they can take the team fights and line some of that stuff up. Wasn't that unfavorable for them. But you have to be able to do it from a position that's actually feasible.
10 seconds remaining.
All right. First pick. I assume Chapelinos, they're going down the same line of banning out some supports and picking up one of the strong ones, and they did not ban the Weaver this time around, so the Weaver is indeed going to be their first pick.
That's a strong one. It's a hero that can just run the map over, win lanes, dominate early, so not a bad pick if you're trying to go that direction. They'll take the Tiny again for the Hut. They played it carry last time, so wouldn't be surprised to see it carry again. Though this hero doesn't really enjoy killing the Swarm Bug on him.
Yeah, I was going to say, this kind of
attack speed, it's annoying.
The matchup kind of goes both ways, right? Tiny can one-shot a support Weaver pretty easily, but the bug in team fights is really annoying.
I mean, the Vessel's also quite good versus Tiny. It's a lot of damage because he's so high HP. I honestly think support Weaver is just good versus hero. I think it's pretty rare that the carry Tiny gets to just snipe him. Like, particularly at the start of a fight, it's just not how carry Tiny enters the fight. Like, it's pretty, if he's just able to blink burst your support Weaver at the start of the fight, you probably have bigger problems going on. So honestly, I think it's pretty favorable for Weaver if it ends up being carry Tiny here, and I don't think you're too afraid of this. But you do want to put some pressure on the hero, make sure he doesn't have a good game, get some counter picks, things that deal % damage or can man up against him in the late game. I think Ursa's really good. I think Wyvern can be pretty good. Even things like Treant are a little annoying because he doesn't necessarily build the Dispel for things like Overgrowth. And the armor's nice. Anything in that category I think would be pretty solid. Just dissuade this Tiny from having the options he has in terms of a core.
All the mids getting taken out. SF, DK, Storm Spirit. Dude, did you see that that Earth Spirit game by Yopaj this morning?
Yeah, he went ham.
That man was popping off on that Earth Spirit. He was crushing it. Pudge is going to be the choice for the Hut. So maybe we are going to see a Tiny support. I mean, either way, it feels like you have secured your safe lane core from one of these 2 heroes, surely. Or maybe
that's a B God Pudge.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. The man likes his Pudge. He's drafted. He picked it for himself. So I'm not gonna even assume it's getting flexed anywhere. Carry Tiny for Pudge. And they'll play a clock to play against it, which pretty good anti-Pudge hero for the most part. But they did get the Ursa ban, so there's.
Dude, what is with B-God's Yoda stand? What is that Yoda statue sitting behind it? I just now noticing it. It's so creepy.
I mean, he did it for you, right?
He's just watching it
for the memes. I enjoy
mean, it works.
It's good branding, you know. So it's back for the Dark Willow, but then you're playing Core Weaver here.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I don't know if I like the core weaver against Tiny as much as the support weaver, honestly. Doesn't sound it's as valuable for the position. Because I think it's easier to find cores that can outscale the Tiny than it is to find supports that have like good disable versus them with all the status resistance and everything. So I'm not sure I like that decision, but if they're feeling confident with the support weaver, then or the core weaver, then it can work. And maybe the Ursa ban just pushed them into that direction, because Ursa would have just been the go-to on that slot. Take Crystal Maiden for some extra mana on these big boys. It's more soft lockdown for the Weaver, but nothing too crazy for him. And will they take the Zeus here is the question. Doesn't look too bad. Not a lot of lockdown for him. You have the extra mana. Gives you that magic damage. You already have Tiny for the physical and the building taking.
Yeah. I'm surprised they took the Crystal Maiden because I don't think it's that good of a CM game. So I feel like that leads credence for the Zeus, right? If you're gonna pick that Crystal Maiden, surely it's because you have a hero that needs some sort of mana battery like Zeus.
I guess the only other reason would be if you're gonna play the carry Pudge, because that Pudge main lane is Omega strong, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So that could be, they could be going more that direction maybe. And Darkseer will also open that up more if they want to go that route, because now you can put the Pudge or the Tiny with the Darkseer and be pretty confident with that lane. So they have a lot of options here. I guess maybe not a lot, but they have two very strong options, I should say, between carry Pudge or carry Tiny, depending on what looks better after the core picks come out, which is a solid position to be in. And both are going to be pretty enabled here from the Darkseer and the Crystal Maiden. Timber will come out, hero that got banned last time, will make an appearance here and should be quite good versus these two strength boys on the front line. They can get him to Eternal Shroud. He looks quite obnoxious this game. And if he gets to like Eternal Shroud, Shiva's +1, I feel like he just enters that immortal territory for some of these heroes. So Hut really need a hero that can deal with this Timber in the mid game, unless they think they're just gonna butcher the lanes again, which I guess could be something. Might be more interesting to play that carry Pudge now, because that Pudge maiden lane might be able to like get some cheeky kills on this guy and do better than the Tiny would there.
Damn. Dude, look at on his camera. Yeah, all I know is that man looks cool.
I mean, I don't know what's going on there. It's very artistic.
Hell
I'll give it that.
He's got the curtain behind him, all black and white, some yin and yang. I think he has a hat on, right? He's got something on, some sort of bandana or hat.
Either that or his camera broke, but we'll give him benefit of the doubt here. Some nice style. I respect it. I feel like you need some more stuns here to enable this Weaver Timber. Like something,
we want like
Puck
or something
now, but
Puck Dark Willow.
I mean, I almost wonder if you just put the Timber mid, and then you get some offlane stunner to play with the Willow, who's an initiator, right?
Okay, what offlaners beat Pudge that are not Timber?
They're all kind of bad. Like Centaur is okay here, but it's not that great. Neither is Axe.
So I feel like the Timber Saw is more made for that matchup than most offlaners, you know.
I guess like Doom could be interesting, but it's a pretty difficult hero to execute in this position. You know, if we were looking at like Team Falcons or something, it'd be more interesting, but I think here it might be a little hard. So yeah, maybe that mid is just more reliable. You get like Puck or I guess
5 seconds remaining.
like Void Spirit, like Mage Slayer Void Spirit could be pretty interesting here. Just play him as a initiator tank. There's still the Zeus, but then I feel like you're just adding more damage to your lineup, and now you only have clock to really do anything.
10 seconds.
I mean, do you need control if you just kill the heroes fast enough?
That's the thing. I don't know if Zeus actually... like, because this Pudge Tinier, I guess Zeus looks pretty juicy. But you have to think about this, like, pipe on a Darkseer, Eternal Shroud on a carry budget. What's that? Okay, so they go in the middle. There's, like, some damage and some control from Pangolier. And last
Instant
pick,
Huskar.
Oh my god, that is dirty.
And this Huskar is even better against Pango than the old one because now he silences instead of disarms, which is really bad for Pango. Yikes.
Yeah, I don't know if that lane is playable. But I also have not seen the new Huskar, so... I mean, who knows? But we're about to find out. And I have a feeling that it's not playable. That is where I'm going to very heavily lean. I don't think a melee hero is playable versus Huskar, regardless of whatever got changed on him. And they insta-picked it, so they probably know here. Good luck. Good luck, Mr. Pangolier. I wish you the best.
I mean, can you do something? Can you put like the Weaver mid instead or something?
No, Weaver. I think Weaver gets destroyed just as hard because you don't have that much attack range advantage, and your Sakuchi is pretty low on cooldown level 1. I feel like you just get zoned anyway. Then you're just like ruining his game, and then your Pango just doesn't function in the side lanes anymore. I think because the XP split is too deadly. I don't even know if he can play the side lanes here. Like this Pudge Darkseer lane might just beat him up too. There's a Maiden Tiny in the other. I think you just have to suck it up. I mean, that's life. Like you get last pick Huskar, you get last pick Huskars. That's how she goes.
All right. Well, you're going to have to figure out a solution. Otherwise, you are, well, I was going to say going home. I guess everybody is already home, but you're not going to be playing in the North American qualifier tomorrow because this is elimination on the line for the Chapelinas. The Hut with a game lead and a Huskar last pick have got to be feeling good about themselves. So let's get into game 2 and see what Chapelinas cook up to try and deal with this nasty last pick. Old White is a platinum Huskar. Ew. Yeah,
this hero looks so strange now with no mana bar.
Oh, got the hook already. They're going to have a last pick Huskar with First Blood if they do it right here. Shadow Realm to try and delay it out here, but they're going to give it to the Huskar. Just needs that one more hit. Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. That is...
30 seconds.
He dropped the sentry for that ob, too, so they lose the sentry. Are they going to get a D-ward as well? I think they know that obs is there, too, because they saw him place it. What a disaster of a move. Not respecting the B-God Pudge here. And he just reels him in level 1, and huge advantage already on his mid lane if it wasn't big enough.
Did you see he took Nothel Transfusion? So this is the facet that people were like, oh, maybe like support Huskar is a thing or something like this. But I think the idea here is that with a Darkseer, with like Mech and Pipe and then a Tiny and Nothel Transfusion, they're just going to have an insane amount of sustain in their team fights. And nothing's going to stop them.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know if it's going to matter what facet he picked, but yeah, could be some extra push momentum. They can build it up.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see how it goes. B-God is making really good use of this this new Flayer's hook facet, where he's been hitting some long range hooks for a decent amount of extra pure damage. Does mean the close range hooks are doing less damage, but if you hit the long range ones, it can add up to a lot more pure damage, which is pretty scary. Lands another one with the ion shell on him as well, so no real way for the Clockwork to fight him.
Yeah, you're not fighting that on the side. It's pretty sad for Clock. It's normally where he wants to be. So already his lane's going pretty solid for the Hut.
The Weaver thought he could do this with the level 2, having the swarm. Shikuchi's up and swarms, and okay, the minus armor is really racked up now, and KK misjudges it, and the hook is just off the mark. So he's He stalls it out to let the swarm get the Darkseer into big minus armor territory, and turns around and destroys him.
I don't even know if that was necessary. I think just play for level 2 there. Try and kill the Weaver with the vacuum. Instead, your level 1 Darkseers don't have the threat. Does not pay off at all. So, strike back a bit here. Not going to get run over completely. Still watching this mid matchup, dude. It does not look like it's starting to become too fun here. But I will say the early waves were pretty bad for this Huskar because you don't have... Like, you don't have your Berserker's Blood to take advantage of the fact you're removing all your own HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, level 1 was pretty sad, but now he's starting to cook a bit. Went the early boots as well, just more aggression. And kills a Water Rune in Rage. Says, I don't need that. I don't even have mana to restore.
Yeah, he
That
wants the
garbage out of
attack
here.
speed. At some point in time, once he hits level 4, he's going to get Inner Fire, and then he's going to have a Silence and a Push
look at
that
the
stops
stacks.
the shield crash, which is the only thing that's going the way of Zarek
Jeez.
right now. The Water Rune will keep him alive. It is only pain in this mid lane for him.
Gonna try and kill him here or what? I don't know if you have another option. Can't enter the lane if he regions up a bit. At bottom, another trade, and they get the punch. So, strength of Weaver, man. This hero is just strong on lane. So hard. I don't think I've seen a Weaver lose lane from any position in like a month now.
Most of the time we've been seeing it as support, but yeah, it's been destroying everywhere it goes. Finally gets that kill on the Pangolier. It was going to happen eventually. See if they can get the chase down on top. They cannot. Toss back over, and one hit is probably do it. He throws out the tree, and that's good enough.
Man, Hut are just owning the lane. Thought it was going to be a little closer, but they get another kill bottom, second flesh heap. They're just crumbling here in the last minute. Though, I don't know if there's much Zurich could have done mid, considering his position. Ideally, you can gank this Huskar at some point. He is pretty susceptible to being ganked here, but you kind of need the levels on the supports to do it. And the more you lose these side lanes, the less opportunity you're going to have to make that move.
Gonna need the side lanes to step it up some more. I mean, the Weaver's doing what he can. But you need that top lane to start winning, and they almost do. Almost get the kill on the Tiny there. As the Timber Saw gets real aggressive. Note that he did go Shredder. So he's got the splinter that comes out whenever he timber chains a tree. These little splinters come out, like almost like bristleback quills. Do some additional damage, which is kind of interesting. Nice timber chain. Got away from the avalanche just in time.
Old White's got a big wave mid. He's pushing it in, almost level 6. This might be a dive here, and if you don't have the TPs up on either of these supports to help, you're like got level and a half behind me.
Swashbuckles.
He gives up those ranges.
Yeah.
So this is your catapult timing. Again, you have to worry about getting shoved in on some of these lanes. There's some tower damage from the Tiny. There's the Darkseer who can push his in. Maybe go for the kills. There's this Huskar who can... Well, his catapult actually just died. The Old White doesn't get any value out of it. Good news here.
KK
There
stuck
it
inside
is.
the cogs, going for the kill. Vacuums together. Ion Shell doesn't quite kill the Clockwork, though. And he's
6-minute
strong
power.
enough to get away. Power Rune. Oh, he needs that. A shield rune. He's gonna pop it here, but he's
lot of
still
shield.
dead. He's gonna TP out. Okay, good TP. Good TP. Oh wait, no, he has frostbite.
Bad TP.
Oh no, bad,
Bad
TP.
TP. He done it
And they kill the
instantly.
Pudge. Bug goes out. KK trying to deal with the bug as quick as possible here. This Weaver is doing what he can to offset the disaster that is the mid lane. Thought about going for the kill on the Darkseer underneath the tower, but opts not to. Had some magic wand charges still sitting available, so.
Oh, the White's out of control, dude. I mean, this has felt like from minute 0 he has been put in a ridiculous position.
$37 and 21 denies and 7 minutes. Getting a deny every three denies every minute. Jeez.
I mean, in theory, your lineup isn't that bad versus Huskar. Like, I think Weaver can be pretty good. Timbersaw is great if he can, you know, get to his tanky items and go in. But again, you're facing this problem of, like, you're just bleeding kills around the map. Are any of these heroes going to be in a position to do anything about this Huskar?
Maybe the Weaver needs to go Spirit Vessel.
That's why you wish you had support Weaver right now, but
yeah.
He's getting run down too, man.
He's got Shikuchi. Just don't get hit by the hook and you're good.
Ooh.
Oof. Close call. He's going to TP back to base.
That was definitely a kill if he can land it. Nonetheless, pushing that Weaver to base. They're not too sad about this. They're just going to push the waves in, cut, create more pressure on the tower. Old White is in again mid and claims another. Payne go ahead for his trophy rack here, and he's just going to start wailing on this tower, man. Armlet already done. This tower is just, it's going to get smashed here if you can't respond. At least create pressure elsewhere, and instead it's just the Hunt doing it again.
Oh, toss back mid Timber Chain. Great move from the Tiny. And that ensures that Old White's TP rotation does actually get a kill.
Man, that heal looks cool when he jumps in like that.
Yeah.
Nice little effect. AoE's not super huge though, but I guess if someone's fighting someone on your team, you jump in, you heal them before it's not too bad.
Look from
Ooh,
long
rescue
range. B-God gets KK out of danger. The Weaver's still going to chase after him. He turns around, throws out the wall. There's the Weaver can't really go for the dives without level 6. Or maybe he's going to try to anyway. With the Rolling Thunder backing him up, they're going to go for the Pudge kill. Certainly not the big Darkseer one that they're looking for, but it's something.
I mean, you gotta take what you can get at this point. At least you get to put the Timber against the Huskar, and you can dissuade him from hitting this tower a little bit. You just need that hook shot up. If you can get hook shot Bedlam up, your opportunities to go on the Huskar or maybe kill this Darkseer go up a lot more. Really need the XP on the supports right now, as Old White's gonna continue his assault mid. Man is not afraid of much here, he's just going in.
Satoshi's just gonna die. Timbersaw,
Okay, well,
not prepared to stand up against the Huskar. And that's gonna be TP canceled as a dead Clockwork.
Pudge is great in these games. Where
Shara
you're just
coming in
killing
from
off cooldown.
behind. He goes to the TP out, but Dor has just been sitting here. All he needs is a stun. That's all Huskar needs is a stun to stop TPs or Timber Chains or whatever. So Dor's just hanging around, frostbiting anybody who shows up.
Level 10 on this guy, dude. What do you do? Now he's just hasting top. Run for your life. Dear God.
Tiny will get stunned, but here comes Old White. Nice TP out, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Got a little stack to take, too. Ooh.
Yeah, do a little.
Don't want to give that
stack
one
steam.
up.
I mean, you can't afford to give anything else in this game. You're already decently far behind. You need the experience for your supports. You will get it here. Level 6 on the clock. You at least got that hook shot up now.
Let me help you with your sacrifice.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Supports know what the job is here. Play around the Huskar, set him up. Ooh, Old White not getting off the light break there, which would have followed him up to the high ground after the swashbuckle. They're going to try and turn this one around with the Rolling Thunder. A hook shot onto the Crystal Maiden. So you go for the CM kill and keep the others occupied with the rolling boulder. Not too bad, but Huskar doesn't get in range of the Dark Willow. Stun is going to go out. They have enough heroes here, but oh, the silence pushback. That's going to make things a little bit rough. Now the wall right on top of all this one. Is Old White going to die? No, they've run out of damage. He is going to be perfectly fine. Deals with the bug real quickly. The Weaver's trying to get the pick off somewhere around here, but there's nothing available.
Oh, man's just too big, dude. He's just too damn big, too early. Already mech on this Darkseer as well. Just comes in, busts everybody up for that fight. Everybody's getting ion shelled. And again, you just don't even have Bedlam or Terrorize at that point. He's missing so much damage. And this CM is threatening your Weaver now. Another just collapse of a laning phase here. Can you salvage it as well as you almost salvaged that last one? I don't know. Getting the Huskar looks tough.
You're going to need pickoffs like this if you want to be able to recover it. Nice cogs hit.
That's something.
Gets him the extra push, and that kill is worth a hefty amount, almost 900 gold for it.
B-God reels in a little fish, but can't finish the job. Needs another hook.
He's got another hook, but it would be
baited.
on a blood grenade. And B-God just singularly focused on trying to land the second hook. Will give up his life to the Weaver. Easy peasy. They also find the Crystal Maiden in the jungle, so things are actually turning around a little bit here for the Chapelinos. It's nothing to do with the Huskar, who's currently gonna take Roshan, get an Aegis, but at least they're getting pickoffs elsewhere.
Not much you can do about what Old White's doing right now, but at least you're finding something on the map. Keep playing to his Timbersaw. I mean, he has good damage. Can definitely threaten this Tiny.
Caught him again, mid-timber chain. Keep him here long enough. The TP rotations, vacuum back into Clockwork inside of the cogs. Nice terrorize hit, though. They really want to fight this one, though. They're going for the kill on the Crystal Maiden, but remember this Huskar. This Huskar is willing to stay super low HP to just push out damage, and he'll get the kill on the Dark Willow as a result.
I mean, the second Old White shows up with an Aegis tag, you gotta get the hell out of there, man. This guy ain't messing around. Another hook will miss.
Blind hook from B-God. Almost caught the Pango.
Wisdom Rune will get secured. At least they don't lose that.
They'd be chasing. Nice hook, though, to get Old White the distance. That rolling, Roland's not going to do a whole lot here. They have Aegis on the Huskar. It's not a good idea to fight these boys. There's a Washbuckle. Oh, back. Immediately hits him with the life break, diving in after him. He's going to pump out some serious damage here. They might be able to kill him, but again, that's the Aegis. The damage done is the Clockwork is dead. The Pango has lost a bit of HP as well. They've got spells on cooldown. Old White's ready to just keep going. Silence on the Dark Willow. No chance of a Shadow Realm. Hook lands onto the Timbersaw. Right into the Freezing Field Dismember combo. Double channeling duo here from Ports of the Hut. Bring down a core. Nice grab.
Frostbite.
Just keeps on hitting him. Derek barely able to get away, it seems. No, Frostbite comes in just in time.
Man, that was like one of those fights you had to win to come back in this game, and now it might just be a little out of reach here.
Beaver, half HP from a tiny initiation, so damage is definitely not there right now.
I just went to Echo Blink again. Gonna be looking for the jump, looking for the Weaver, looking for supports on the backside. Anything he'll take. No Roche here to do, boys. Looking in the corner for the Weaver.
Nice Darkseer pick. Got him
Sleep
sleeping.
to find these little pickoffs, but it's not really changing the trajectory of the game. It feels.
No. It's
Man, your Pango is
delaying.
behind.
Yeah. Name damage rune found in the river. P-God. Bring it a little bit closer to the Huskar.
Farm. No push here for Old White. He's just going to chill probably till next Roshan. Try and end the game with that, or maybe not end the game, but go high ground. I mean, you know you have a pretty good lead here. No reason to throw it away like you tried to do last time. Pango is just so far behind him. Find a little bit of a stack, though. That definitely helps. I don't even know what... I mean, you're going to go this Echo build, which we saw be pretty good in some of those other games. I think this build's interesting. It's just coming out so late here. Even going to be in time to give you the build-up that you want. Darks, you're not happy about getting his stack stolen, though, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. There's no real way to punish this man. Unless Zarek just hangs around long enough that he gets caught by the Tiny, who's coming in from the side here, ready to go with the blink. He goes for the Dark Willow. They get the Frostbite on Zarek. Okay, they just casually ran down a Pango with Swashbuckle and Rolling Thunder up.
Yeah, not the kill you want to be giving up there. Yeah, turn into a tier 2 push. It's Tiny. Starts wailing with the tree. See how much damage he can get done here. I wonder if he just actually gets it. I mean, you want to glyph this? Not really. Yeah, that's just an entire tier 2. Brutal tower to lose when it's not even 20 minutes yet. So you're looking towards this 20-minute Tormentor. Don't even have that tier 2 there to help you try and go for it. I don't even know if you can do it. Probably need everything.
What a snag. Grabs the Pango. They've got the vacuum to chain it a little bit longer and some extra movement speed. Oh, wait a minute. Rolling Thunder, turn around. They'll kill the Crystal Maiden and the Pudge.
Okay, that damage, man. Timbersaw is a Dota hero, dude. This hero is... I feel like this hero's just been insane like for 4 or 5 years now. I don't think there's another hero that does as much damage as he does as reliably because it's all pure. So you just can't resist it. Like there's nothing you can really build to stop his damage output being reliable. I think it's just huge. And all these metas dominated by building up like pipes and shrouds and hearts and wraith packs and all this nonsense, right? It's like this man is always there to just cut through it all. Does not care.
Wraith Pact. Wraith Pact once a time could have stopped some of the Timbersaw.
Yeah, that is true. But even in that meta, I think the hero was still good. Because, like, yeah, that item just stopped everybody, right? But at least Timber was still... He's still, like, removing stats with Whirling, which is still insanely strong for so many heroes. But Satanic now done for Old White, so... If you can land some Timber spells on him, you will do a lot, but he's also incredibly tanky now. And he's going to be the Tormentor of his own. So that Radiant one sits there waiting to be claimed. Oh, Crystal Maiden Shard. Look at that. Crystal Clone if you want it.
A little bit of disjoint. A little bit of extra farming capabilities. The HUD
Can
are...
Crystal Clone get you out of cogs?
No idea. Something to test in demo mode. Ah, snagged another one. Be God. Man don't miss. The man don't miss. Vacuuming back in. Give B God his strength.
Oh, man also
God,
don't kill
though.
though.
Not actually gonna get it. What the hell? They killed the Weaver.
Just caught with the combo.
Well, I mean, if there's no Huskar, that's got to be clearance to take whatever fight you can that is away from this man. And see if they can kill the Pudge and then get out. Terrorize. Oh no, it doesn't hit the Crystal Maiden, and they're gonna have to use the hook shot instead. And now the Huskar's coming in. B-God eventually did get the kill he was looking for. Maybe not him, but the Tiny came through and got him some vengeance.
Radiant's bottom tower
B-God's landing these hooks. He's not getting the flesh heaps, but he's sure landing them.
Yeah.
Making the fights easy for the team. And that pushing power, another tier 2 just instantly gone off that. Still haven't claimed your Wisdom Rune or Tormentor up top. Both just sitting there waiting for you.
Satoshi making a break for it.
Dire's middle tower
Multiple
has fallen.
TPs came in. Looks like they're gonna give up on the kill. Meanwhile, Langiao just took another tower. First tier 2 of the game, or second tier 2 of the game, rather. I'll have a Daedalus very soon, so big crit damage. Almost online.
There's this smoke coming out. Kind of weird split here by the hut. Smoke can land on a target, might be isolated. Yeah, they find solo darks here. Those have pipe greaves.
Yeah, you can stay alive for a little while. He's gonna group him up for the avalanche. Doesn't quite hit all of the avalanche there and does end up dying. So no pipe in this. The Tiny's being controlled up pretty nicely too. He's got a bug on him. This is going to be trouble. Big trouble. He's going to die to the physical damage that's coming in. Nice hook, though, onto the Weaver. Oh, with the chain, with the silence from the Huskar. Oh, the White's going to have to carry this, but you know he can do it. That's the scary part. He's got the Satanic. Not anymore, actually. No more Satanic, but the Timber Saw's gone, so there goes all your threat. A silence out to finish off the Pango. Another hook. A triple kill for Old White. The two supports lend the hand to get the job done. They wipe Chapulines.
Dude, somehow Old White got stuck in the trees there for like 5 seconds in that fight. I don't know how that happens. And they still ended up wiping them. And that was maybe best case scenario. Finding Darks here at the start, taking him out of the engagement. The auras are gone. You get the bug on the Tiny. There's just not enough left in the tank to finish off this Huskar. Should be a Roshan for Old White. I don't know where he's going, but he's just checking on the gates. Making sure they still work.
They do indeed. Watch that one again.
It's not going to get much better than this, honestly.
Yeah.
Almost a dream situation. And Greaves pipe delays us a lot, but the Avalanche did not hit all three. The first hook misses. You get a good roll through here, and you're basically just taking out Tiny and Darkseer for a Dark Willow. Should be a solid position.
He got bumped by the Rolling Thunder, and it pushed him into that position between the cliff and the trees.
That was rough.
He would have been stuck until his ult was back up. But then Satoshi came through and cut down all the trees. Did a lot of damage, but also cut him out.
I mean, that second hook from B-God was also just super huge there. You kill the Weaver, no time lapse, no follow-up damage for that Huskar. That was a big hook in that fight. And it'll get them a victory in the fight and a victory over Roshan as Aegis goes into the Huskar's pocket. So now you can go high ground. Level 18 on this man. 3,600 HP. He has his lifesteal talent. He has lifesteal off Satanic. So when this man gets low and he's hitting, he's going to be hitting hard and fast and healing a lot. As E-God wants revenge here. Can he get it though?
Terrorize
Once more, he
has to be
been
used
foiled.
to keep the Dark Willow alive. Pango can make his way over with the Timber Saw. Maybe they could pick off these supports, but they're going to lose a full lane of barracks if they focus
your
on
base.
getting kills.
Base is dying right now.
Maybe the call has been made. Weaver doesn't want to fight until they have BKB.
I mean, maybe, but you're just giving up a lane. You're going to have to take the fight anyway, because I think they're just going down mid.
Nice hook.
There's another one.
Timber Saw is like one of the best kills you can get because he's one of the biggest threats to the Huskar. So
Yeah, I
they
don't think
do
you can
have
win
a
a fight
tier
without-
2 that's blocking their way mid, so I'll have to catch the wave.
Monka. B-God is pausing for him. Nice little lad. Maybe he was trying to spam unpause, though. We don't really know.
Well, this is looking like we're going to see a 2-0 for the Hut.
Yeah,
You know what
they've been
the
pretty dominant.
you know what the fun part is about our next series, Avery? We going to have another forfeit.
I mean, this one was close, man. You know,
This one was
it's
close,
tough
but
out there, man. It's tough out there. Like I sympathize. Sometimes you have some guy can't make it. He sleeps in, gets stuck in traffic. Like internet's down. You get power outages. I've had it happen. You know, it's a rough life out here, man.
La Correntada, they had to forfeit yesterday because the games ended too quickly and one of their players could not get back in time. This time around, it's 5 p.m. on the West Coast time. I have to imagine school, work, whatever it is. Hopefully he's done by now and he'll be able to join us for the next series of the matchup, which is going to be La Correntada versus Four Amigos. So the Monkeys Forever team versus the Monster and Rises team.
That should be a hype series. Probably closer than this one was, I would imagine, as it's been quite one-sided so far. Shouldn't rule out a comeback here with some sort of Weaver BKB into a clutch team fight around the base, but it's looking tough, man.
Yeah, what does that team fight even look like? They have to like kill everybody but the Huskar.
You poke the Huskar down, and then second life, you like hook shot in, throw out some brambles, commit with Weaver BKB, roll in. Like, you have damage to kill him. Technically, there isn't a hard save yet. I don't think this Pudge has Shard. Yeah, he doesn't have Shard. Oh, he does. It's in his stash, though. So if B-God flies that out, then I think the fight becomes a lot more difficult because then you just can't even all-in anybody. Like, if you bug this Tiny and he gets dismembered, that fight just feels really impossible at that point, I think.
Yeah. So you'd say that Pudge Shard is really good at securing an advantage by making sure nobody on your team dies?
I think in certain games, when it's the right situation, it's nice. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't just go around generically buying Pudge Shard.
I mean, maybe if one of your cores tells you that like he could use some extra save, maybe you do that for him, right, Avery?
No, I think, you know, here's a brief education time, you know, classes in session. I think if you're a support player out there and cores are telling you what to buy, like, you just mute them. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't know anything about support. They've never played a support game in their life. Like this guy with 6,000 anti-mage games is telling you to buy Mike or something. Like, you tell him to buy a new headset because you can't hear him because he's muted. So don't listen to core players when I tell you what to buy. Make your own decisions. You know better. You know what the game needs. And I think that's the lesson of the day.
Well, class is in session, everybody. Hope you're taking notes.
You got to get out your notepad, write that down, and help you win some MMR. You know, everybody's always talking. They want some tips and tricks to win MMR these days. How do I climb ranks? How do I get out of Herald bracket? I've been stuck here for 8 years. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. You know, first you should use hotkeys. That's probably why you're in Herald bracket. And then after you learn to use hotkeys, well, then you can mute everybody. That's my best tip. Just mute everybody. People don't like to hear it because they think Dota's an interactive game, but Dota's not an interactive game. There is no interaction in the pub universe that's positive, Austin. You need to remove the distractions and clear your mind. It's like meditation for the soul. And that was Grubby's problem, you know? Grubby quit.
That's true.
Because he felt like he was too toxic and he doesn't want to play a game with muting everybody. But I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to mute people. Maybe not everybody, but
out.
You got to mute a decent amount of them. Can't be afraid to do it.
See, now I disagree with this. I think you can become more mentally resilient by not muting people.
That is a fool's mistake right there, my friend. A fool's mistake, you know.
Do you think you think I you know, you get road rage anymore after playing Dota for 10 years, you know? Nothing pisses you off when you've gone through the muck and grime of Dota for long enough, you know?
I mean, I don't road rage because I don't drive anymore because Dota's ruined my life, that there's nowhere to go. So In a sense, yeah. I guess I don't overreach anymore.
Man's been left with no prospects, nowhere to go.
I mean, anybody who has like 40,000 hours in Dota, where are they driving to, honestly? Like, think about it. Where are you going, man? You going down to the Wendy's? Going down to the Wendy's, getting some...
Who's got 40,000
milkshakes?
hours? There's very
What do you
few
mean?
people out there who have 40,000 hours.
Are you serious? I think almost all the pro players who've been around for like the long period of time have 40,000 hours. 40,000 is not that much if you've dedicated your life to this game. I think I almost have 40K.
I have 28,000.
Where's the stat again?
Listen, idle time shouldn't count. All right?
Everybody
People
always says
leaving-
idle time. Everybody always
people
says
leaving
idle
it.
time. Yeah, I have 38K. I'm closing in on my 40K anniversary, dude. What are you gonna do for me when I have 40K?
Absolutely nothing.
Wow, that shows what kind of friend you are.
I'm
Thanks
going to
for that,
give you
Austin. I really
my
appreciate that.
condolences card for wasting your
Okay,
life.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna never get you anything again. Good job.
You
on
never
that.
have gotten me anything.
Well, doesn't mean I wasn't planning on it. Maybe if you had 40,000 hours, I would have done something. But you're out
I
here
guess I'll
slacking.
just leave my Dota on overnight.
Bro, I have like very little idle time. Okay, out of that 38K, I maybe have like maybe 5K idle, maybe 7 or 8K idle. So okay, whatever. I have 30,000 hours. I mean, bro, I'm telling you, there's a lot of pro players that probably have a legit 40,000 hours in this game. Guys like Miracles, Sumail, you know, these guys who have played forever since 10 plus years ago and have an insane amount of games. For sure, have 40K hours. AUI, you don't think AUI has 40,000 hours in this game?
Yeah, I think he does. I'm just saying, I think there's very few people out there. You think Tofu has 40,000 hours?
No, of course not.
Yeah,
but
well,
I
okay,
think there's
and
a- I
he's a
think
pro
there's-
player. If not all the pro players have 40,000 hours, that means there are very
Okay,
few
but I
people
also
out there
think-
with 40,000
no,
hours.
I think there's actually a lot of random dudes out there with 40K. You know those guys that have like insane amounts of games played, 20,000 games played or something? That is 40,000 hours, right? Those guys have 40K hours for sure. And there's a lot of them. There's thousands.
Yeah, but those aren't
Maybe even tens of
real
thousands.
people. Those are husks of human beings. They're like functioning zombies.
What are you talking about? What?
Nobody
Oh,
who
look at
plays
the
that
dog.
much Dota is a human anymore.
Where'd the cam go? You turned the camera off. Where the dog came on?
What?
I mean, first of all, some of those people are your friends, so I don't know how you're talking shit. Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Second off, you're a husk of a human being, so I don't know how you're talking shit. Third, you're just jealous because there's people out there who have dedicated the same amount of their life to this game that you have, only they're better at it. So stay jealous, stay mad, stay bad. Haters gonna hate, and the dabber's gonna dab. And that's why I'm better, folks, right there. This man tries to win every day, but he's just pulling more L's out of the sink. That's all he's pulling.
Wait,
Man's
who's
sink is
the washed
clogged
pro
with
player
Ls.
here? It's not me.
Whoa, who
It's
washed?
not
First off,
me.
I'm not washed. Okay, I'm not. washed.
I knew I couldn't compete. I got out
Yeah,
of that
you
early.
gave up.
I competed in a different field, and I got to the top. So you know,
That's debatable. I mean,
that's debatable.
debatable.
I don't think it is.
That's debatable. That's debatable for sure.
I don't think it is.
It's debatable.
I mean, not winning any esports awards out here, but you know, you getting hired for everything. That's success.
Or the Cabal. But either way, we are going back into it as the game has resumed, Austin. If you remember where we were, we have an Aegis on the Huskar. He has his BKB finished. They're about to go high ground. The man is playing with a dog on his lap. No cares in the world.
He needs to pass off this
16-0.
Roshan banner to somebody.
I just noticed he's 16-0. That is a stat line right there.
Oh, that was a nasty one right there from Biga. That was nasty.
Dude, that did so much damage. That did 850 pure.
Yeah.
Holy moly. That's like almost one shot.
Yep.
That was hype. Banner goes down, secures the catapult. Yeah, this is a good banner.
Try chakraming the siege wagon there. It's not gonna do nothing.
You gotta watch out for these hooks, man. The range on them. Just gonna smoke up, try and take the fight. You gotta get a good angle here. I don't even know who you want to go on, but you'll take that Crystal Maiden. Bug I don't know if that's worth.
Yeah, he gave him some gold. Gave 34 gold to the Darkseer.
Old Dwight forgot that this Rack's bottom was already taken. But still has 2 minutes on the Aegis here. Gonna head his way top. Almost level 20 as well. You gotta take this fight, or you're just gonna watch your base die and get eliminated here. You gotta do something. You get hooked again.
They do everything they can to bail him out. They throw out the Terrorize, go after the hook shot, get the double jump in with the Rolling Thunder, try and stop the freezing field. Does all of that just to survive. But they're not killing anything. Certainly not this Huskar. Still has another minute and a half left on the Aegis. The Tiny goes in and gets the Timber Saw kill, so they don't even get the Timber Saw out of there. Now they're left in a 4 versus 5. Gonna have to use that buyback because the push will continue.
You used your Weaver BKB for that. Now you're in real trouble here. Still a minute on this Aegis. What is the answer to the Huskar? You didn't have one. You still don't have one.
Avalanche. Oh, the old scepter goes off just in the nick of time. And all it does is delay his death by 2 seconds. Back to the buildings.
Old White is inevitable. He was inevitable since the first blood. He will take a Megas at under 30 here. He wants to finish this off. Says nobody pauses on my ass. Don't you know who I am? Oh my god, that was terrible.
Oh, what a vacuum. They don't have the most to combo with it, but they got Huskar, so that's all that matters. Huskar continues to go to work. It doesn't matter how many buybacks you have. Oh, hooked out Old White. I'm not even sure if he wanted that one. Guess the Aegis is going to expire in a second here. He's not going to get any regen out of it, but does he really want it? He wants to stay low HP so he can continue to do damage, dishing it out to the Timber Saw, who's his biggest threat. He goes down. Now it's up to the Weaver to try and kill him with just physical damage, and that's not ever going to happen. He does not do nearly enough, especially against a Halberd. Hit him with the silence. Ooh, missed the Weaver. Got the Pango, though. And the Weaver still gets caught by the Frostbite, so he's dead anyway. Dieback after dieback after dieback. And that will be the end of the game.
The end of the series. A quick 2-0 here for the Hut. We're going to try and kill the Fountain. Can't do that anymore.
Chat is saying 40,000 hours is literally 5 years straight of just playing Dota. 5.6 years, which means that equates to 11 years of playing 12 hours a day.
Yeah. I don't get why that's hard for you to grasp. That's literally what people have done to get to be the best at this game. And it shows. The ceiling for this game is tremendously high. The floor is tremendously low. And unfortunately, well, they have been eliminated.
Yep. That is the Huts and their 40,000 hours of playing Dota do manage to get the 2-0 here over the Chapulines. And we're going to say goodbye to those guys as our first team to be eliminated in the North American qualifier. We will have more teams to be eliminated. One more team gets eliminated today as we have another series that we're going to be talking about a little bit later on. But as far as this series, I mean, the Hut, anybody who goes up against the Hut, which the next matchup is going to be Apex Genesis. That's the team that will face the Hut next. I think the biggest thing is watch out for the drafting, man. Watch out for some of these cheesy picks.
I mean, you got to watch out for the cheese in this qualifier in general, right? There's a lot of Meepo players, a lot of Huskar players, a a lot of brood players. There's even like, you know, these pudges, random hero spammers. Like, there's just so much cheese in NA. All these teams have something. You really got to know it, or you just lose games off them randomly. And here it pays off for the Hut, as they look pretty good today. Got some of their signature picks, made them work, and we're not out of this qualifier yet. Old White, MVP for sure in that game. I mean, man's 18-0 and 15. You got to give it to him. But B-God, you really set him up, dude. Like, the level 1 hook off the smoke. Man was just landing big hooks in the fights, setting up these plays, drawing attention. His Pudge was really annoying and made the clutch plays, in my opinion, in a lot of these team fights. But Old White, he cleaned them up today for sure.
Yeah. Good to see B-God's Pudge again. Forgot that was a thing for him, but he made good use of the new extra pure damage you get off this facet for the Flare's hook, since I think it got buffed up in one of these A or B patches, right? And I started seeing a lot more people play around with this Pudge. It does some crazy damage if you get, especially the Aether Lens, you get max range hook, like you said, does like an extra like 450 pure damage. Crazy.
Yeah, it's like you double hook people. So it's not insignificant, especially for support Pudge. I think it ends up generally maybe having some more value down the road. Wouldn't be surprised if we see it more. But yeah, I mean, it's just all Old White. 18-0, 15. You were talking about the strength in the universal heroes, where we got 4 strength or universals on both sides again. A little Crystal Maiden and a little Weaver.
I mean, that's the problem. They picked an agility hero. That's just incorrect.
True.
If
Should've
you're
picked
picking an
another strength
agility hero, it better be support.
Who the hell's a support agility hero?
What? Weaver.
Oh, yeah, well, okay, they could have put him on support is what you're saying. I'm saying, you know, if you pick another one, I mean, he's like got to be the only one, though. There's not a lot of, I don't think I guess Monkey King, like Hoodwink.
Hoodwink is agility.
Yeah. But Hoodwink's like not even an agi hero, to be honest. That hero's just hoodwinked. Either way,
Fake
Old White
agi.
will give him the standout here, the MVP, 75% kill participation. Even stack the camp, look at that. But that GPM and XPM and what it's all about. This is a snowball hero, and once you start a snowball, and no looking back. He got the job done today with all them Roshans too, man. We're seeing a lot of these games end off these Roshan pushes. If you can't keep up the pace, these heroes just end the game, man.
All right, guys, that wraps up the first of the elimination series. We have a second one. Again, it's going to be La Correntada versus Four Amigos is going to be the next matchup. Again, elimination on the line. So, should be a spicy matchup. We're expecting it to be a little bit more even than this series. We are going to get to that series after a break. So, come right back after the break. We'll be here for more Dota.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Last series of the night for the North American Qualifier Day 2. We've got La Correntada versus Four Amigos. One of these teams is going to be eliminated out of the North American Qualifier, and the other team will move on to face up against their next opponent, which would be Grin Esports. I will say that the matches earlier today did prove that both Apex Genesis and Grin Esports, I think, they are tough opponents. I think anybody who makes it through this first round is going to be hard pressed to win the next round, because those guys put up a legitimate fight against the top dogs of Shopify, Rebellion, and Nouns, right, Avery?
Yeah, I mean, Shopify got challenged. Maybe not like ultimately, but they did get challenged in that series. So you have to keep an eye out on these teams, man. Again, they have nothing to lose, so they're just gonna play and have fun, and there's not gonna be any stress on them. And those teams can sometimes be dangerous if you are feeling the pressure. You start to wonder, oh, we dropped the game. It's TI. Are we going to drop another? Start getting in your own head. So, again, I don't expect anything crazy, but hey, you never know, man. And they're showing some signs of life. This series, I think, is fairly close. I think I maybe give a slight edge to Four Amigos because they didn't look too bad yesterday, but anything can happen in this one. These are two way more evenly matched teams.
And we're going to start off with a Witch Doctor first pick. So we'll see whether or not this is going to be a Witch Doctor 3 or a Witch Doctor support. I've only seen, we had that game, obviously, first game of this last series, where it was Witch Doctor core. And the only other time I've seen it has been Moo, who obviously used to play way back in the day with when it actually healed. They did that Witch Doctor IO strategy, right, as a dual offlane. It was some classic Moo hipster offlane stuff. Wouldn't be surprised if he pulled it out again for this qualifier, but I'm not sure if Monkeys is prepared to run that strat.
I actually think this is just a Monkeys Witch Doctor. I feel like that's the exact type of hero he would first pick and play, right? Like just some cheese offlaner that's gonna run you down that he'll laugh his ass off playing. Sounds like a Monkeys heroes to me. Not guaranteed.
He'll laugh his ass off any hero he's playing.
Yeah, but this one he might actually be owning. So there's like that's a big difference, right? Better to have this guy laughing his ass off when he's like 10-0 than when he's 0-10. Just saying, if you want to win. And some of his heroes got banned early. Like Pudge is gone, Brewmaster's gone, Timber, Beast are gone. So a decent amount of offlaners taken out. I wouldn't be surprised to see him just pick this Witch Doctor, go offlane with it, see what happens. It's looked pretty strong so far. Definitely a cheese hero. And so if you want like try and get a cheese win game 1, not a bad time to do it.
All right, second round of picks. What is value here? We still have Weaver left in the pool.
I mean, Weaver's
one of the best supports. Hey, take the Hoodwink hero that we didn't actually see a whole lot of this patch. Some people have tried it. Just doesn't seem quite as impactful as it was the previous patch.
No, I've not been impressed with it. It just lost a little of its timing, a little of its luster. Four Amigos wasting no time, though. The Fiend is here.
We got an old school combo here, Avery. We got a toss into Requiem combo.
I mean, it's good for sure in the fight. Tiny definitely helps this hero. Just going in, mini stunning everybody, buying him some time. We're seeing this SF climb the ranks. Like, this hero might be just solid, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more people try him out, try and build around him. Saw him played earlier today in the hands of our TZ Pog. He just seems a lot better. I also think the Kaya Yasha buildup is pretty interesting.
Yep.
Like, giving this hero cast time reduction is pretty scary, man, because he has a lot of powerful spells, but they're very slow. So that is something else this hero has going for him. But it'll be Zeus, Slardar. Two heroes that one gets on top of SF and bashes him through BKB. He does not like that. And the other just outranges him. So two tough core matchups for the Shadow Fiend here. And nice picks by La Correntada here as they're going to put some pressure on this early SF pick. Not give him a free game. That mid matchup's tough. The Slardar matchup in the game is tough. You always want BKB Pierce versus Shadow Fiend. It's super important. If you can't just like run in the fight or blink and then BKB ult, the hero has to play a lot differently. So nice little pickup here.
minute 15 to decide for Amigos if they're going to. I assume this is going to be support Tiny, so we're going to have Tiny 4, Witch Doctor 3, and we still have a mid and another 5 left. So probably take up your other cores since you don't have overall last pick.
You could play SF carry here versus Slardar on lane. There's some mid jump hero, like if you really want Ember or something here. We've seen Ember be pretty successful versus Zeus in a lot of games. I was going to say Troll would be the carry. If you're going to go carry, you can go the Troll versus Slardar. But then it does put your SF in this Zeus matchup, and Troll doesn't necessarily answer the Zeus, so you still want something that maybe jumps him here, unless your plan is to just even the game out and then go later with, you know, BKBs and magic resist that Zeus can't pump any damage into. That is a route you can go, but it does make your lineup a little bit slower here, in my opinion. Okay. So if you're playing the Witch Doctor off lane, then you really have 3 cores that are kind of just stationary turret dudes.
Yeah. So you want to switch Witch Doctor to 5 position, get a Mars, Centaur, one of the typical 3 jumper heroes?
I mean, Monkey's just, he's not going to play that stuff. He's just not going to do it.
I mean, sometimes
so
you gotta pick what's best for the team, not what's best for yourself.
Not with Monkeys, man. That guy doesn't care. He's just going to play what he wants. I feel like he's just playing Witch Doctor. But I do think Witch Doctor trolling would dumpster this Slardar for sure. So yes. That's pretty tempting. And you're going to have last... You don't have last pick, so you don't see the carry here. That's another issue. Like, is there some ranged... I guess there's Enigma. Enigma could be interesting. Because you want a ranged offlaner here so you don't get punished by the counter pick and you enable this Tiny. Things like Veno, Enigma. I feel like Viper's kind of dead. None of these are your jump stunner, but in theory, Tiny can give it to you later on, and your lineup's not super fast anyway. I feel like Enigma is an interesting option here. I don't know if Monkeys will play it, but it could be good.
Hold on, Corntada, I gotta ban away the Centaur. You basically called Monkeys selfish. You realize that?
No, I said the guy just wants to play when he wants to play. That's not necessarily selfish.
Yeah, you said that in response to me saying that, you know, sometimes you can't pick for yourself. You got to pick for the team, you know?
Yeah.
So he's got to pick something that enables his SF and troll.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. This guy doesn't have to do anything. It's not even a sponsored team, man. Who does he answer to? He answers to no one.
He answers to your teammates. Maybe your teammates want to win.
You don't care. You don't care. I'm telling you. He doesn't care. Oh my God, he actually
told you. I told you.
I'm disappointed, honestly. I'm disappointed. Maybe this is support Mars.
Disappointed.
That's another option. Could be support Mars.
Support Mars.
I've never seen Monkeys Forever play Mars, dude. I've never seen him play it once. Like, what is this pick? Can he play this hero? I mean, it's good for the game. It gives him the catch and lockdown they need. Can he play it? I don't know, dude. Like, he knows this hero doesn't have summons, right? I don't know. Suspicious. Make sure it's Monkeys playing on this account. A little suspicious to me, but I'll leave that to the tribunal. 60 seconds here. I'll let Corntada for...
He's played 52 games of Mars. A 30% win rate. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's not good. He does not play his hero. I'm telling you, he doesn't play his hero. I've never seen him play it once.
That's such a disgustingly low win rate. Oh my God. He last played it in 2021. He played it when it came out. He didn't win with it and never played it again.
So why when I say he doesn't play this hero, and I've never seen him play this hero, do you go, what are you talking about? When he clearly doesn't play this,
man.
No, I don't.
I'm giving you the stats. I'm giving you the facts behind this.
I already know the facts. The man don't play it. I don't need the stats to know what I know, because I know. Okay, he don't play the hero. That's it. Case closed. I think Corntada are going to win this game because Monkeys Forever can't play Mars. I rest my case. Thank you, Judge.
Rise is going to pick Gyrocopter. Last pickup. All right. So we got a Slardar Gyrocopter, amp up some damage. We got a Zeus to scale up. But that just makes the Mars all the better. Then it just means the arena is catching the Slardar and the
Bro,
Zeus inside, and it's
we're
blocking
done with
out
the
the
Mars,
fly
man.
cannon shot.
We're done with the Mars. We already have determined that he cannot play this hero. The game is already over.
He
Like,
can
just
hit
go
the
next.
R button. I
Just go
believe that
next.
Monkeys Forever can hit R. I believe in it.
No, unless it's like Primal Split or something. No, man, it's just not happening. Like that R button needs to create units. If it doesn't create units, Monkeys doesn't know what it does. So we're done here, man. We're done. It's going to game 2.
Maybe he can make believe that the soldiers on the wall are units he can control, you know?
I'm calling it now. We're going to a game 2.
We are going to a game 2, no matter
I'm
what.
calling
That's
it
true.
now. It's happening in this NA lower bracket grudge match.
Grudge
got-
match.
This is a grudge match, dude.
Yeah,
Some old teammates
who's
here.
got the beef? Who's got the beef?
Everybody in North America? Who doesn't have beef? Monster and Monkeys. These guys played once a very long time ago, briefly. They're both offlaners. They got beef for sure, man. I'm just going to say that.
Okay. They
Monkeys got beef.
were they fighting over who got to play offlane or what?
Nah, I just made that shit up.
Yeah, I
But
know
I'll tell
you
you,
made
Monkeys
that shit
got
up.
beef
I thought you were going to continue to make shit up.
Monkeys got beef with whoever picked on that Mars. I'll tell you that much because he don't play that shit. So that's who he's got beef with in this game. Who was ever drafting with that button done messed up. Because even if this man asked for it, I never would have picked it for him. I'll tell you that much. That is a trap and a half right there. We'll see what he does with it. I'm predicting 20% spear rate or less. That's my prediction.
Well, that's better than Announce's game earlier where they showed the stat pop up 15%
saying.
spear rate hit. That was production did him dirty on that one. God damn.
Get that stat ready. Get that stat ready.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to game 1 of La Correntada versus 4 Amigos. See, 5-band smoke up from the 4 Amigos and a little bit of spread out. They got a ward on the other side of the river. Damn, they just mirrored wards. Stacked wards on top of each other on both sides.
30 seconds to battle.
Nobody saw a thing. I do think they're going to have trouble skirmishing into this, like, hoodwink maiden gyro Zeus. Like, that seems really strong. They're just smoking aggressively here, looking for the fight.
Oh, no. The smoke broke. Now they're shown. I got to sneeze.
Rip.
We're good.
He's still going to take this fight.
I mean, it is dangerous taking any fights into. I mean, you hit that kind of hoodwink bushwick. Jesus, that was quite the grab. First blood, double blood. God damn. All right. That is one way to start things off. La Correntada. This is a very good start. They might get a 3rd kill on Monkeys Forever. Sure enough, they find him. He goes for a TP. He will make it, but he is in lane with 2 tangos and no HP.
Oh, that is a rough start here for Dire. And I was literally just talking about the skirmish power. That is where this lineup shines. You do not want to get caught in these trees from bushwhack into Nova into gyro spells. Zeus just pummeling you. That is very painful. And now Monkeys, he TP'd the lane. He doesn't have regen. He has to ferry out Salve. Just gonna miss a lot of CS and early XP here. Rough start for the 4 Amigos.
You know what's funny? I was going to set that up saying it's dangerous to take level 1 fight against SF, right? Because the stacking raises is so debilitating, but then they just hit the perfect bushwhack crush combination, just like instantly kill 2 heroes.
At least they get the gyro courier and this lane's pushing in. So Monkeys will get something here. Yeah, normally difficult. I mean,
Roseanne.
going for
Is he
Roseanne.
dead? He could chase under tower easily. Yeah, there's got more rocket barrages where that came from, so.
Fast is just so strong. Monkeys gets 5 CS here, but the lane's going to push back out, and now he's a bit sad. Mid lane going pretty even, and top is just some more voodoo festoration here. Using it to win the lane. Not going to scale into anything crazy, but definitely powerful to secure this troll free farm. That is not a losable lane here for 4 Amigos, so they got that going for them. Just nothing Slardar can do on this matchup.
We're going to see that every single time. Double King, who has definitely been, he has been a rock for Four Amigos to rely on. I feel like his carry performances for Four Amigos been pretty strong so far. I mean, maybe it was just because they were both gyrocopter games, right? But he really showed up for those games.
Spearback into tossback.
And Rises is dead to the tower shots. Well played. Damn.
Damn.
Is somebody else? Who is this guy hitting spears like that?
I don't know, man. That's suspicious. That's all I'm going to say about that one.
Yeah, it's suspicious.
They got a pretty decent kill, the highest net worth in the game.
Yeah, can we click on Monkeys Forever? See if there's a Monkeys Forever impersonator on camera.
Is that him, dude? I don't know, man.
I mean, that looks like his door. I know that door from stream, so.
Still debatable, but see what happens from here on out.
Sniper Courier Thana making a run for it. He's going to get run down by the Doctor. The Doctor.
God damn. Just taking names out here in the NA quals. Hero popping off. I think it's kind of sad for like the Gyro Maiden because they pushed it in. Then you're at threat of getting speared or tossed back. But I think if they played that well, that they could have dodged that kill. Otherwise, these lanes are going pretty even across the board. It's just the Slaughter are losing out. They're going to try again.
That one.
Yeah, it's definitely monkeys on this account for sure. Clear that. All right, I'll stop. Stop giving him some shit. I love monkeys.
Yeah. Hasn't he already gotten mad enough at you for talking shit about him on stream, and now you're doing an official cast?
Okay, so be fair though, I genuinely I feel like I've never seen him play Mars. I'm not trying to flame his Mars, but it's like, to me, it's a very non-monkeys hero, right?
Yeah.
That's why I just thought it was funny.
He has publicly stated he does not want to play this hero.
Yeah, I don't think he likes it. I mean, for him to be silver on a hero is like, he does not play that hero, you know?
Yeah.
Because most of his heroes are platinum plus, grandmaster tier. Like, he has 4 or 5. He's a hero spammer. That's how you know.
Yeah.
But hey, he's having a decent lane phase here. Double bracer already up. Quick kill on the gyro into the tower, already level 4. And after what was a really rough start for them to come back like this, looking pretty good. He's been playing well recently. And all of a sudden, Four Amigos doing pretty well in the lanes. Trolls absolute free farming. SF mega free farming. Even got the solo pick on that Zeus mid. We're looking at. So both those heroes are well out in front, and this Mars is doing fine. Recipe for success right here.
Hey,
3 lanes.
Do you know how do you get the toss to end up behind you anyway in this toss back spear back combo, right? Because it didn't work last time that he ended up turning around spearing and the guy was behind him. So is there a way to ensure toss back into the Requiem? Perfect, an old school combination that has some newer tricks to it. Very nicely played by Roseanne and RCY.
That is a nice one. And the thing about the new SF is you're always leveling his ult now. Yep. Because you're getting bonus damage off it. So you don't feel bad about leveling that Requiem and going for some of those plays anymore, because you're just going to take it no matter what. And level 2 for the Hoodwink here, man, he has just been...
He's dead.
Demolished.
He's dead.
Dude, this is...
Dude.
This is brutal.
I mean, playing on the side against Witch Doctor, he will take that fight anytime. And then it just becomes you trying to run away from Voodoo Festoration. And Witch Doctor is not a slow hero. That's the problem with this. Is Voodoo Festoration is very efficient damage. You can't outtrade him, so you have to run away. But he has 330 movement speed. It's nighttime, so he's got the bonus. But like, he is an above average movement speed hero.
I mean, can't you just stun him and run away? How does this keep happening?
Well, we because most people's stuns do not last long enough if he gets within like 200, 300 range.
There's no way he can 100-0 run you down if he gets bushwhacked there. I'm gonna get another one here. This hero's just demolishing. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's like something new, but this is another just absolute shellacking by the Doctor. Already level 5. Looking for the 7-minute wisdom rune.
Yeah, you're gonna have to stick around for a long time to get that wisdom rune. I don't think that's gonna happen, but we'll see.
It's probably too greedy here. He will give it up. I mean, he doesn't even need it, man. He's already level 5. Like,
Oh shit! Look at Rise.
I'm gonna lose the other one.
Rise is making a break for it. He's gonna get it. You're gonna get
Yeah,
double wisdom
Guaranteed,
runes.
I think. Damn, big win.
Now he is gonna get
God,
spotted,
needed it too.
and he can't TP out as long as they hold the avalanche.
Should
So they're
die.
gonna cut him off. So he is gonna die for this. All right. Spear's not working.
Interesting.
All right, Albino Zebra's finally gonna pay the price here. Tried to man up too hard. Turns out there's a third hero in the mix here with Tony sitting by.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, they gotta get the Zeus active in this game. Because, I mean, you have Thunder God's Wrath up. Benji just needs some of these lanes to skirmish. He can pop it, join a fight. He'll be able to put out the damage. So right now, Monkeys is threatening to die. This is a tough round.
Requiem is gonna go off, fearing him up. He got off his ultimate, so it might result in some turnaround kills here as RCY is gonna be a little bit low. Benjamin. He's gonna chase after Monkey's gonna pop the ult for that one. Albino just walks through the Crystal Maiden and kills him.
Ooh.
RCY turns around, double hits the Thana Hoodwink for another kill. And the Zeus is now outnumbered. Can't really chase these guys down.
Dude, RCY is doing work in this game. They have that Requiem Arena combo, which could be really nice later too. Yeah, he's snowballing. This hero has some strong skirmish power now if you have stuns to enable him, and they definitely have a lot of stuns to enable the Shadow Fiend on top of him getting that solo kill on lane. RCY looking real good here, 4-0-2. But it's the Docta, man. The Docta is ahead in net worth of his own Mars.
Yep.
Just gets passed off. Like, Albino Zebra is jacked. He's still got the Gree to sell. And he's level 6 already. He's about to kill Rises with a goddamn ult.
Yep.
He's dead.
That's exactly what's gonna happen.
I mean, this is just what happens when you snowball a lane with this hero. He's one of the best killing 5s in the game. He's just gonna run around slaying everybody.
Yeah. I think it's
Looking
fair
for
to
the
say that
SF
maybe
mid.
this ability scales or early levels are a little bit too strong. RCY gets caught in the river, but the Doctor's gonna come in with the Death Requiem of the SF. They'll kill the Crystal Maiden. And he ends up hitting the Zeus with the Maledict, so Benji's got to get out of here. Cannot afford to get in range of the Voodoo Festoration.
Very important gank to land on that Shadow Fiend, though. Had to slow RCY down in this game.
Top lane, Double King's going to be in some trouble. He's going to get maybe chain stun, got off his ultimate right before the missile lands. And he starts laying some damage into Rises. Does manage to get that one kill. Monster's going to turn around, though, and kill Double King and maybe get Roseanne, too. Hits him with a crush. Not sure if he could dive him. Doesn't have a bash queued up, so he gives up on it.
Such a sad move for Rises. Doesn't get any of the XP off this play. It's going to push him way down the chart. And what should have just been a dead troll ends up getting Double King a kill. More experience into the troll's pocket. Time for SF to regain some of his souls and momentum in this game. Already level 10 and pockets a haste rune on the Shadow Fiend off all of that commotion that was happening. It's a deadly rune at this point in the game. Formigo's looking sharp yet again today. Coming to play.
Yeah. Again, the fact that they walk away from the laning phase with a 3,000 net worth lead after losing 3 kills before the bounty rune spawned. It goes to show there is maybe a difference in level of play that the teams brought to this laning phase. Maybe underestimating the Docta, as so many people have done so far. Crazy.
People just be feeding him today, man.
Yeah.
Every game we see this Witch Doctor, he's just getting fed. I mean, the man's 8-2. Like, I don't care how strong some Festoration. There is no world in which Witch Doctor should be 8-2 at 11 minutes, you know. Like, this guy has Finger of Death level 1, you know. It's just, it's out of control. It needs to stop. It needs to stop.
It's time to stop.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
'Somebody needs to stop the Doctor.   Somebody 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 needs to stop the Doctor.  'Somebody needs to stop the Doctor. Who's going to do it? Now, Four Amigos looking towards mid. And they got the hasted SF. Ready to party. Push this tower in. You come and fight him, he's going to take the fight with Arena Requiem. So, free tier 1 off the rotation. Troll's going to farm all the space bottom. And top tower, I think, is too low to defend here. Unfortunate for Amigos. I think they would like to take that fight. They're eyeing up Rise's bottom, who's farmed very far out here.
Haste Rune RCY with a Blink Dagger will get right on top of him. Easy kill.
Yeah, just perfect first Blink reveal. Kill the enemy carry, very low committal. Get that bonus soul, almost level 12. Cruising, man. He's just going to go Blink BKB and try and play around the stuns and the Requiem. Phylactery is done for the Zeus, so if you can skirmish with him, maybe you just need the Slardar Blink here. It's a slow crawl to this Blink. Rise is going to respawn. He's going to die again here. And he cannot afford another Deathless Gyro. He has 6 deaths.
They smoke up. They could toss the Mars onto him. They need to close the gap. Ooh, smoke's gonna break here. You know the Crystal Maiden. Somebody's in the trees. It's the Crystal Maiden. They find him. It's not the best pickup, but Monkeys. He's not gonna get the arena, but look at this stack. Ooh.
Oh, that's juicy.
Yeah.
You gotta defend this. That's the gyro comeback mechanism.
Oh, they took a little bit for it. Monkeys Forever starts charging forward.
You gotta arena that shit, man.
Yeah, he's gonna arena finally and throw all the damage onto the Slardar. A fast kill there. A lot of heroes are low. Whoa, that hoodwink. That sharpshooter slipped on by so many heroes that were all low. He's got another bushwhack here. We're not gonna be able to get it. Spear keeps him at bay. Four Amigos do not lose anything for that. They took a little bit of the ancient stack.
Dude, I would have just arena Requiem that ancient stack and TP out. I'm not even kidding. Like, I think that might have been the play.
Yeah.
It would have hurt Gyro so much. I think Rise has actually got a decent chunk of that because
yeah, he did.
He went up like 1,000 net worth in the last minute. So I don't think he was actually too sad about that outcome. I mean, he's still behind, but for 6 deaths, could look worse for sure.
Battle Fury Troll is already online, and RCY is closing in on his BKB. And they will have nothing but Bash to stop Blink Requiem. So you're kind of guaranteed that's going to go off, which is very scary if you're comboing it up with an arena.
Yeah, his Slardar's not strong enough to like blink in and permanently stop that Requiem going off or burst the SF through BKB before it goes off. His game's just not good enough, so I agree. That threat is pretty reliable right now, pretty scary. If you land an arena on 2 or 3 heroes, that's probably just the team fight over right there. And Monkeys is going Yules first, not Blink, so I think it's fine. It just means you're probably going to do more of like the objective pushing fight than looking for the smokes or something, which I think makes sense with this lineup. So I think that's perfectly fine itemization here. Also very good versus the Slardar blinking in.
Yeah, they have a lot of initiation, right? They have the SF and they're going to have the Tiny. So initiation's definitely covered in some ways. So if you can continue to scale up in other ways, it'd be good. RCY is barreling down mid. Maybe he would just go for a wild Requiem, but no.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Shield Rune in the river. Gonna be a nice pickup for him. Pretty nice rune on a hero that lacks a little early survivability. Four Amigos just farming. Waiting to get that big fight or maybe the blink on the Tiny, make a move with it. Try and get Roshan afterwards. Seems like the game plan to me. Get the Slardar TP bottom with the blink. They're gonna try and catch here.
Locked into the Doctor. Doctor's gonna die here, but he gets off a good paralyzing cask. not quite setting it up. RCY and Roseanne are here. Maybe if Monkeys Forever could have found an arena catch, RCY would have been willing to go in, but he is so close to his BKB. Best not to throw that gold away he's got right now.
And Tiny Blink is just arriving now. So now it's a lot easier to try and turn some of those plays around, get that initiation, toss people back into the Requiem, into the arena, whatever you want to do with it. Like you said, that BKB done for the SF as well, so decent amount of items here aligning for Four Amigos off that strong lane stage. Now I think you have two options. You can just go Roche, or you can smoke the Tiny somewhere around mid and look for the hero that kills that wave when it pushes in with a toss back. I think both those plays are pretty reliable. Not even gonna need the smoke. Just gonna find two
double
mid.
avalanche gets the toss back on the Slaughter. Just who they wanted. Kill the core. And it went that Requiem combo. We'll just throw out an arena to make sure we can get the +1, which is going to be the Crystal Maiden. Takes a little bit, but they finally get there.
Another catch bottom. Maybe Zeus.
Well, they cannot afford that death. Another toss back. Double King. See if he can get the net. Instantly netted. Gets that kill. Now Rises, who tried to come in to help out. The Zeus is just going to be feeding here as well. Yule's into spear combo. Monkeys Forever, not going to miss that one. And the Hoodwink, yeah, just one by one. Just feed them all. Four Amigos will eat it all up in an 8,000 net worth lead and crush a tier 2 tower.
Right, the second the Zeus is down, that's just not a fight. Like, he's all of your early game skirmish damage, and you're so far behind, you can't really afford to just be farming anymore. Caught off guard and punished hard. Now they're going to get another power rune for the Shadow Fiend. That's an arcane rune. Not a bad one either here. The pace is starting to ramp up, and they're just going to have the Troll BKB done. Not even really any pressure on Double King. This is going to guarantee that they can just go Roche at some point, and it's not really a fight you're losing with double BKB, Arena, Mech, Witch Doctor there to back you up. Too much early sustain, too much tankability. Zeus is just already going to be struggling to deal damage in these fights. Didn't get those early skirmishes that you normally look for. In fact, Albino Zebra's just trying to solo kill him or something crazy. I don't know what this
Yeah, I know. That was some wild positioning. He'll die for it. Yeah, you really tried to surprise him with the cast Maledict and I guess Death Ward for like a second.
That was ambitious to say the least.
Yeah.
So, can Quintana push out during this period?
Now the Requiem combo, but this time a little bit off the mark on the timing. RCY has to use the BKB. Arena on 3. Now we can get the Requiem in. And that'll eliminate the Zeus. Tony comes back down from that. Yules quickly die. So 3 killed in the arena, and Double King shows up. Push down the lane a little bit. They can go ahead and do Roshan at any time.
That arena was nasty. Monkey's just got them all there. Like I said, anytime he finds 2 or 3, I think that's just the fight over. Unless the SF's already dead or something. But not even close to finishing him off there. And time to go Roche. Now Monkeys has a Blink Dagger, fully online, 3, 1, and 10. Have himself another good old game here. Everybody from Four Amigos is cruising through this one. $100 gold on that Gree. What are you gonna do with all that gold there? We got a shard on Switch Doctor too. Oh, I got Gossamer Cape as well. I mean, that's just Gossamer is value this game.
Yeah, that's dirty against Slardar for sure. Well, this is the point. I've seen some of these SFs. I watched the game where Brile was popping off, had like 32 Necromastery stacks. This is the point where you start really getting the stacks, because now you've got the Kaya. So you can blink BKB Kaya. There's very little time to react to stop in the Requiem.
Tower is under
and kind of guarantees you get one kill and then you fear everybody else back. So there's probably little chance of a reprisal. And you just keep on getting more and more Necromastery stacks. The Requiem gets bigger and bigger, more and more souls come out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's very scary hero to let snowball, for sure. Does take a bit to get him to the point where it's just overwhelming. But this is a very strong start for him, 818. He's getting there fast. Can't afford to give up random pickoffs on the map anymore.
Being a little bit timid, waited for their Mars to show up. They get the Yules on the gyrocopter.
That's fine.
Goodbye.
You're gone. Oh, the SF didn't get the kill. I guess you got that going for you.
Tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, amp damage troll. He's just taking your base here. A little casual solo push. We'll get rebuked from some damage, but I don't think Double King.
Oh, bye-bye
Maybe he does
Aegis.
bye.
And hits the shot on Albino Zebra as well.
Yeah, but you're only doing that if you know that Mars isn't there, which they knew. But the second Monkeys is around, you cannot poke this troll. Blow the Aegis, get a tier 2, but you probably weren't going high ground with that one anyway. And that's Kaya Yasha done for the Shadow Fiend. So that Requiem is fully online. Goddamn scary.
Monster caught in the river. Normally a place that Slardar is okay to be. Not when you're surrounded by 4 heroes. Well, we called for a closer game. This closer series, rather. This game 1 has been anything but. Yules in his spear.
Dang. Monkey's just closing out the map ultra fast here. He's got all the catch to do it. Just knows where they are. He's just pinging one after the other, man. He's got the wards down. All 3 lanes going in. And they're hitting high ground. Didn't even wait for that next Roche.
So
No
in professional matches, Monkeys Forever has played Mars 6 times. He has a 50% win rate. So while his pub win rate is awful with Mars, he could actually walk away from this game with a positive win rate. There goes the gyrocopter. Just this toss Requiem combo, man.
Damn.
I love to see it. It's giving me flashbacks of some older versions of Dota.
All right, well, don't flash back too hard there, Cap, but
Okay.
either way, I agree. It is a nasty one.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
In fact, he won his last game as Mars a week ago.
I mean, there's nothing better. There's nothing I like more than somebody proving me wrong.
That's not true.
Monkeys proved me wrong in this game. I'll give it to him. Prove me wrong. You can play this hero. Well, you do get the Ags on the Slardar, and EKB is 1,000 off for Rises. Maybe you can make some high ground defense hold. But I don't know, man. Where's the damage going to come from at this point? If you don't get this gyro BKB, and you just keep pushing here, it's scary, man. This Requiem is coming back up in 30 seconds. Like, every toss back is just guaranteed death. SF has level 20 as well for some extra fear. So that's a 3-second max duration fear. That's pretty brutal. Well, they caught the Doctor. Is that who you want to catch, though?
Pot the Zeus. Double King blinks in from behind him, just instantly locks him down. And you killed the Doctor, but you're not going to kill much more. Nice bushwhack, though, to save Monster's life. He was being run down. They actually blink Crush back in. Maybe not where you wanted to be. Double King immediately pops the ultimate just to make sure he's going to be okay and throws a bunch of damage into the Slardar. Ends up killing him. Now pushing into the tower. Getting all those fervor stacks up, which includes some bonus armor, toss back into double raise combo for the SF. A lane of barracks, the second lane of barracks down. You can go for megas if they want.
Just trying to finish his BKB while all this is going on. He's not even going to get a fight out of it, man. Just no tempo in this game. Tosses keep rolling.
Nice spear back. Just keeps on getting the pickoffs. This game is Dunzo. GG is called by Rises. 27-minute victory for the four amigos. Came into this cooking, that's for sure. Hit some nice combinations, hit a lot of spears, hit a lot of tiny toss into Requiem combos. The Witch Doctor was popping off, and this time around, Double King didn't have to do much of anything. He was just like, all right, this is great. You guys are just carrying the game.
Yeah, he's just chilling. He got ganked once or twice, but walks into Roche, gets Roche, walks into tier 2, gets tier 2, walks high ground, gets high ground. Just monkeys forever, controlling the whole map. RCY giving him the damage, and the second you have that tiny blink, every team fight's just way too easy. No real counter to the tossback mechanism. And of course, it's the Witch Doctor just goes like 8-1 on the lane. I mean, if the Witch Doctor goes 8-1 on the lane, I feel like the game is just already screwed. Like, you're just getting run down. Thaino is so low level on this Hoodwink. It's insane, right? He's like level 2 in this clip at 6.5. Just can't play the game. You just don't have spells. You're missing heroes. And between the Tiny and the Mars, they had a lot of displacement, a lot of backline catch. Way too hard for Zeus to play these fights if his front line can't man up and hold the ground. So, yeah, a very tough position to be in, but that is Dota 2 when you lose the early game that hard. You're not going to have a lot of moves, and you're not going to have a lot of time to make them. Four Amigos make quick work of game one.
Yeah, they sure do. Watch the rest of this highlight reel, almost as long as the game itself. Requiem Arena, forgot that combo as well. Yeah, RCY, he looked real good on this SF. Definitely some things that if you're La Correntada, you're gonna think about which one of these heroes you need to ban exactly. Are they gonna ban away the Witch Doctor like we saw last series? Just ban it outright in the first phase. Just say you can't handle it.
Probably, yeah, honestly, because it's one of those heroes when you lose to it, it's like too demoralizing what it does to you on the lane. And again, I think it's not that scary to me on paper, but when it's doing what it's doing and it's giving that level of impact, I don't know how you can't ban it, you know? It's like, how do you go in game 2 and, oh, we're just going to play the lane better? That's pretty much what you have to do, but it's hard to convince your team that that's the situation. So I suspect we'll see that hero banned. But just a well-rounded draft from Four Amigos. I did not think they were going to go for that Blink Stunner last, but Monkeys proved me wrong, and it really brought all these heroes together. And, man, made that Zeus's life hell. He just had nowhere to run. And, of course, he will get the MVP here.
Hell
See,
yeah.
I cursed him, and he showed up. That's how you motivate a man in North America. You say you can't win, and he proves you're wrong. So you're welcome, Monkeys. Helped you out again there, my friend, but nice little game from him, 60% kill participation. And, I mean, the Yules first definitely makes sense when you have another Blink Initiator. Something we see like ATF do a lot on this hero. So,
yeah, it also makes sense when you're not comfortable hitting the spear raw, you know? If you struggle just to Blink Spear, then Yules is a guaranteed, you know? You can't mess that one up. You can't mess that one up.
That is also true. He missed a couple there to start. He missed a couple, but, like, my bar is high for Monkeys, right? My bar is high in these qualifiers. I think he's playing well right now. Didn't play well on Arkosh. Don't know what happened there, but he's back in form, and he's looking to take some names, you know. So I'm excited to see what more he pulls out. If he's willing to pull out Mars, we could see anything, man. We could see Ricky. We could see the offlane Doctor. We could see his Pit Lord. Who knows?
Well, we're going to have to wait to see what exactly that Wild Monkeys pick is going to be. We're going to go to a break, and then we'll see Game 2 of La Correntada versus Four Amigos.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version, experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Well, the four amigos were cooking in game one, and it led to a pretty fast victory. 27-minute GG call from La Correntada, but we'll see if they manage to bounce back, as this would be the time to bounce back. It's their only chance to be able to bounce back. This is elimination for the North American qualifier for the International. The dream dies here for one of these teams. We'll see which one it's going to be as we head into the draft phase of game two, and sure enough, the doctor is gonna get banned away, Avery.
It's just too brutal, man. You can't go through something like that and be willing to go through it again. You know, you need to be a super experienced team or some psychopath or something. And when you're playing lower bracket TI quals, why risk it, right? Just get it out of there. Play a game where you don't get cheesed on one of these lanes and maybe have some more viability. See if Four Amigos got something else up their sleeve, though, because, I mean, we have seen a lot of cheese in the last 2 days here, so there's still a lot of other stuff you got to worry about, though I don't think this team has a Meepo player, and I don't think they really play Huskar too much. They just got first pick Pudge. I mean, yeah. I mean, that is, you know, fuck it. Let's just pick Pudge, see what happens. There's not much more to it. It is a hero that Four Amigos would probably play too. So maybe these teams have scrimmed. Maybe there's like a little something there. But honestly, I feel like it's like, you know what? Let's just pick Pudge, guys. Let's just hook some people. Let's have some fun. See what happens. What's your Pudge answer? That's the bigger question. The Weaver?
Skill?
Okay, yeah. I mean, you can always outskill something.
Mereska has arrived.
Yeah,
The
just
Dark
don't get
Willow.
hooked.
I mean, that is the answer to most things in Dota. Just don't get hit by them. Duh. Why are these players so stupid? Why do they get hit by spells?
Everybody's doing this 4-position Pudge, which does a crazy amount of damage if you hit the hook, right? But it is ultimately a skill shot hero that is people are basing largely around the skill shot. There is probably no other hero that is as debilitated as Pudge if you cannot hit your skill shot.
Right, but your argument is just dodge hook. Why can't my counter argument be just land hook?
Because you can't actually dodge the hook. You can't control the hook once you've released it. So there is a release point, and it's up to now that person to dodge the hook that is coming at them. And there is no counterplay that the Pudge can do at that point.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief, but we're going to see it here.
Am I wrong?
I mean, there's a lot of ways you can hook people that they don't see it, right? You can take a good angle. You can be smoked. You can hook a guy from fog. Like, you can mind play him where you hook, where you think he's going to juke, and he doesn't always have that good of time to react to it. Like, it's not that slow.
Okay, that last one is a skill issue, but second of all, but my point being is that all of these Pudges, right, with the Flare's hook, they are trying to hit the max range hook, which means you are giving even more time for somebody to be able to dodge it, right? If you're within like 300, 400 range of somebody, point blank hook, they literally can't do anything about it, right?
Okay,
but that hook doesn't
by
do
like
any
a
damage.
max range one, and you see the guy. Yeah, I'll give that one to you. But all these other circumstances, like the hero can still be viable. You know, what if you get stunned? You can always just stun and hook a dude who's stunned.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just back to like just play better as a team. And they look what they banned, Austin.
Am I wrong that this version of Pudge that people are doing in 4-position, that there is no other hero that is more debilitated by missing a skill shot because all of their other abilities are not really being utilized. Their entire toolkit is not being utilized nearly as much because people are just trying to hit max range hooks.
Radiant team pick.
Is that true? Is
Dire
that...
team pick.
If you don't hit the hook, you don't get a dismember, you don't get any rot damage. The support Pudges aren't able to run in and like dismember a core nearly as well.
I mean, you're probably true. I would say support Wind Ranger's up there as well. I think if you miss Shackles, support Wind Ranger's like pretty underwhelming. But you're probably still doing more with Power Shot. Either way, I want to highlight this ban, Austin.
Okay.
The Underlord. What did I say last game? They were going to potentially bring out some of that other monkey's cheese. Talking about that Pit Lord. There it is. That Pit Lord ban. We got it in there. That's an important ban right here. Four Amigos will take the Dragon Knight anyway.
Is Underlord cheese?
The way Monkeys plays it is, I'll tell you that much.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Vengeful Spirit. What is this lineup, dude? This lineup's wacky as hell. I don't know
Are
what's going
you
on.
thinking 3 Venge, 4 Pudge? That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, Pudge Veno is a really good lane. You can run it in the off lane or the safe lane as 3-4 or as 1-5.
Mm-hmm.
And that lane's just strong no matter what. Like, it's pretty hard to deal with Gale into the guy running up to you and hooking you, right? But it's all over the place. Like, I don't know. I got to see more with this one. And the Warlock, we saw them play this hero against Nouns and own with it, and it was with this gyro combination. So, tried and true, the Bonds flat cannons coming to you. What are you going to do about it? I do think Pudge can... I mean, we talked about Pudge versus this combination. Like, he can be good because he can be that tanky frontline that doesn't give a damn with Eternal Shroud, but he can also get bonded to his team and then kill his team by absorbing everything. Goes a little bit of both ways. You can also hook the Warlock while he's channeling Upheaval, which is, like, honestly pretty annoying. So both these heroes have answers to each other. Just a matter of, I guess, who outskills the other, as we've been discussing here. But this pick for LaCour and Todd, I think, is the most important in the draft, because they can go a lot of different directions with these first 3 heroes, and it's not obvious which it is. You can get a physical carry to pair with this Venge. Maybe the Venge is core. You can just put more spell damage and skirmish power behind this Pudge Veno. Like, I have no idea what they want to do, but it's probably something crazy. Venge Drow. I mean, Ursa's pretty solid here, too. You just want a casual Ursa in the mix. Give you a Gyrocopter killer and a Roche killer. I wouldn't mind it. But maybe that's too normal for these first 3 picks.
Well, they don't have a whole lot of reserve time left to think about it. They're going to go a Viper.
I mean, yeah, of course. Of course, Viper was the pick there. I mean, I guess you get the break for the DK, but this draft is out of control, honestly. I have no idea what's going on. I'm assuming it's got to be like... They're going to match the Viper against the DK, I'm assuming? They don't see where it goes, so like... I don't know, man. Here, you analyze this draft. I'll give it to you, man. Good luck.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, I think it's going to be a Venge core somehow. I'm going to do the melee Venge core. You want to know why I think that, Avery? Because I think LaCour and Tata have decided that they are just going to have some fun with their last game of the international qualifiers, you know? They're just going, who wants to play what? And somebody was like, Pudge. I want Pudge. So the first pick to Pudge. Somebody else is like, yo, I want to play that Vengeful Spirit core. You know, I want to get the melee facet, pick up a Battle Fury or something. For some reason, they have a Venomancer and a Viper player on their team, so pretty disgusting.
Yeah, Veno and Viper in the same lineup is really weird looking, because the heroes do so many similar things. They also suffer from the same counters, the same dispels, the same sustain mechanics. It often doesn't work out as well as I think people want it to. Though I guess this Dragon Knight's life is pretty sad right now, on paper.
On paper.
Still got to believe they want a physical damage dealing carry, though. Like, that's the only way I see this draft coming together, unless, again, they just don't care. But that Ursa would have been the one you wanted here if you wanted that hero. Is still Drow available, which is kind of interesting, but it's like the only one that comes to mind. I mean, there's Terrorblade, but I don't think that hero is a hero. I don't believe in it. I guess Medusa is also interesting, because Medusa Venge is pretty strong, and there's like not really a lot for the Medusa here. You already locked in this gyro carry. You could play offlane anti-mage, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you are picking just one more tanky hero that, like, Fatal Bonds damage starts really racking up.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but she's a Manta buyer, so
5 seconds remaining.
pretty hard to bonds these agi carries. I'm gonna go back for the Wind Ranger. So the gyro answer, strong laner. I mean, there's a lot of laning capability in this lineup. That's for sure. Maybe they just had to talk. We don't want to lose lanes again. Picked Viper, Veno, Wind Ranger. Like, god damn. I mean, if you lose the lanes with these heroes, then you're probably super screwed. But
Centaur.
in theory, that's hard to do.
Big Centaur. Get a pipe. Get a Crimson Guard. Go next.
No, this is the Monkey's Brood game.
Oh,
Never mind. It's the Monkeys Forever Invoker. God damn. That's
No, we're going to see an offlane Dragonite. We're going to get a different mid here. So they go Invoker for RCY.
Is this hero a hero? Anybody know?
Maybe.
I have no idea. I don't think I've seen a single game of Invoker in competitive.
I have seen one or two pubs, high level pubs that I've watched with Invoker in it. They do get elitist. Seems like it was just Invoker, normal Invoker casting spells. I didn't feel like it was good, but I didn't feel like it was bad either.
I mean, why would you even like? Is this matchup versus Viper even good on paper? I don't even know, because isn't your regen worse now with Quas? I'm not sold on this Invoker pick, but I guess if you get to like the late game, it's pretty beastly here because there's not a lot of control for him, and he's gonna have like Bonds and this DK front line to play off of. See what RCY can do with it. But this is a toxic lineup for sure, and it is the Venge carry with the melee attack. So yeah, maybe people just playing what they want to play here. You got a Venge Veno lane, a Pudge Viper lane, and a Wind Ranger. Or no, Wind Ranger Pudge lane. Man, these are some strong-ass lanes, I'll tell you that much. Like, I would not want to be playing the melee hero in this game that Monkeys Forever is going to have to play here and run into all this toxic ooze. Just seems miserable to me. So they got that going for them.
Yeah, they can make Monkey's life hell, but are they going to be able to win team fights against the combination of the Gyrocopter and the Warlock? And are we going to see some big upheavals? And will that set up the Invoker to slam some damage on heroes that can't move? We're going to find out going into game 2 of Four Amigos versus La Correntada. And of course, we're going to have a pause to start the game. So, how are you enjoying the North American qualifiers so far, Avery?
I mean, they are as terrible as ever, I would say. You know, terrible in all their glory. I think. I think there's been 2 or 3 good teams in NA for the last 3 or 4 years, and the rest has just slowly fallen off. You know, player base has shrunk. Teams have lost a lot of the tier 2 level sponsors, right? Which doesn't help. It's in a rough state, you know, but I've actually enjoyed some of these games. It's cool to see these guys forming some teams that are actually a little bit competitive with those top dogs, pulling some games down. People actually enjoying playing with each other is a big change for this region. Was not always the case. So I think there's some growth there. I'm not saying NA is going to compete on the competitive level, but maybe some growth in terms of bringing the NA family together. You know what I'm saying? And that's enjoyable for me to see. It warms my cold, steeled heart to see all of my old pals playing some good old Dota 2. Doesn't it warm your heart?
It does. And if you're enjoying the North American qualifier, the Chinese qualifier is actually going to be starting in just about 15 minutes. Avery, you'll be happy to know that Team Turtle did move on over Old Warrior. So Somnus managed to take down your big fan Old 11.
Yeah, I mean,
the neck god himself. Wait, somebody on there, I think Albino Zebra has, he has.
Yeah, he does.
He has Old 11 as his profile picture. I forgot about that.
Pudge almost in trouble there, but he'll maneuver his way out of them brambles. And, I mean, this is a Grandmaster tier Pudge. God damn.
Ready to hit some hooks.
Also got a level 25 Invoker for RCY. I mean, he does play this hero, one of his Siggies. So, be curious to see what he does with it in this game. Obviously, he has some idea. Did take that Elitist. Also has the extra Deny XP. So he gets Lifesteal per Quas. Don't know how useful that is. Movement speed from Wex, kind of similar to the old. Yep. And a debuff that increases spell damage for each Exor. What does that actually mean? Like per spell hit or per right click?
I assume it's per right click. I just think that Invoker is just a worse hero than he was.
Yeah, these all seem terrible, right?
but if he gets a bunch of denies in lane, he'll get a lot more experience. So there's that aspect to it, you know?
I mean, yeah, if you can deny with this hero. Part of the problem is this hero usually suffers on like the first 4 minutes of lane. You know? That's when he's weakest. Doesn't have the extra damage, and I mean, I guess he doesn't even get damage anymore. This hero's just so weird, man. Like, I don't know what they're trying to do with this hero. I don't know if they know what they're trying to do with this hero.
Well, you already see the Fatal Bonds combination put into play here from Albino Zebra, though I don't think he'll have the same kind of manning up success as he did with the Witch Doctor. Also see how the top lane is a lane I can't say I've seen too often. Probably a matchup I've never seen. Dark Willow plus Dragonite against Venomancer Vengeful Spirit, which Roseanne is dead. Blood Grenade is going to ensure that he is 100% dead. They're going to give the last hit to Rises.
Good start for him. I mean, again, I expect Gornthada to win these lanes. Like, you pick these heroes, you better pull ahead in the first 5 minutes because they are toxic as hell, difficult to lane against, and I don't think anything Four Amigos proposed is crazy on the lane either. Like, Invoker's not really known for his laning prowess. Offlane Dragonite is fine at getting something, but he's not going to own the lane, and especially against this lane, it's tough. Also, this wave that got built up top is insane. What is going on here? Got to clear through some of this, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a big wave pushing into tower. It does also mean the equilibrium is going to be a bit against Monkeys Forever here, but they do have a hard camp to pull, so this is actually kind of good for the
they get the pull.
Nice EMP burnout on mid lane. Trading out, doesn't have a whole lot of mana to work with. Benjimon just trying to bottle up, get as much mana as possible to pump out those poison attacks. He did go for the poison burst, so look for that effect later on in some of these fights. Does 100% of the magic damage dealt by poison attack in an explosion around the around that. I thought he called GG there for a second.
Yeah, that was close, man. A couple letters off losing a game here. Ooh, we would have seen it all.
He meant to say lag, but
all right, that is the other thing about the NA quals, right? It's not an NA quals without at least one team not producing all their players, somebody else getting a death loss, somebody else getting penalized and losing draft time, somebody else early GGing out, hero misclick. We've had it all, and that's
not as many pauses as casting Southeast Asia, though.
That's true, but you always got to have the pause at the start of the game, which we've had a lot.
That's true.
That's true. That is an NA signature, right? That you load in that game, you insta hit that pause button because you're making food, or you got to go pick up your girlfriend at the airport, and come back 15 minutes later.
Gotta
tuning
smoke.
into my match.
Gotta smoke.
Yeah,
big smokers out there.
We really had it all. Like, people say NA's dead, but I don't know, man. The more I watch these quals, it's all thriving. All the classics are still here. They're doing great.
Got a Fatal Bonds on Monster plus the hard camp creeps, so
that's juicy.
That is some decent harassment. It is still late. Yeah, Tony is probably gonna die here. Tony is dead, and Rises won't be able to get a turnaround kill anywhere out of it. Not great. Can't afford to be losing those lanes. Double King, did he get hit by a hook? I feel like he did. A lot of damage taken there.
It's a problem with these gyro lanes versus Pudge. Like, you automatically push the lane in, and then you're just afraid of getting hooked near this tower or like into the next creep wave. They're pretty spooky lanes to play if you can't get the pull. They do have a small camp stack bottom. This Warlock would love to pull it here. So the lane is set up well for Amigos bottom, and they're doing pretty well top after the early kill. At least they were surviving here a bit. Making some headway. Coming back in this laning phase after a rough start. RCY is hanging in there mid, burning out this Viper's mana. Actually doing better than I would have thought. Getting that big lifesteal off these creeps. Look at him go.
Yeah, true. Another round of Fatal Bonds. Just keeps on getting it around these creeps. Which, in the later level of Fatal Bonds, that can end up turning into a lot of damage. You gotta be more careful about this.
Still has a small camp stack down here too, so they're getting a lot of pull value on this Warlock lane, which is usually what you want with the hero. Just get as much XP as you can. Still losing out on CS across the board, all 3 lanes. But like Cornthada doing pretty well in that department, as one would expect with the rearranged cores. They all have good laning mechanics.
Bramble on
top
2.
Oh,
Nice
God
setup
damn.
with the blood grenade that lands on 2 as well. Very good harassment. Damn. And uses the Shadow Realm to secure the last hit on the range creep, though that does mean he's got to be careful.
I say,
Making some headway in this lane. Not an easy lane to play either with early boots on the bench. Gets Brambled again. The Gale missed Monkey, so Rise is just dead here.
Breathe fire on him and trade out for support, but very much worth it for the Dragon Knight. He is super happy about that. A hard lane to be in, so any kill he can be a part of worth its weight in gold.
Oh yeah, Monkey is living the life right now. Solo XP, could have even gotten a big camp pull there, but he'll take the Lotus instead. Free up Roseanne to go mid, maybe look for some cheeky play on this Viper. I don't know if that's a damage, but you can definitely poke him out here.
And got him out the cold snap, allows the Bramble to be able to land. But he does have enough mana on the side of Benjimon to hit him with the Tornado EMP now. He gets burned out, runs into another Bramble, slowed down by the upheaval, and they've got him.
Damn. Invoker doing a decent amount of damage. It's universal with stats, like hitting for 90. Even without the Exort. I guess that's a big difference than this old version of Invoker.
Dire's middle tower is
Go this Quas Wex and do a bit more right-click damage.
Tony really
Lifesteal
trying
here,
for
but
it,
he's gonna get
sets up the Gale to hit the hook. The Tornado still hits him. He might die as a result as he runs into the Bramble, but they got the Invoker kill. They got what they came for. Viper's getting TP top to kill Monkeys forever. They do have a stun to stop this TP, which, of course, is
that was
exactly what
ambitious.
happens.
I don't know what Monkey's plan was there, but he got his stun on cooldown. These demons are about to spawn. Another kill for the Pudge, man. Ana coming alive. Getting 2 heaps in the mid lane. Wisdom runes will get traded out, and that'll be XP going into the Venos hands and the Warlock's hands, mainly here.
Looks like Albino Zebra, he went for the champion of Goroth. So
Really?
if he can scale at all, I don't know if he's planning on buying a Midas or something, but if he can scale, those golems do get pretty fearsome.
That's crazy to me, but I mean, go for it. You know what I'm saying? Live your best life out there, Warlock players. Don't let anybody stop you from achieving your dreams. Eight-minute power rune. Gonna be a fight for it.
Burns him out of a bunch of mana. Benjimon
Who is rune bot?
go for it. They'll get the Venomancer kill instead. Benjimon, though, does recover all of his lost HP and a bit of mana, and he's always holding on to a Mango, just in case.
Still gonna try and go for him here. This is just like the hardest target to kill on the map. I feel like you don't want to gank this Viper. Like maybe counter gank him if he's pressuring your Invoker or something, but the aggressive go on him is just really tough, especially with Pudge lingering. I feel like ganking Venge here, playing through the DK, pushing that tower would just feel a lot better here for Amigos. Instead, they're leaving
Oh, the
monkeys on
swap
island.
makes the Gale miss. That's awkward. And now they're going to be caught. RCY is beautifully set up to hit a two-man tornado. EMP gets them both. Thana actually walks into, gets EMP burned out as well. They are lacking the spells now to be able to kill monkeys forever. Not good at all. Benjamin's going to try and clean up the Invoker at least. Does manage to get that one. Turns around, kills Roseanne. Double King came in from behind. Golem's going to get dropped with the Fatal Bonds. They're throwing out the damage, but the Gyrocopter can't do enough. Not quickly enough anyway. But they can maybe still finish this up. They hit a Breathe Fire on two heroes that are Fatal Bonded together. Albino Zebra is going to come in with some bold right clicks. It's not going to do anything. All he does is get himself killed.
That is a valiant attempt. I'll give him that, man. He went in there for it.
And Monkeys Forever sticks around too long as Rises comes back. Okay, free swap. It's another kill. 8-10. 2,000 net worth lead now for La Corntada as they just win a big fight in the top lane, I guess.
It's just not that much damage coming out from this four Amigos lineup right now. Like, they landed the Bonds, they land the Golem, the Gyro comes in, but everybody just gets melted from the single target burst on these three ranged cores, one by one. Not in that fight altogether. No real Gyro came down. The Invoker lands his spells, but I mean, he's only got like 2 real team fight spells in EMP Tornado, and they're not crazy. Just a lackluster of a really fight for four Amigos. Not down by too much, but that gave a lot to the Viper. Benjamin is now pushing towards the Dragonlance. He's got a haste rune in his bottle. He's ready to party. Could be another quick gank top here for the Viper. Fight breaks out. Got another pause. Look at that.
Oh, bunch of
Nice little
pings for the Viper, but I believe La Corntada knows that this move is happening. They had a sentry in the mid lane, so they saw the Invoker move it up there with the Ghost Walk, so they can either counter gank it or just have Benjamin back away. He's got a haste rune, so counter ganking it is not out of the question, I think.
Do you like pauses, Austin?
Love pauses, Avery. It's an opportunity for the commentator to make the game and the commentary of the game be about himself rather than about the game. So we can just talk about me and you. So how are you?
No, that's okay.
Okay. Well, I'm doing all right. My neck is getting really stiff.
I don't care. All right, we're going again. Tony is ready to
It's not ready yet.
Muted.
Not yet.
No, we're going. No one cares, Austin.
Yeah, we're
Who
going.
cares about your neck? Do push with the DK here. It's coming up in 5 seconds. Scary push, though, unless you're willing to bring everybody, including that Gyro, through the gate. They're going to do it.
Gyro
through the gate. He's going to run straight into
is
Rise.
here. Rise is going to run into him. He's going to try and drop as much damage. Rise is going to get through the portal and will survive.
Okay.
A little bit worse for wear, though.
Not too bad for him. He was dead up there for sure if he didn't make that move. Dead.
I mean,
Tower gold bottom.
he was dead for sure if there was one level of homing missile. But
Yeah, that
sadly,
as well,
Gyro,
but I mean-
no stun.
Can't blame Double King here. He's had a rough one.
Sent a
push with the
cobalt
Dragon
through the gate.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
So he met a swift death at the hand of the Plague Wards.
Dyer's top
Do you have the
tower
Vessel on Invoker? There's a bit more damage now.
bottom tower is under attack.
Wrap around looking to come in mid, though. They're stealing stacks away, meanwhile, in the jungle. Rise is very happy about this. Four Amigos late to the party.
Got one Bramble. Damage is already done.
Good one for the Viper here. Not confident to push this tower, I guess. Maybe if you landed a hook or something. do have an Atos on this Wind Ranger, so you have this Atos hook combination between your 3 and 4, and they're gonna put
Shadow
it to use
Realm,
here.
so he could still get off some spells. He's gonna terrorize, and it makes the Pudge go through the tower. Tornado goes off to hit the Viper, but they're still gonna be able to get the Dark Willow kill. And the Plague spreads to the back line there. Now the Wind Ranger diving through the tower, looking for more. Not going to find it immediately. Golem's going to get dropped on the two of them. TP coming in from the Dragonite. They have any stuns. It's going to slow down. Rice goes for the swap. Monster ends up walking back into them as a result. With the Fatal Bonds on them, it is destroying the Viper. It kills the Vengeful Spirit. Could not get far enough away. And now the Viper is going to be next. Double King comes in, cleans it up with a Rocket Barrage. They wipe out 4. And looking for the hook. Thanos got to be careful. There are plenty of heroes around here, my friend.
He even got Cold Snap, but nothing to proc it. Disaster of a push. Corintata here is, I mean, they got 3-man bonds off that rock from Albino Zebra and just Omega punished with the flat cannon hits coming through. Swap. I don't know if that swap ended up being good or needed or terrible in the end, but did not work out for any of them.
No.
Man, that Atos hook on the Willow did not work how they wanted it to.
I'm gonna say the swap was not good because I'm fairly certain Monster was 100% fine. Maybe Rise is definitely dead from that position because it was a really good call down from the gyro, but Blink Dagger in, you hit the hook, yeah, but it is not what you thought it was gonna be. And Invoker came with a whole lot more. And they're going to take this tower, take the Pudge's life, and take a power rune for RCY. So now that damage from the Pudge, it's healed up by a regen.
Just going to Ghost Walk bottom. This Viper, can he actually solo kill this Viper? I don't think he can. I don't think it's close. This
He
guy's
could
got
set it up
14
though for a
HP.
1 TP. Dark Willow could TP. Yep, Dark Willow's gonna TP. Hit the Tornado. Cold Snap will stop the TP out. And it's not like the Viper has any reveals, so RCY could just Ghost Walk again at any time if you needed to.
Yeah, that disarm's going to be nice for sure against this lineup in general. Getting the disarm on any of these cores is pretty debilitating in the fight. Throw down an ice wall could be really annoying as well.
Smoke set up top lane, going for the Gyrocopter. Nice setup. Good read of where Double King was going to try and farm.
Easy little pickup. Echo Saber Revenge. Getting value out of the melee hits. Like that idea. And there's going to be a lot of setup for this Pudge. You really have to think about where he's going and what kind of opportunities you're giving away here. Monkey's looking to defend this. He wants to fight.
Yeah, they've got Golem. They want to fight for sure. They're going to go straight for the Wind Ranger, chaining up the stuns a little bit and not having enough reinforcements, perhaps, as Monkey's forever. Unfortunately, the Terrorize comes out and helps him survive. The Golem's going to work on the Venge. The Venge is going to be the first one down. Poison spreads out, slowing down. Oh, nice hook. Beautiful stuff. Immediate response with Tornado, plus the Deafening Blast pushback. None of it's good enough, though. Poor Amigos cannot keep it going. 1-for-2 trade. They hold their tower for now, but not going to be happy about the fight, that's for sure.
I mean, big hooks out of this Pudge right here. Hooks the Warlock, basically solo kills him. Yeah, you get the bonds off, but then you're just stuck in a 5-on-4, and the massive hook at the end for that Invoker kill. They were really struggling to lock him down. Now he's got a Blink Dagger. This Pudge is cooking. First big Pudge for a reason. This man came here to slay and flay. He's doing both. We do have a Midas on the Warlock. That should be noted. It's been some time since I've seen some Midas Warlock action, but that is a very early one, and he is getting a lot of value out of it, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I told you, man. Champion of Goroth. He wants to scale up. Upheaval's going to hold Rises in place. Rises is not having a fun time here. This Vengeful Spirit is just not staying alive through any engagement. He has died 5 times.
Look, almost lands. I mean, they TP everybody down here for that as well. Super expensive. attempt to turn it around. They're just going to get nothing off that. They do have the ward here, so maybe they get a straggling support. He misclick blink. Oh, no.
Dire's middle tower
Not
is
like this. Not like this.
RCY's gonna go Boots of Travel next item. It's kind of a late bounce, but
bottom tower is
he's getting there. I feel like nobody's very farmed in this game except for Double King. They've just been smashing, running into each other nonstop, that nobody's really walking away with that much farm.
are scanning.
I mean, double Midas on 4Amigo side, though. It's going to add up. They're going to get a lot of extra XP and gold out of this when nothing's happening. Feels kind of favorable for them. Some of these heroes on Tormentada's side also just can't farm that fast. Like, you know, you want this Atos Wind Ranger. This Venge is kind of okay, but a little slow. Viper can be a little slow. Like, you'd rather be fighting and killing with these heroes than just hitting neutral creeps compared to this Gyro and the double Midas here. Instead, it's 4Amigos making the move.
Oh, nice blink.
What?
Got away from the Dragon Tail.
Dude,
They'll hit him with the Terrorize, so they're going to have to blow more spells to catch him, but they will get him in the end.
That was suspiciously fast, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm about to send an email to
What is with you and suspicious?
You don't think that was suspicious?
No, I don't.
He dodged a point-blank Dragon Tail.
It
after
wasn't
was thrown.
point blank. It was like 2
That
or
was
3.
point blank. He blinked on him. What do you mean? 300? He was point. Play the replay. I want to
It's
replay that.
200 range.
I want to replay that.
Also, it's the downside of being in range for him is it is not instant. It is a projectile that gets thrown out.
That was
Swap back. The Golem in response. Roseanne in some trouble, but he got off the Bedlam. That instantly kills Rises. Rises just time and time again, but they got the Gyrocopter. Beautiful hook out from Thena. Allows the Viper to eventually go. You got him, you got him. Oh, Monster snipes him out with a power shot. And Benjibon now has slowed down Monkeys forever as well. Wait a minute, turn around. Hit him with a cold snap. He's dead. A Golem from behind helps out. RCY gets 700 gold off of that Benjimon kill. Well worth it for him and Monkeys.
RCY super happy about this one. He's an Invoker living through it all and scaling. He might even look for more. Monkeys went back in. This might have been
RCY
ill-advised.
went back in. RCY is dead.
What are you doing?
I don't know, but they're throwing away a one-team fight. Now it looks great for La Corntada.
They're just back, just like that. It only takes a little throw to get you back in the game, and they'll gladly clean that up. Ends up just being a full team wipe outside of that Warlock, who, I mean, they're going to need his scale at this point.
Yeah.
Man's got to start cooking something here, because the rest of this game is not going as smooth as game one.
Wow. They need his scale, yes, but at the same time, where is the carry of La Corntada? I feel like every fight I see him swap into die instantly, which looks more like a support bench than a carry.
I mean, he has to have BKB to take these fights on the Gyro. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
Way too many debilitating spells. Even then, it's kind of a tough fight for him, honestly. I feel like the real carry in this lineup is probably Invoker. All said and done here.
RCY is going to scout out Rises here. Rises realizing there's a Ghost Walk on him. Oopsies. That's okay. There was a save behind it anyway. Even if you messed up the Dragon Tail Tornado, that little play didn't work so much. But it wouldn't have worked anyway, so.
I don't know, man. That was also a little suspicious. I'm not going to lie. A little suspicious on that one. Like, Tornado dodging your own teammate's stun. A little suspicious. That's all I'm going to say. A lot of suspicious action here.
Double King going to be found in the corner of the map. He is dead. Gyrocopters not having the same kind of fun time. Double King's usually reliable carry has fallen a bit by the wayside here. 4 deaths on him, 5, 4, and 4 dead right next to the Roshan pit. So now the crew of La Correntada is going to take it down.
Not where you want to die and not who you want to have die there. He's still the most farmed hero in the game with 4 deaths, but just not get to this people. Really getting hunted. Pudge has done work in this game, man. It is for sure. They're going to gate top off the smoke. Look for some sort of straggler here in the jungle while Ryza shows bottom. Not a bad idea. If they can find RCY, that'd be a huge pickup. Seems like they know exactly where he is. They do. Right into the arms of the Pudge.
Terrorize goes out with an attempted TP, but a Gleipnir is going to put a stop to that one. And now the Dark Will is going to get hunted down as well. They have the vision of him. Now this is 4 Amigos just getting picked apart across the map. No time to farm for these guys, it seems. They just run down heroes on La Correntada.
Well, it's time for the Warlock to farm.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Man's level 13 going ham.
Radiant's middle tower has
Off to the jungle he goes.
middle tower is
Found another Hellbear.
This man's about to overtake his Dragon Knight. He is getting some lane shoved. I mean, what do you even build with all this gold? He's just going utility. Is that good enough to justify taking all this farm?
Well, he's creating space now, I guess. He'll die. He created a little bit of space.
That's just network for the enemy.
And he needs health and mana regeneration. He's got to get an Octarine.
He needs a heart. What this man needs.
Well, they almost have BKB on Gyrocopter, so then they're back in business where they can hit the Fatal Bonds, and Gyrocopter can just run in and just shit out some damage, and everything will be okay again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Will it do? These heroes are tanking up. They got double Manta now. Wind Ranger's pushing towards some Ags. These are not easy heroes to bring down anymore for just like casual flak hits going through. I mean, yeah, you can throw this Bonds out, but because you have the double Manta up, you may not see this Wind Ranger off the Ags. None of these cores are that easy to maintain the Bonds on at the start of the fight. You kind of need to let the fight develop first. And if you don't have the damage to play that out, then I can see that being a struggle right now for 4 Amigos. Especially if these hooks are landing, which so far they have been. Just makes the fight even weirder.
You just have so much deep vision on the side of La Correntada. This ward right in front of the tower, mid-tier 2. They've got a nice deep lane ward at the top. Seeing rotations.
They're not pressured right now. They're just farming up, scouting the lanes. Let the Pudge and the Wind Ranger pick people off if you get the opportunity, but otherwise they're just going to keep scaling here. Just keep building Dispels, tanking up all these ranged heroes. Ags for the Venge will give you another life. Maybe BKB for the Viper at some point if you really want to. I feel like you're kind of cruising in these fights. I don't know what this Gyro is going to do, man. There's a lot of anti-carry heroes on this Dire lineup that he has to deal with. It's such a hard lineup to just run into and start battling.
Any reasons? Nope. Just gonna disconnect. I love the tradition of Dota players just pausing for no reason, like never giving a reason, and just be like, "It's pause time."
I mean,
this happens at the highest level of Dota too. It's so funny.
It's because it's like it's unenforceable, right? Like if somebody DCs, you can't do anything about it, right? Like you can't know what the problem is. There's just obviously some problem. Maybe he's lagging. He has no frames. His internet goes out. Like, you know, you can't know any of these things, right? You just have to deal with it.
Yeah, but just because something is unenforceable doesn't mean you can't, you know, still abide by
look, man,
some nice courtesy.
You guys are here to play the game, okay? You're not here.
Well,
to
they're not playing the game. They're playing the pause game right now.
That's
I would like to know why they're not playing the game, Avery.
Sometimes you got to take a little break, you know.
Yeah,
a little timeout, like Counter-Strike,
take a little breather,
take a little timeout.
Think about how too stressed out about the game.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, it is an even net worth game, RC-wise. Not sure if Monster being back in the game means we're good to cleared hot. All right, we are.
Yeah, I mean, the best part of these pauses is afterwards. It's like, how long does it take them to go? Because all these players have each other muted. That's my favorite part. You get to really see if these guys hate each other. Some of these teams just sit there for 10 minutes.
They both type go when ready. Nobody unpauses because nobody sees each other say it.
That's a classic. That's a classic right there.
Well, the Illusion Army is pushing down bottom lane while the actual army is going to siege the mid-tier 2. And Four Amigos say it's time for a farming timeout, not an actual timeout. They're just gonna like, okay, you guys can take what you want. You have an Aegis, la-di-da. We're gonna farm up and get our next round of items.
High ground ward looking for the punch hook. Doesn't get scanned out. These little imps are gonna scout it. You gotta deward that at some point. Scary deward. Let the Forge Spirits do it or something.
All right, so you talked about how they are tanking up on the Dire side, but do they do any damage if you double BKB? Because that's what we're looking at next. Monkeys Forever is trying to complete his BKB. God damn, still got him, huh?
Yeah, it's not a D word you should die for, but he'll give his life for it. I mean, they do damage. They definitely do damage. Venge, with minus armor coming through. Bunch of Venom spells going through. Viper's just gonna sit there and start pelting you. Wind Ranger's gonna ult somebody. Probably just start bringing them down. There's definitely damage in this lineup. It's not the fastest, but it is a lot over a 10-15 second fight. I just don't know if you're dealing any back. Like, this Invoker's gotta land some 6 spells while Bonds is out or something. Maybe you get 6-slotted Gyro with like Satanic, Daedalus, Butterfly or something is enough. I don't know. Triple BKB on all your cores, or at least double BKB.
They're gonna try and take your Tormentor, or they're thinking about it anyway, or take the Wisdom Rune. It looks like they may get neither, but they may save their Venomancer. He's still controlled. Okay, he's gonna die here. Question is though, they could still take this fight. Yeah, they could absolutely take this fight. Who cares about the 5-position Venomancer? Oh, gets the hook afterwards, too. 2-for-1 special for a Gorondata.
And the Golem. 2.5. RCY is just going to have to split push the lanes here. That's an Ags done for the Venge. So now that Venge has got 2 lives. Man, this team fight's just looking harder and harder. Really need that Dragon Knight BKB, and you got to get this Gyro Daedalus to have a chance here. Wonder if Gorondata just go high ground. They're feeling confident enough. Just look for the hooks, look for the swaps out of the base.
You kind of still have to have Aegis in a way. You've got Aghanim Scepter done for the Venge, so still maybe get that free swap. We'll get a Tormentor first, so now they have a save out of the punch. Very good to have.
Definitely nice this game when you're looking to like dispel the bonds or save someone from DK stun. There's a lot of spells that disjoints the team fight. Double Midas for the Warlock in the jungle. That's about all that's been going well for Amigos.
Thought for a second there, Monster hit the blind Gleipnir on him. So I wonder, I haven't experimented with this poison burst. I wonder how much it speeds up your pure jungle farming, right? Because you're focused down like the biggest creep in the camp, and then let it live long enough that it does its burst. I wonder if that's significant help at all. You're gonna catch the bench here. This is a pretty nice pickoff because you can catch him twice, kill his illusion as well, so his Ags gets no effect here.
I finally get to make a move here off of getting some lanes in a little bit, and that's a big target to get. They also got that amp damage rune with Daedalus flying in. So let's talk about the lack of damage. Right now, they got a lot of damage. Alacrity on this guy as well. I forgot about Alacrity in this game, but that is a huge extra damage source on a hero that flaks it through the entire fight. Basically 100 extra damage. Okay, yeah, this man's doing some deeps now. This man's doing some deeps. I even just get a rack before this bench is up. Gotta think about the hook here, though.
And they're gonna land the hook. He blinks out, goes for it, misses. But they hit it, the gyro with the double ulti slows. He is slowed down to a crawl and almost gonna die. Just at that, he's gonna have to pop his BKB, but he doesn't have a TP. No TP makes things very weird. He's gonna get swapped or something. The power shot lands on him, and there's the swap for the kill. Where was the teleport scroll?
He TP'd mid to join that smoke gank.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have even had it on off cooldown. So that initial sequence was quite good, but lingering there, and you can't linger against this team because the chase is just guaranteed. Now they're hunting RCY top. He'll be lucky to get out of this one.
See if he uses this Hurricane Pike or instant dismember. Now Monster's gonna hit him with a shackle shot. That should be the death. Tornado lands. Still got the Hurricane Pike. Hits the Dispel. Okay, he actually kills the Pudge. Shackle doesn't land. He's ghost walked, and the dust is gonna wear off soon. It's gonna wear off soon. Oh, it wore off, but he got another dust.
I mean, he got one of the two. That's not too shabby.
Not the worst. I mean, it bought some time for the gyro to come back up, I guess.
Yeah, he bought out his BKB off that. Honestly, not too bad. Pretty efficient. They have triple BKB online now to just jam the fight off the DK stun and hope for the best. Some signs of life here from Four Amigos. Game that does still seem kind of hard for them to win the fights, but if they can get like a good solo pickoff that leads into it like we saw mid, then it's potentially wide open. Lincoln's on the Wind Ranger, going to be another source of breaking the bonds and just being hella annoying in this game. Lincoln's Ags Wind Rangers. No joke. Starting to do a lot of damage too. Monster is just scaling into a beast and into a pause and into some lag. You like pauses, Austin?
Love pauses, Avery. Do you love pauses?
No.
Well, that's too bad because we're getting a lot of them, so I feel like you should try and appreciate them. You know, we kind of all need a pause in life. You know, sometimes it's good just to you know, chill out, take a breather, in through the nose, out through the mouth. You know, slow down that heart rate before you get back into the action.
You should write a book, man. Very inspirational.
Thanks.
What the hell's Rise doing up here, man?
Well, he's a Venge, man. When you have Ags on Venge, you do whatever the hell you want, wherever the hell you want. You know, you just walk out there, say like, I got 2 lives, so who cares? Roshan is gonna die before Four Amigos get here. The Terrorize is gonna land on 3. Is this gonna be good for them? They're gonna go for the Viper. Nice save. Theta hits the hook. Now they turn back. What else can they kill? They go for a Venomancer. It's not looking good. Double King has walked into this one with a BKB. Hasn't really hit much here. Now he starts laying out some of the damage with the Fatal Bonds and some of these heroes, but he's now dead. Monster is taken out from the Fatal Bonds. Also, Benjamin is almost dead. He's gonna... Oh, Manta? Nope, not good enough. It's actually turning out okay here as the upheaval has slowed down the Wind Ranger. She's gonna lose this Aegis if the golems keep on going. Where did all this damage come from, Avery?
I mean, RCY is just pumping it out, man. God damn it. Monkeys forever. He blinks in the pit at the start of that, lives through it all. Just out DPSing these heroes in the pit. That was a massive terrorize as well. The Pudge disintegrated the gyro. I thought that fight was going to be way worse. But he got some good crits and enough flak off that it counted. Warlock did 3,500 there.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under
RCY only did 1,600. Is everybody else?
Wind Ranger, it's just not the hero you want the Aegis on either. Like, I think you want it on the Viper there. Then you have 2 lives on the Venge, 2 on the Viper, and the Wind Ranger is very hard to kill. So, like, just ended up not being that good of a setup. We're going to watch it again here. This Terrorize was just nasty, man. It's all 3 cores. It's so much time and space. And, like, Hook bails out this Viper for a little bit, but then he has to go back in. BKBs doesn't get a huge amount out of it. Double King manages to get in deep in the fight, get some flag hits off before Pudge just basically solos it. God damn, that damage was insane. But RCY, he's just right-clicking away the whole time, man. Nobody dealt with this Invoker.
Back in a game where we have Pat Dragonite, who is doing so well in that last fight. He's going to get picked off. They're going to try and do the same to Rises here. Level 20 Venge, who has Manta BKB, but never gets it off. Thana, he's got a hook. Okay, he's got a really, really long dismember because he's got an Eye of the Vizier, so his dismember is crazy long.
That hook hurts. If you land a max range hook with this, it's probably like 1,000 pure damage or something.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I don't know how easy that is, but like it's pretty nasty if you get it. 4 Amigo strike back, but they give up a couple kills on the map. Still, this Aegis is on the Wind Ranger for 2 minutes here. The Corn thought I want to look for something with it. But RCY is starting to split push the map.
under attack.
He's getting his talents up, pushing towards the level 25. Radial Deafening seems pretty juicy here. I wonder how much this other 25 talent matters for Invoker now with this Elitas thing.
Yeah.
Like,
So I did the math. If he does a max range hook, it is 900 pure damage, 905 pure damage.
well, yes.
Radiant's
no
top
spell.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, no spell amp yet, but I mean that's pretty crazy, man. 900 pure damage is something.
Yeah, that's a lot.
that can
That
only
is-
get better.
It's a third of this Gyro's HP.
Yeah.
Smoke down top. Throws out the triple meteor on the creeps though. Not gonna have it for the fight. It's kind of weird.
BKB immediately goes off. Monkey's Forever responds with his own, but he's going to be hooked back. Okay, not hooked back, swap back. Hook misses, but either way, they get the kill.
Yeah, that's just an awkward smoke. Like, it's very rare you're gonna walk into somebody in the triangle that's not a target the Corntada wants you to walk into. Especially with Venom wards potentially on the hills, Vision potentially deep in there. The Pudge can hook you off something like that. That's a very tough route to take. You get punished for it. Don't lose everybody, but we'll open up this high ground a little bit. Monster's gonna poke it. Always have Hook to bail him out here.
Okay, didn't have
What the
it
heck did
there.
the hook hit?
The hook hits a
What?
creep.
Did it hit an imp?
Oh, it did. Oh, well, either way, he got the dismember, so.
I mean, he had ages. But like, that was spooky, actually. What the hell? I think it hit an imp that spawned like behind him with the upheaval or something.
Yeah, it might have been.
Still, it's this member cast range is bonkers to watch.
Oh, yeah.
No imp that time.
Hooked you again and again and again. The saves continue. If it's not a hook, it's a swap. It is going to be hard for four amigos to take advantage of the high ground defense to get a pick off, but simultaneously, it's not like a Corentada gained much ground either. They're up by 5,000 net worth right now, though. Looks like it's Tormentor time for the Amigos. They missed out on their first Tormentor. That got stolen away from them.
know if these heroes are killing it. I'm not gonna lie. So it's a little slow. We need that gyro in here for sure. It'll be the Rulo shot. Bad one. So he has not been able to stay alive in a lot of these engagements. Way too much damage the second you enter that like inner ring of the fight. Take another smoke up top. Looking for a straggler. Might find the Viper if they go deep enough, but this doesn't really look like a real move. Amp damage on the Venge is also pretty terrifying right now. As the third Manta style comes out for the third core on the side of the Corintata. So all three cores have a Manta, all have Dispel, they all have a
Oh,
they have
got him
double
on the
BKB
hook.
and Lincolns.
There goes all his HP. Jesus.
This is BKB too. Poker Hex. Yeah, that's a big one.
Oh, got him on another one off the missile. He's dead. Is the heal gonna outdo it? Monster's just gonna run in. He's got, I mean, another missile's coming at you. He's got to stop throwing these goddamn missiles. It's a hook into missile into hook into missile into hook. That's all it was. All right, well, they're diving in deep for this one. The Warlock's gonna die. Monster easily gets that kill. They're gonna be stuck though. A little bit inside the base with the Terrorize hitting the two of them. Any damage? Oh, it's Bedlam on a Golem. Watch out. That Golem's hitting hard. Jesus, he almost killed Monster.
That thing went ham. God damn. Put a whack in that Golem might have killed him.
Yeah, really. If he did not have an axe, he would have died there.
Didn't lose gem off of that. I think? No, that was Albano's gem. So, all right, so they didn't. What is this courier doing? Okay, well, they recovered their own gem. Either way, those hooks were nasty. Got to think about them more, but RCY, whenever these heroes are dead a little bit, he can run the map, look for these hex pickoffs, find another one. So Invoker's deadly and just hit level 25. Let's see what he takes here. I'm interested to see. I don't know how good this level 25 is anymore. I mean, the X-Sort Spell Amp, like how much does this stack? Is it just like infinite stacking? There's no way, right? It's probably a flat stack. So it's 24%. So if you take that talent and you hit someone with 3 X-Sorts, they get 48% Spell Amp debuff. Is that how that works? That sounds pretty strong. They take the Radial, definitely good this game. They have AC on the Dragonite now, and Satanic on the Gyro, and that little pickoff, Liam Roshan here with a Refresher Shard. Gotta take this stuff, boys. Don't want to leave it there. You could give that shard to the Warlock, honestly. Nobody wants the slot for it, but keeping it on the Gyro is not bad. You can play one life with BKB Satanic slotted in. Get another BKB Satanic on the second go-around.
And double flat cannon sounds pretty ham, too.
But does any of that save you from the hooks?
Well, it definitely doesn't if you keep setting yourself up by homing missile into a Lotus Orb. You will have no save against the hook. I just can't believe he made the same mistake twice. That was so funny. Spoke up.
I'm pushing to this again. This high ground area is a very tough go.
Double King. He runs out ahead of his team. Very awkward. Smoke breaks on him. Monkeys Forever's going to go for it. They want to go on Avenge. Guess they'll take any fight with an A, just like they are. But this Viper, oh man, this Sharkotsu's going to be pulled way out of position. This is not good at all. He's going to come back in and be some danger. They have to kill Monster here. They got to get a punish on this guy, but he is getting away with that Item Scepter again. Monkeys Forever's on the run. Another hook lands on a Double King. Double King has to kill this Pudge. It's just a Pudge. For God's sakes, kill it. Stop this man. He's going to hook you again. Oh my God, he's done. He's dead. He's gonna get okay. Thankfully, there's a force staff to get him away, but another hook is coming soon. He's got a blink dagger. Do you have another force staff? Oh, jeez.
I'm telling you, that is like the the worst part of the map to fight in for them. They just keep forcing it there. It's so hard to find the initiation and not end up clumping and just exposing your whole backline. Ryze is dead here for sure.
Great caster's curse, Saber. Well done.
Just 8. Wait, what?
This man's trying to die. He wants to be his spirit for him. He wants to go back. The body is a cage, Avery.
I don't know. I don't know what's happening over there. I'm not even gonna think about it.
He
DK
just wants to
respawn,
be
Scotty
a free
done.
spirit, man.
I mean, it just feels like Dire can't lose an actual 5-on-5. I just refuse to lose. It's like they have so much damage and stats. They have the Viper 25 for Universal. He's hitting for like 400 now. He's got a Disperser, a Feather for extra evasion. Like, these 3 cores are just so tanky and do so much damage. You gotta find them alone.
Yeah, but the pickoff apparently is insane on Radiance. So, no, he dies. That kill is worth 1,500 gold. Like, I don't care if you're a spirit afterwards. Like, you're giving away a lot of gold. Hook. That shit. Almost killed him immediately. The Pudge still alive, though. BKB and Refreshers ready to go on Double King here. He's going to commit. He's going to go straight for that Wind Ranger. He does manage to kill him. The Golem's going ham. They get the poison spread now. They're going to get the control up on the Viper. All that universal damage for nothing.
God. I feel like all they have to do is take like a 5-on-5 and they just keep getting picked off by this Invoker. There's no control for him on the map. RCY just setting it all up, man, and that Golem went hammerino, dude. He was punching people in the face. Thing has like 3,000 HP. God damn.
Champion of Goroth has been chosen. He's getting bigger and bigger, and there's another one coming around as Warlock has level 20. And he is going to get a Lotus. So he's about to get more regen and a second Golem on death.
Dude, they are actually outscaling. This is insane. He still has a Refresher Shard on Gyro. Octarine for the Invoker now. Dude, RCY is yoked. And those meteors disintegrated that Viper. Can you push Throne here? I mean, there are buybacks, but there's no buyback on the Wind Ranger. One here if you're 4 Amigos, because you got to be careful about the disengage again. That's where you got punished last time. I mean, are you happy with just a single Rax?
Okay. Trying to go for a hook. Ends up heroes straight up in your face, killing you. They wanted to be in that position. They blinked into it.
You can swap this Gyro in. Here's a back up.
Swap them in, slow them down with the Venovolts, and see if you can get the hook. They turn around, hit him with the Yule's Meteor combination. Ryze immediately goes for the BKB, desperate to hit a swap here on something. Cannot get it.
2 racks and a Pudge buyback, and that Pudge buyback is important in this game because, honestly, he's the one owning the fights for them.
Yep.
He will eat a Wind Ranger, heal her up, and just running straight into 4 Amigos. No Golem yet.
Trying to get away with a Glimmer Cape. Hook goes out, lands on Monkeys. Monkeys turns around, pops BKB. Double King gets shackled up here, but the Golem's going to drop off the Warlock death. And that's going to be the first life of Ryze's. He's going to come back in tornado form. Nice snag there from Theta. Gets the Dark Willow, but it's the Bench who's going to die a second time. No more illusions. Double King slowed down to a crawl here. Does still have his Refresher. He can turn this around. He's baiting it. He's going to pop it. BKB, Satanic, try and go back in. Re-BKB, re-Satanic. He's fighting. He's out fighting him. He did it. Oh, he killed the Viper. Doesn't quite kill Monster, though. Monster just has way too much maneuverability there.
Dieback Pudge.
Dieback on the Pudge. The Wind Ranger still running as the Golem is hungry. He wants more. He's going to find the Venomancer, though. RCY catches him instead.
Oh my god, somehow they turned that fight off of double BKB, double Satanic on such low HP. Could not finish that Gyro, and the whole time all that's going on, RCY is just dancing around him. They can't find this Invoker, and he is the most important hero in these late game fights. He's going into their base. Is this
going
too far,
for a
though?
dieback kill on the Venomancer, and
Disarm.
Monster can't do it alone, not against these disarms. He is constantly sheeped up or disarmed from the Deafening Blast, or he's tornadoed. RCY does take a decent amount of damage. He's going to have to take a brief reset here as the Quas. Shackle Shot doesn't quite latch there. Gyrocopter's...
I don't know if we're doing anything.
Yeah, Gyrocopter back up in 30. Roshan will potentially spawn at that time as well. So probably time for Four Amigos to reset and see if they can get another Roshan.
Yeah, they have a lot of gold to spend. RCY wants to buy something like Arcane Blink or Refresher.
I mean, an Aghanim Scepter would not be not be
Ag's
a
also
miss
an
either.
option. Dude, he's almost level 30. Holy smokes, he's gotten a lot of XP.
He's got even more alacrity damage for that Gyrocopter.
I mean, this hero is one of the scariest level 30 heroes in Dota, like, for sure. This hero can do unworldly things in the Ultra Late with all of his talents, all these random spells.
Oh,
got that
I mean,
outpost,
Warlock is TPing into this outpost area. They got the initiation onto the bench. Rises.
Another pickoff start.
He's got BKB. He can shrug this off. Going back in. Loses his first life. Gyrocopter being controlled up right now. And a nice hit out with the disarm going out on Benjimon. Benjimon making a run for it. He's not going to make it. Rises is now also, he's going to buy back into regular form. They're going to try and use 4 lives of this bench to be able to win this fight, but they need Monster to be able to do something here, and Monster has to run away. Rises is going to die 4 times in this fight. Tornado goes out, almost clips Monster. That surely would have been the end of this if Monster, if he gets caught, hit by the Bramble, caught by the scythe, he's dead. He does have buyback, but they're going to have to play 4 versus 5. The bench, okay. He's just going to die flat out. Deafening Blast hitting all of these heroes. Beautifully set up. The buyback goes out to Monster now. Venomancer hit his ultimate and dies. That's all he can do in this sort of fight. Benjimon and Monster. The Viper and the Wind Ranger. They got to find a way to be able to kill Double King here. It's the only way they can stop this push is if they can kill the physical damage dealer, and Monster could not do it. He went for the focus fire kill. Whiffs it, and that leaves just Benjimon, and I guess the Spirit of Rises. GG. Four Amigos will clutch it out in the end and get the 2-0.
Dude, I thought for sure they were getting outscaled there, but just crumbled on the map from the side of La Quarantata. Like, pick off after pick off to this Invoker. Didn't get any of those later Roshans to be able to push the high ground, despite them landing hook after hook after hook, ruining this Gyro's game. It was the Invoker that got him in the end, and they just didn't have good enough lockdown for him. Could not find him in the fights, and it all goes back pretty much to this Roche fight, where, like, this should have gone better, right? The sequencing here was just awful, and you have a Pudge who basically solo kills the enemy carry, but this fight is so chaotic, so disoriented. Nobody could lock the Invoker down, and he's really doing the damage here. You have a full duration upheaval from the high ground, so it's just the real comeback fight. And I mean, while Dire scaling was insane, they also couldn't control the Invoker, which I think just made Radiant surprisingly good in this Ultra Late. Like, RCY is able to start every fight on his terms, which there's just no answer to, really, unless you can jump in and maybe dismember him or something, which just seems impossible. Needed like a Hex on this Wind Ranger in hindsight, but it was very hard to foresee that. And at a certain point, this DK is just too tanky, can actually frontline for a decent portion of these later fights.
Monster certainly did what he could in that game. 16, 4, and 16. That's one hell of a score line there.
Oh, yeah.
To go out on a losing game. But not only is it a losing game, but it is an elimination game for La Quarantata. So they are going to be the second team eliminated out of the North American qualifier. See their final moments. Monster desperately trying to kill Double King. But ultimately, the whole squad of Four Amigos doing a good job of protecting each other and providing the disables to stop Monster from going on that kind of rampage. It still ended up 40-48. I mean, just a clash of nonstop blood 88 kills in 52 minutes. If you believe it, I was watching a League of Legends game earlier this morning. They had a very exciting 20 kills in 40 minutes. So
That's nice.
It goes to show a difference in pace. This game, just all kinds of fighting. And four Amigos will walk away with a 2-0 victory. Looking good, though the opponents only get tougher as things go by. RCY very deserved MVP for this.
1200 XPM. God damn, that man was smart. He racked up a lot of that extra deny XP for sure.
Of course, what did it, you know. Of course, yeah. I wonder if that counts if you deny an ally.
No, it's creeps only, I think. But yes, standout game from him. Really made this hero work in the late game. I mean, that early game honestly didn't look too bad. Like, the lifesteal off the Quas was better than I thought because your damage is a lot higher than it was previously without needing the Exort to buff it up. So, like, you have 90 damage at, you know, level 6 or whatever with universal stats. You're hitting your lifestealing out 10-15% of his back. It's actually significant. There were some cool things about that Invoker that I'd like to see that hero more, particularly in some of these like higher tier games, because in the late game he's still really scary. Like, you get these Exort hits off, you're buffing someone's spell amp by 20-40%, whatever the hell it is, you land that meteor, it's just GG, man. Like, you disappear, and then you still have this alacrity to put on somebody. So that was cool to see that hero make a comeback, and good luck to Four Amigos as they continue their run through the lower bracket and not looking too shabby.
They're gonna need that luck for sure, as we can see the results of today and see who's gonna end up down there. We got Shopify Rebellion managed to get the 2 over Grin. Grin did give them a little bit of run for their money. Apex Genesis managed to take a game off of Nouns, but ultimately did fall 1-2. So they are also going to be in the lower bracket. That means we're going to say goodbye to the Chapulines as well as La Correntada. It does mean that the matchups are going to be that Apex Genesis is faced up against the Hut, and Grin Esports will face Four Amigos, and that will be tomorrow. So we're going to start off with the Apex match and then go to the Grin match after that. Look at that. There's the schedule right there. Apex Genesis versus the Hut, then Grin Esports versus Four Amigos, and then we'll have Shopify Rebellion versus Noun Esports, the big title matchup for the upper bracket final. Probably a glimpse of things to come for what we're going to see in the grand final. And then after that, we'll have the fourth matchup, which is that lower bracket match where the first two teams who won in the first two series will face against each other. So that is the schedule for tomorrow. We just have 2 days left of the North American qualifier for the international before we decide who is going to be the representative from this region at TI, the upcoming TI. Avery, that pretty much closes out the day. Any last thoughts? Any last bits of wisdom you can give the audience?
Yeah, don't pause in your games. Nobody likes it.
There you go. Don't pause. Just keep the game going. All right, guys. We're going to close out the stream. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more North American action. Goodbye.